When the world of Naruto transforms into a realm of secrets in reality, everyone must enter to acquire power. Wang Jin, a high school student, traverses this world with the memories of his past life. He is acutely aware that the so-called God Tree secret realm is none other than the universe of Naruto. However, the textbooks in this world are rife with inaccuracies. They advocate for the villages of Raikage and Awakage, while remaining oblivious to the potential of Konoha. They prohibit the selection of villains, yet fail to recognize that the Akatsuki organization is a hidden treasure. While his classmates opt for safe factions, Wang Jin makes a shocking decision that astonishes everyone. He joins the Uchiha clan. Armed with an omniscient perspective of the plot, he seizes every opportunity ahead of time, bringing back abilities like the Sharingan and flying Raikage into reality. As the crisis of monstrous invasions looms, while the scions of noble families revel in their trivial gains, Wang Jin has quietly accumulated the power to dominate all. Chapter 1. The God Tree Continent. In the southern part of the God Tree Continent, at 10 a.m., in the 6th High School of the Western Valley, the school bell rings. Students pour out of classrooms, and the once quiet campus erupts into a cacophony of laughter and chatter. Groups of students gather, animatedly discussing and heading toward the training grounds of the 6th High School. In contrast to the monotonous theoretical classes, the spirited students eagerly anticipate the monthly practical lessons. Each student is brimming with excitement, debating among friends about who is the strongest in school. Hey, a slender boy in uniform nudges a nearby short-haired youth, his face alight with curiosity. Wang Jin, who do you think will take first place in this month's practical class? Zhou Xiaoyu or Yan Ming? The boy named Wang Jin stands about 1.8 meters tall, with a statuesque figure and a handsome face. His short black hair lends him an air of neatness and vitality. I think it will be Yan Ming, Wang Jin reflects. His lava release is a bloodline limit, while Zhou Xiaoyu's Byakugan is still no match for him. But the Byakugan is also a bloodline limit. The shorter boy, around 1.6 meters tall, protests indignantly. How could it be weaker than lava release? Her Byakugan is a visual jutsu bloodline limit, which is not as formidable as a ninja's bloodline limit under the circumstances of mere genin. Wang Jin elaborates further. Their conversation draws the attention of several curious classmates, who eagerly await his continued analysis. In their minds, the only true ninja rivals in the upcoming class are the Byakugan-wielding Zhou Xiaoyu and the lava release user, Yan Ming. Everyone knows that these two hail from prestigious clans with abundant resources for training. While they were still ninjas in training, they had already mastered ninjutsu, becoming genuine ninjas. Come on, let's see what Wang the Scholar has to say. Yeah, this guy knows so much. I have no idea how he manages to remember all this. Indeed, I admire Wang Jin even more. Zhou Xiaoyu and Yan Ming are impressive, but they are from powerful clans. Wang Jin is just like us, a commoner ninja. That I agree. I believe Wang Jin will not fall behind them in the future. He just needs to wait for an opportunity, and that opportunity is fast approaching. Exactly, in just a week, we will all enter the God Tree world. Who knows, I might even awaken a bloodline limit. Many classmates follow Wang Jin, eager to hear his analysis. Wang Jin waves his hand, stating, I still maintain my previous opinion. If Zhou Xiaoyu only knows pressure point techniques, she will not be able to break through Yan Ming's granite technique defense, unless she masters the gentle fist this month and utilizes the Byakugan to identify the chakra points, transforming her chakra into needles to disrupt Yan Ming's chakra flow. She is bound to lose. Upon hearing this, many classmates are left bewildered. Gentle fist, granite technique, chakra points, needles. They cannot comprehend these specialized terms. Although I don't quite understand what you're saying, it sounds incredibly impressive. The slender boy gives Wang Jin a thumbs up, while others cast admiring glances his way. All of them are commoner ninjas and high school seniors. How does Wang Jin know so much? Seeing the admiration in their eyes, Wang Jin chuckles to himself. This simple ninjutsu counter-relationship is something any Naruto fan would know. Indeed, Wang Jin was not originally from the God Tree continent. He was an ordinary high school student from Earth. Before his traversal, he met an unfortunate fate when he intervened to stop a dog thief, only to be stabbed in the chest. At that moment, he was stunned. Was it really necessary to kill someone over a dog? However, perhaps the thief, in a moment of panic, overreacted, fleeing without calling for help. By the time people discovered Wang Jin lying in a pool of blood, he had already succumbed. In those final moments, Wang Jin was filled with regret, unwilling to face death in such a manner. He reflected on his life, realizing it had been quite a failure. His biological parents had divorced when he was very young. Neither wanted to take him in, leaving him to be raised by an elderly woman in the countryside who had no children of her own. The old woman provided him with the scant affection he received, but she too passed away when he was 10. Fortunately, the simple villagers took turns feeding him, allowing him to attend school. Wang Jin had just completed his college entrance exams with good results and was set to enroll in a prestigious local university, eager to study diligently and repay the villagers' kindness. Then the dog thief arrived, and a single stab sent him to the God Tree continent. In just a few years after his arrival, he had come to understand this world, which left him somewhat speechless. It was, after all, a world of ninjas. Instead of pursuing technology, they focused on extraordinary ninjutsu, with their technological level barely matching the living standards of Earth, relying solely on conventional firearms. However, the inhabitants possess a natural advantage: countless secret realms. These realms are filled with magical beasts, rich with treasures. The most direct benefit is that consuming the flesh of these beasts can enhance one's physical attributes. In addition to the numerous magical beast realms, the God Tree continent also features a secret realm known as the God Tree world, which individuals can enter upon turning 18 to gain unexpected benefits. Wang Jin, still young and having been raised as an orphan by a pair of commoner couples with limited exposure, only confirmed through various sources that the God Tree world was, in fact, the universe of his favorite manga from his past life, Naruto. The people of the God Tree continent enter the Naruto world by wrapping their bodies with vines that descend from an immeasurably tall tree, which astonished Wang Jin the first time he witnessed others enter. Isn't this the very tree that summons the God Tree realm for the ultimate illusion technique, infinite Tsukuyami? How could it appear in the real world? Could it be that entering the Naruto world is a conspiracy? Is it meant to drain the chakra from people? For many years, Wang Jin harbored such beliefs, having been left with a lasting impression from the infinite Tsukuyami in the original work. However, he later confirmed that while the tree in reality resembled that of the Naruto world, its purpose was not to drain people's chakra. In fact, it was quite the opposite. It could replenish people's chakra. This was common knowledge among high school students in the God Tree continent, as they were approaching the age of entry. The school textbooks had taught this, and even now, Wang Jin could recite the contents verbatim, some of which he found rather amusing. For instance, regarding faction selection, the school actually recommended students choose the land of lightning or the land of earth, making no mention of the land of fire and Konoha. Over the years, Wang Jin had come to understand some of the reasons behind this. From the accounts of those who had entered the God Tree world, he deduced that the Naruto world was currently set just before the plot's beginning, during the end of the Uchiha clan massacre 55 years ago in Konoha. During this period, Konoha had lost numerous talents, having suffered the loss of at least 4 shadow-level figures. Orochimaru had defected, Tsunade had left, and Jiraiya was wandering the world. The only dependable figure, Shikamaru, was coerced into suicide in recent years, leaving the vast hidden leaf village reliant solely on the elderly third Hokage, which naturally paled in comparison to the formidable brothers in the land of lightning who were in their prime. Chapter 2. The World of the Divine Tree. Reflecting on this, Wang Jin recalled the contents of a book, noting that although the inhabitants of this world were oblivious to the true narrative of the Hokage, there were indeed several valuable aspects to consider. Asterisk the World of the Divine Tree, accessible only at the age of 18 and mandatory for entry, star. Asterisk method of entry. The vines of the Divine Tree scattered across the continent serve as gateways. An individual merely needs to approach a vine and activate the Divine Tree bracelet, which envelopes their body, allowing their consciousness to enter the Divine Tree world, star. Asterisk cost of entry. The physical body remaining in the real world will deplete chakra. Each individual may enter once per month for a maximum of 10 days. Once the time elapses or chakra is exhausted, they are expelled from the Divine Tree world, star. Asterisk task rewards. Rewards vary according to the nature of the tasks, yet all guarantee a chakra reward, which is obtained at a pace several times faster than in the real world, making an indispensable path to rapid strength enhancement, star. Asterisk failure penalties. Failure to complete a task results in the deduction of chakra corresponding to the reward. The first death in the Divine Tree world incurs no penalty. The second death results in a deduction of 1/3 of one's chakra, and the individual cannot re-enter for 6 months. The third death deducts half of one's chakra, barring them from reentry for life. Exit method. After disengaging from combat for 2 hours within the Divine Tree world, one may activate the Divine Tree Bracelet to exit. Divine Tree Bracelet. Upon initial entry, the Divine Tree leaves a bracelet tattoo on the individual's arm, forming a personal emblem. This emblem allows the viewing of one's personal panel in the mind and can be manifested through chakra for others to see. Note: the manifestation ability of the Divine Tree Bracelet only functions in the real world and is ineffective within the Divine Tree world. Safety concerns. The Divine Tree vines are indestructible and possess immense power. Since their emergence, no one has dared to destroy them, allowing entrants to feel secure. Supplement 1. The Divine Tree world consists of a main world and subworlds. Drawing a mainline task grants access to the main world, where all participants share the same timeline. Conversely, drawing a side task leads to a subworld, which may feature different timelines depending on the task, permitting access to only one person or a select few, barring others. Supplement 2. The Divine Tree world adheres to its own rules. Entrants are prohibited from disclosing any real-world information, including intelligence on opposing factions, and must comply with the regulations of the Divine Tree world. Supplement 3. Once assigned an identity in the Divine Tree world, it cannot be altered. Students must refrain from frivolity and should choose a righteous major power faction, relying on national strength for gradual development. Selecting a minor villain faction will lead to lifelong regret. Cannot choose a villain? With this thought, Wang Jin smirked disdainfully in his mind. When he previously watched Naruto, he was dissatisfied with Naruto and Hashirama's rhetoric. Is there truly a day when people can completely understand one another? Such notions belong only in animation. In the real world, such endeavors would lead to disastrous outcomes. He instead found resonance with Madara and Nagato's philosophies, advocating for the annihilation of the world through sheer power. In fact, he once fantasized that if he were ever to traverse into the Naruto world, he would join the anime's First Brigade, opposing Naruto's Akatsuki. He envisioned altering the course of the plot with his foresight, transforming the Akatsuki into a genuine bridge to peace, leveraging the overwhelming might of the nine-tailed beast to deter the 5 great nations from instigating conflict. Only through such means would the ninja world achieve true tranquility, and people would no longer perish in war. Indeed, it shall be the Akatsuki. I must find a way to join upon entering the Naruto world. Wang Jin's thoughts snapped back to reality, realizing he would soon enter the Divine Tree world alongside his peers in a week's time. Hey! A melodious voice called out from behind him, prompting him to turn around. Wang Jin beheld a girl approximately 1.7 meters tall, clad in a form-fitting white martial arts uniform, her long, slender legs accentuating her displeasure. I've called you twice, and you're still lost in thought. What are you pondering? Just some pleasant thoughts, Wang Jin replied with a smile. Zui Xiaoyu, do you seek me for something? The newcomer was indeed Zui Xiaoyu, the renowned scion of the Baiyan clan for Shigu district, and one of the few prodigies in their class. Wang Jin had learned that this prestigious family had been established for 3 centuries, originating during the first invasion of magical beasts. According to his studies, 20 years prior, the continent now known as the Divine Tree was rife with magical beasts, leaving humanity powerless to resist and struggling for survival. Yet one day, a colossal divine tree, as grand as the stars, descended from the heavens, its countless branches and vines scattering across the land, exerting an indescribable might that quashed the entire magical beast populace. Strangely, despite possessing the power to vanquish all magical beasts, the Divine Tree refrained from doing so. Instead, it created numerous small alternate spaces for the beasts, driving them inside. Ninjas who had entered these beastly realms claimed that the environments there were superior to those on the continent, making cultivation significantly easier. This was the second aspect that astonished Wang Jin, for the ninjas of the real world differed from those in Naruto. Upon becoming a Genin, they possessed chakra quantities comparable to elite Jonin in the Naruto world. The chakra in the real world was vastly more volatile and potent than that which 4 to 5-year-old children could harness in the Naruto universe. Each individual's chakra was exceedingly abundant, typically requiring one to wait until adulthood and the awakening of their abilities in the Divine Tree world to refine it. However, exceptions existed, and both Sui Xiaoyu and Yin Meng, whom Wang Jin had just mentioned, were living examples. Both hail from distinguished families and had grown up consuming magical beast meat, which ordinary people would seldom experience. endowing them with physical prowess far exceeding their peers. They had begun refining chakra years ago and were already genin. This disparity illustrated the despair of ordinary individuals. Some were born with advantages, while others, lacking such gifts, were unlikely to attain them throughout their lives. Upon Xiaoyu's arrival, the other classmates immediately fell silent, refraining from discussing her further. This illustrated the chasm of class distinction, as they felt dwarfed in comparison to the offspring of great families. Yet Wang Jin felt no such sentiment. His inherent optimism and confidence, coupled with the primary method of strength enhancement for ninjas in the Divine Tree Continent, completing tasks in the Naruto world, led him to believe that no one else possessed the foresight he had regarding the plot's trajectory. He firmly believed that entering the Naruto world would equate to taking flight. Whether it was Xiaoyu or Yin Meng, he was confident he could surpass them swiftly. This conviction allowed him to engage with both as equals, fostering genuine interaction devoid of pretentiousness. Such demeanor did not repel the two. Rather, it rendered him one of the few authentic friends they had in school. So Xiaoyu huffed, "You always defend that hulking oaf. Does his strength truly warrant such praise?" Yin Meng, towering at nearly 1.9 meters with a robust physique, was often referred to as the big guy, though the other classmates dared not use such a nickname. "I merely speak the truth," Wang Jin replied, hands in pockets as he strolled towards the training ground, Xiaoyu following closely and indignantly asserting, "Today, he will undoubtedly be defeated by Yin Meng, and you'll be forced to eat your words. Very well, I await the spectacle." The two bantered as they arrived at a clearing approximately 10 square kilometers in size, where many students had already gathered. Wang Jin, a gruff voice boomed, and a remarkably muscular boy swiftly approached, throwing an arm around Wang Jin's shoulders and flashing a mischievous grin at Xiaoyu. "Just wait and see how I teach this girl a lesson. Humph, I'll tear her mouth apart. Come on, let's see how you break my granite technique." Chapter 3. Practical Training. As the instructor called out names, two boys stepped forward at the training ground of Luzhong. "Begin," they commanded. Following a brief exchange of symbolic gestures, they immediately engaged in combat. This was the monthly practical training session, where rankings mattered greatly, and every student aspired to shine before their peers and instructors. With a flurry of strikes, both combatants refrained from using ninjutsu, as they were not adept in such techniques. They commenced with physical forms of combat, a common display among novice ninjas. The majority of students had only grasped the rudimentary body techniques, lacking substantial chakra. The fight unfolded rapidly, and within a minute, relying on his superior physique, Tong Xian sent Izikue flying with a decisive kick, thereby concluding the bout. The instructor gestured for them to step down and for the next pair to take the stage. "Wang Jin, Yang Lin," the instructor called. The two boys entered, ready to compete. "Begin." They exchanged greetings and swiftly commenced their duel. The leaner boy, Yang Lin, demonstrated remarkable speed as he lunged towards Wang Jin, aiming a knee strike at his chest. Anticipating the attack, Wang Jin swiftly performed hand seals. Substitution technique. A prepositioned wooden post appeared in his stead, while he reappeared behind Yang Lin. With a fluid motion, he swept his leg, toppling his opponent, and firmly pinned him down with a knee on his chest. His execution was so seamless that the onlookers could not help but praise his prowess. Truly impressive. Wang Jin has mastered the substitution technique exceptionally well, they remarked. How is it that he learned so rapidly? We only began our chakra training 2 months ago. Amidst the admiration, some students sighed, resigning themselves to a future of mediocrity. Wang Jin wins, declared the instructor, who offered a subtle nod of encouragement but remained unflustered, having witnessed countless prodigies over the years. "Quite nimble, aren't you?" remarked Xiaoyu with a hint of disdain as Wang Jin returned to the group. "How is your mastery of the substitution technique progressing?" "Aside from a few errors in the transformation technique, I'm nearly proficient in the shadow clone and substitution techniques," Wang Jin replied, plopping down to recover his chakra. Despite utilizing a mere basic ninjutsu, he had only recently learned the chakra refinement method 2 months prior. With scant resources for training, his chakra reserves barely sufficed for a couple of transformations. Seizing the opportunity to boast, Xiaoyu chimed in, "Did you know? I perfected the transformation technique in just a month." "Oh," Wang Jin responded indifferently. "Aren't you envious?" She pressed. "Not in the least," he retorted. "How infuriating." Xiaoyu seethed, feeling a sense of futility against Wang Jin's uninterested demeanor, leaving in a huff. The next pair was called Xiaoyu, Yin Meng. Upon hearing the names, the students focused intently on the arena. With an air of confidence, Zhuo Xiaoyu approached Yan Ming, her posture proud, and her white eyes suddenly activated, revealing the intricate chakra pathways within. The Byakugan enabled her to perceive the inner workings of the human body, and when paired with the techniques of her clan, she could disrupt her opponent's chakra flow, rendering them incapacitated. Though Yan Ming had previously provoked Zhuo Xiaoyu, he approached the bout with caution. He had only mastered a passive ninjutsu, the granite technique, but its power, derived from the rare bloodline limit of lava release, far surpassed conventional elemental techniques. Begin, bellowed Liang Kai, their senior class instructor, adopting a serious demeanor. He was acutely aware of the potential dangers posed by these two students of noble lineage. Prepare yourself, Zhuo Xiaoyu exclaimed, darting towards Yan Ming with remarkable speed, her fingers poised to strike at vital chakra points. Anticipating her assault, Yan Ming quickly activated his technique, transforming his skin into a formidable granite-like texture. Zhuo Xiaoyu's strikes landed with little effect, producing mere sounds rather than substantial damage. Suddenly, Yan Ming's powerful fist swung toward her head, but Zhuo Xiaoyu leapt away to evade. "Don't run," he shouted, pursuing her with the force of a charging bull. Despite his strength, he lagged in speed, unable to close the distance. For 3 minutes, they danced a perilous game of cat and mouse, their prowess far exceeding that of their peers. Just as Yan Ming believed her stamina was waning, Zhuo Xiaoyu turned, her palm thrusting toward his chest, as she called out, "Gentle fist." With an explosive release of chakra, she struck, damaging his internal pathways. "Ah, that hurts," Yan Ming cried, collapsing to the ground, clutching his chest and disregarding his pride. "Stop," Liang Kai shouted, rushing to assist Yan Ming, instructing the remaining students. "The practical session is over. This month's champion is Zhuo Xiaoyu." He swiftly carried Yan Ming to the infirmary, where medical ninjas were prepared to treat injuries. "Wang Jin, you were right," Yang Lin exclaimed, impressed by Zhuo Xiaoyu's mastery of the gentle fist, rendering Yan Ming no match for her. As Zhuo Xiaoyu returned, she caught wind of the praise and looked down at Wang Jin with a smug expression. Having regained sufficient chakra, he stood up and brushed himself off. "What's the big deal? Once Yan Ming masters a couple more techniques, she won't stand a chance," he remarked dismissively. "You're delusional," Zhuo Xiaoyu retorted, angered. "No matter what techniques he learns, they'll be futile against my gentle fist. He cannot defend his internal pathways." "You're not entirely wrong," Wang Jin agreed with a smile. "But what if he can't be approached? I've heard that lava release has a technique called lava release chakra mode, which forms protective armor. Not to mention the intense heat. Would you dare engage him at close range?" "Lava release chakra mode. Lava armor?" Zhuo Xiaoyu gasped, astonished by the implications. "If you doubt me, consult with your clan elders. They should possess the knowledge," Wang Jin teased, relishing the opportunity to provoke the proud girl. "Zhuo Xiaoyu, forgive my candor, but in my eyes, the Byakugan pales in comparison to lava release, unless..." "Unless what?" Zhuo Xiaoyu interjected, feeling the weight of uncertainty. She recognized Wang Jin's wisdom and had never known him to be incorrect, instinctively trusting his words. "Unless you can elevate the Byakugan to an entirely new echelon. At that point, not even the mightiest opponent would stand against you," Wang Jin chuckled, half serious. Zhuo Xiaoyu, believing he was jesting, fumed, "Enough with your nonsense. What ability can't be formidable when pushed to its limits?" The young lady dismissed your nonsensical ramblings, declaring her disbelief that Yan Ming could ever surpass others in the future. After finishing her words, she jogged away towards the campus, while Wang Jin shook his head and chuckled, returning to school with his classmates. Chapter 4. The ninja ranks of the Divine Tree Continent. Nishitani Junior High is located in the heart of Nishitani District. Due to the distance from his home, Wang Jin chose to dine at school during lunch. He spent 5 yuan in the cafeteria to order the cheapest dish and intended to make do with 2 cold steamed buns he had brought from home that morning. "Is this all you're eating?" At that moment, Zhuo Xiaoyu sat down beside him with her tray, offering him a chicken leg from her meal. In the 5 years following their adulthood, ninjas experience a golden period of growth if their bodies do not receive adequate nutrition. The chakra that can be extracted from their cells will diminish, adversely affecting their future achievements. Wang Jin nodded, accepting her offering with gratitude before taking a hearty bite of the chicken leg. "Ah, the taste of meat is delightful," Zhuo Xiaoyu remarked. "Aunt Qing can't just give you 2 steamed buns every day. It's not enough. By the way, Wang Jin, in a few days we will enter the Divine Tree world." After awakening, The school will only teach for another 2 months before graduation. Have you decided which university you plan to attend? Zui Xiaoyu referred to Wang Jin's foster mother, Cheng Feng, whom he also called aunt, while his foster father was named Wang Jiaqiang. Though both were from the lower echelons of society, they possessed kind hearts. Upon finding the abandoned Wang Jin, they decided to adopt him and raise him with care. Wang Jin had never disappointed them. He was remarkably mature as a child and dedicated to his studies, remaining a source of pride for the couple. However, financial difficulties plagued their household. Both Cheng Feng and Wang Jiaqiang worked ordinary jobs in a factory. Moreover, they already had a daughter before adopting Wang Jin, which added to their expenses over the years, leaving little savings. Reflecting on this, Wang Jin lowered his head and took a few bites of his meal, casually stating, "University? Not a chance. I have no money." Zui Xiaoyu, feeling frustrated, retorted, "Where will you learn ninjutsu if you don't attend university?" Wang Jin, do you not understand that ninjutsu can only be learned through ninjutsu scrolls? It cannot be passed down from master to apprentice. What use is university? Wang Jin replied nonchalantly. The rules of the divine tree continent are somewhat peculiar. Apart from the trivial three-body technique, all other ninjutsu cannot be self-developed or taught by a master. They can only be learned through scrolls obtained in the monster secret realm. Consequently, ninjutsu scrolls are exorbitantly priced. For instance, the lowest level D-rank fire release technique, the Great Fireball, costs around 200,000 continent coins. The average person earns merely 3,000 coins a month, making it impossible to save enough within a year. Thus, a saying has persisted throughout the continent. Ninjas have never been a game for the common folk. They simply cannot afford it. However, the world of Naruto and its various secret realms are unaffected by this, where one can learn ninjutsu through mentorship or self-development. This is also why Wang Jin, despite knowing the simplest training method for the Rasengan, has refrained from attempting to develop it for 18 years. He has been waiting for the awakening ceremony in a week, after which he can enter the Naruto world and develop a formidable ninjutsu. The Rasengan is classified as A rank, and the ninjutsu of the Divine Tree Continent follows a similar hierarchy, ranging from the lowest E rank to the highest S rank, which encompasses the ultimate techniques. But there are ninjutsu scrolls in university, Zui Xiaoyu insisted, unwilling to see her talented and appealing classmate fall into mediocrity. Take Anqing University, the strongest in the southern continent. For example, the instructors there are all at least Jonin level, with many elite Jonin among them, and the principal is a Kage-level powerhouse. They possess numerous ninjutsu scrolls and will guide you in learning ninjutsu. Attending university is your pathway to success. The ninja ranks of the Divine Tree Continent are modeled after those in the Naruto world, divided into Jinin, Chunin, Special Jonin, Jonin, Elite Jonin, and Kage. However, the classification method differs slightly. Unlike the Naruto world, which categorizes based on the number of completed missions or assessments, it is based on chakra capacity. Possessing 1 card of chakra designates one as a Jinin, while 100 cards qualify one as a Chunin. Special Jonin differs slightly. In addition to requiring chakra exceeding 800 cards, one must possess a skill level equivalent to that of a Jonin. The Jonin, forming the backbone of the continent's power, must surpass 1,000 cards of chakra, while Elite Jonin requires 3,000 cards. Lastly, the Kage level, currently acknowledged as the strongest in the continent, necessitates a minimum of 10,000 cards of chakra. I'm not interested. Wang Jin waved his hand dismissively. I've been in school for over 30 years combined. I'm tired of it. Besides, learning ninjutsu and enhancing strength is far more efficient in the Naruto world. Attending university is irrelevant to me, especially given my family's financial situation. I have no intention of enrolling. You stubborn mule, Zui Xiaoyu exclaimed in frustration, picking up her bowl and leaving. After she departed, Wang Jin washed his bowl and returned to class, awaiting the afternoon lessons. As the afternoon class began, Liang Kai returned with Yin Meng, who, aside from appearing somewhat pale, seemed to have recovered well. Nishitani District is a small community in the southern continent, not even qualifying as a city, with a population of just over 1 million. Nishitani Junior High, being the best school in Nishitani, has a modest student body, with just over 500 students in total. Their senior year has fewer than 200 students, akin to a large university lecture, all learning theoretical knowledge in one classroom. After seating Yin Meng at his desk, Liang Kai cleared his throat and began sharing his experiences with the students. At this point, continuing theoretical lessons seemed futile. These students were on the verge of experiencing the most significant transformation of their lives. Dear students, in just 1 week, you will undergo your awakening in the Divine Tree space. I want to reiterate the importance of carefully choosing your faction identity. According to past practices, each person typically has at least 2 choices, with some having as many as a dozen. The Divine Tree world will prioritize matching you with identities that resonate with your essence. For instance, I was of the lightning attribute. And out of the 7 options provided by the Divine Tree, 5 were various factions from the Land of Lightning. Chapter 5. Personal Interface Currently. Those of you with lightning and earth attributes need not worry. You are likely to belong to the factions of the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth, which are the 2 most dominant nations in the Divine Tree world. As for those with fire and wind attributes, you will either belong to the Land of Fire or the Land of Wind, which is acceptable as well. However, those of you with water attributes should exercise caution. The Land of Water is weaker compared to the previous 4 nations, though it is still considered a major power. If there are no options from the 4 great nations, it is acceptable to choose the Land of Water. But do not select the smaller nations like the Land of Takigakure. They are currently embroiled in war, and venturing there is akin to courting death. Should you die 3 times, you will be permanently barred from entering the Divine Tree world, effectively severing a shortcut in your life and destroying a significant portion of your future. Do you understand? Understood, the students chorused in unison. Liang Kai nodded and continued. Once your identities are bound, you will be able to enter the Divine Tree world at locations where the Divine Tree vines are present in major cities. The school will grant you a 10-day break, allowing you to immerse yourselves in the experience and maximize your chances of triggering quests. However, be prudent when accepting tasks. Do not take on missions beyond your capability out of greed. This is a lesson you must carry with you for life. Many have fallen due to their greed, including elite jonin and even Kaga-level individuals. Teacher, how can we determine our attributes? A student inquired. At this moment, the prospect of quests felt distant to them. Their primary concern was their identities, as everyone desired to join a powerful faction. Wang Jin listened intently, analyzing the information. However, Liang Kai's explanations were vague, and he could not ascertain whether the rules of the Divine Tree world aligned with the original storyline. He would need to experience it personally to confirm. Liang Kai, this is quite simple. 2 decades ago, before the emergence of the Divine Tree, every graduate had to utilize chakra test papers to assess their own attributes. However, since the advent of the Divine Tree, chakra test papers have become largely obsolete. Upon your first entry into the Divine Tree's realm, you will each receive a Divine Tree bracelet, which serves as your personal panel. For instance, like this. As Liang Kai spoke, chakra flowed within him, and a withered, wooden-hued bracelet tattoo on his right wrist flickered with a faint glow. Instantly, a semi-transparent screen, approximately half a meter in diameter, materialized before him, displaying detailed information. Name, Liang Kai, Daru Kai. Affiliation, Land of Lightning, Cloud Hidden Village. Daru Clan, Ninjutsu. 4. Physical, 6. Jinjutsu. 2. Spirit. 5. Chakra. 128. Cards. Rank. Chunin. Chakra Nature Transformation. Lightning. Bloodline Limit. None. Mastered Ninjutsu. Body Flicker Technique. Lightning Release. Earth Walk. Lightning Release. Lightning Beast Tracking Fong. Lightning. How astonishing. The students, witnessing the personal panel for the first time, exclaimed in awe. And a curious classmate promptly inquired, Teacher, do those 4 values represent potential? Indeed, Liang Kai replied, his thoughts guiding the panel to dissipate. He smiled and continued. Each individual attribute can reach a maximum of 10, with higher values signifying greater talent in that domain. For example, I have been naturally robust since childhood and have diligently trained in physical techniques over the years, hence my elevated physical score. Physical represents physical techniques, while ninjutsu signifies ninjutsu. And jinjutsu pertains to illusions. But what does spirit represent? Another female student stood, eager to answer. Liang Kai gestured for her to sit, proceeding. Li Lu's understanding is mostly correct. However, physical not only embodies physical techniques, but also signifies bodily strength and even vitality. If chakra is the foundation of a powerful ninja, then the body serves as this foundation's vessel. Only with a stronger body can one possess more chakra. According to what I've learned, the Divine Tree world is famed for the legendary semi-deity, Hanzo the Salamander, whose chakra is immensely vast. Though ultimately defeated by 3 young prodigies from the Land of Fire's Leaf Village, his strength remains undeniable. Wow, how intriguing. Are these stories from your personal experiences, teacher? Please share more tales from the divine tree world. As a mere chunin, I have yet to encounter such top-tier individuals. These tales are merely hearsay. You will all have ample opportunities to engage with the divine tree world in the future. For now, let me elucidate the function of your personal panels, Raikage chuckled. Elaborating on the spirit attribute. Spirit represents mental strength and the aptitude for learning ninjutsu. You will soon grasp the significance of this. Wang Jin pondered, muttering to himself. Hanzo must still be wary of the third Hokage, deliberately allowing the three Sannin to slip away. Although many details had faded from his memory after reincarnating for over a decade, he still clearly recalled significant events. The Uchiha massacre undoubtedly occurred in the 55th year of the Leaf Village, yet he had forgotten the precise year the Second Great Ninja War concluded. However, he remembered roughly that it was around a decade before the night of the massacre. The Sannin should now be in their mid-30s, and Hanzo, as depicted in the original story, likely feared that killing Sarutobi Hiruzen's three beloved disciples would provoke his wrath, leading him to personally dispatch a large army to annihilate the land of Rain. It seems that the main storyline of the Divine Tree world remains faithful to the original narrative, which reassures Wang Jin. What third Hokage? What Sannin? Wang Jin, what are you babbling about? Zui Xiaoyu, with keen ears, inquired, perplexed, as she had never heard of these before. Nothing much, Wang Jin replied nonchalantly. I overheard others discussing it on the road, and your words jogged my memory. Oh, you mustn't heed everything you hear. It could lead to your demise. Zui Xiaoyu cautioned earnestly. Such situations arose frequently. My father once placed his trust in false intelligence, suffering grave consequences, and even perished in the Divine Tree world. Your father? Wang Jin, having never heard Zui Xiaoyu mention him, was immediately intrigued. What was his strength? The leader of the Hyuga clan should be at the level of a Kage, right? No, Zui Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue. My father isn't that formidable. He's an elite jonin, but he is not far from the Kage level. Impressive. Wang Jin gave a thumbs up. No wonder so many prominent figures in society seek your favor. Being associated with the Zhou family could elevate one to great heights. Humph. Now you recognize my prowess? Zui Xiaoyu puffed up with pride, relishing the compliments, especially from Wang Jin, who rarely praised her. But if you're so impressive, why are you still in school? Wang Jin queried. With your family's training environment, there are few places in the entire Divine Tree continent that can compare. My father wants me to have a complete life, Zui Xiaoyu expressed proudly. Otherwise, I might have already become a chunin. He desires me to experience the school years like an ordinary person. That's foresight. Wang Jin concurred with Zui Xiaoyu's father's approach. Compared to those who remain at home, secluded from society, he preferred integrating into the world and allowing natural development. It's not just me. Essentially, every direct descendant of major clans follows this route. This is the best growth path proven by generations of great clans, Zui Xiaoyu continued, beaming with pride. Once Chakra exceeds 10 cards, ninjas enter a brief period of power surge. It's commonplace for geniuses to refine 1 or 2 cards of Chakra daily. We, as offspring of great clans, will have ample resources and time to gradually make up for the slower pace during our apprenticeship. Chapter 6. A Poor Family. After the monthly practical combat class concluded, only theoretical lessons remained. Raikage diligently explained the relationships of ninjutsu counteractions from the podium, while Wang Jin below struggled to stay awake. It wasn't that he was disinterested in studying. Rather, he comprehended these concepts better than anyone else on the Divine Tree continent. While the discussion on ninjutsu counteractions held some merit, it was also utterly pointless. He had yet to witness anyone defeat the first Hokage and Madara using such principles. Rather than focusing on ninjutsu counteractions, he yearned to learn about the world of Naruto, but the textbooks provided by the school failed to inspire him, as he feared for his life. Indeed, fear for his life. Wang Jin opened a book titled History of the Ninja World, the Land of Fire, and the first page bore an inscription that nearly prompted a laugh. The Land of Fire, Konoha Village, the strongest Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this point, Wang Jin's lips twitched, suppressing a laugh as he closed the book, internally scoffing. The third Hokage is the strongest? What about the first Hokage, who conquered the world with wood release? And the second Hokage, the progenitor of Flying Thunder God? How can one justify this? Sighing, Wang Jin lamented. It seems the school has little to teach me aside from refining chakra. He didn't believe the school was intentionally misleading. Rather, No one in this world was aware of the historical events from the Warring States period. The Naruto world had skipped over the first 3 great ninja wars. And for years, no one had completed any significant tasks that could impact the storyline, causing time to remain suspended in the era of the Uchiha massacre. Today's lesson concludes here, Liang Kai announced from the podium. In a week, you will awaken your abilities. Thus, the school has granted you a holiday. Go home, rest well, and prepare to give your all. Yay! The students erupted with excitement upon hearing about the break, and Zhou Xiaoyu cheerfully exclaimed, "Fantastic! I can go to the city again. Wang Jin, will you join me? I'll cover all expenses." "I'm not going. I need to hurry back and refine my chakra for one last push." Aiming for success in the future, Wang Jin replied, shouldering his backpack and departing. Yanming watched his retreating figure, bewildered. How can he not see such a wealthy girl? What's wrong with his vision? Waiting for the future? If it were me, I'd kneel and hug her leg right now, soaring to the pinnacle of life. Do you think everyone is as shameless as you? Zhou Xiaoyu scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Yanming. Wang Jin is quite ambitious, unlike you. Sure, that guy is just a tad more handsome than I am. You're such a beauty enthusiast. A tad? You should really replace your mirror. After leaving the school, Wang Jin sat on the school bus for nearly an hour before returning to his home in the affluent district of Fortune Heights. Fortune Heights was not as affluent as its name suggested. It was filled with the downtrodden. He scoffed at the name of the community. Although the dark era of rampant beast invasions that plagued humanity a century ago had long since passed, the brutal class divisions that had been preserved from that time remained unchanged. The continent of the Divine Tree was starkly divided. The southern region, where Wang Jin resided, was governed by the council, with the speaker wielding absolute power. In contrast, the northern region was controlled by an organization known as the Bounty Hall. For a century, the two factions had been embroiled in continuous conflict, each seeking to annihilate the other and unify the continent. Overall, the Bounty Hall held the upper hand, boasting 3 shadow-level powerhouses, while the council could only count the speaker and a senior counselor among their ranks. The other members were either of noble birth but lacking in ninja talent or powerful yet merely elite jounins. The situation on the Divine Tree continent was well known to all, including Wang Jin. However, he remained indifferent to these affairs. The struggle for dominance between the council and the Bounty Hall bore no relevance to him. His sole desire was for himself and his family to lead a good life. Thinking of his family, he hurried to Unit 401 of a certain building, and as usual, he took out his keys to unlock the door. However, a conversation from within halted his hand. "I refuse to drop out," an angry female voice exclaimed. "Why should I be the one to make sacrifices? Why should Wang Jin not drop out? Xiaoyu, you are a girl, and Jin is a boy. As a girl, why would you want to be a ninja? Wouldn't it be better to find a good husband?" A middle-aged woman's voice reached Wang Jin's ears. He recognized it as his sister Wang Yu arguing with their adoptive mother, Cheng Feng. Their adoptive parents, Cheng Feng and Wang Jiaqiang, were ordinary workers in a factory with meager monthly earnings. Over the years, they had supported him and Wang Yu's education with little savings. Attending university was an enormous expense. It was commendable for an ordinary family to support a single child, let alone 2. Moreover, Wang Jin and Wang Yu were merely months apart in age and both intended to attend university this year, leading their parents to contemplate raising only one of them. "No, I am your biological daughter. I refuse to drop out," Wang Yu cried, her voice trembling. "If I don't become a ninja, my life will be wasted. I can't accept that." "Nonsense," Wang Jiaqiang interjected. "What does biological or non-biological matter? You and Jin are both our children. The reason for suggesting you drop out is not solely because you are a girl. Xiaoyu, can you honestly say your grades compare to your brothers? Your talent is not as good as Jin's. That is simply fate. Attending university, learning ninjutsu, consuming beast meat, hiring outside ninja instructors, all of this requires enormous funds. Even 50,000 continental coins a year is insufficient. Your mother and I can barely support one child, let alone 2. Do you want to drive us to our doom?" "Woo, you are so biased. I refuse to drop out and work at such a young age." As Wang Yu cried, the argument inside escalated. Outside the door, Wang Jin sighed, tiptoeing back to the second floor. He then deliberately made heavy footsteps, producing a clattering sound as he ascended to the 4th floor, pretending to have just returned. Indeed, as he reached the midway point on the 3rd floor, the bickering within ceased upon hearing his footsteps. Wang Jin knocked on the door. "I'm back." Creak. The door opened, revealing a middle-aged woman around 1.6 meters tall, clad in a gray work uniform, his adoptive mother, Cheng Feng. "Cheng auntie, come in quickly. Dinner is ready." Cheng Feng smiled, pulling him inside. Upon entering, Wang Jin noticed his sister, Wang Yu, with reddened eyes, seated on the sofa, looking elegant in her blue school uniform. Their adoptive father, Wang Jiaqiang, sat silently on a chair, smoking. He was not very tall, just around 1.7 meters. But his sturdy physique and the dark skin exposed were testament to years of hard labor. "Sister, Uncle Wang." Let us eat first," Wang Jiaqiang replied gruffly, while Wang Yu cast him a complex glance but remained silent. Wang Jin understood but feigned ignorance, helping Cheng Feng serve the rice. Soon, the family gathered around a small wooden table for dinner. Chapter 7. Refining Chakra. "Sister, how have you been at school lately? It's been a while since I heard you mention your studies." Shigu Middle School was a prestigious institution, but Wang Yu had not performed well enough to enroll there. So she attended a regular high school close to home. Wang Jin intended to lay his cards on the table, revealing his intention to forego university to save money for Wang Yu. Upon hearing this topic, Wang Yu's eyes turned red with a hint of grievance. "Still the same. Neither good nor bad, not as good as your studies." Noticing her discontent, Wang Jin quickly offered comfort. "Sister, don't take it too hard. In a few days, it will be time to awaken in the divine tree space. If your ninja talent is good, you might even awaken a bloodline limit and become a genius in an instant." "It's you who might awaken a bloodline limit," Wang Yu replied absently. "You've always been clever since childhood. How could I compare to you?" The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she felt, while Cheng Feng and Wang Jiaqiang remained silent, heads bowed over their meals. Taking a deep breath, Wang Jin decided to be straightforward. "Auntie, uncle, sister, I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" Cheng Feng set down her chopsticks. Wang Jin replied, "It's about university. I don't intend to go. Let my sister attend instead." "What did you say?" Wang Jiaqiang's expression immediately darkened, while Wang Yu's heart raced. "With your talent, why wouldn't you go to university? Don't you know that only by attending university is there a way out?" "Yes," Xiao Jin, Cheng Feng, quick-witted, immediately grasped the implication. "Did you hear something?" "Hear what?" Wang Jin feigned confusion. "I don't see the necessity of attending university. It's merely a waste of my time without any real benefit." "Impossible." Wang Jiaqiang slammed the table and shouted, "What nonsense is this? You need to study well and stop overthinking. Our family is counting on you to succeed in the future. You can't just say you want to go." "Uncle, stop talking." "No means no." Wang Jiaqiang's stance was unyielding. Wang Jin hadn't expected him, usually so easygoing, to be so adamant on this matter. Wang Yu's flickering hope was extinguished once more, and her resentment towards Wang Jin intensified, culminating in an outburst. "Dad, you are so biased. I want to go to university, but you won't let me, yet you force my brother to go against his will. Who is truly your biological child?" she cried, her voice thick with emotion, turning to Wang Jin. "Xiao Jin, I hate you. You've robbed me of my future, woo-woo." Seeing her in such distress for the first time left Wang Jin momentarily stunned, but he quickly reassured her. "Sister, don't worry. I will find a way for you to attend university. What can you possibly do?" Although Wang Yu thought he was merely comforting her, she still clung to the hope regarding her future. "What can you think of?" Wang Jin pondered for a moment, having never entered the divine tree world or awakened anything. He was just an ordinary person without any means. However, two shadows flickered in his mind, and after a brief pause, he spoke earnestly. "I have 2 friends with substantial backgrounds. I believe borrowing several thousand coins from them wouldn't be a problem. I can first borrow a year's tuition for you to attend university. As for the tuition for the next 3 years, I'm confident that within a year, I can change our family's situation, and money will no longer be a concern." Wang Jin's serious declaration left the 3 of them momentarily stunned. A student can actually borrow tens of thousands? This contradicts their lifelong understanding of poverty. "Xiao Jin, can you really borrow it?" Wang Jiaqiang inquired with hopeful anticipation. If there were a way, he certainly did not want his daughter's future to be ruined. "The first year is the most costly. If your sister can truly go to university, we will find a way for the remainder." "It should be fine," Wang Jin nodded. "Although I've never asked them for help, I have a good relationship with those 2. I believe they will assist." "That would be wonderful," Wang Jiaqiang sighed. "To be honest, your auntie and I were just discussing having your sister drop out. You know the family situation. It's commendable for us to support even one of you in university. We truly wish it would be you. For this, your sister even complained that we are biased." "Uncle, don't worry. Wang Jin solemnly declared, "You have nurtured me for 18 years. It is now time for me to repay you." "Little Jin, thank you," Wang Yu said, her eyes glistening. "If you can help me attend university, I shall be eternally grateful." "Haha, no need for such formalities. We are family." "Sister, please wait a moment. In a few days, we will both undergo awakening, and I will speak to them directly then." Thank you, little brother." With Wang Jin's assurance, Wang Yu felt considerably happier, nodding joyfully. After dinner, Wang Jin promptly returned to his room, removed his shoes, and sat cross-legged on his bed, commencing the chakra refining technique taught by the school. As he began the process, a low hum filled the air. Instantly, every cell in his body responded, releasing the energy accumulated over time. Within 10 minutes, this energy coalesced into a new chakra that flowed through his meridians. This chakra was faint. Had Wang Jin not been attentive, he might not have noticed it. After a while, the new chakra blended with the old, slightly increasing his overall chakra reserves. "Too little," Wang Jin murmured, shaking his head. "At this rate, even after 10 days, it won't suffice for the consumption of a body double technique." The energy within his cells was limited, accumulating only so much each day. Wang Jin understood this, recognizing that he could not rush the process. He would have to wait until he had strengthened himself enough to acquire the substantial nutritional value from magical beast meat to enhance his physical capabilities, allowing for more efficient chakra refinement. Unable to refine chakra further, Wang Jin shifted his focus to practicing his hand seal speed. He slowly formed the seals, and with a loud pop, a clone of himself appeared. Indeed, the body double technique. Although it required only 3 seals, he took over 2 seconds, leaving him dissatisfied. Since the beginning of his senior year, the school had taught students the chakra refining method and the body double technique, and Wang Jin had diligently practiced his seal speed ever since. Unfortunately, the chakra in reality was wild and powerful, far surpassing that of the Naruto world, rendering it unruly. Every ninja in the Divine Tree continent executed their seals with extreme caution, fearing that if their jutsu failed, they might self-destruct. To remedy this issue would require considerable effort. In Wang Jin's understanding, the purpose of forming seals was to guide the chakra within his body in a controlled and swift manner, ultimately manifesting the desired jutsu. Thus, the key to enhancing seal speed did not lie merely in the rapidity of the gestures, but in ensuring that the chakra within became obedient, as familiar as commanding his own limbs. To address this, he recalled the training methods from the original work, specifically water walking and tree climbing. Both practices could swiftly and precisely help him master his chakra. Previously, he had refrained from such training due to limited chakra, which necessitated frequent rest for recovery. However, with time, his chakra had barely increased enough to allow him to train for about an hour, and he felt the opportunity had arrived. After determining his plan, Wang Jin promptly turned off the lights and lay down, suppressing the urge to play on his phone as sleep eluded him. 2 hours later, he finally succumbed to slumber. Chapter 8. Training. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed into his bedroom, Wang Jin abruptly opened his eyes. "Auntie, I'm heading out, and will return only in the evening." "Where are you going?" "To train." After exchanging greetings with Chung Feng, who was just getting up to prepare breakfast, Wang Jin took 2 leftover buns from the previous night and departed. Chung Feng observed the hard-working Wang Jin, who could hardly wait for breakfast, and glanced at the still sleeping Wang Yu, shaking her head with a sigh. "Little Jin is truly dedicated. If only little you would learn from him." After walking for about half an hour, Wang Jin arrived at an abandoned park, a tranquil and deserted place perfect for training. At the center of the park was a lake, and while there were few trees, one would suffice. He found the largest willow tree in the park and immediately began his training. Closing his eyes, he recalled the training methods from the original work and murmured to himself, "Gather the chakra beneath my feet." A low hum resonated as the wild chakra, under his deliberate control, swiftly flowed to his soles, gathering there within 10 seconds. Wang Jin opened his eyes and cautiously approached the willow tree, careful not to move too quickly lest he lose control of the gathered chakra. When his right foot touched the tree, he concentrated and adhered to it. It worked. Elated, he lifted his left foot off the ground and placed it upon the tree. At that moment, he was completely parallel to the ground, balanced solely by his feet. As he commanded the left foot to adhere, his right foot lifted to climb higher. However, in attempting to multitask, he lost control of the chakra in his left foot, causing it to dissipate. Thud. Pain. Wang Jin fell to the ground. immediately clutching the back of his head and grimacing. How foolish of me. Realizing the pain, he quickly gathered some soft materials to cushion the area beneath the tree before continuing his practice. Thud, thud, thud. The quiet park echoed with rhythmic sounds. And the morning swiftly passed. Boss lady, 1 bowl of vegetarian noodles, please. While Wang Jin was having lunch at a nearby food stall, the caring owner couldn't help but notice the numerous bumps on his head. Who is this? So cruel, targeting the back of the head. What? Wang Jin, feeling perplexed, rubbed the bumps on his head. The owner, indignantly, remarked, how could someone be so heartless to a delicate child? Tell me who did this, and I will scold them on your behalf. Ma'am, you misunderstand. I did this to myself, Wang Jin hurriedly explained. The owner, puzzled, replied, this doesn't look like an injury from a single incident. How did this happen? From climbing trees. Climbing trees? At your age, you're still playing that? The owner suddenly realized, a hint of sympathy flashing in her eyes. It seems this child isn't the sharpest. Perhaps he's not very bright. Ah, well, I shall give him extra food. A minute later, as Wang Jin carried a bowl larger than his face, he felt a bit dazed and couldn't help but ask, ma'am, do you always serve such large portions? Eat up, dear. If it's not enough, I'll give you more for free, the middle-aged owner said, a compassionate expression crossing her face. After finishing lunch, Wang Jin wasted no time and returned to the abandoned park to continue his tree climbing training. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. When he reached the 6th step, he suddenly fell again, his head meeting the ground with intimate familiarity. Wang Jin rubbed his head and persisted. Pain would not deter his determination. He intended to master both tree climbing and water walking within these 7 days. Thud, thud, thud. A steady rhythm echoed beneath a certain willow tree in the abandoned park throughout the afternoon. The intervals between the sounds lengthened, indicating Wang Jin's increasing proficiency in controlling his chakra. For 3 consecutive days, he practiced tree climbing, and with each passing day, he learned more rapidly. By the end of the first day, he had only reached slightly less than halfway up the tree. However, by the end of the 2nd day, he had managed to reach the top, albeit still falling once or twice out of 10 attempts. Yet, by the end of the 3rd day, he had completely mastered the skill of climbing trees. That night, in his bedroom, Wang Jin practiced forming hand seals while contemplating. It was said that tree climbing and water walking were courses at the university, and he wondered how his speed compared. He felt quite pleased with himself. In the original story, Naruto and Sasuke had practiced for several days, even after refining chakra for several years. Given that chakra in the real world was more challenging to master, he believed that as a novice who had only been refining chakra for a few months, his speed was commendable. Swish, swish, swish. In just over a second, Wang Jin completed the hand seals for the body double technique, feeling quite satisfied. In merely 3 days, his seal speed had nearly doubled, heightening his anticipation for the forthcoming training. Tomorrow, he would begin the more challenging water walking, and mastering it would undoubtedly enhance his seal speed even further. 4 days later, the square in front of the government building in the West Valley district was bustling with people. Today marks the annual awakening ceremony for students, organized uniformly by the district government, with all senior students from the Shigu district in attendance. Shigu Square is renowned as the area with the most divine vines, where a colossal divine tree has branched out into thousands of vines, each as thick as a man's waist. Parents of all students are kindly requested to step back and allow their children space to enter the divine tree's realm. A loudspeaker vehicle circulates around the square, making announcements, while several powerful ninjas maintain order in the center. Teachers from various schools are also present, preparing for the day's awakening ceremony. Among the crowd are Wang Jin and Wang Yu, accompanied by Chung Feng, who has taken a rare day off work to support her siblings. Many parents encourage their children, including Chung Feng, who, despite being an ordinary woman, has heard much wisdom. Xiao Jin, Xiao Yu, make sure to give it your all. Chung Feng expresses her hopes. If one of you could awaken a bloodline limit, your father and I would never have to worry again. Don't worry, Mom. I will do my best. Wang Yu replies with determination in her eyes. Wang Jin nods, his expression calm. I'll remember that, Aunt Chung. The awakening is scheduled for 9 in the morning. And at 8, Wang Jin finds his homeroom teacher, Liang Kai, with many classmates already gathered. Zui Xiao Yu Mingzi. Wang Jin calls out to a girl rolling her eyes and Yan Ming, who immediately approaches. You finally made it. Yan Ming drapes an arm around his shoulder, saying, I was starting to think you overslept. How could I? Wang Jin shakes his head. This is the day of awakening. What happens next depends on it. By the way, I have a favor to ask of you both. A favor? The two are taken aback, not expecting the usually mature and competitive Wang Jin to ask for help. Zui Xiaoyu, filled with excitement, urges, "Go ahead, what is it?" "Money," Wang Jin states plainly. "I urgently need 50,000. I'll pay you back within 6 months. 50,000. Yan Ming immediately inquires, "What did you do to need that much?" "Gambling." "Is 50,000 a lot?" Zui Xiaoyu questions, her face puzzled. "That's not even enough for my monthly allowance." Yan Ming, from a prominent family, scoffs, "Not everyone is like you. My dad is strict about my spending. And I only get around 18,000 a month. It's barely enough." Wang Jin is left speechless by their conversation, realizing their allowance exceeds a typical yearly salary. "You think I gamble?" He shrugs, revealing his family situation. Yan Ming checks his phone, stating, "I only have a little over 3,000 left this month. But I can manage to give you 20,000 if I save." "Zui Xiaoyu, the rest is up to you. Let us not disappoint him," Wang Jin urges. "Uft. You poor thing," Zui Xiaoyu retorts, confidently declaring 50,000? "I'll cover it all. And you don't have to pay me back, Wang Jin. I have plenty." "Impressive." Yan Ming admires, "I wish my dad treated me that way. I wouldn't be broke all the time." Zui Xiaoyu quickly transfers the money to Wang Jin, who takes a deep breath at the sight of the large sum on his phone. "I promise I'll pay you back within 6 months. "No, you must return it." Wang Jin insists, as he isn't accustomed to asking favors, only doing so due to the potential future of Wang Yu. "Why are you being so formal? We're friends here at school," Zui Xiaoyu protests. Yan Ming's eyes light up mischievously, suggesting, "Since we're friends, how about we go out tonight?" A beauty like Zui Xiaoyu shouldn't be taken advantage of by others. We need to keep it in-house. "Uft. Yan Ming, you're asking for trouble." The two banter as Wang Jin shakes his head at their antics. The trio shares a close bond, and Wang Jin knows Yan Ming is merely teasing Zui Xiaoyu, having no real interest in her. Time swiftly passes, and as 9 o'clock approaches, over 1,800 senior students in Shigu District await their awakening, divided into 2 groups. As the key school, Shigu number 6 is the last to proceed. Wang Jin observes as the first group reaches the divine tree, only to be ensnared by the thick vines, suspended in midair. "They've entered the divine tree's space," Zui Xiaoyu remarks eagerly. "I can't wait to awaken and see what identity I'll draw." "You needn't worry. It'll undoubtedly be from the Hyuga clan of the Land of Fire." Yan Ming responds. "The divine tree matches identities based on individual conditions, and since you've awakened the Byakugan, there's no second choice." "I know," Zui Xiaoyu mumbles. "Everyone in my clan has the Hyuga identity. I've heard it all my life. I just want something different." "Oh, how I feel the same," Yan Ming sighs. "We've been from a Wagakure for generations. I'm tired of it." "By the way, Wang Jin, which great nation do you wish to join?" "Me?" Wang Jin replies without hesitation. "It would be splendid to go to the Land of Rain." "The war-torn little nation?" Zui Xiaoyu exclaims, while Yan Ming touches his forehead, astonished. "Are you feeling all right? That country is one to avoid. Why would you want to go there?" "I've heard it's extremely difficult to survive there, especially for new genin. Those who go to the Land of Rain essentially cut off their own identities." "I was just saying. The divine tree won't necessarily fulfill my desires," Wang Jin responds helplessly. Joining the Land of Rain aligns with his support for Madara and Nagato's philosophies from his past life, and he doesn't have to report there immediately upon awakening. He can go once he is stronger. If he were to consider strength, he would prefer Konoha, as the main storyline begins there, and he is more familiar with it. The two continue to persuade Wang Jin against such folly, insisting he choose a major nation or clan. Wang Jin waves them off. I know. Do I need you 2 rookies to teach me?" "Uft. Aren't you a rookie too?" "Our chakra levels are far beyond yours," Zui Xiaoyu retorts, glancing at the first batch of students who have completed their awakening. "It's our turn. Let us go," Yan Ming exclaims, clenching his fists, hoping to awaken a 3rd attribute in addition to his lava release. "I don't mind. After all, our Byakugan focuses on physical ninjutsu." The two advance toward the square, with Wang Jin trailing behind, the 3 choosing a spot together. As they near the divine tree's embrace, Zui Xiaoyu reminds Wang Jin, "Remember, choose an identity from a major nation and clan." Wang Jin nods, signaling his understanding, and soon he is enveloped tightly by the divine tree's vines, losing consciousness. When he awakens again, he finds himself in a chaotic void, a space no larger than 10 square meters, filled with excitement. At last, Wang Jin, welcome to the divine tree space. A neutral, emotionless voice resonates, and a light screen materializes before him, entirely blank. Are you the spirit of the divine tree? Wang Jin bypasses inquiries about the awakening process to pose a question that has troubled him for 18 years. Where did the divine tree come from? Indeed. How were you formed? Does the world of the divine tree truly exist? You currently lack the authority to know. Are you implying I can gain that authority? Yes. What must I do? Become a bloodline heir to learn everything. Bloodline heir? Wang Jin pauses, recognizing its significance as a devoted Naruto fan. That represents an invincible existence, the pinnacle of ninja status. It seems so distant. Divine tree, please assist me in awakening. Commencing physical examination. Awaken 1. Wang Jin, body 3. Agility 6. Illusion 10. Spirit 7. The awakened individual's mental capacity exceeds standard levels. It is advisable to select from the following identities. Magical 5 senses, Hidden Leaf Village. Kurama Clan, Magic Flute, Sound Ninja Village, Doyu Clan, Sharingan, Hidden Leaf Village, Uchiha Clan. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Jin chose Uchiha. Upon encountering this option, his heart surged with exhilaration. The Uchiha clan, descendants of sages, possesses the potential to evolve their Sharingan into the Rinnegan, remaining relevant even in the chaotic aftermath of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Indeed, the Uchiha clan embodies the most formidable advantage. The strength of my spirit must be the reason for my transmigration, Wang Jin pondered. Even as a child in this world, he possessed the mental prowess of an adult. As the years progressed, his mental capacity naturally expanded, surpassing that of ordinary individuals by several folds. I wonder how much this plus sign signifies, Wang Jin contemplated. Selection complete. Chosen identity, Uchiha clan. It has been noted that the Uchiha clan of the Hidden Leaf Village has been annihilated. Your identity in the realm of the divine tree is that of a wandering Uchiha orphan. As the divine tree spoke, Wang Jin felt a sharp pain in his arm as a wooden bracelet suddenly materialized. Awaken 1 Wang Jin. This is your personal information bracelet, which cannot be lost or duplicated. Even if your arm is no longer present, the bracelet will remain within your spiritual sea. Awakening ritual complete. Exit the divine tree space in 1 minute. After the divine tree's declaration, the chaotic space fell silent. Wang Jin gazed at the luminous screen before him, which displayed his information. Name, Wang Jin, Uchiha Jin. Faction, Land of Fire, Hidden Leaf Village. Uchiha Clan, Agility, 6. Body, 3. Illusion, 7. Spirit, 10. Chakra, 008. Card. Rank, Ninja Apprentice. Chakra Nature Transformation. Fire, Lightning, Yin. Yang, Bloodline Limit. None. Ninjutsu Mastery. Body Flicker Technique. Current Task. None. Awakening entails dual attributes. Wang Jin mused, his satisfaction growing as he examined his Chakra Nature Transformation panel. Yin and Yang attributes are universal. Everyone possesses them to varying degrees, while lightning is considered a prominent attribute in the realm of ninjas. Although the fire attribute is somewhat lacking, it would be unacceptable for a member of the Uchiha clan to be unable to perform fire release. Henceforth, my priority will be to awaken my eyes and cultivate my lightning attribute, he deliberated. The divine tree had not allowed him to awaken his eyes immediately upon joining the Uchiha. This would require extensive training and emotional fluctuations. My physical attribute feels somewhat inadequate, likely due to my childhood malnutrition. My agility is not particularly high either, but it is marginally above average. The teacher mentioned that as one's strength increases, these values will also evolve. I must strive to enhance my ninjutsu talent in the future. My high illusion attribute is perfectly suited for the Sharingan, compelling me to pursue the path of an illusionist ninja. Chapter 10. Underestimation? In the outside world, many parents eagerly anticipated their children awakening formidable abilities. At this moment, most individuals had exited the awakening space, instantly drawing the attention of university professors seeking to recruit promising talents. While this practice may seem discriminatory towards those who strive through hard work, which university does not yearn for a student body filled with prodigies? The selection process was underway. Students, please take note. Those with an average attribute score exceeding 5, or a singular attribute reaching 8, are encouraged to visit our Ling University for special consideration. Proclaimed one institution. Changjiang University is accepting students. Those with dual attributes are exempt from tuition fees, so enroll swiftly. Xingning University. At this time, Over 10 universities were fervently recruiting at the Awakening Square, albeit most were lesser-known institutions. The truly prestigious universities would neither recruit here nor forego their stringent entrance examinations. Cheng Feng and Wang Yu were overwhelmed, even forgetting about Wang Jin, who had yet to exit the Awakening space, as they inquired about various universities. "Excuse me, teacher," Cheng Feng said, pulling Wang Yu through the crowd and approaching a Changjiang University admissions officer with a polite smile. "My daughter has awakened with Yin, Yang, and Earth attributes. Is she eligible for free tuition at your school?" Tuition exemption was of utmost importance to the couple, and Wang Yu was well aware of her limited talents. With her highest single attribute merely reaching 6, she knew that prestigious universities would not accept her. The Changjiang University officer glanced at Cheng Feng with a stoic expression. "The dual attributes I mentioned do not include Yin and Yang. Your child has not met the standards and must undergo assessments before admission." Why do Yin and Yang not count? Many parents, primarily ordinary citizens unfamiliar with the intricacies of the ninja world, grew anxious. "Are you deliberately making things difficult for us?" Initially, they had assumed their children would qualify for tuition exemption only to be struck down by Changjiang University's unexpected ruling. The officer, clearly irritated by the crowd of uninformed parents, had yet to recruit a single student. Those inquiring were solely interested in tuition waivers, lacking even the most basic understanding of a ninja's competencies, which tested his patience. "Parents, please remain calm. I am not intentionally making things difficult for you. Yin and Yang attributes are fundamental traits possessed by all ordinary individuals. However, the 5 conventional elements, fire, earth, lightning, water, and wind, require either innate talent or extensive training. Among these, innate talent is preferable, serving as proof of genius, while acquired training is feasible but necessitates a certain degree of aptitude. Thus, our Changjiang University offers tuition exemptions solely to students with dual attributes, which, as you perceive, should amount to 4 attributes. Parents who do not meet this requirement should kindly depart." After the Changjiang University officer's explanation, the parents began to disperse. At that moment, Wang Jin finally spotted his mother and sister amidst the crowd and approached them. "Aunt Cheng, sister, you are quite difficult to find." We forgot about you the moment we heard about the tuition waiver," they replied, somewhat sheepishly. "Sorry, little brother. It's my sister's eagerness that led us to forget you. It seems we wasted a trip." The mother and daughter exchanged awkward smiles, but Wang Jin paid it no mind and replied, "If they do not accept you, then so be it. A truly prestigious university would not stoop to such measures. Sister, strive to enroll in a good one." "Yes, you are right, little brother." Wang Yu, lacking strong opinions beyond her desire to attend school, would follow whatever her family decided. "You're quite arrogant, aren't you?" Initially concerned that Wang Yu might feel inferior after being rejected, Wang Jin did not anticipate that the middle-aged admissions officer from Changjiang University would overhear him and take offense. Adjusting his glasses before striding over, "Are you looking down on Changjiang University?" "No, dear teacher, you misunderstand." Wang Jin apologized cheerfully. Though he spoke the truth, it was unseemly to voice it in front of the man. After saying this, he intended to leave with the mother and daughter. However, the teacher was not finished. He blocked Wang Jin's path with a huff. "Wait, let me see your talents that give you the audacity to speak so presumptuously. I have visited the Shigu district several times, and you are the first to dare belittle Changjiang University. You shall not leave without an explanation today." The middle-aged teacher's words caught the attention of nearby parents and students, who turned to watch the spectacle unfold. "Isn't that Cheng Feng's family? Why are they being reprimanded? Who knows, perhaps she is causing a scene again. You know her penchant for trying to gain advantages. TSK, she's in for it now. That teacher is a ninja." A few women from the same village as Cheng Feng whispered among themselves. They were most interested in watching the drama unfold. Wang Jin, feeling cornered, had no choice but to present his panel. When the middle-aged teacher saw that all of his attributes, except for body, surpassed 5, with illusion and spirit significantly exceeding those of ordinary students, he was left astounded. 10. What is this? The teacher was dumbfounded. In his many years of recruitment, he had never encountered such extraordinary attributes. "I do not know. My teacher never taught me," Wang Jin replied. The middle-aged teacher, recovering from his astonishment, now regarded Wang Jin with newfound respect, akin to admiring a precious gem, and eagerly grasped his hand. "Student, would you be interested in attending Changjiang University? I assure you, You shall receive the finest treatment befitting a genius. What is happening? Those few gossipy women, reveling in their misfortune, could not behold Wang Jin's panel. They were astonished by the drastic change in attitude of the middle-aged teacher. Apologies, but I have yet to decide which university to attend. Wang Jin smiled and directly led the mother and daughter away, leaving the middle-aged teacher and the group of shocked women with expressions of regret. Chapter 11. The Principal Brother. You truly are a genius. My sister did not err in her judgment. On the way, Wang Yu's expression was complex. Her panel data, when compared to Wang Jin's, seemed worlds apart. Though Cheng Feng did not grasp the implications, the attitude of the Changjiang University teachers spoke volumes, and her joy was palpable. Ah, little Jean, you have truly brought honor to your aunt. This is the first time in my life that someone has held me in such esteem. However, why did you not accept that teacher's offer? She was willing to provide excellent conditions. Aunt Cheng, I still have a few days left until I graduate from high school. There is no rush to choose a university. Wang Jin felt helpless. He wished to convey his reluctance to attend university, but he could not go against the wishes of his adoptive parents. They had painstakingly raised him for 18 years, hoping he would succeed and change their current hardships. To them, not attending university seemed akin to self-sabotage. Yet, if he must attend university, Wang Jin certainly wished to select the best, such as Anqing University on the southern continent, which had been praised to the heavens by Zhuo Xiaoyu. It was renowned for its excellent instructors and abundant ninjutsu, a veritable paradise for every high school senior. However, gaining admission to Anqing University was no easy feat. Wang Jin's school, Shigu No. 6, had not produced a successful candidate in over a decade. Nevertheless, Wang Jin was aware that this year would be different. Zhuo Xiaoyu and Yin Meng would undoubtedly be accepted unconditionally, as their bloodline limits were highly coveted. He wondered if he could also gain admission, but he lacked sufficient chakra and ninjutsu. Although he was confident he would become strong in the future, his starting point was far too low. And with only 3 months remaining until the university assessment, he felt time was insufficient. Upon returning home, the trio shared the awakening results with Wang Jiaqiang, who laughed heartily for quite some time before calming down. Even if I were to die now, I would have no regrets. You can now care for your aunt and sister. Wang Jiaqiang, with his calloused hands from years of labor, patted Wang Jin's shoulder with a look of contentment. The more he acted this way, the harder it became for Wang Jin to defy his adoptive father's wishes and pursue the path he had planned of not attending university. So he merely nodded in agreement. Uncle, rest assured, I will gain admission to a good university and strive for a bright future. Good boy. The couple's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. The next morning, as soon as Wang Jin arrived at school, he was surrounded by Zhuo Xiaoyu and Yin Meng, who clamored to see his panel. They had not encountered each other after exiting the divine tree space, and thus were unaware of each other's talents. Wang Jin chuckled. Allow me to see yours first. Humph, what's there to keep secret? Zhuo Xiaoyu scoffed as she revealed her panel, instantly drawing the attention of all the students, who gasped in awe. Name, Zhuo Xiaoyu, Hinata Xiaoyu. Affiliation, Land of Fire, Konohagakure. Hyuga Clan, Ninjutsu. 6. Strength. 8. Illusion. 4. Spirit. 8. Chakra. 156 cards. Rank. Jinin. Chakra Nature Transformation. Lightning. Earth. Yin. Yang. Bloodline Limit. Byakugin. Mastered Ninjutsu. Body Flicker Technique. Pressure Point. Gentle Fist. Yin Meng, witnessing the commotions Zhuo Xiaoyu had caused, was eager to compare and quickly displayed his panel. Name, Yin Meng, Dezhu Meng. Affiliation, Land of Earth, Iwagakure. Dezhu Clan, Ninjutsu. 8. Strength. 8. Illusion. 3. Spirit. 4. Chakra. 143 cards. Rank. Jinin. Chakra Nature Transformation. Fire. Earth. Yin. Yang. Bloodline Limit. Lava Release. Mastered Ninjutsu. Body Flicker Technique. Granite Technique. How terrifying. Is this the genius of our class? They are no longer students. Indeed, they have become ninjas even before graduation. It has been years since Shigu No. 6 produced such formidable students. Sigh. In comparison, I am but a waste. My chakra is still below 0. 3 cards, and I have yet to master a single ninjutsu. Be content, my chakra is less than 0. 1. With what you have, you are already considered a genius. Do not compare yourself to those monsters. Well, all eyes are on Wang Jin. His theoretical knowledge is so exceptional that one would imagine his talent must be equally impressive. After the students recovered from their shock, they turned their gazes toward Wang Jin, who was also being scrutinized by Zhuo Xiaoyu and Yin Ming. With everyone anticipating, Wang Jin revealed his panel, which immediately caused quite a stir. His ninjutsu score of 6 was only slightly lower than Yin Ming and Zhuo Xiaoyu. Other students thought him to be a remarkable talent. However, when they beheld his illusion and spirit scores, especially the latter, they were all left dumbfounded, exclaiming in disbelief. 10. What does this mean? Have you ever seen anything like it? No, I haven't even heard of such a thing. Wang Jin is incredible. Is this considered a burst attribute? How strong must his mental prowess be to achieve such a feat? Teacher, you have arrived. Please explain this to everyone. As Liang Kai stepped into the classroom, he was momentarily taken aback, staring at Wang Jin's panel for a while. Wang Jin, you, ahem, teacher, you arrived just in time. I too am perplexed by what my scores signify. Could you clarify? Wang Jin lightly coughed and put away his panel, looking toward Liang Kai along with the other students. Liang Kai felt speechless. He had never encountered such a situation before. After leaving a remark, he exited the classroom. Wait, I will fetch the principal. After he left, Zhuo Xiaoyu and Yin Ming each hooked an arm around Wang Jin's neck, one playfully ruffling his hair. Well done, Wang Jin. Leaving quietly yesterday was one thing, but today you have truly astonished us. Indeed, such a strong talent, and you managed to keep it a secret until now? Zhuo Xiaoyu, let go, I can't breathe. Wang Jin pushed away the girl who was squeezing his neck and took a few deep breaths before speaking. How was I to know how long you two would stay in the divine tree world? I simply returned home and didn't inform you. By the way, have you ever encountered a situation like this? Seeing that the two were still intent on teasing him, Wang Jin quickly changed the subject. He had no means to resist against ninjas and would only suffer for it. Zhuo Xiaoyu, of course, I have seen it. A value explosion is not exclusive to you. A cousin of mine has been honing his body since childhood and also possesses a score of 10. Yin Ming shook his head. I have not. I am the only one in my family who is considered talented. The others are not. At least that is good. It means I will not be seen as an anomaly. Wang Jin sighed in relief. The principle of standing out amongst the trees is simple. There will always be those with dark hearts. One's personal panel cannot be concealed. It will frequently be relevant in the future. He worried that his talents might attract unnecessary trouble while he was still weak. Moments later, Liang Kai returned with a small, slender elder in black clothing and white hair. Standing about 1.60 meters, who approached Wang Jin. You are Wang Jin. Hello, principal. Wang Jin quickly stood and greeted him. The visitor was none other than Li Shuo, the esteemed principal of Shigu No. 6, possessing elite Chunin strength. He had presided over the school for over 30 years, gaining a formidable reputation in the Shigu district, with many influential figures and powerful ninjas having been his students. Let me see your panel. Certainly, principal. Wang Jin presented his panel once more, and Li Shuo could not help but break into a broad smile upon seeing it. Excellent. At long last, I have encountered another student with a score of 10. Haha. His laughter echoed loudly, and his elation was evident, causing many students from humble backgrounds to envy Wang Jin, realizing he had caught the eye of the esteemed principal. A bright future was now within his reach. Chapter 12. Ninjutsu selection. From today onward, you shall follow me. There is no need to attend classes. Li Shuo's voice was heavy, leaving Wang Jin momentarily stunned. Was he truly being considered as an apprentice? He was acutely aware that, under normal circumstances, he had about 10 days until graduation, followed by a 2-month wait until September 1st to report to university. The old principal's words implied a deviation from the usual process, effectively making him a personal student. Wasn't this the very essence of a master-apprentice relationship? Seeing Wang Jin lost in thought, Li Shuo continued, not just you, but also Zhuo Xiaoyu and Yin Ming. You three shall follow me. Principal, what do you intend to do? I have no desire for intensive training, Zhuo Xiaoyu teased, sticking out her tongue, while Yin Ming eagerly nodded in agreement and nudged Wang Jin to respond quickly. Brother, you must agree. This is a rare opportunity. The old principal likely wishes for us to make an impression in other cities. I shall heed the principal's instructions. Although uncertain of Li Shuo's intentions, Wang Jin was no fool. This was an experienced elite ninja, and a mere gesture from him was more than many could hope for. Li Shuo shot a glare at Zhuo Xiaoyu. You, young lady, should refrain from causing trouble. Your father was also my student. Spending these 2 months with me will ensure you reap boundless benefits in the future. Yes, I haven't refused, Zhuo Xiaoyu reluctantly acquiesced. and only then did Li Shua depart, instructing them to gather on the playground at 9 o'clock and not to be late. Yes, principal. After Li Shua left, Liang Kai and the other students dared to speak, initially expressing envy towards the trio before class commenced. A little over 2 hours later, around 8:50, the three were already waiting on the playground. What do you think the old principal wants to do? Wang Jin pondered aloud. Lacking the background and strength to access much information online, he could only consult his two extraordinary friends. Zhou Xiaoyu replied with annoyance. What else could it be? Devilish training. Of course. The old man hasn't been at the school for many years. He must want to cultivate a few more extraordinary talents for his reputation. That is probably true. But you shouldn't speak ill of the principal, Zhou Xiaoyu. He has always prioritized his students and is a genuine educator. Yanming defended Li Shua. Wang Jin had heard similar sentiments before. Otherwise, Shigu Middle School would not have become the finest institution in Shigu District. Of course, this finest came with little prestige, as Shigu District was merely a small county under Anyuan City, with a population of just around 100,000. For many years, no genius had emerged from there. Anyuan City itself was a modest locale in the southern continent, with a population of approximately 15 million, insignificant compared to the over 4 billion inhabitants of the entire continent. According to historical records, Wang Jin learned that the former Shinshu continent had a population exceeding 2 billion and was twice the size of his previous world, Blue Star. After enduring the calamity of monstrous beasts, its population had dwindled drastically, and it had only begun to regain some vitality in the last century. Li Shua did not keep them waiting long and soon arrived at the playground. Listen, Anqing University is your target. I will not allow you to apply to any second-rate universities. I trust you three have no objections. No objections, the trio replied, shaking their heads. Anqing University was undoubtedly their primary goal. No student would refuse it. Li Shua scans with Xiaoyu and Yanming. For you too. Gaining admission to Anqing University will not be difficult. The challenge lies in standing out once you are there, which is why I will be training you intensively. As for you, Wang Jin, you possess talent, but your starting point is too low. Your tasks over the next 2 months will be more demanding than theirs. You must at least reach their current chakra levels. Are you saying I must become a ninja within 2 months? Wang Jin could not help but inquire. Principal, I refine chakra slowly. I understand that relying solely on you won't suffice, Li Shua interrupted, pulling out a reddish-brown fruit, roughly the size of a baby's fist, and tossing it to Wang Jin. Eat this. All right. Without hesitation, Wang Jin devoured it in a few bites, trusting that the old principal had no harmful intentions. As the fruit entered his stomach, its sweet and sour flavor reminiscent of an apple warmed him from within, and he felt his chakra flowing more swiftly through his meridians. It was only then that he noticed Zhou Xiaoyu and Yanming gazing at him with envy, nearly drooling. Yanming patted his shoulder. Kid, you've struck gold. It won't be long before your chakra levels catch up to mine. Are you referring to that fruit? Yes. Yanming glanced at Li Shua, who nodded slightly, as if encouraging him to explain to Wang Jin. It's called the vitality fruit, or simply life fruit. It can rapidly enhance a ninja's physical capabilities in a short time, thereby accelerating chakra refinement. This fruit is remarkable, but its price is exorbitant. I only received one from my father on my birthday this year. Life fruit? Wang Jin asked, his voice low. How much is it worth? At least 2 million, and it's often hard to come by. Zhou Xiaoyu disclosed a shocking figure. A moment later, Wang Jin bowed respectfully to Li Shua. Thank you, principal. I shall never forget your kindness today. Enough of the pleasantries, Li Shua waved his hand. As long as you are a student of Shigu Middle School, I treat all gifted students equally. This is not special treatment for you. If you wish to repay me, strive to become a formidable ninja and bring honor to our school. That would be the best reward. Yes, principal. Wang Jin felt deeply touched. He recognized Li Shua as a principal who selflessly dedicated himself to his students without expecting anything in return. Subsequently, Li Shua had the three demonstrate their ninjutsu. After pondering for a moment, he devised a training plan for them. From now on, you will practice ninjutsu during the day and refine chakra at night. Zhou Xiaoyu, I expect you to completely master the gentle fist within a week and reach 2 chakra units. Yanming, in addition to chakra, you must also learn another ninjutsu. You may ask your father for help or consult with me. As for you, Wang Jin, which attribute do you wish to train? Lightning. Wang Jin answered without hesitation. The hit rate of fire attributes was dismal, and if given the choice, lightning was undoubtedly preferable. Li Shua nodded, and pulled out 3 scrolls. I anticipated you would choose that. Liang Kai informed me that your theoretical knowledge sometimes surpasses his. Choose one. Greed leads to ineffectiveness. The 3 ninjutsu scrolls appeared identical, each over a foot long, entirely black and red, with names and descriptions inscribed on them. Lightning release. Lightning ball. C rank. Summons several lightning balls to attack enemies. Requires minimal energy, but lacks power. Lightning release. Earth walk. C rank. Releases electricity through both hands that travels through the ground or water when combined with water release. Its power significantly increases, rivaling B rank ninjutsu in advantageous terrain, but ordinarily weaker than other C rank lightning techniques. Lightning release. Lightning serpent. C rank. Transforms lightning into a serpent to attack enemies. Its advantage is speed, but the quantity and strength of the lightning serpent depend on the user's ability. All C rank ninjutsu. The principle is truly generous, Wang Jin thought, and without hesitation, he chose Earth Walk. The other 2 techniques were not without merit, but he valued the potential of Earth Walk more, as the description indicated it could yield extraordinary results when utilized effectively. Chapter 13. Li Shuo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, continuing, Wang Jin, I require you to master Earth Walk within half a month. If you cannot accomplish this, it will prove I misjudged your potential, and I will no longer provide you with any resources. Rest assured, principal, I will certainly achieve it. Wang Jin declared earnestly, thumping his chest in assurance. Ninjutsu's classification and power relate closely to mastery difficulty. C rank is neither high nor low, and he was confident he could fulfill Li Shuo's expectations. Training resources are paramount for ninjas, and the widely circulated saying that has long resonated with him, ninja is never a game for the impoverished, they cannot afford to play, echoed in his mind. In Wang Jin's heart, Li Shuo was not merely the principal of Shigu Middle School, he was his mentor and the catalyst for his training journey, propelling him through the most challenging times. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Missing it could profoundly impact his future. Li Shuo nodded and began to instruct. He first allowed Zhuo Xiaoyu and Wang Jin to practice on their own, while Yin Ming was the first to receive guidance on ninjutsu. Yin Ming, do you possess any suitable ninjutsu? Yes, principal. Yin Ming retrieved a scroll from his pocket, inscribed with the words Earth Release, Piercing. A C-rank technique, very well, Li Shuo said, prompting him to unroll the scroll. Wang Jin, who had yet to begin his training, observed with curiosity as a beam of white light emanated from the scroll and entered Yin Ming's mind. In an instant, the scroll became blank, reduced to a mere scrap of paper. This is a rule of the continent. One must rely on scrolls to learn ninjutsu, as direct transmission from master to disciple is prohibited. However, secret realms are unaffected, allowing Li Shuo to guide Yin Ming's training as the scroll merely serves as a catalyst. Under Li Shuo's direction, Yin Ming commenced his training in this new ninjutsu, while Zhuo Xiaoyu begrudgingly practiced her soft punches, repeatedly executing the same movements. Wang Jin, eager to start, tore open his scroll, and like Yin Ming, he was enveloped by a beam of white light that flooded his mind with information about the lightning release, body flicker technique. He cautiously began to channel his chakra through different pathways, taking care not to pursue speed as he did with the body replacement technique. The body flicker technique transcends the lower-tier ninjutsu. It is superior to D rank, possessing formidable power against both foes and oneself. The thought of uncontrolled, volatile chakra exploding within him was terrifying. Buzz. An hour swiftly passed, and Wang Jin had successfully navigated the chakra pathways required for the body flicker, theoretically enabling him to generate and release the technique. However, due to the time elapsed, his chakra had dissipated, rendering it merely theoretical. He estimated that 2 days would suffice to master it. Wang Jin, confident in his assessment, reflected on his intelligence, believing himself to be far from dull. The mastery of ninjutsu felt less daunting than the exaggerated accounts of months of arduous training circulating online. Perhaps when he encountered advanced ninjutsu, he would face similar challenges. But by then, he would have strategies in place, as the Sharingan's replication ability is not to be underestimated. If he could awaken the Two-Tomo Sharingan, he mused, he could transcend the limitations of scrolls and time, directly replicating others' ninjutsu. Of course, this was contingent upon everything remaining unchanged. His only concern was the potential mutation of the Sharingan in this reality, although the land of the Divine Tree, like the Divine Tree world, was chakra-dominated. The differences were vast. Here, ninjas were terrifyingly powerful, with newly minted genin possessing chakra levels comparable to elite jonin from the original narrative. It was an entirely different realm. If the Sharingan were to mutate, gaining strength would be acceptable, but losing abilities would be deeply disappointing. Yet, he held on to hope. All elemental techniques and bloodline abilities had been enhanced, so it was reasonable to assume the Sharingan had also strengthened. After his musings, he continued his training, completing another round of the body flicker-S pathway before noon, becoming increasingly proficient. Li Shuo, while still guiding Yin Ming, occasionally cast glances at Wang Jin, having awaited his inquiries regarding training experiences. However, he was met with silence, causing a flicker of dissatisfaction within him. This lad is far too shy, only burying himself in practice. With this thought, Li Shuo casually remarked, "That will be all for this morning. We shall resume training at 2 in the afternoon." "Yes, Principal," the three replied, bowing as they watched him depart. After a few steps, noticing Wang Jin's continued silence, Li Shuo turned back. "Wang Jin, do you have no questions for me?" "No," Wang Jin replied, shaking his head naturally. Li Shuo frowned slightly at this response. "You sat there like a statue all morning. Have you successfully navigated the chakra routes for the body flicker?" "Huh." Wang Jin was taken aback by the unexpected reprimand, unsure of his perceived error, and spoke truthfully. "Principal, I know my talent is limited. I will work harder, aiming to navigate the body flicker 3 times this afternoon." "Are you implying you've completed a full run already?" Li Shuo's eyes widened in surprise as Wang Jin nodded gently. "Yes, I've completed it twice. Is that slow, Principal?" "Twice already? Not bad. Continue to strive," Li Shuo said, turning to leave, his lips twitching. Zui Xiaoyu and Yin Ming exchanged astonished glances before the former playfully choked Wang Jin. "Are you serious? You've already navigated the body flicker route twice in just 3 hours? Zui Xiaoyu, are you trying to take advantage of me?" "Let go," Wang Jin protested, rubbing his neck in discomfort. "Why would I lie to you? It's just a mere C-rank ninjutsu. How hard could it be?" "Wow, you're quite confident," Yin Ming remarked, delivering a playful punch to him. "You do realize what it means for an apprentice, who isn't even a genin, to practice a technique of this level? It's akin to asking us to learn B-rank ninjutsu. We wouldn't master it in a month. Your ninjutsu level is only 6. Logically, you should be inferior to me. How are you progressing so quickly? Perhaps it's due to my high spiritual power. Remember, chakra is an energy born of the fusion of spirit and body. So having a strong mental capacity makes it reasonable to control chakra more effectively," Wang Jin explained. "Reasonable? That's too reasonable." Yin Ming was left speechless, pondering if Wang Jin might truly be a genius. The trio, engaging in playful banter, made their way to a commercial street outside the training grounds instead of returning to the cafeteria, as Zui Xiaoyu treated them to a lavish restaurant. Wang Jin and Yin Ming understood that she wasn't short on money, and ordering less would imply they looked down on her, so they ordered a grand feast. "It's been ages since I've eaten so lavishly," Wang Jin exclaimed with a satisfied burp after a frenzied meal, feeling as though he had never indulged like this before. Yin Ming, holding a toothpick, unabashedly picked at his teeth. "Say what you will, though Zui Xiaoyu has a fiery temperament. She's quite generous. She truly splurges for her friends, given that their orders consisted entirely of magical beast meats." The bill for the large table easily exceeded 3,000, a sum that even Yin Ming, despite his own wealth, hesitated to spend frequently. "Umph, what uncultured fellows you are. How did I end up with friends like you?" Zui Xiaoyu's sharp tongue belied her inner happiness at being with them, relishing the carefree atmosphere. Chapter 14. A significant power boost after a midday nap at school. Wang Jin awakened in the afternoon feeling a slight itch all over, as though his body brimmed with boundless energy. "We're going to be late. Get up," he shouted, glancing at the clock and realizing it was nearly 2. He hurriedly pulled the still-sleeping Yin Ming up and dashed outside. Upon arriving at the training ground, they found no sign of Zui Xiaoyu. After slapping their foreheads in realization, they sprinted to the girls' dormitory, banging on a door amidst the dorm supervisor's scolding. "We're going to be late." Zui Xiaoyu emerged, still bleary-eyed and without properly putting on her shoes, and the three dashed to the training grounds where Li Shuo awaited them. "Let this be a lesson," Li Shuo remarked, casting a glance at the trio. "In both the real world and the land of the divine tree, ninjas must never be late, especially in the latter. Your primary means of growth will be through completing missions to earn rewards, so tardiness is unacceptable. Understood?" "Understood," they replied, nodding vigorously, promising never to repeat their mistake. Li Shuo then stated, "Let us commence training. Zui Xiaoyu, you will accompany me, while Yan Meng and Wang Jin will train freely." Yes. 7 days later, a diminutive, elderly man clad in black with white hair, appearing to be around 70 years old, entered the municipal office of the West Valley District accompanied by 3 students in school uniforms. "Li Lao, you've arrived. Please come in." The official in charge of administrative affairs greeted the elder with a broad smile, bowing respectfully. The man was indeed Li Shuo, with Wang Jin and his companions trailing behind him. Li Shuo nodded lightly, producing 3 identification documents to hand to the middle-aged official. "Please register these 3 as a team." "Certainly, Li Lao. Please hold on a moment." The supervisor was not originally meant to handle such trivial matters, but due to Li Shuo's elevated status, he hastily took it upon himself to manage the situation. Zui Xiaoyu surveyed a towering structure adjacent to the city hall, upon which the words Mission Hall were inscribed. "Principal, are we to receive our ninja missions now?" The ninja missions, as the name suggests, are designated specifically for ninjas, ranging from the capture of ordinary beasts to the assassination of prominent figures, serving as the primary source of income for ninjas. Ninjas occupy nearly 1/10 of the continent, and unlike the common populace, they do not toil laboriously, relying instead on their skillful agility. This was also Zui Xiaoyu's concern. She felt too inexperienced, believing it premature for her to be here. However, this was an integral part of the training plan that Li Shuo had devised for the trio, leaving no room for her dissent. "Indeed, you all possess the requisite abilities. Initially, I had not intended to bring the 3 of you here so soon. Blame it on Wang Jin, for it was he who completed a month's task in merely 1 week." Wang Jin, feeling the weight of their gazes, chuckled while scratching his head. "It's all thanks to the principal's guidance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to achieve this. Just yesterday, his chakra had surpassed 0.5 cards, and he had mastered the lightning release body flicker technique in just 2 days, becoming increasingly proficient." At that moment, the trio, including Li Shuo, had marveled at Wang Jin's exceptional talent in ninjutsu, noting that his only shortcoming lay in his physical prowess. However, with Zui Xiaoyu, the affluent heiress, supporting him over the past week, Wang Jin feasted on sumptuous meals, and with the addition of that precious life fruit, his physical capabilities had rapidly improved, surpassing that of an average student. "Li Lao, please bring them over here." At that moment, the supervisor beckoned from the window, and the 4 quickly approached. "Show me your panels for registration." "All right." The 3 promptly displayed their personal panels, with Wang Jin, though seemingly unremarkable, demonstrating the most significant growth. Name: Wang Jin, Uchiha Jin. Affiliation: Land of Fire, Konohagakure, Uchiha Clan, Ninjutsu. 6. Physical: 4. Jinjutsu. 7. Spirit: to Chakra, 0. 53. Cards. Rank: Ninja Apprentice. Chakra Nature Transformation: Fire, Lightning, Yin, Yang. Bloodline Limit: None. Mastered Ninjutsu. Body Replacement Technique. Lightning Release. Body Flicker Technique. Name: Zui Xiaoyu, Hyuga Xiaoyu. Affiliation: Land of Fire, Konohagakure, Hyuga Clan, Ninjutsu. 6. Physical: 8. Jinjutsu. 4. Spirit: 8. Chakra, 1. 67. Cards. Rank: Jinin. Chakra Nature Transformation: Lightning, Earth, Yin, Yang. Bloodline Limit: Byakugan. Mastered Ninjutsu. Body Replacement Technique. Pressure Points. Gentle Fist. Name: Yan Meng, Daju Meng. Affiliation: Land of Earth, Iwagakure, Daju Clan, Ninjutsu. 8. Physical: 8. Jinjutsu. 3. Spirit: 4. Chakra, 1. 52. Cards. Rank: Jinin. Chakra Nature Transformation: Fire, Earth, Yin, Yang. Bloodline Limit: Lava Release. Mastered Ninjutsu. Body Replacement Technique. Granite Technique. Earth Release. Earth Spike. Physical 4 and Spirit 10? My goodness. Li Lao, this student of yours is rather extreme. Hasn't he trained his body since childhood? Haha. He is somewhat special. Please proceed with the registration. Li Shuo maintained a calm facade, but inside, he was elated. Convinced that Wang Jin had previously been hindered by his familial circumstances, lacking adequate nourishment for his body. His potential was far greater than this. The best evidence was in his physical attribute, which had been merely 3 a week ago upon awakening. Despite not focusing on physical training, it had still increased by 1 point. This indicated that with proper nutrition, his body would continue to strengthen rapidly. Zhuo Xiaoyu and Yin Ming felt a pang of envy, knowing well that their bodies had reached their optimal state, rendering them incapable of matching Wang Jin's swift progress. Once registered, the trio's information appeared in the Southern Continent's council system, granting them the freedom to accept any missions throughout the Southern Continent, irrespective of the city. Li Shuo led the three to the entrance of the mission hall, leaving behind a parting remark before vanishing. 3 days, complete a D-rank mission. If you fail, do not return to see me. Understood, Principal. The trio responded in unison, brimming with confidence. After watching Li Shuo depart, they entered the mission hall. It was midday, and although the hall was not overly crowded, it was filled primarily with ninjas, with no ordinary citizens in sight except for the office staff. In front of them stood a colossal screen displaying various missions and rewards, ranging from D-rank to E-rank, overwhelming them with choices. Chapter 15. The mission hall. Upon his initial visit to the mission hall, Wang Jin was utterly astonished. Fixated on the screen displaying the missions and unable to contain his awe. The rumors were indeed accurate. The council dares to accept any mission. A saying has long circulated throughout the Divine Tree continent. As long as the reward is sufficient, the Grand Speaker would dare to carry out an assassination. First bounty: assassinate the current Grand Speaker, reward 10 billion. Second bounty: assassinate the current Deputy Speaker, reward 5 billion. Third. Driven by curiosity, Wang Jin began perusing the higher-tier tasks, and the rewards and conditions left him astonished. Both the Grand Speaker and the Deputy Speaker were known to be at the level of Kage, a fact well known throughout the continent, not a secret. He never imagined anyone would be audacious enough to target such formidable individuals. Returning his gaze, he began searching for suitable missions, quickly selecting 3. With Zhuo Xiaoyu and Yin Ming also eyeing the same tasks. Find lost dog, D-rank, reward 5,000 continent coins. Drive away beasts, D-rank, reward 8,000 continent coins. Hunt the long-tailed rabbit, D-rank, reward 30,000 continent coins. Corpse to be returned to the task issuer. Let us choose one. Zhuo Xiaoyu, hands in her pockets, pursed her lips and said, I personally lean towards the long-tailed rabbit. Now that we are ninjas, dealing with the weakest magical beast should pose no challenge. Magical beasts, or demon beasts, as they are alternatively called, refer to creatures whose bodies have been altered by chakra. 20 years ago, the inhabitants of the Divine Tree continent were embroiled in fierce battles with the magical beasts, both seeking to annihilate the other to ascend to the top of the food chain. At that time, magical beasts were still quite common. However, following the descent of the Divine Tree, magical beasts were driven into alternate spaces, allowing humanity to regain dominance over the continent. Wang Jin was also eager to witness the legendary terrifying magical beasts, but he feared it might be too soon. He glanced at Zhuo Xiaoyu. Wouldn't it be too risky to enter the alternate space now? Indeed, sister. For us 3 novices to venture into the realm of magical beasts would be akin to seeking death, Yin Ming quipped, eliciting a gentle smile and a snap of the fingers from Zhuo Xiaoyu. Firstly, the long-tailed rabbit is merely a mildly mutated creature possessing little chakra. It is the weakest of the weak, making it exceedingly simple to handle. Secondly, who told you that hunting magical beasts necessitates entering a secret realm? There are still magical beasts present on the continent, albeit all of a lower tier, and the long-tailed rabbit is among them. Still magical beasts? Are you referring to the magical beast forest? Yin Ming immediately interjected, recalling something. The magical beast forest? Wang Jin, upon hearing this, vaguely remembered having heard of it before. It seemed to be private territory. Zhuo Xiaoyu, donned in a white, form-fitting martial arts uniform, with her budding figure showing, wore an expression of excitement. Yes, that is the magical beast forest. It belongs to the Luo family and is not open to outsiders. Yin Ming shook his head. I thought you had some clever plan. The Luo family. Wang Jin suddenly recalled, realizing why he had a sense of familiarity with that name. It was indeed the renowned manufacturer of chakra conduction equipment, known throughout the southern continent. It was said that the Luo family possessed wealth rivaling nations, their riches beyond calculation, monopolizing the production of conduction equipment across the southern continent. With no competitors in sight, the conduction equipment, needless to say, is crafted from chakra-infused minerals, categorized into weapons and armor. He dreams of owning a piece of his own. Whether it be a weapon or armor, both significantly enhance a ninja's capabilities. It is said that top-tier armor can withstand 90% of chakra damage, while weapons can effortlessly penetrate the formidable defenses of renowned magical beasts, making them the lifelong pursuit of every ninja. However, their exorbitant cost is a deterrent. Even the most affordable D-grade chakra conduction equipment commands a price exceeding $1 million, rivaling 5 scrolls of the same rank in ninjutsu. Wang Jin mused that even if he had the funds, he would not indulge in such purchases, as Yin Ming underestimated him. Zhuo Xiaoyu unzipped her martial arts attire to reveal a pink vest gleaming with a metallic luster, a hint of pride evident in her demeanor. "Humph, you ignorant oaf. Do you even know what this is?" she taunted. "What is so special about someone not having conduction equipment?" Yin Ming, undeterred, laid a storage scroll on the ground, swiftly forming seals with his hands. A blue longsword, approximately 1 meter in length, materialized, and he weighed it in his hands. "I have one too. A mere broken sword. Is that worth boasting about?" Zhuo Xiaoyu scoffed, provoking Yin Ming to erupt in indignation. "Nonsense. The blue flame was custom-made by my father in collaboration with the Luo family, valued at no less than 5 million. I see, just 5 million, is that a lot?" Their banter turned the subject of conduction equipment into a light-hearted exchange, while Wang Jin, feeling the emptiness of his pockets, felt a sudden wave of discontent. Wealth indeed holds power, he thought, and then interjected, "All right, Mengzi. Let us heed Zhuo Xiaoyu's words. If she can propose a way into the beast forest, we should listen." "Humph," observed Wang Jin's resolve. Zhuo Xiaoyu sneered at Yin Ming, who was visibly irked yet refrained from further argument. This armor was a gift from the Luo family, not for sale to anyone, regardless of wealth. "Do you comprehend?" "Understood. Your family's connection with the Luo family is quite significant," Wang Jin replied, to which Zhuo Xiaoyu nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed. Thus entering the beast forest is no challenge for me. You two merely need to follow behind and carry my belongings," she declared with a smirk. "Then let us proceed to hunt the tail-wagging rabbit," Wang Jin said, excitement bubbling within him as he anticipated encountering real magical beasts beyond the confines of television. Both agreed, and Yin Ming, ever the contrarian, simply relished the chance to spar with Zhuo Xiaoyu. At 18, he felt emboldened to confront magical beasts. After their discussion, Zhuo Xiaoyu took the lead as captain, using her divine tree bracelet to accept the mission, and they exited the task hall, hailing a taxi to the outskirts of the West Valley district. The beast forest, as outsiders refer to it, is where the Luo family raises magical beasts. Due to their need for a substantial amount of magical blood for crafting conduction equipment, they opted to breed them themselves. Naturally, most were low-level magical beasts. The truly powerful top-tier creatures were not akin to mere house pets, and no one could tame them. Conveniently, there lies a section of the Luo family's beast forest over 200 kilometers from the outskirts of the West Valley district, and the trio arrived just before noon. Upon alighting, Zhuo Xiaoyu led the others towards a towering, seemingly endless wall, approaching a closed metal gate. From a distance, Wang Jin spotted a tall girl waiting for them. "Is she Luo Shiqing?" he inquired, recalling Zhuo Xiaoyu's earlier mention of her as their guide. Zhuo Xiaoyu nodded affirmatively. "Yes, Shiqing and I are close friends. She will be more than willing to assist." As they drew closer, the two girls hastened toward one another and embraced. "Xiaoyu, you've finally come. I've missed you." "Me too. Thank you, Shiqing." Zhuo Xiaoyu, grinning, playfully looped her arm around the taller girl's neck, reminiscent of a tomboy, while Wang Jin and Yin Ming seized the opportunity to observe. Luo Shiqing possessed an elegant stature, her features strikingly beautiful. Her dark, lively eyes sparkled. Her straight nose accentuated her cherry-red lips that appeared naturally alluring without makeup, exuding a youthful charm akin to that of a neighborly girl. "How stunning. Zhuo Xiaoyu has such a friend?" Yin Ming chuckled, plotting to acquire her contact information. "Don't act foolishly. Remember our mission," Wang Jin cautioned, anxious that Yin Ming would jeopardize their objective. "Don't worry. I've got this under control," Yin Ming assured, straightening his attire as he approached Luo Shiqing. Shedding his usual demeanor, Wang Jin sighed in resignation and followed closely behind. Chapter 16. The ominous "I hello, Shiqing. I am Yin Ming, Zhuo Xiaoyu's close friend," he introduced, extending his large hand, which Luo Shiqing accepted with a smile. "Hello, I'm Luo Shiqing, Xiaoyu's companion. In that case, we are all friends. Let us exchange contacts. You must be Wang Jin, the one Xiaoyu frequently mentions." "I've heard a lot about you," Luo Shiqing interjected, reaching out to Wang Jin before Yin Ming could finish. Wang Jin glanced at Zhuo Xiaoyu with curiosity before gently shaking her delicate hand, quickly releasing it. Pondering what merit he possessed that warranted Zhuo Xiaoyu to speak of him in such esteemed company. Hello, Luo. Thank you for your assistance this time. No need for thanks. We are friends, are we not? Luo Shiqing replied with a smile, casually tossing her hair, exuding a natural charisma. Yan Meng was about to request her contact details again when Luo Shiqing seemed to read his mind and spoke first. Let us go? It's best to enter early and exit promptly. It becomes perilous after dark. Thank you, Shiqing. Isn't that what good friends say? Let us move. Luo Shiqing chuckled, linking arms with Zhuo Xiaoyu as they approached the imposing metal gate, her innocent demeanor surfacing solely in the presence of her friend. Upon reaching the gate, she waved at the camera, prompting it to open instantly, allowing the four of them to enter swiftly. As they stepped inside, the environment transformed dramatically. While the outskirts of the West Valley district featured trees and weeds, it paled in comparison to the lush expanse of the Luo family's beast forest, with verdant greenery enveloping them and the air remarkably fresh. All right, I must take my leave now. I will return to escort you when you exit. Luo Shiqing was solely responsible for leading the way, as previously agreed upon by the trio, determined to fulfill Li Shua's mission with utmost seriousness. Though Li Shua could not witness their efforts, they were committed to not disappointing the diligent principal. Well then, we shall take our leave. Zhuo Xiaoyu waved to Luo Shiqing, playfully kicking a reluctant Yan Meng as she led the way. Wang Jin offered a polite smile to Luo Shiqing before following the other two, acknowledging her presence. After their departure, Luo Shiqing maneuvered through a series of twists and turns until she reached a concealed room filled with surveillance screens. Numerous staff members greeted her upon her arrival. All monitors were focused intently on the trio, ensuring that not a single mishap would occur. The innocent smile that had graced Luo Shiqing's face vanished, replaced by a serious and composed demeanor that naturally exuded authority. Yes, miss. The staff immediately sprang into action. And in an instant, all cameras in the forest were trained on Wang Jin and his companions, leaving no blind spots in monitoring. Luo Shiqing's gaze fixed on a particular screen, predominantly featuring Wang Jin, seemingly uninterested in Zhuo Xiaoyu and Yan Meng, a slight smile playing at the corners of her mouth. The Uchiha has reemerged. Let me see what distinguishes you. The one with overwhelming mental prowess. The forest was abundant with willows, lush in summer, creating a serene atmosphere. However, this was not a natural landscape, but rather a dilapidated base. Due to the terrain, the surrounding environment was quite poor, rendering the construction rather rudimentary. The base's entrance was atop a hillside, which was a flat expanse intersected by a small river. Wang Jin and his companions planned to cross to the opposite side for a broader view to facilitate their hunting. Due to Chakra considerations, he was safeguarded in the center, with the trio maintaining a vigilant distance of 5 meters apart, ever wary of ambushes by magical beasts. After all, reality is not a game. Once one dies, there is no resurrection. Yan Meng, with his granite technique, excels in defense, allowing him to be bolder than the others, moving quickly. Mengzi, slow down. Don't worry. Didn't Luo Shiqing mention that only weaker D-class magical beasts reside here? There's minimal danger. Even the weakest D-class magical beast possesses chakra in amounts several times ours. So caution is prudent. Wang Jin reminded his companions based on prior knowledge, noting that the data indicated D-class magical beasts hold around 11,000 calories of chakra, 10 times that of a ninja of the same rank. Furthermore, these beasts are robust, with defenses far surpassing those of ninjas. Had they not been limited in ninjutsu and often reliant solely on physical attacks, humanity would have perished long ago. Their target, the strongest of the tail-rolling rabbits, possesses 20 calories of chakra. If encountered, fleeing would be their only option. Zhuo Xiaoyu, with her Byakugan activated, could detect chakra-imbued life forms in most situations, except in deeply underground areas. This ability emboldened the trio to hunt magical beasts, as typical ninja teams would hesitate to venture into such territories. Even possessing 1 calorie of chakra while traversing a beast's domain is akin to seeking death. As the bulky figure turned a corner, Zhuo Xiaoyu reported the presence of a goat-like magical beast 2 kilometers ahead, with at least 50 calories of chakra, likely a mountain goat. It was as if she had a game's cheat code, effortlessly identifying the beast's location from afar. After evading the formidable creature, the trio continued on their journey. with Wang Jin casting an envious glance backward. What a convenient bloodline ability. Zhou Xiaoyu, how far can your eyes see? She pondered briefly. This is my first time using the Byakugan for reconnaissance. I believe I can see 2 to 3 dozen kilometers without issue. Is it truly that terrifying? Wang Jin was astounded. You can detect enemies from several dozen kilometers away. The Byakugan seems vastly augmented in this reality. In the original narrative, it only spanned a kilometer or two. Zhou Xiaoyu smiled proudly. This is nothing. My father's eyes are even more formidable, allowing him to perceive chakra life forms over 100 kilometers away. I still have a long way to go. Impressive. I wonder what my Sharingan will be like. Wang Jin mused enviously. Zhou Xiaoyu abruptly halted, her expression complex as she regarded him. Zhou Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Yanming sensed the shift and turned back, confused. Yet, Zhou Xiaoyu remained silent, her gaze fixed on the equally perplexed Wang Jin. So you know what? Wang Jin was increasingly baffled. The Sharingan. I thought your selection of the Uchiha clan was merely coincidental, but it seems you are aware of this bloodline technique, which has not been mentioned in nearly 50 years across the continent. What do you mean? The girl's words left both Wang Jin and Yanming bewildered, as they had never encountered any information regarding the Sharingan before. Zhou Xiaoyu sighed softly. Wang Jin, I intended to wait until you became a true ninja to share this with you, but it seems unnecessary now. Since you know about the Sharingan, you will undoubtedly seek to awaken it, correct? Of course. Otherwise, why would I choose the Uchiha clan? Wang Jin replied naturally, but Zhou Xiaoyu's concern deepened. Are you aware that the Sharingan is universally regarded as the eye of misfortune across the continent? Every predecessor who awakened it met with a tragic end. What? Zhou Xiaoyu. Don't frighten Jinzi. Yanming was taken aback, realizing he had not anticipated such a terrifying reputation associated with his friend's identity in the tree world. Chapter 17. The Sharingan of history. The gravity of the situation made Wang Jin lose focus on the task at hand, pulling Zhou Xiaoyu to sit beside a massive stone as he inquired earnestly. You know quite a bit, don't you? Tell me everything. Alas, it's all fate. Zhou Xiaoyu sighed. Perhaps your mental prowess is indeed meant for the Sharingan, just like those predecessors. Zhou Xiaoyu, stop with the suspense and tell us. Yanming urged anxiously, aware that his friend was on the verge of achieving greatness, only to be met with this unsettling revelation. Zhou Xiaoyu had never intended to withhold information. She simply sought the right moment. Now, with their insistence, she revealed everything. The Sharingan, Uchiha, this clan is deemed ominous in both the tree world and the real world. In a few days, when we enter the tree secret realm, you will naturally understand the hostility the natives harbor towards the Uchiha. They are an extreme group. Apart from a young boy, all their clan members were slaughtered, and you would never guess the perpetrator. It was the Uchiha themselves. Wang Jin fiddled with a weed in his hand. Get to the point. I already know this. Zhou Xiaoyu looked at him in astonishment. This is information my family as higher-ups painstakingly uncovered. There's no way you could know. I have my ways. Wang Jin grinned casually. Don't dwell on that. Explain why the Sharingan is called ominous. I don't believe such notions exist in the tree world. Well, although I am puzzled as to how you obtained information that only the powerful could uncover, you must remember what I'm about to say. In the 300-year history of chakra cultivation in our tree world, there have been 57 Sharingan wielders, all of whom ultimately met their demise. Even 20 years ago, when the tree world emerged, allowing for rapid enhancement of ninja abilities, over 20 Sharingan bearers still perished. This has led to a widespread aversion to pursuing such power. Families with any standing intentionally avoid the Uchiha, warning their members against joining that clan. Of course, the average person would not have the opportunity to join. Without immense mental strength during their initial awakening, the tree would not even offer them the Uchiha option. Therefore, Wang Jin, if you do not wish to follow the path of those predecessors, refrain from awakening the Sharingan. You still have a chance, once awakened. Even if it's merely one tomo, you are destined for a tragic fate. The terrifying mental burden of the Sharingan will crush you. Zhou Xiaoyu warned gravely. Wang Jin, upon hearing this, ceased his inquiries and quickly contemplated the implications. A massive mental burden? While the Sharingan does have side effects, it shouldn't be fatal. Could reality have mutated so drastically? Regardless, he resolved to awaken it, not only the ordinary Sharingan, but also to find a way to unlock the Mangekyo. Even the eternal Mangekyo. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of this bloodline? Perhaps Zhou Xiaoyu spoke the truth, yet there must be a misunderstanding, even if not. I will find a way to mitigate the Sharingan side effects, such as through Sage Body. Wang Jin slowly lifted his head, gazing intently at Zhuo Xiaoyu. Thank you for your counsel. I will remember it. Seeing his demeanor, Zhuo Xiaoyu realized he would not heed her advice and felt a surge of frustration. Striking his head lightly. You stubborn mule, are you determined to court disaster? That hurt. Wang Jin rubbed his head helplessly. Zhuo Xiaoyu, I know my limits. Don't forget my theories are far superior to yours. Many challenges have solutions. Indeed, Zhuo Xiaoyu replied. Yan Ming interjected, now understanding. You've forgotten that this guy has extraordinary mental prowess. According to your logic, as long as his mental strength is sufficient, he should be able to suppress the Sharingan. Right? No need to worry. What do you know? Zhuo Xiaoyu glared at the oblivious duo. I've already made it clear. Wang Jin and those predecessors share the same lineage. They are all individuals with tremendous mental capacities. Yan Ming, you are utterly clueless. I've explained it plainly. Those without sufficient mental strength cannot qualify to awaken the Sharingan. The predecessors who fell due to the Sharingan were all geniuses like Wang Jin. How could this be? Yan Ming's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Wang Jin, murmuring, Jinzi, perhaps we should listen and not awaken that ominous eye. Wang Jin rose, brushing off the dust from his attire, and refrained from discussing the Sharingan side effects further. Instead, he asked, Zhuo Xiaoyu, from your words, it seems the Sharingan will not attract the covetous eyes of others, correct? At this moment, his mood was quite buoyant. He had not anticipated the formidable reputation of the Sharingan, which inadvertently served to protect him. Had it been like in the original tale where anyone could wield it, he would have been in grave danger during his vulnerable years. Without a powerful backing, he would have certainly fallen victim to those greedy for the Sharingan. Zhuo Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. If it had been 50 years ago, major powers might have still been interested in researching the Sharingan. But now they had long since abandoned the notion. Regardless of the circumstances, death was inevitable, a fate that could not be altered. Thus, one might consider it a stroke of luck. At least there was no need to worry about someone snatching away one's eyes. She chuckled bitterly, feeling a sense of loss for Wang Jin. This friend had always embodied dignity, ambition, and a refusal to settle for mediocrity. It seemed unjust for such a tale to conclude so abruptly. Well then, let's continue on our journey. We shall address future matters when the time comes. Wang Jin smiled, patting both of their shoulders. My life is quite resilient. I have a premonition that I will be the first man on the continent to tame the Sharingan. I hope you can truly achieve that. Zhuo Xiaoyu sighed softly, while Yan Ming hesitated, ultimately shaking his head and moving forward. Once they resumed their journey, the atmosphere grew noticeably tense. The trio exchanged few words before swiftly locating their target. Less than 200 meters ahead lay an abandoned courtyard, with 3 of its 4 walls collapsed and weeds nearly obscuring the entrance. Had it not been for a large truck parked at the entrance, they might not have recognized it as a human structure. Beside the truck lay a massive, fluffy white rabbit, seemingly harmless at first glance, yet its size was imposing, measuring at least 2 meters in length. That was indeed a rolling tail rabbit, boasting about 5 chakra. Zhuo Xiaoyu gripped a slender white sword, scanning the surroundings, while Yan Ming also readied his weapon. The nearest magical beast was approximately 4 kilometers away, another rolling tail rabbit, but evidently stronger, with chakra exceeding 10. This allowed them to prepare for a confident battle. Shall we devise a strategy? Wang Jin proposed, recognizing the rarity of such an environment. After all, in the wild, one was not in a ring where one-on-one duels could be expected. Unexpected situations could arise, such as a powerful beast appearing to annihilate the team or other ninjas lurking in the shadows. They needed to remain exceedingly vigilant. Let us go for it. It's merely 5 chakra. It should be easy. Yan Ming nodded, his massive head bobbing as the muscles beneath his clothing subtly flexed, ready for action. The rolling tail rabbit lacked any ninjutsu, relying solely on its physical prowess, and he felt no fear. All right, big guy. You act as a meat shield to draw the rolling tail rabbit's attention while Wang Jin and I deliver the fatal blows. Understood, let's go. Without hesitation, Yan Ming dashed forward, covering the 200 meters in under 10 seconds, an impressive feat that would have astonished people in Wang Jin's previous life. Yet in the world of the divine tree, such speed was unremarkable. He was merely a newly minted genin, eliciting no surprise. Chapter 18. The Initial Battle Hiss. The rolling tail rabbit noticed Yan Ming, emitting a warning call as its massive form rose to a height comparable to that of a horse. Lava release, granite technique. As he approached the rolling tail rabbit, Yin Ming's skin turned a shade of azure, channeling chakra through his equipment as he struck at the beast's head with blue flames. Clang! The sound echoed as his attack connected, inflicting only superficial damage. The creature retaliated with a powerful swipe, sending Yin Ming flying several meters, showcasing its immense strength. Hiss! Although the rolling tail rabbit had not sustained a fatal injury, it was now enraged. It moved faster than Yin Ming, closing the distance in mere steps, its massive claws aimed at the fallen Yin Ming. A flicker of panic crossed Yin Ming's mind. The beast's resilience and speed exceeded his expectations. He had anticipated an easy fight, but it was proving to be exceptionally challenging. However, his moment of panic was short-lived as Wang Jin and Zhou Xiaoyu swiftly intervened, rescuing him from the clutches of the rolling tail rabbit. Lightning release, earth walk, gentle fist, boom. A streak of blue-white lightning surged along the ground, striking the rolling tail rabbit in the abdomen and leaving it scorched. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoyu's gentle fist technique targeted one of the rabbit's legs, significantly impairing its mobility. Having been rescued, Yin Ming rejoined the fray, opting to forego ninjutsu in favor of close combat with his weapon, swiftly delivering multiple stabs to the rolling tail rabbit. Yet, as a magical beast, it possessed remarkable vitality and did not succumb easily. Its vigorous struggles and counterattacks kept the trio on high alert, especially considering its chakra was several times greater than theirs. Wang Jin refrained from close combat. Physical techniques were not his strength, nor did he possess chakra-conducting equipment. Instead, he sought to exploit the rolling tail rabbit's openings from a distance. However, after 3 attempts, he had expended nearly a fifth of his chakra, prompting him to lament the heavy toll of using jutsu. It seemed that ordinary earth walk techniques lacked lethality. He decided to wager all his chakra on the next attack. Wang Jin's expression shifted as he observed the agile rolling tail rabbit. If only he possessed the Sharingan now, he wouldn't need to be so cautious. He waited for about 10 seconds, and just as the rolling tail rabbit sent Zhou Xiaoyu flying with a swipe, Wang Jin finally seized the opportunity. Slamming his hands to the ground. Lightning release, earth walk. 2 bolts of blue-white lightning, as thick as an adult's arm, surged toward the rolling tail rabbit's feet, emitting a crackling sound. The creature howled in agony, writhing on the ground in pain. Though still quite weak, Wang Jin's decisive strike, fueled by all his chakra, surpassed the previous 3 earth walk techniques in power by at least 4 to 5 times, successfully instilling a sense of mortal threat in the rolling tail rabbit. Yet, it was merely a threat. The beast would not perish immediately. Yin Ming and Zhou Xiaoyu seized the moment, plunging their swords into the rabbit's eyes, and blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining their clothes crimson. With a final few feeble kicks of its fluffy hind legs, the rolling tail rabbit succumbed to death. Ah, how disgusting. After the battle concluded, Zhou Xiaoyu screamed, retreating to a distance, presumably to change clothes. Wang Jin approached Yin Ming, gazing at the massive carcass with a sense of discomfort. This was his first time personally slaying such a large creature. Yin Ming, equally unsettled, forced a smile. Watching videos of beast hunts felt different. Experiencing it firsthand reveals the harsh reality. Indeed, one must get accustomed to it. Wang Jin unsheathed a dagger from his leg and cut off a small segment of the rolling tail rabbit's tail, weighing it in his hand with a smile. This little bit shouldn't cause too much trouble with the buyers, considering the intensity of the battle. You greedy fellow. That meager piece of magical beast meat isn't worth much. At most, a few $100. Yet for that few hundred, my family has never dared to spend it in their lifetime. Wang Jin replied with a natural smile. I'm just enjoying the lavish life with you 2 wealthy individuals. I want my adoptive parents to savor the taste of magical beast meat as well. Ah, I forgot your family's circumstances, Yin Ming chuckled, using a storage scroll to collect the rolling tail rabbit's carcass. Jinzi, you've struck it rich. The task reward is 30,000 mainland coins. Even if split, you'll have a substantial fortune of 10,000 coins. Will your family still worry about not having magical beast meat to eat? Indeed, that is a considerable fortune. Wang Jin sighed, a smile appearing on his face, though I had no intention of accepting. Let Xiaoyu take my share as well. The feeling of being in debt is quite unpleasant. His adoptive parents barely scraped by with 7 or 8,000 a month, while he had reaped over 10,000 in this venture. No wonder ordinary folks often claim that ninjas operated in a realm of exorbitant profits. Xiaoyu swiftly returned, having changed into a clean outfit. You didn't peek while I was changing, did you? With that flat physique of yours, what is there to see? If you want to watch, Go look at Luo Shiqing, Yin Ming retorted, deliberately provoking Xiaoyu. Go to hell. Xiaoyu fumed, her frustration stemming from her two underwhelming assets, which only intensified her anger. Heh, Yin Ming snickered, dodging her ire and heading back the way he came. Task accomplished. Homeward bound. In a certain surveillance room, Luo Shiqing openly displayed her disappointment. Such performance is truly disheartening. I had thought the legendary Sharingan was something extraordinary. Haha, Shiqing. You are too impatient. This kid is still merely a novice, no different from an ordinary person, a gentle voice interjected, as a middle-aged man clad in white approached her. Uncle, what brings you here? Luo Shiqing greeted him with a bright smile. The man chuckled. My subordinate reported that you brought people here. I was concerned that you young ones might not fully grasp the dangers involved, so I came to check on you. However, it seems there is an unexpected gain. I did not anticipate the Sharingan's reappearance. Yet, it is far too weak to warrant attention, Luo Shiqing remarked disdainfully, making her way towards the exit. You should head back. Uncle, I will see them off. Chapter 19. The children of others Li Shua had allotted 3 days for the task. Yet the trio completed it in less than a day, planning to report back the following day. In the task hall, Yin Ming presented the carcass of a rolled-tailed rabbit from the storage scroll to the staff, receiving 30,000 in reward, and their records now reflected this task. This was considered an additional reward. A trustworthy ninja must possess not only formidable strength, but also an exceptionally high task completion rate, ensuring that clients feel secure and will prioritize them under similar conditions. From today onward, we are officially ninjas, Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly as she gazed at her task record. I propose we celebrate and indulge in a feast, spending this 30,000. Spend it all? This extravagant woman is truly terrifying. Upon hearing this, Wang Jin quickly excused himself. I have matters at home, so I won't be joining. Here, take this 10,000 as repayment. See you tomorrow. Wait, Wang Jin. Xiaoyu felt disheartened and hurried to stop him. Can I treat you? Don't be stingy. Wang Jin helplessly raised his hands. I genuinely have things to do. Perhaps next time. He secretly wished to let his family savor the taste of monster meat, but was wary of accompanying the wealthy young lady for a lavish outing. The task hall was situated in the southeastern direction of Shigu district, close to the outskirts, quite distant from Wang Jin's home. It took him 2 hours by bus to return, and the sun had already set. Upon arrival, he found everyone at home, smiling as he waved the half of the rolled-tailed rabbit's tail in front of Wang Yu. Oh, is this a magical beast? Wang Yu, who had been lazily sprawled on the couch, immediately abandoned her phone to snatch it from him. Wang Jin held it high, teasing her, sister. Haven't you loved rabbits since childhood? You probably can't stomach this tail. I like domestic rabbits, not magical beasts, Wang Yu pouted, and with a light jump, she finally seized the half-tail, caressing it with delight. This fur feels exquisite. If magical beasts weren't so fierce, raising one just to pet would be quite entertaining. Cheng Feng and Wang Jiechi, one in the living room and the other in the kitchen, curious about the commotion, stepped out and were momentarily stunned upon seeing what Wang Yu held. Xiao Jin, where on earth did you get this? You didn't buy it, did you? I wouldn't have that kind of money, Wang Jin replied with a smile, reclaiming the tail from Wang Yu and presenting it to the astonished Cheng Feng. Auntie, you can use it for cooking. This is what my friends and I just hunted. Hunted. The three widened their eyes, seemingly unable to believe it. In their eyes, Wang Jin was merely a high school student nearing graduation, far removed from the sophisticated terms of ninja and hunting magical beasts. Moreover, his family was unaware of his recent explosive growth in power, having not seen him for a week, making it difficult for them to accept. Cheng Feng trembled as she touched the rolled-tailed rabbit's tail. Xiao Jin, how old are you to be hunting magical beasts? Are you out of your mind? Cough. Uncle also feels you might be acting too rashly. You don't even know ninjutsu. How could you take such risks? Yes, little brother. I wish for you to attend university, but I desire your safety even more. Wang Yu gently embraced Wang Jin, mistakenly thinking that it was his tuition that had driven him to such perilous endeavors, her heart aching with guilt. Feeling the concern from his family, Wang Jin, who had been an orphan in both lives, felt deeply touched and cherished this sense of belonging. He hastily shared his recent transformations to alleviate their worries. Once the family fully grasped his abilities, they were utterly astounded. Lightning Release Ninjutsu 05, Chakra Chakra. Xiao Jin, you're not deceiving us, are you? Wang Jiechi could scarcely believe it. Wang Jin's transformation was so profound it was akin to becoming an entirely different person. Wang Jin, smiling broadly, opened his personal panel, confirming that he spoke the truth, leaving them with a surreal feeling as if they were dreaming. Are we about to have a ninja in the family? Chung Feng burst into tears of joy, years of hard work seemingly validated in that moment, as she embraced her husband. Wang Jieqi's eyes also glistened. Wang Jin's rise offered hope for their family to escape poverty, and his previously stern demeanor softened as he repeatedly exclaimed, "My son has succeeded. My son has succeeded." Isn't that Xiao Jin? Up so early? Of course, Xiao Jin has always been diligent. He must be off training, right, Xiao Jin? Absolutely. How else could he be so outstanding? He can hunt those fearsome magical beasts even before graduation. My lazy child pales in comparison. My lazy daughter as well, during breaks. All she does is play on her phone or sleep in. It's infuriating. The next morning, as Wang Jin stepped outside, he was immediately surrounded by neighbors, all eagerly praising him. While he knew Chung Feng enjoyed showing off, he was surprised by how quickly the news had spread. The entire neighborhood seemed aware of it after just one night. Struggling to navigate through the throng, Wang Jin wiped the sweat from his forehead. The neighbors were too enthusiastic, making him feel somewhat uneasy. The older gentlemen were fine, merely suggesting he take some time to mentor their children. However, the older ladies were overstepping, attempting to arrange blind dates for him at the tender age of 18, and sometimes multiple at once. Truly overwhelming. Strength truly is a harsh reality, Wang Jin reflected, still shaken by the situation, realizing that he had become the envy of others. He contacted Yin Meng, who along with Xiao Yu, planned to head to school, and Wang Jin followed suit, soon arriving at class. Fortunately, unlike Chung Feng, the two did not boast about their hunt for the rolled-tailed rabbit. Their classmates remained unaware. As the trio were free agents, Liang Kai did not wait for them, and by the time they reached school, the morning self-study session had commenced. Bang bang. Come in. What brings you three here today? Liang Kai was surprised to see them. Xiao Yu grinned, adeptly returning to her seat. We came to report to the principal. It was too early, so we decided to wait in class. Report. Liang Kai perked up, eager to inquire about their recent endeavors. Come on. Show me your panels so I can see how much you've progressed this week. Xiao Jin, you go first. I have always believed you're no less capable than Xiao Yu and Yin Meng. All right. But teacher, do not be shocked. You little rascal. I've seen plenty of geniuses. What is there to be surprised about? Liang Kai laughed and teased, while Wang Jin grinned, revealing his panel. Name, Wang Jin, Uchiha Jin. Affiliation, Land of Fire, Konohagakure, Uchiha Clan, Ninjutsu. 6. Physical, 4. Jinjutsu. 7. Spirit, 10. Chakra, 057 points. Rank, Ninja Apprentice. Chakra nature transformation, fire. Lightning, yin, yang. Bloodline limit, none. Ninjutsu mastery, body flicker technique, lightning release. Earth walk, mission record. D rank, 1 time, 100 completion rate. Goodness, Liang Kai exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. In just a week, your chakra has increased so much, and you have mastered a lightning release technique? Teacher, we have also completed a D rank mission, which we can proudly say was the hunting of magical beasts, said Xiao Yu, beaming as she revealed her own panel. Yin Ming followed suit, leaving their classmates in awe and envy. While others were still fretting over how to gain admission to a prestigious university, these three had already officially become ninjas. The disparity was truly staggering. Haha, splendid. My year-end bonus should double this year. Liang exclaimed, his spirits lifted, finding increasing delight in the trio, whom he cherished dearly. The day after tomorrow marks your graduation. I shall treat you all to a meal, and you three must come. Of course, Wang Jin replied with a grin. Teacher, after 3 years of being stingy, you finally came to your senses. I won't miss this meal for anything. Haha. You rascal. Chapter 20. The last assistance from the old principal feeling quite pleased, are we? A mere rabbit has made you three lose your senses? On the 6th middle school's playground, Li Shuo, the principal, reprimanded sternly, with Wang Jin and his companions standing across from him, too afraid to utter a word. How embarrassing. One might think you have dominated the entrance exam for new students at Anqing University. Do you have any idea how far the geniuses from other cities have progressed? With such meager strength, how dare you flaunt it in public? You've embarrassed me greatly. The news of their morning self-study had spread throughout the school, and Li Shuo, as principal, could not possibly be unaware. Although he was surprised by their choice, having expected them to select an easier task rather than hunting magical beasts, he was nonetheless worried about their arrogance, feeling the need to temper their pride even in his satisfaction. "Yes, Principal, we understand our mistake," Wang Jin said. Adhering to his principle of not arguing back, even if the teacher or principal was mistaken, he would first acknowledge his faults before discussing anything else. However, Zui Xiaoyu and Yin Meng were less diplomatic, having grown accustomed to flattery from their noble backgrounds, feeling quite indignant at the moment. "Principal, what level of achievement would satisfy you? Indeed, is there any high school that engages in hunting magical beasts? Perhaps you should investigate," they retorted. You dare to talk back?" Li Shuo glared at them. "You can't even handle a foolish rabbit? Look at how well Wang Jin carries himself." "Zui Xiaoyu, did you not inquire how I would be satisfied? Allow me to tell you. 10 days from now, Anqing University will be pre-selecting seed talents in our city. If you are chosen, I shall acknowledge your excellence. Otherwise, you shall work more and speak less, dedicating yourselves to your training." Pre-selecting seed talents? The trio exchanged glances, each noticing the uncertainty in the other's eyes. Given that the invasion of magical beasts had occurred less than a century ago, most infrastructure remained unfinished, preserving remnants of the apocalyptic system. In the entire southern continent, only Anqing, Jiangcheng, and Dalong counties stood as major cities, with a population of around 2 billion. Anqing University was situated in Anqing, and the Shigu district was merely one of its hundreds of branches, boasting a smaller population and less competition. However, when considering the entire Anqing, the competition became formidable, with over 400 million people and countless geniuses, making it exceedingly difficult to stand out. "Only 10 days. It seems I am at a loss," Wang Jin sighed. "What can be accomplished in such a short time? I can hardly catch up to those born into noble families." Zui Xiaoyu and Yin Meng, too, felt silenced, realizing that while they possessed exceptional backgrounds and talents, others from noble families were equally formidable, with hidden talents likely surpassing their own. Why the silence? Li Shuo observed their realization, having succeeded in making them aware of the vastness of their surroundings. He continued, "Zui Xiaoyu, Yin Meng, do you now understand why I regard your achievements with skepticism?" "Yes, we understand," they replied in hushed tones, their earlier defiance vanished. Li Shuo nodded in satisfaction, but added, "Yet, do not underestimate yourselves. A fleeting talent does not define true genius. Only those who grow and develop can ultimately prevail. For this seed selection, I do not expect you to emerge as the top, but merely to pass. I believe that should not be difficult for you too." This last remark was directed at Zui Xiaoyu and Yin Meng. Wang Jin understood his own limitations, recognizing he could not surpass them in 10 days, let alone contend with the prodigies from other cities. Li Shuo then turned his gaze toward him. "Wang Jin, do not lose heart. Treat the seed selection as a mere formality. Your true challenge lies in the internal assessment at Anqing University in 2 months, where you will find fewer prodigies to compete against. 2 months is ample time for your strength to surge once more. If you can gain admission to Anqing University, the question of who among you will possess greater potential in 4 years will be uncertain. What you lack now is merely time." "Principal, I understand," Wang Jin nodded quietly, his receptive nature pleasing Li Shuo greatly. "Indeed, we shall not yield. I have already devised a plan for you over these 10 days. If you follow my outlined procedures, your strength will undoubtedly see significant enhancement." "Principal, what is the plan?" Wang Jin inquired with curiosity. A smile broke through Li Shuo's serious demeanor as he revealed his chakra panel to the three after a slight flow of chakra. "Name: Li Shuo, Sarutobi Shuo. Affiliation: Land of Fire, Konohagakure, Sarutobi Clan, Ninjutsu. 7. Physical: 8. Jinjutsu. 4. Spirit: 5. Chakra: 853 points. Rank: Special Jonin. Chakra Nature Transformation: Fire. Wind: Yin, Yang. Bloodline Limit: None. Ninjutsu Mastery: Body Flicker Technique. Wind Release: Great Breakthrough. Fire Release: Dragon Flame Song Technique. Wind. Current Mission: Transport War Supplies. B Rank. Side Mission: World Division Mission. May select 3 teammates. Mission Reward 1. Choose 1 B-rank ninjutsu from 5 natures. Mission Reward 2. Increase personal chakra by 10 or 10 points of chakra. Mission Reward 3. Gain 20 favorability points with traveling companions. B-rank mission? Principal, are you taking us into the divine tree world? Zui Xiaoyu immediately grasped Li Shuo's intention. Yes, Only in this manner can you rapidly enhance your strength in a short time, Li Shuo affirmed. I've had this mission drawn for over a decade without executing it. I originally intended to reserve it for my grandson, yet unfortunately, he has proven to be unworthy. I am aging, and my potential is limited. Enhancing my strength holds little value for me now, and I may not encounter such rewarding tasks again. Thus, this is my final assistance to you three. After this mission, I will no longer possess the ability to aid you. Li Shuo sighed, while Wang Jin and his companions remained silent, feeling a weight of gratitude toward the principal, who had selflessly dedicated himself to his students. Chapter 21. Preparations. The world of Naruto is divided into a main world and subworlds. Wang Jin deduced that the current time should be the 55th year of Konoha, just after the Uchiha clan's massacre. The subworlds can only be accessed after triggering corresponding missions in the main world, leading to a chaotic timeline where one could arrive in any era. However, based on years of investigation, Wang Jin was confident that time travel in the main world could only advance forward, specifically to before the 55th year of Konoha. The future had yet to reveal anyone who could gain entry. It seems that the Divine Tree world ensures that everyone can compete fairly, preventing anyone from obtaining an advantage through prior knowledge of future events. The division of worlds that Wang Jin encountered took him by surprise. He had not anticipated that his first genuine foray into the world of Naruto would be so exhilarating. A B-rank mission involving wartime supplies indicated that the timeline was certainly not the present. It was either the second or third Great Ninja War. Wang Jin pondered this as he observed Zhuo Xiaoyu and Yin Ming discussing what might transpire upon entering the Divine Tree world. Meanwhile, Li Shuo was busy collating all the relevant intelligence. Although he believed this task of transporting supplies could be accomplished with ease, thorough preparation was still prudent. Wang Jin wished to ascertain the timeline in advance, but alas, Li Shuo was also unaware of the particulars of this mission, rendering him incapable of providing any useful information. Leaving Wang Jin to speculate on his own, the First Shinobi War was out of the question, as it was a time when Konoha had just established its mission system and was still unrefined. The Second War, characterized by its intense conflicts, was the most likely scenario. Konoha faced immense pressure from the wind, iron, and rain countries, and it was plausible that they lacked sufficient logistical support. The Third War primarily involved Konoha teaching Iwagakure a lesson, and with the presence of Minato Namikaze, they would undoubtedly have adequate manpower. Yes, it must be the brutal Second War. I just hope we are not tasked with delivering supplies to the Land of Rain. While Wang Jin could not recall all the details from his previous life, the renowned names of the legendary three Sannin were impossible to overlook. In essence, the Second Shinobi War can be divided into two parts, sparked by the economic imbalances following the First War, with the primary battlefield located in the Land of Rain. Though not a major nation, the Land of Rain was led by the legendary Hanzo of the Salamander, whose strength rivaled that of any great nation. In the chaos of the four great nations conflict, anyone without the strength of a Jonin would merely be cannon fodder. At that time, both Konoha and the Land of Rain were formidable. Both had previously triumphed against three nations simultaneously, turning large-scale warfare into localized skirmishes. Wang Jin now hoped for the second phase of localized warfare. At the very least, it would be less chaotic than the initial phase, significantly increasing the chances of completing their mission. Although failure would lead to the dire consequence of death in the Naruto realm, his real self would remain unscathed. However, the penalties for death were severe. Each person had only 3 chances before they could no longer enter and complete missions to swiftly enhance their abilities. Thus, this disparity between real-world ninjas and those in the Naruto realm was stark. One prioritized survival, while the other prioritized mission completion. Wang Jin sighed softly, lamenting his current weakness. He had yet to officially become a genin. Faced with the worn ninjas of the shinobi world, who had emerged from the corpses of battle, he felt utterly powerless, relying solely on Li Shuo for support and experience. Wang Jin, the headmaster is calling you. What are you mumbling about? At that moment, Zhuo Xiaoyu gently kicked Wang Jin, who was still lost in thought, prompting him to glance into the distance where Li Shuo was waving at them. Nothing, let us go. Wang Jin stood up, dusting off his trousers, and led the way toward Li Shuo, knowing that some matters would be incomprehensible to others. Li Shuo had undergone a significant transformation, donning the iconic green and blue Konoha vest, with the village's headband adorning his forehead. He held a large pack, which he tossed to the trio upon their arrival. Change into these. Once we enter the Divine Tree world, do not speak carelessly. Minimize interaction with the locals and follow my lead to complete the mission. Yes, headmaster. The three replied, understanding his intent. The more one spoke, the more likely they were to err, and silence was often the safest course. Inside Li Shua's pack were Konoha ninja uniforms identical to his, which the three donned swiftly, transforming into 3 Konoha ninjas. Their appearance drew no attention from passers-by, as it was far too commonplace. Not only Konoha, but also the attire of the other 4 great nations was prevalent in the real world. Only the garb of a minor nation might attract some notice. Once they were attired appropriately, Li Shua led the group toward the nearest vine of the divine tree, approximately 3 miles from their school. As they walked, he explained the essentials to the 3 novices who had yet to enter the divine tree world. This mission was a division task. Currently, there was no war in the main world, and the timeline might differ by several decades. Therefore, you must not disclose this information, as it may raise suspicions among the locals and lead to unnecessary complications. I have completed supply transport missions several times before. Generally, they are not too difficult. As long as you follow the designated route and take care to avoid enemies, success is achievable. I believe this mission will be no different, so you need not overly worry about safety. Maintain a calm demeanor. Finally, regarding the mission rewards, this is of utmost importance. You 3 must listen closely. Choose Chakra or Ninjutsu. Never select favorability, understood? Understood, the 3 responded, though Wang Jin clearly had a question. Headmaster, why not choose favorability? We all understand Chakra and Ninjutsu rewards. But could you explain the specific function of favorability? Specific? Li Shua paused, contemplating. Favorability is not without its merits. However, for you at this moment, tangible benefits outweigh it. In simple terms, favorability reflects the local's attitude towards you. Naturally, the higher, the better. Once your strength increases, you will need to seek out such tasks to elevate your status and social circles in the divine tree world. The maximum favorability score is 100, generally. Without deliberately ingratiating oneself to the locals, a normal state might yield a score of around 10 or none at all, which can trigger tasks, albeit with a low probability. However, if favorability exceeds 20, the chances of triggering tasks increase significantly. Exceeding 50 may even allow you to learn ninjutsu from them. And I have yet to witness favorability surpassing 100. I suspect it would grant even more unique privileges. Wang Jin, I too am only partially informed about these matters, as everyone's relationship with the locals varies, and no universal standard exists. Therefore, do not dwell on it for now. Focus on enhancing your strength, and opportunities to explore will surely arise in due time. Yes, headmaster. After grasping this, Wang Jin shifted his focus away from the topic, and the 4 moved quickly, arriving at their destination in about 20 minutes. At the edge of a bustling commercial street stood a towering tree, draped with over 200 vines, of which only half were currently in use. The 4 found a nearby spot to activate their respective divine tree wristbands. Due to Li Shua's proactive sharing of the mission, the 4 would inevitably enter the fixed timeline together, as they were a single team and would not be separated. However, without sharing, even if someone stood beside them while entering the Naruto world, they would not be in the same location, merely maintaining the unchanged timeline of the main world. Activate. Yes. Buzzing. The wooden wristbands on the 4's arms glowed simultaneously with a white light that enveloped the vines before them, and in an instant, they were shrouded, losing consciousness. Chapter 22. Unexpected encounters with plot characters. Wang Jin felt as though his consciousness had not faded for long, perhaps just a moment, before he opened his eyes to find the bustling commercial street had vanished, replaced by a rain-soaked forest. Surrounding him, in addition to Li Shua, Yin Meng, and Zui Xiaoyu, were 6 others clad in identical attire. As he focused on one particular boy, around 13 or 14 years old with a plump face and brown hair, his eyes widened in astonishment. Senior, what's wrong? The brown-haired boy seemed to sense Wang Jin's surprise and offered him a radiant, infectious smile that instinctively put him at ease. Uchiha Jin, Li Shua hissed, shooting Wang Jin a glare to maintain silence. Yes, Senior Yuan Fei. Wang Jin understood his meaning and addressed Li Shua by his name in the Naruto world, as this was a fundamental quality for every ninja entering this realm, to avoid raising suspicion among the locals. With a subtle smile directed at the young boy, he remarked, "It's nothing, just a bit of rain in my eyes." Indeed, the incessant downpour was vexatious, with no indication of the sun's return. "Shengshu, are you dreaming?" Hoping to see the sun in the land of rain? He laughed. I was merely jesting. Why so serious, Senior Dushan? The brown-haired youth, mirroring the carefree demeanor that Wang Jin recalled, burst into laughter. It seemed that this was indeed the second great ninja war, and they were in the land of rain. Wang Jin reflected on the encounter, recognizing the brown-haired boy as Senju Shengshu, one of the few characters from the original narrative of the Senju clan. He was the younger brother of Tsunade, the grandson of Hashirama Senju and Mido Uzumaki, and also the grandson of Tobarama Senju, the second Hokage, a true prince of Konoha. However, he was destined to perish in this conflict, provided Wang Jin chose not to intervene. Wang Jin pondered Shengshu's tragic fate, recalling how he met his end in the land of rain while following his mentor, Orochimaru, stepping unwittingly onto an explosive tag that sealed his doom, which also led to Tsunade suffering from hemophobia, a condition that would only be cured many years later by Naruto. Contemplating the true heir of Konoha, Naruto, Wang Jin noticed the subtle resemblance between Shengshu and him. He glanced at Zhou Xiaoyu, Yin Meng, and Li Shuo, observing that their appearances had been slightly transformed by the influence of the divine tree, rendering them indistinguishable from the original inhabitants of the Naruto world. He too had undergone a similar change, as he looked down at a small puddle reflecting his image, black pupils, a Konoha headband, and a green vest, all subtly infused with a two-dimensional charm. You seem to have gained an extra touch of handsomeness, Zhou Xiaoyu murmured, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Wang Jin. His inherent good looks had only been enhanced by his presence in the Naruto universe, not a waste of his Uchiha lineage. Wang Jin chuckled, acknowledging that the Uchiha clan rarely produced anything less than attractive. At that moment, the ninja known as Dushan turned to Li Shuo. Senior, everyone is gathered. Please issue the command. One moment, Dushan replied. Li Shuo then noticed their personal panels had updated, revealing new task details. Task requirement: traverse the Rain Ninja's blockade and safely deliver supplies to the Konoha frontline troops. Dushan, you are the only Chunin here besides me, so you are in charge of planning the route and clearing the way. I will handle the defense against any pursuing enemies. The four had little information about the current situation, unaware of the frontline's location, and Li Shuo resolved to complete the mission with the limited information at hand. Dushan immediately complied, recognizing Li Shuo as their leader, a fact the group accepted without question. He produced a map of the land of rain, clearly treated for waterproofing, and laid it out on the ground to outline his strategy. Since Senior Yuanfei has placed his trust in me, I shall proceed. His finger traced a line from south to north, halting at a low-lying area. Currently, Lord Orochimaru's 1st Division has just engaged with the Wind Country's Chiyo and is resting here. We can head straight in. There should be few rain ninjas on the way, increasing our chances of safe passage. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Let us set off, Li Shuo replied, eager to complete the task and exit this subworld. This sentiment was shared among many ninjas assigned to subworld missions. Their encounter with others was often a singular event in their lives, and the completion of the task took precedence over personal connections. This was also why Li Shuo preferred Dushan and the others to lead the way, should the need arise. They could sacrifice themselves to ensure his safety. Wait, Senior, I haven't finished, Dushan interjected, noticing Li Shuo's urgency. Do you have further plans? No, it concerns your team. Dushan hesitated before whispering. They are too weak. That Uchiha boy isn't even a genin and might not keep up with our speed. I propose we leave them here to draw the attention of the Rain Ninjas, giving us more time to complete the mission. Absolutely not. They will accompany me. Li Shuo firmly rejected the notion. His primary objective was to help the three grow rapidly through experience. He could not allow Dushan to make such a decision. Dushan frowned at Li Shuo's resolute stance. Senior, this is selfishness. You prioritize your team over the mission. If you insist, I will report this to Lord Orochimaru upon reaching the base. Do as you please. The mission begins now. Li Shuo waved dismissively. My team cannot encounter any mishaps. The mission is not worth it otherwise. At his words, the 5 Konoha genin, excluding Shengshu, were taken aback, never having encountered such selfishness within their village. In their understanding, no one dared prioritize a mission over their own life, having never witnessed a person like Li Shuo before. Just then, a voice echoed in agreement with Li Shuo, not from Wang Jin or his companions, but from Shengshu. A naive smile graced Shengshu's face as he expressed his admiration. Senior Yuanfei is right. I too believe that the lives of comrades take precedence over the mission. Shengshu, have you lost your mind? Dushan trembled. How can you delay a mission for a few genin when so many of our comrades have already sacrificed themselves? Don't forget that your sister, Lady Tsunade, is also out there. They will face dire consequences without supplies. Hey, calm down, Senior Dushan. I was just speaking hypothetically. I wouldn't truly do that, Shangshu replied, maintaining his carefree smile, causing Dushan considerable frustration. Let us complete the mission for now. We can discuss this later. Dushan suppressed his dissatisfaction with Li Shuo and led the group onward. We should also move, keeping a safe distance from them. With a gesture, Li Shuo signaled for the three to follow, reiterating, your task is to stay alive. If danger arises, do not engage. Let those ahead protect you. Understood? Understood. Chapter 23. Encountering the rain ninjas, the group raced through the forest, with Dushan frequently glancing back, his discontent unmistakable. Wang Jin and his companions were lagging. Had he been in charge, he would have abandoned them, as they were hindering the mission. However, Li Shuo was the leader, and despite his dissatisfaction, he had to endure. Surprisingly, the journey was progressing smoothly. After half a day, they had traversed a significant distance without encountering any foes. This is rather easy. No wonder many seek out strong allies, Yin Ming remarked after leaping several meters, prompting smiles from Wang Jin and Zui Xiaoyu. It felt reminiscent of parents feeding their children, who merely had to open their mouths and wait to be fed. Yet, sometimes, overconfidence can lead to peril. A shuriken, affixed with an explosive tag, suddenly flew from the shadows, aimed at Li Shuo, evidently attempting to ambush the strongest among them. We've been discovered, Dushan called out as the group halted. Despite his age, Li Shuo was agile enough to evade the explosive tag. Boom! The tag detonated behind him, obliterating a tree as thick as a man's waist. Wang Jin and his companions breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the ambush had not targeted them, as they lacked the ability to evade such attacks and would have surely perished. This is only effective against the natives. In our world, no one would take it seriously. Zui Xiaoyu scoffed, deriding the explosive tag's efficacy. The chakra in the real world was incredibly potent, though difficult to harness. It far surpassed that of the Naruto realm. An ordinary genin here would be more formidable than an elite jonin there. In the Naruto world, one had to adhere to its rules, as the will of the world suppressed their strength, rendering them on par with the local inhabitants. Otherwise, Li Shuo alone could dominate the entire battlefield. After the failed ambush, 9 rain ninjas clad in deep black emerged, launching a frontal assault. Konoha's logistical unit? Eliminate them. Yes, sir. The leader of the rain ninjas possessed chakra as vast as Li Shuo's. His 8 subordinates were all seasoned lower ninjas, possessing ample combat experience and effortlessly unleashing a blend of ninjutsu. Water release, water chaos wave. Lightning release, lightning fong. A torrent of water, wide as 4 to 5 meters, surged forth accompanied by thunder, targeting the 6 members of the mountain team. The mountain team immediately went on the defensive, alongside the relatively young rope tree. They struck the ground with both hands, erecting a 3-meter-high earthen wall to shield their figures. Earth release, earth flow wall. Boom. As the thunderous water assault was shattered, the rain ninja clashed with the mountain team, engaging in a fierce contest of physical techniques, swordsmanship, and shurikens. In close quarters, there was little opportunity for hand seals. This was typical for lower ninja battles, where both sides had limited chakra and ninjutsu, relying solely on fundamental techniques. The leading rain ninja engaged with Li Shuo, and after a few exchanges of ninjutsu, they resorted to physical combat, their strengths being closely matched, making it difficult to determine a victor in the short term. Wang Jin and his 2 companions were targeted by a lower ninja from the rear of the battlefield. Their lack of strength drew little attention from the middle-aged woman, who casually unleashed a water release technique that sent the 3 tumbling backward, utterly defenseless. 3 useless ones. I truly wonder what Senior Yuan Fei was thinking bringing them along. A glint of malice flashed across the face of the mountain leader, who swiftly threw a shuriken that pierced the neck of a rain ninja, blood gushing forth in a gruesome display. Neither side paid much heed. Though these combat ninjas were young, they had long grown accustomed to the brutality of life and death, leaving Wang Jin and his companions in awe, realizing that children in the real world could hardly embody such resilience. Lightning release, earth walk. Despite the pressure from a lower ninja, the 3 were able to protect themselves and were unlikely to be killed immediately. Wang Jin's lightning release restricted the movement of the middle-aged woman, allowing Zui Xiaoyu and Yin Ming to close in and engage in close combat, both skilled in melee. Zhuxiao's Byakugan enabled her to anticipate her opponent's attacks, allowing her to deftly dodge strikes. Her delicate fists, though seemingly powerless, instilled caution in the middle-aged woman, who understood the consequences of being struck by the Byakugan's chakra points. In contrast, Yanming lacked a bit of finesse. All three, being mere students, were inexperienced in life-and-death battles. He could only rely on his body, reinforced by the granite technique, to withstand the opponent's attacks, suffering internal turmoil with each clash. Cough, Jin. You quickly sneak attack her. Coming. Wang Jin activated Earth Walk once more, sending a lightning bolt, the thickness of his fist, racing along the ground to strike the rain ninja. However, its power was surprisingly weak, merely stiffening the opponent's body without inflicting any substantial harm. Wang Jin surmised that the heavy rain had dispersed the lightning's strength. While water could conduct electricity, if the force was too feeble, it could become a hindrance. Although he did not harm her, he achieved his goal, allowing Zhuxiao to exploit the opportunity to use Gentle Fist to seal the opponent's chakra, rendering her unable to utilize chakra. Once deprived of chakra, a ninja becomes akin to an ordinary person, easily dispatched even by a child wielding a weapon. Hurry up. Hinata Xiaoyu, what are you doing? The mountain leader, having dispatched 3 opponents, grew increasingly irate as he saw Zhuxiao hesitating to sever the head of the terrified middle-aged woman. Zhuxiao held her sword poised at the woman's neck, blood already staining the blade, yet she trembled with fear, unaccustomed to taking life. Yanming, you do it. Me? Yanming hesitated, shaking his head at Zhuxiao. You do it. I can't, useless. The mountain leader had already dealt with 3 opponents and felt the situation was surreal. Was the village's training ability so diminished that even killing was beyond them? How can one call themselves a ninja if they cannot even take a life? Swoosh. The sound of a blade claiming life echoed as everyone turned to see Wang Jin using his own short sword to sever the head of the middle-aged woman. Blood splattering across him. Help! Help! Wang Jin's words faltered. He had been a good citizen until now, and this first experience of killing, particularly through such a brutal execution, weighed heavily on his conscience. Yet, he continually reassured himself that these individuals were merely NPCs, treating the world of Naruto as a game where killing was permissible. However, the reality of this world felt far too genuine, indistinguishable from real-life experiences. The cold rain, the warm blood, the expression of unwillingness on the opponent's face, all contributed to a disorienting blur between virtuality and reality for the trio. All right. The mountain leader felt as though he had finally swallowed a century-old lump in his throat, his spirits soaring as he praised Wang Jin. As expected of the Uchiha clan, you are far superior to those 2 useless ones. You can still be considered a ninja. Thank you for the compliment, senior. Wang Jin expended his remaining chakra to activate Earth Walk, assisting Rope Tree in dispatching the last enemy. Are they all dead? You were lucky this time. The leading rain ninja, seeing all his subordinates fallen, realized he lacked the strength to stop the Konoha ninjas and reluctantly retreated. Li Shuo had no intention of pursuing. His focus lay solely on the mission. The mountain leader said nothing further. In his view, total annihilation was the goal, and not pursuing could be justified. Rope Tree, carry those 2 useless ones on your back. They have no chakra left. Uchiha kid, come here. The mountain leader half squatted, and without hesitation, Wang Jin leaped onto his back. Though the previous battle ended swiftly, the trio had depleted their chakra and could no longer travel on their own. Li Shuo was left with no choice but to assume the role of Pathfinder, while Rope Tree took the rear. Having exceeded everyone's expectations with his earlier display of strength, he was not merely a lower ninja, but rather formidable even among the middle ninjas. After resuming their journey, they encountered little resistance. Half a day later, after traversing 2 small hills, the group finally arrived at the encampment where the main force was stationed. Mission accomplished. Rewards will be settled in the Divine Tree space. You may exit this subworld at any time. Chapter 24. Temporary Decision. New mission, let us go. Our task is complete. Li Shuo watched as the mountain leader and his team entered the main base, remaining still. Wang Jin and his companions naturally followed suit, showing no intention of entering the main base. The 4 activated their Divine Tree bracelets, preparing to exit this timeline. However, just as Wang Jin was about to activate his, he suddenly spotted a fair-skinned, middle-aged man in a Konoha vest with snake-like eyes, emanating an aura of distance, emerging from a tent and glancing in his direction. seemingly sensing his presence. Orochimaru? Wang Jin hesitated momentarily before calling out to Li Shuo and the others, whose figures were beginning to fade. Principal, you all go back first. I wish to remain here until the time limit. Before Li Shuo could respond, he vanished without a trace. Once activated, the Divine Tree bracelet was irreversible. Even if he disagreed, he could not prevent Wang Jin from staying, only to reunite with him 10 days later. Upon reaching the maximum entry time for the Divine Tree world, after the trio left, Wang Jin silently expressed his apologies. Upon seeing Orochimaru, he altered his decision, believing he had a rare opportunity to gain something from the encounter. Let us hope Uncle Snake doesn't act too recklessly. I certainly do not wish to meet my demise. Wang Jin sighed softly as he stepped into the encampment. Although Orochimaru had not yet defected from Konoha at this point, nor was he collaborating with Danzo for human experimentation, he was hardly of a pleasant disposition. Wang Jin worried that he might inadvertently provoke him and meet a grim fate, something Orochimaru was certainly capable of. Nevertheless, the potential rewards outweighed the risks. With no punitive consequences from dying for the first time in the Divine Tree world, Wang Jin deemed it worth a try. Should he manage to glean any advantages from the legendary Sannin, it would be a significant gain. The Konoha encampment was vast, and Wang Jin, clad in Konoha attire, attracted no attention. Although he had a simple plan, he was uncertain where to go, at the very least needing to find a place to stay. Uchiha Jin. At that moment, Rope Tree emerged from Orochimaru's tent, calling out to him. Wang Jin instantly turned around to see a stunning woman, around 25 or 26 years old, with golden hair and an alluring figure, accompany Rope Tree. He quickly lowered his head respectfully. Senior Rope Tree, Lady Tsunade. Uchiha's little brat? Tsunade furrowed her brow, noting the village had become so desperate that even apprentice ninjas were being sent out. Sister, please do not speak so, for Uchiha Jin possesses formidable strength. On our way here, he even eliminated a rain ninja. Shunshu is exceptionally kind, having inherited Hashirama's character and is cordial to everyone. In contrast, Tsunade's temperament was quite volatile in her youth, and she harbored prejudice against the Uchiha clan, disregarding Wang Jin. I am off to find Jiraiya. Shinshu. Do not leave this place without permission. Darn that old lady Chiyo, her poison is exceedingly troublesome. Tsunade swayed her remarkable bosom as she departed, and Shinshu offered an apologetic smile to Wang Jin. Sister, she is like this. She is genuinely a good person, so do not take it to heart. I dare not. Wang Jin waved his hand. Lady Tsunade is a master of medical ninjutsu, having saved many in the village from the brink of death. She is my most esteemed senior. Tsunade possesses the Senju bloodline, and her chakra is naturally more abundant than that of ordinary individuals. Moreover, she pioneered medical ninjutsu and possesses extraordinary strength, making her one of the foremost powerhouses in the current ninja world. Shunshu invited Wang Jin into his tent, igniting a fire and pouring him a cup of water. Jin, may I call you that? Certainly. Wang Jin eagerly wished to cultivate a closer relationship with this individual, for he is the current prince of Konoha. Once they became familiar, a few ninjutsu passed down to him could lead to prosperity. You are truly easy to converse with, quite unlike the other Uchiha. Shunshu seemed eager to engage with Wang Jin, resting his chin on his hands with an innocent expression. I long for the era my grandfather spoke of, when the Uchiha and Senju coexisted harmoniously, striving together to create a village to end the chaos. Indeed, I too reminisce. The village is far too turbulent now. Wang Jin took the opportunity to glean information, seeking to understand the current situation, while the general timeline aligned. Some details could not be grasped merely through reading manga or watching anime in his previous life. After all, this is the living world of Naruto, and many things must be discovered firsthand. At this moment, he viewed this parallel world with the mindset of an open-world game, relishing the freedom to explore and interact with its inhabitants. Shinshu, slightly taken aback by his words, asked, Jin, do you truly feel this way? You hold no grievances against our Senju clan? Why would I? Wang Jin feigned ignorance. Shinshu's expression darkened as he said, the position of Hokage. Many of our clan believe that your Uchiha clan resented the second Hokage's decision to pass the title to the third. If it were not for the current war, we might have already clashed internally. Many of my contemporaries from the Uchiha clan have severed ties with me due to family matters. Shinshu's expression grew despondent, and Wang Jin understood that this young man was sincere, not merely pretending. Seizing the chance to enhance their rapport, he said, do not be disheartened. I am also an Uchiha. Henceforth, I shall be your friend, and together, like our predecessors, we shall lead the village toward a brighter future." Shinshu was momentarily stunned, and a notification popped up in Wang Jin's mind. Shinshu's favorability level, 10, current favorability, 10, only 10 points? This fellow is not as straightforward as he seems. Wang Jin narrowed his eyes, inquiring of the visibly moved Shinshu. "Shinshu, do you not wish to be my friend? Do you find my strength lacking?" No. Of course, I want to be your friend." Shinshu hurriedly waved his hands in denial. Altering the relationship between the Uchiha and the village was his aspiration, and cultivating good relations with each Uchiha clan member was his plan. However, Wang Jin was, after all, an outsider in this parallel world, lacking a reasonable background, which made Shinshu, who had never deeply understood him, retain some caution. This was the drawback of entering a parallel world. It was not as well structured as the main world. For the Divine Tree's intention was not to allow entrants to linger here indefinitely. Noticing that no further notifications had appeared, Wang Jin immediately attempted to play the emotional card. Gazing earnestly at Shinshu, "Since we are friends now, we must help one another. I, Uchiha Jin, place great importance on friendship. If you encounter danger, I am willing to bear it in your stead, even at the cost of my life." Shinshu's favorability level, 20. Current favorability, 30. Triggered temporary mission. Alter Shinshu's fate. Mission rewards. Shinshu's favorability 50. Tsunade's favorability 50. Orochimaru's favorability 30. Jiraiya's favorability 10. Danzo's favorability 10. Sarutobi Hiruzen's favorability 10. Favorability is universally applicable across all worlds, but upon the conclusion of the parallel world. Those in the main world will not retain memories of your actions, only experiencing an inexplicable fondness for you. The third Hokage is indeed problematic. Observing the panel's notification, Wang Jin found it amusing. It appeared that the inexplicable disappearance of the Senju clan in the original work was closely tied to Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, it is understandable, as everyone has their own selfish motives. If the Senju clan remained perpetually flourishing, the Sarutobi clan would never ascend to become Konoha's foremost clan. As for the others, Wang Jin could comprehend them all except for Danzo. He could not fathom why this old schemer would be pleased with Shinshu's salvation. Moreover, this mission bore a certain level of difficulty. Had it been another entrant, they might have been utterly bewildered, unable to grasp its meaning. Yet Wang Jin was aware of the entire plot. He knew Shinshu was destined to perish in this war. Thus, the mission's intent was clear: ensure Shinshu's survival. At present, Orochimaru had yet to become the madman he would later become, willing to sacrifice anyone for the pursuit of life's meaning. He was still the future of Konoha, striving for the position of Hokage. As Shinshu's disciple, he naturally needed to have a favorable impression, and 30 points was already considerable, especially since a B-level task only offered 20 points. Without needing to mention Tsunade, her favorability would undoubtedly soar upon her brother's rescue, and fostering a good relationship with her would have immense implications for the future, as she was destined to become the 5th Hokage. Jiraiya's 10 points were negligible, but there would be other opportunities to increase that later. "Jin, I am truly moved." Shinshu was brought to tears by Wang Jin's heartfelt declaration, which filled Wang Jin with pride. The objective of proactively establishing a bond had been achieved. Now, he awaited the critical moment to save Shinshu and complete the mission. Wang Jin had resolved that the favorability of this group was more valuable than that of a B-level task. He was willing to expend his first opportunity for death to save Shinshu and fulfill this mission. It was far too significant. That night, Wang Jin resided in Shinshu's tent, sitting on the bed while refining his chakra, with Shinshu guiding him from the side. "Jin, your method is incorrect. Chakra is not refined in that manner." "Then how should I proceed?" Wang Jin inquired. The techniques taught in school were merely those for ordinary people. Perhaps there were other methods in the real world, but these natives undoubtedly possessed deeper insights, and their guidance was invaluable. Shinshu immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, demonstrating for Wang Jin, while chuckling. Teacher Orochimaru once stated that chakra is energy produced by the combination of mental strength and physical prowess, so one must seek the absolute balance between the two. I see that your mental strength exceeds your physical, so you should suppress your mental strength. Balance the two forces like I do, and your refining speed will surely increase significantly. Give it a try. There is such a notion? Very well, I shall try. Wang Jin promptly followed Shinshu's guidance, intentionally suppressing his mental strength. Moments later, he flashed a grin at Shinshu. Indeed, it has improved considerably. Thank you, Shinshu. No need for thanks. We are friends. And your growing strength brings me joy. It is unfortunate that my parents passed away too early, and I have only learned one ninjutsu. Wang Jin feigned a sigh, and Shinshu, upon hearing this, was hooked, pulling him out of the tent. What are we doing? Wang Jin inwardly chuckled, knowing that he had this young man firmly in his grasp. Shinshu, I shall teach you ninjutsu. You must know how to use fire release, right? Of course. The Uchiha clan cannot possibly lack fire release techniques. Wang Jin nodded immediately, though he pretended to hesitate a bit. Ninjutsu is far too important. Won't Lady Tsunade be angry if you so readily teach it to me? Why would she be angry? This is my own ninjutsu. She has no authority over it. Shinshu led him to a relatively secluded area, and the two began to train in the ring. The hand signs of Shinshu were executed with remarkable swiftness. Completed in the blink of an eye, with his palm positioned in a spiral shape near his mouth. Fire release, great fireball technique. A blazing sphere, measuring over 3 meters in diameter, erupted from his lips, soaring at a steady pace toward a colossal tree, which promptly ignited in an explosive conflagration. Wang Jin, upon witnessing the great fireball, felt a chill of apprehension. This technique was renowned for its benevolence, having never claimed an enemy's life throughout the entirety of the Naruto saga. However, despite his reservations, he acknowledged that it was better than having no ninjutsu at all, and thus remained focused on training alongside Shinshu. Shinshu was earnest in his instruction, meticulously detailing the various nuances of the great fireball, demonstrating a genuine desire to impart his knowledge to Wang Jin. The two quickly fell into a rhythm, one teaching with diligence and the other learning with rapt attention, oblivious to the onlookers around them. You've brought disgrace upon the illustrious Uchiha clan, Uchiha Jin. 3 unfamiliar young men materialized, the tallest among them issuing a cold rebuke. His black hair and red eyes signified his lineage. The nearby Konoha ninjas instinctively distanced themselves upon their arrival, which only heightened the arrogance displayed by the trio. Wang Jin's expression darkened. He refrained from responding, as he did not wish to reveal his unfamiliarity with them. What do you intend to do, Uchiha Senmu? Shinshu interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Wang Jin. This is our stronghold. Do you intend to bully us? Bully him? Uchiha Senmu retorted coldly. I am not so low as to pick on a worthless fool. I hear someone in your clan is foolishly training with the Senju. Does the Uchiha clan lack ninjutsu? His disdain was palpable. What I choose to learn is none of your concern, Wang Jin replied defiantly, unafraid of the Uchiha, believing that Senmu would not dare to harm him. Senmu's initial shock was mirrored by his companions, who were equally taken aback by Wang Jin's audacity. In his eyes, as a jonin and a clan elder, Wang Jin ought to submit without question. He had not anticipated such insolence. What did you say? You insufferable underachiever. Senmu's chakra surged violently within him, while his 2 companions stood by, arms crossed, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. Senmu, teach him a lesson about respecting his elders. Wang Jin, undeterred, commanded, Shinshu, step aside. This is a matter for our clan. I will not permit you to act recklessly. Shinshu's chakra flared up, his total chakra reserves vastly exceeding Senmu's. You dare interfere in Uchiha matters? I will teach you a lesson as well. Senmu swiftly formed hand signs, his movements rapid and precise, while Shinshu faltered, caught off guard. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. With a whoosh, several fireballs, each the size of a basketball, sped toward Shinshu. He had no time to form hand signs and could only evade clumsily, pursued relentlessly by the flames. Senmu vanished from Wang Jin's sight, reappearing before Shinshu, delivering a powerful kick that sent him sprawling. Cough, cough. Shinshu lay on the ground, clutching his chest, his face pale. Senmu refrained from further attack. He merely sought to give Shinshu a minor reprimand, fearing the repercussions from Tsunade and Orochimaru if he were to inflict serious harm. However, he was not genuinely intimidated by them. Although the Uchiha clan had fallen from grace, they were not so weak as to be bullied by a mere pair of jonin. Wang Jin, you will accompany us. Cease your embarrassing antics. Senmu clenched his fists, evidently intent on confronting Wang Jin. Shinshu vehemently protested, rising with a grim visage. I will not allow you to take Jin. Earth release, earth flow river. With a thunderous roar, Shinshu expended a significant portion of his chakra to unleash a B-rank ninjutsu, creating a wide torrent of earth that surged toward Uchiha Senmu, violently propelling him backward. The other two Uchiha were caught in the upheaval, vanishing into the forest alongside Senmu. Fueled by anger, Shinju held nothing back, showcasing the immense advantage of his chakra reserves. Nevertheless, the Earth Flow River was not a lethal technique. Senmu and his companions soon re-emerged, disheveled and breathless. Damn Senju, I will make you pay dearly for this. Fire Release, Fire Dragon Technique. A colossal fire dragon, measuring 15 to 16 meters in length, surged forth, menacingly aimed at Shinju and Wang Jin, threatening to inflict severe injury or death upon them. Yet, just as the crisis reached its peak, a terrifying white blade of energy appeared, effortlessly cleaving through the fire dragon, accompanied by a commanding voice. Cease this at once. The five individuals turned to see a tall figure with silver hair tied in a ponytail, adorned with a red triangular insignia on his white armband, wielding a chakra knife. Lord Tsukumo, Uchiha Senmu and his two companions quickly bowed, feeling the weight of Tsukumo's formidable presence and refraining from showing any disrespect. Wang Jin recognized him as Tsukumo Hitaki, the father of Kakashi Hitaki, who would earn the title of Konoha's White Fang in this very battle, his prowess rivaling that of Hiruzen Sarutobi, placing him above even the legendary Sannin. Greetings, Lord Tsukumo. Wang Jin and Shinju quickly offered their respects. Tsukumo Hitaki nodded slightly, his voice grave. What is the cause of this conflict? They sought to provoke us, Wang Jin promptly clarified, recounting the events with clarity. Shameless fool. The Uchiha trio inwardly cursed Wang Jin for his lack of fortitude, disapproving of his apparent disregard for clan pride. Is that so, Uchiha Senmu? My lord. It was Shinju of the Senju who first disrespected me, and I merely offered a minor correction. Disrespectful to me? Leave. If I catch you three oppressing fellow village ninjas again, I will cleave you in two. Tsukumo was well aware of the Uchiha clan's reputation. Their mere presence was often enough to intimidate the villagers, and he was not about to let their arrogance go unchecked. Yes, my lord. We shall take our leave. Senmu replied hastily, shooting a glare at Wang Jin before retreating with his companions. After their departure, Tsukumo Hitaki snorted, remarking on the Uchiha's disdainful demeanor, which would surely lead to their downfall. He then turned to Wang Jin, noting, You, Uchiha, are different from them. Do not emulate their negative traits. Yes, my lord. Wang Jin replied, bowing respectfully. After ensuring Shinju's injuries were not severe, Tsukumo took his leave. Following his exit, Shinju offered a sheepish smile. I apologize, Jin. I lack the ability to protect you from bullies. It is not your fault, Wang Jin reassured him, shaking his head. Uchiha Senmu has activated the three-tomo Sharingan. It is only natural that you are no match for him. He understood well that with the combined strength of a Jonin and the three-tomo Sharingan, along with greater battle experience, Senmu would not fall short of an elite Jonin. Although Uchiha Senmu was arrogant and overconfident, he possessed the prowess to back it up. Had Tsukumo Hitaki not intervened, both he and Shinju would have undoubtedly suffered considerable punishment. Shinju's spirits lifted slightly as he quipped, These individuals are always like this. The villagers are utterly disgusted by them. Especially since your Uchiha clan assumed control of the guard. The resentment has only intensified, and no one dares to approach you. Such is the tragedy of this clan. They possess neither the strength to match their status, nor do they exhibit humility, Wang Jin remarked, disdainfully regarding the average Uchiha's demeanor. The four madmen could afford to be arrogant due to their strength, as few could rival them. Yet these ordinary Uchiha seemed oblivious to their own shortcomings. Believing they could look down upon other clans, without Itachi or Obito, they would eventually face annihilation. Oh, a curious Uchiha, do you truly think so? A raspy voice, laced with keen interest, interrupted their conversation. Wang Jin and Shinju turned to see Orochimaru approaching. Master, why have you only just arrived? Shinju, resembling a child who had suffered an injustice, hurried to Orochimaru's side to express his grievances. The latter chuckled, ruffling Shinju's hair. I have actually been here for quite some time. I merely wish to observe your recent training progress. How did I perform? Not particularly well. You lack the strength expected of the Senju clan. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, shaking his head as his gaze shifted to Wang Jin, who immediately bowed in respect. I have met Lord Orochimaru, he said. No need for formality, Jin-kun. Orochimaru replied with an eerie grin, his tongue extending unnaturally long to lick his lips as he continued. I have heard from the ninja in the mountains about your mission, yet there remains a matter shrouded in ambiguity that I hope you will elucidate. Please, my lord. Ask away. Despite Orochimaru's courteous demeanor, Wang Jin dared not underestimate him. The man's cunning and methods were formidable. Orochimaru inquired, "Where have Yuan Feishuo, Hinata Xiaoyu, and Dezhu gone?" Wang Jin was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Orochimaru's focus to rest on this matter. He had assumed the man's discontent lay with the mission's progress, leaving him unprepared. "It is of no consequence if you wish not to answer. Perhaps you are aware, or perhaps you are not cognizant of their whereabouts." Orochimaru's half-smile sent a chill down Wang Jin's spine as he added, "You four tend to be overlooked by others. This is not a favorable situation for a ninja." With another unsettling chuckle, Orochimaru departed. Do not mind his cryptic words, the carefree Shenkshu reassured him. However, Wang Jin understood that Orochimaru had begun to suspect their origins, and he could not help but admire the man's astuteness. Truly, he was a master of core technology, and his intellect was formidable. From mere hints, he could deduce the abnormality surrounding them. Orochimaru's mind was indeed formidable. Chapter 26. The assault on Sand Hidden. For 3 consecutive days, Konoha's main force remained idle, hindered by the insurmountable poison from Sand Hidden that could not be neutralized. During this time, Wang Jin diligently refined his chakra, learning fire release techniques from Shenkshu, resulting in significant progress in his abilities and a marked change in his status. Name: Wang Jin, Uchiha Jin. Affiliation: Land of Fire, Konoha Village. Uchiha Clan, Ninjutsu, 6, Strength, 4, Jinjutsu, 7, Spirit, 10, Chakra, 075, Cards, Rank, Ninja Apprentice, Chakra Nature Transformation, Fire, Lightning, Yin. Yang, Bloodline Limit, None, Mastered Techniques, Body Flicker Technique, Lightning Release, Lightning Body. Fire Release, Great Fireball, Current Mission, Alter Shenkshu's Fate, Split World Mission. After enhancing the chakra refining method, the speed of refinement increased significantly. Coupled with the substantial nutrition from the beast meat consumed in previous days, his chakra reserves expanded greatly, nearing the threshold of becoming a genin. Wang Jin mastered the Great Fireball technique in merely half an hour. The chakra in the Naruto world was exceptionally manageable, and his talent amazed Shenkshu, who subsequently introduced him to Orochimaru in hopes of becoming his disciple. Although the legendary Sannin had yet to clash with Hanzo, their status was far superior to that of an average jounin, for their teacher was the current Hokage. However, Orochimaru showed no interest in taking Wang Jin as an apprentice. His curiosity lay solely in Wang Jin's origins. His inquiries veiled in subtleties that left Wang Jin hesitant to engage further, fearing he might become a subject of experimentation. With the main force remaining inactive, Wang Jin grew increasingly anxious. Shenkshu would be safe within the camp, yet his inability to rescue him would signify mission failure. However, as a mere ninja apprentice, he had no influence over the impending conflict between the two great nations, leaving him to fret in silence. 2 days passed, and on the afternoon of the 5th day, Wang Jin witnessed Jiraiya departing from the camp. Tsunade immediately summoned all jounin to Orochimaru's tent. Wang Jin was unaware of the discussions among the Konoha elite, but he suspected that Tsunade had successfully developed an antidote and that an offensive against Sand Hidden was imminent. As anticipated, half an hour later, the jounin captains rallied over 1,000 Konoha ninjas, commencing a pre-battle mobilization. Kakashi Hitaki, with a white short blade protruding from his back, stood on a platform, his voice resonating with authority. "Everyone, Tsunade has successfully neutralized Chiyo's poison. Now is the time to teach Sand Hidden a lesson." According to reliable intelligence, Sand Hidden has just been defeated by Hanzo and his rain ninjas, making this an opportune moment for our assault. Thus, after discussions with Orochimaru and Tsunade, we have decided to march under the cover of darkness, launching our attack on Sand Hidden at dawn. Please prepare accordingly. We aim to drive Sand Hidden back to the Land of Wind, allowing us to focus our efforts on the Land of Rain. As the leader, Kakashi's word was law. No one contested his command, and the battle plan swiftly unfolded as over 1,000 ninjas began to pack their gear in preparation for departure. Wang Jin felt exhilarated. The mission was finally progressing. 2 hours later, as night enveloped the land, Konoha's elite forces set forth, stealthily approaching Sand Hidden's encampment. The discipline of Konoha's ninjas was remarkable. Over 1,000 soldiers moved in complete silence. The sensation of experiencing this firsthand was unlike anything depicted in previous life as comics or animations, leaving Wang Jin in awe. This was the essence of true warfare, the tension palpable in the air. He kept pace with Shingshu, who intentionally looked after him, aligning perfectly with Wang Jin's intentions. As long as he could shield Shingshu from explosive tags at a crucial moment, the mission would be deemed successful, and his own fate would be inconsequential. However, from Wang Jin's recollections, it seemed Shingshu did not perish in a large-scale melee. He believed his demise was due to stepping on an explosive tag during a reconnaissance mission. Now, he awaited whether Shingshu would receive a scouting assignment. After approximately 2 hours of progress, Sand Hidden's encampment came into view, leading Wang Jin to doubt his earlier assumptions. Perhaps Shingshu truly would fall in the midst of battle. With a command from Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Kakashi, over 1,000 Konoha ninjas surged forth, launching a surprise attack on the unprepared Sand Hidden, plunging the camp into chaos. Kakashi found himself in a fierce duel against a young couple adept in puppet manipulation. The man had striking red hair, while the woman sported the more common black locks. Tsunade faced off against a short, middle-aged woman known for her mastery of puppetry and poison, Chiyo. Orochimaru led the main force into the fray, transforming the battlefield into a perilous arena. Wang Jin closely followed Shingshu, seeking suitable opponents, unknowingly gaining invaluable combat experience. Yet, Shingshu remained the primary force. Wang Jin's current abilities were merely supplementary, serving to support rather than lead. The battlefield's intensity peaked with Kakashi's confrontation against the youthful couple, their struggle relentless. The couple's impressive puppetry forced Kakashi to parry with his short blade, the powerful chakra emanating from him palpable to everyone present. This was a stark contrast to Kakashi's usual struggles with chakra reserves. Wang Jin mused, secretly mocking. Indeed, Kakashi's reliance on the Sharingan has its drawbacks. Perhaps focusing on honing his family's sword techniques would be a wiser path, albeit with a lower ceiling of potential. Void Slash! Kakashi shouted as his short blade emitted a brilliant white arc, cleaving through the couple's puppets. In desperation, the man shielded his wife, using a chakra-infused weapon to absorb the residual force of Kakashi's attack. No doubt, the head of Konoha Zanbu is formidable, he acknowledged. You two are not weak. There is no need for modesty, Kakashi retorted coldly, his formidable swordsmanship applying immense pressure on the young couple. Chapter 27. The mighty Kakashi Miko, be wary of his blade. Our puppets cannot withstand it, the red-haired man warned, his expression serious as he fixated on Kakashi's chakra blade. Stay behind me and wait for an opportunity to strike with ninjutsu. Do not engage him directly. I will confront him in close combat, the black-haired woman, strikingly beautiful and appearing to be in her mid-20s, with her hair elegantly tied up, indicated her married status. Upon hearing her partner's words, concern etched her features. Junji, you must prioritize your safety. Remember, Scorpion is waiting at home for us to return. I understand. I will not perish. With a confident smile, the red-haired Junjia infused wind chakra into the long blade in his hand, which gleamed with the same white light as that of Kakashi Hitaki, revealing it to be a chakra-conducting weapon. Clang! In an instant, their weapons collided, and Kakashi's surprise was palpable. The strength of his opponent was considerable, enough to send tingles through his hand, a sensation he had never experienced in previous battles. What a fine sword technique. I assumed you were merely a puppet user like your mother, he remarked. Humph, do not underestimate the prowess of the third wind shadow, Junjie retorted, his long blade slicing through the air with remarkable speed, momentarily taking the offensive and pressuring Kakashi. Is that all there is to the Kakashi sword technique? Kakashi questioned. Then I shall take this more seriously. The opponent's arrogance changed the expression on Kakashi's face. After pushing Junjia back with a single strike, he raised his blade high above his head, channeling a massive amount of chakra into it. Kakashi's sword technique, Void Break. A tremendous blade of light shot towards Junjia at great speed, its terrifying power causing both he and his partner to change color. Miko sprang into action, controlling a damaged puppet to fly in front of Junjia, channeling chakra through the invisible green threads that only she could see. Puppet technique, Machine Shield. The puppet's body glowed with a ghostly blue light, absorbing Kakashi's blade of light. This technique was one of the few defensive ninjutsu employed by puppet masters, utilizing chakra to form a shield capable of absorbing enemy techniques. However, Kakashi was too formidable. He unleashed his full strength, shattering Miko's puppet shield almost instantaneously. Nonetheless, it had served its purpose, reducing the residual power of the blade, allowing Junjia to block it, though he was still sent reeling, spitting blood. Junjia, we should retreat. He is too strong. We cannot match him. Miko pleaded. No. With my red hair billowing, I cannot avert my gaze from the panting Kakashi. Only the two of us can stand against him. If Kakashi breaches the battlefield, he will become a reaper of Jonin, dealing devastating blows to our village's elite forces. Miko, this is a battle for everyone in the village. Even if I must perish, I will ensure that the land of wind secures victory. Our village desperately needs the fertile land of the land of rain to flourish once more. The war that erupted 20 years after the First Shinobi World War stemmed from economic imbalances among the nations, essentially a struggle for survival through the plunder of others. Miko understood this truth. She was aware that becoming the third wind shadow was her husband's aspiration, and even though reluctant, she persisted by his side. Forgive me, Scorpion. I may no longer be able to accompany you. You must grow up safe. A lively little boy with red hair, reminiscent of Junjia, flickered in her mind. After silently apologizing, she charged alongside her husband towards Kakashi. The battlefield of the three did not affect the main forces. Instead, Tsunade and a short middle-aged woman exuded a far greater aura, surrounded by a faint green gas. Princess Tsunade, you truly are a genius for deciphering my poison in such a short time. The middle-aged woman praised, admiration flickering in her eyes. Tsunade took a deep breath, her expression serious and humble. Senior Chiyo, you flatter me. You are the foremost poison and medical ninja in the shinobi world. I merely managed to barely unravel it. I can accept being the top poison ninja, but the title of the best medical ninja belongs to you, Chiyo lamented. Feeling her age against the backdrop of Tsunade's noble lineage and extraordinary talent. Tsunade's medical ninjutsu left even her feeling inferior, and given Tsunade's youth, she could only sigh at Konoha's fortune, with genius after genius emerging, unlike Sunagakure, which relied solely on her aging body. Senior, this is not the time for idle chatter. If your Sunagakure values its life, then withdraw from this war. We of Konoha promised not to pursue earlier losses, Tsunade admonished. If she could deter Chiyo with words, it would be a boon. She was a formidable elder. Chiyo shook her head with a smile. Not a chance. It would be more likely for you to withdraw from Konoha. The harsh environment of our land of wind makes this fertile soil crucial for us. While it is not indispensable for you, it is you who should retreat. Then it seems we must determine the victor, Tsunade replied, surveying the battlefield. Currently, although Sunagakure had regained its footing after the ambush, the overall situation was still in their favor, with no one able to impede Orochimaru and the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru was slightly more powerful than Tsunade. Ordinary Jonin could not withstand him. Coupled with the Sharingan, they were the most terrifying presence in the night. With countless crimson eyes instilling fear in their opponents before the battle even commenced. Rift Sky Kick. Tsunade moved, delivering a powerful kick to the ground that sent Chiyo and her three puppets soaring into the air. What terrifying strength. I cannot allow them to get close. Chiyo's fingers danced rapidly, her three puppets moving with lifelike agility, surrounding Tsunade in a frenzied assault. Each time Tsunade was struck by the shuriken from the puppets, a wisp of black mist emerged from her skin, the proud toxin of Chiyo. Had she not previously developed an antidote, she would not have dared to engage in battle so recklessly. The commotion of their conflict paled in comparison to the shockwaves caused by Kakashi and the Junja couple. Yet its peculiarity drove ordinary ninjas to prefer the former's vicinity over approaching them. Boom, boom, boom. The entire Sunagakure camp descended into chaos. The battle raging from dawn until daybreak, with considerable exhaustion on both sides, and casualties exceeding half. Thankfully, Konoha had been the ambushers, otherwise, they might not have been able to contend with Sunagakure, especially as they were currently engaged on multiple fronts, outnumbered overall. Wang Jin, who had initially fought alongside Shinshu, was now focused on self-preservation. He had exhausted his chakra multiple times, and without Shinshu's rations, he would have collapsed from fatigue. Half a night of war had matured him considerably. While he could not claim to be a remorseless killer, he had grown accustomed to blood and dismemberment, mercilessly reaping the lives of his enemies, with no less than 10 sand shinobi falling to his hands. Although his chakra and ninjutsu had not improved, Wang Jin firmly believed that the two he had faced earlier would not match his current self, a testament to the transformation brought about by battle experience. Miko. Just as Wang Jin and Shinshu took advantage of a brief respite to recover their chakra, Junjia's roar echoed across the battlefield. The surviving ninjas turned to see Miko pierced through the chest by Kakashi's short blade. Junjia stared in disbelief at Miko, who stood before him, knowing that this blow was meant for him. Kakashi, despite facing two opponents, remained formidable, and after half the night, victory was finally within his grasp. Had it not been for Miko's selfless sacrifice, Junjia would have been slain. Withdrawing his blade, Kakashi was momentarily affected by the woman's sacrifice, choosing not to strike again, allowing her a moment to convey her final words. Chiyo attempted to rush over to help, but Tsunade would not allow her to succeed. She understood that Chiyo's medical skills were on par with her own, and allowing her to heal Miko would render Kakashi's efforts futile. Junjia, I am falling into your embrace, Miko whispered, a serene smile gracing her face, devoid of any regret. Tell Grandma to withdraw. I cannot return. Scorpion, you must take care of yourself. No, I will not allow you to die, Junjia shouted frantically, lifting Miko and charging towards Chiyo, knowing that only his mother could save his wife. However, Kakashi was a qualified ninja, showing no mercy towards his enemies. His previous restraint in not attacking was already a courtesy to Miko, who had shown such deep affection. Stab. Junjia looked down to see Kakashi's blade piercing through his chest from behind. Your couple's strength and resolve command my respect. Thus, let us depart together to the Pure Land. May you find peace in your next life, free from the ravages of war. Kakashi's expression was cold, ruthlessly extinguishing the lives of his adversaries. Next life? Huh. This cursed world of ninjas will never see such a day. Junjia faced his impending death with neither fear nor pleas for mercy. Scorpion, I'm sorry. I've broken my promise to you and my mother. You waited in vain. With his final words, Junjia closed his eyes. Shikamaru did not linger. Immediately joining the battlefield of Orochimaru, reaping the lives of sand ninjas like a grim reaper. Chapter 28, The Gamble Retreat. Chiyo commanded through gritted teeth. Although her son and daughter-in-law had been slain by the enemy, and that very enemy was in front of her, she yearned for vengeance even at the cost of her own life. Yet, the last remnants of the sand village's strength resided in her hands. She could not allow her thirst for revenge to bring ruin upon her village. The battlefield had become clear. Shikamaru, unopposed, was a demon savagely harvesting the lives of ninjas. Continuing the fight would only lead to total annihilation for her forces. The Sand Army immediately fled, with Orochimaru ordering a pursuit. The Konoha ninjas surged forward, relentlessly chasing the sand remnants into the forest. Shoju, filled with excitement, followed the main force, his reckless nature on full display. Wang Jin perceived his demeanor as indicative of imminent success in their mission. Within the woods, pursuing Shoju would likely lead to his demise. He closely tailed Shoju, meticulously observing every suspicious detail ahead, ready to strike should the latter fall into a trap. Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Shikamaru were the main forces of Konoha, leading the charge. Wang Jin and Shoju, limited in strength, lagged behind, though they were accompanied by two other ninjas. After approximately half an hour of pursuit, one of the ninjas ahead of Wang Jin stepped on an explosive tag, resulting in instant obliteration. Everyone immediately recognized the presence of traps laid by the sand. Without regard for Shoju's safety, Wang Jin executed a swift maneuver, propelling him several meters away. Boom. Jin. As Shoju barely managed to rise, he witnessed another explosion occur in his previous location, leaving Wang Jin grievously injured, his chest bones and left leg obliterated. Did he just save me? Jin sacrificed himself to rescue me? Is this the bond that the third Hokage spoke of? Shoju stood frozen, while Wang Jin, noticing his expression, couldn't help but scoff. Hurry. Go fetch your sister to save me. This foolishness left him speechless. How could he hope to earn the favor of Tsunade and Orochimaru if he did not die before their eyes? Unlike Danzo and the third Hokage, he needed them to witness his demise firsthand. Their favor in the main world would be of utmost importance. Huh, right? Jin, you must hold on. Shoju fought against his sorrow and vanished into the forest. The remaining ninja, who had not been caught in the trap, attempted to staunch Wang Jin's bleeding. But the pain drove him to scream. I say, even in this state, you ought to exhibit some semblance of a ninja. Why do you act as if you've never been injured? The ninja was taken aback by Wang Jin's pig-like wails, having never encountered such a cowardly ninja. Wang Jin retorted, You're correct, brother. I truly have never been injured before. Impossible. You're nearly 20. How could you be so childlike without any painful experiences? The ninja could hardly believe it. His reasoning was sound. After all, this was a world of ninjas, and during wartime, who among them was not marked by scars? However, Wang Jin was an outsider and remained oblivious, feeling embarrassed instead. Minutes passed, and Wang Jin sensed his body growing colder, his consciousness beginning to blur. Strangely, this dulled the pain, and he ceased his cries. This sensation felt so real, as if he were truly on the brink of death. What do you mean as if? You are indeed close to death. Even if Tsunade were to arrive in time, she could not save you. The ninja attending to him scoffed. And Wang Jin managed a weak smile, uttering words that left the ninja bewildered. Buddy, I'll remember you. If we meet again, I'll be grateful for your care. Konoha ninja? Meet again? Where? The Pure Land? He assumed Wang Jin was delirious from pain and dared not refuse. Thank you, but I certainly don't wish to go there so soon. Ha ha. Wang Jin laughed heartily, only to tear his wound anew, grimacing in agony. A few more minutes passed until he could bear no longer. Finally, Tsunade and Shoju arrived. Not only the siblings, but also Orochimaru were present. Tsunade immediately employed her healing jutsu. However, it was too late, or rather, even had she begun treatment earlier, Wang Jin would still be beyond salvation. His injuries were simply too severe. Unless the pinnacle of Naruto in the Fourth Great Ninja War were to appear and restore him with the power of the Sage of Six Paths, no one in the ninja realm could save him. Tsunade, Wang Jin struggled to speak, his consciousness fading, but he could not forget the mission, otherwise, all this pain would have been for naught. There's no need to exert yourself. I know I'm beyond help. Do not speak. You still have a chance. Tsunade urged, seeking to comfort Wang Jin. She understood he was lost, yet she refused to surrender. This was not only a principle she would uphold when establishing medical ninjutsu, but also her obsession to never abandon a wounded soul. Wang Jin smiled mournfully, gazing at Shoju, whose tears flowed incessantly, and reassured him. I promised I would stand before you with my life. Now I have fulfilled that promise. Shoju was utterly moved, while Orochimaru, observing the scene, pondered quietly to himself. Am I being overly sensitive? Is he truly this kind-hearted? Yet, the three had vanished into thin air, and Uchiha Jin could find no credible information. Even the astute Orochimaru found himself perplexed. He had 1,000 reasons to suspect Wang Jin, yet when a life is extinguished, all is lost. In that moment, he had no choice but to believe that Wang Jin bore no suspicion. Wang Jin found amusement in Orochimaru's expression, knowing he had always doubted him but could find no evidence. At this moment, his impending death was the ultimate trump card, leaving his adversary in confusion. As he felt his body reach its limits, a mysterious force from the divine tree world tugged at his soul, signaling it was time to return. Shoju, be more cautious in the future. Next time, I may not be able to save you. Human hearts are tender during these days. Shoju's sincerity had rendered Wang Jin incapable of treating him as merely an NPC. These words were his heartfelt sentiments. He hoped Shoju could survive well in this alternate world. I will remember, Shoju sobbed uncontrollably, while Tsunade, expending all her strength, could not prevent Wang Jin from closing his eyes. In the realm of the divine tree, a chaotic expanse, Wang Jin returned to the real world, gazing at the prompt before him with satisfaction. Mission to save Senju Shoju completed. Rewards have been issued. Senju Shoju's favorability, 50. Tsunade's favorability, 50. Orochimaru's favorability, 30. Jiraiya's favorability, 10. Danzo's favorability, 10. Sarutobi Hiruzen's favorability, 10. Transport war supplies mission completed. Please select a reward. Reward option 1. Choose 1 B-rank ninjutsu from the 5 elemental natures. Reward option 2. Increase personal chakra by 10 or 10 chakra cards. Reward option 3. Gain 20 favorability from traveling companions. Just as Wang Jin was about to select the chakra reward, he noticed that Senju Shoju's favorability had already reached 80, merely 20 points shy of maximum. This sparked a sudden thought in his mind. What would happen if favorability were maxed out? The moment the thought emerged, it clawed at him like a cat's paw, growing more intriguing by the second, until he could not help but inquire. Divine Tree. What happens if I max out favorability with a native in the Divine Tree world? Anything is possible. What do you mean? The Divine Tree fell silent, but this answer only heightened his curiosity. Anything is possible. Could he perhaps gain the abilities of the other? With that thought, Wang Jin could no longer remain seated. Wasn't it merely a task reward? He decided to gamble. If he could truly obtain Shoju's abilities, such as the Senju bloodline, it would be a monumental gain. 100 missions would be worthwhile. I choose reward 3, 20 favorability from traveling companions. Selection completed. Rewards have been distributed. The favorability of the Thousand Hands rope tree is maxed out. You have obtained a fragment of the Thousand Hands bloodline. Thousand Hands bloodline fragment 13. Collect 3 to possess the bloodline of the Thousand Hands clan. He guessed right, but not entirely. At this moment, Wang Jin was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Wang Jin, hello, you have died once in the Divine Tree world. There is no punishment this time. Settlement complete. Please prepare to exit the Divine Tree space. Before Wang Jin could contemplate further, he was expelled from the chaotic space by the Divine Tree and, upon opening his eyes, found himself before Li Shua, who had been waiting outside for quite some time. Chapter 29. Beaten up principal? You've been here all along. Wang Jin was released from a height of over 10 meters by the Divine Tree, landing steadily on the ground. His face filled with astonishment as he looked at Li Shua, who appeared quite distressed. Why did you act on your own? Li Shua's voice was low, seemingly suppressing his fury. As expected, when Wang Jin stammered, unable to explain himself, Li Shua erupted in anger. Wang Jin, do you realize your actions could ruin you and destroy the hard work I've put in these past few days? How much have I sacrificed to nurture you? Do you not understand gratitude? Acting recklessly on your first mission? Principal, Wang Jin struggled to explain his knowledge of the original plot, understanding that the characters within the Leaf Village were pivotal points for the future. This was a secret he could never reveal, not even to his family. However, failing to provide Li Shua with a reasonable explanation was equally impossible, so he simply bowed his head and played the part of an ostrich, allowing Li Shua to lecture him. Li Shua scolded him for over half an hour before finally stopping, perhaps out of exhaustion, or maybe due to Wang Jin's good attitude. As his expression softened a bit, fine, this time I will let it slide. Fortunately, the task was completed, and the 10 chakra points will be sufficient for you to stand out in the seed selection in 4 days. My rival has no reason to make things difficult for you now. However, the moment Li Shua's anger had just begun to subside, Wang Jin inadvertently reignited it with a single remark, causing an even stronger eruption that nearly left Li Shua staggering. Principal, please don't be angry. I did not choose the chakra reward, but opted for favorability instead. What? Li Shua stumbled, nearly losing his balance, feeling as if the world had gone dark before him. You chose favorability over chakra? Are you out of your mind? Do you not realize how crucial chakra is for you right now? Without chakra, no amount of ninjutsu will hold any value. No, even a pig has more sense than you. Li Shua, in his agitation, scanned around as if searching for something, and upon noticing Wang Jin's expression, he made a hasty retreat. This action was all too familiar to Wang Jin. It reminded him of his childhood when his grandmother would look for something handy before giving him a spanking. Exactly the same. Principal, I was wrong. Please let me explain. However, how could Wang Jin possibly escape from a formidable opponent on the verge of breaking through to the Jonin level? After completing this treasured task he had hoarded for over a decade, Li Shua had chosen the chakra reward of 10 points, raising his chakra from over 850 to more than 940, just a step away from breaking through to Jonin. Soon, unusual sounds echoed through the street, as some onlookers, reveling in Wang Jin's plight, could not help but laugh at his continuous wails. Old man, stop hitting him with your hands. That doesn't hurt. Use a belt to educate the child. Haha. Old Lu, don't stoke the fire. Isn't there a stick over there? Just give him a good whack. You two are truly wicked. Can't you see that child is a ninja? A mere ordinary item won't do? You need chakra to teach him a lesson. Half an hour later, bruised and limping, Wang Jin followed Li Shua back to the 6th middle school's playground, where he saw Zhu Xiaoyu and Yin Ming. The two had been lounging on the grass, but upon witnessing Wang Jin's miserable state, they quickly sat up and pretended to refine chakra, not daring to breathe. How could they not know what Wang Jin had endured? They just hadn't anticipated that Li Shua would be so severe. It was a beating to the extreme. All right, stop pretending, come over here. Li Shua spoke gruffly, and the two promptly rushed to Wang Jin's side, standing respectfully, as if facing a stern teacher. The beating had been administered, and Li Shua's anger had mostly dissipated. He looked at the three with a solemn tone. Once a ninja's chakra surpasses 20 points, they will enter a period of explosive growth, allowing for at least a 1-point increase daily, until they reach 200 points, at which point they will encounter a bottleneck. However, geniuses typically hit a wall around 300 points and will revert to a previous state where their growth stagnates for a month. Now you three should understand why I chose to use my long-stored task at this moment. Understood, the three replied in unison. Xiaoyu, curious, asked Principal. Since you beat Wang Jin so badly, did he not choose? She did not finish her sentence, her expression hinting she had grasped something. Yin Ming immediately turned to the young man beside him, his eyes wide with disbelief. No way, bro. You really didn't choose the chakra reward? Ordinary ninjas, unless they were sensory type or possessed the Byakugan or Sharingan, would have no idea of another person's total chakra unless the opponent used ninjutsu to unleash it. Xiaoyu couldn't possibly activate her Byakugan every day, prompting her to speculate. Despite Yin Ming lacking sensory abilities, he gleaned the answer from Wang Jin's silent demeanor, rendering him speechless. You fool. That's 10 chakra points. With your physical strength, don't even think about refining it in 2 months. Yin Ming roared. Spitting as he did, Wang Jin silently wiped his face and replied solemnly, but I do not regret it. Even if given another chance, I would still make the same choice. You brats still have some backbone? Li Shua's brow furrowed immediately. Although Wang Jin had been pleading for mercy, he was extraordinarily resolute on this point, unyielding to punishment. Xiaoyu, equally perplexed, fixed her lively eyes on Wang Jin. Why are you so insistent? What did you choose? Favorability. Why? Xiaoyu asked in surprise. Earlier, she had thought Wang Jin was tempted by the option of an A-level ninjutsu, never considering it was for something that seemed utterly useless. Wang Jin, I have always regarded you as a wise and composed person. You wouldn't act so foolishly without reason. Foolish? Wang Jin, for the first time, intended to speak, drawing Li Shua's curious gaze as well. Amidst the trio's confusion, curiosity, and regret, he articulated the reason for his steadfast choice. Once, while wandering the streets, I inadvertently overheard a conversation between 2 jonins. The Thousand Hands clan was once a powerful lineage, with each member possessing immense chakra reserves. The rope tree accompanying us is a descendant of the Thousand Hands clan. I know you might be curious about how I know this, as his name does not contain thousand hands. Upon hearing this, the 3 nodded slowly. They indeed did not understand. Wang Jin continued, You might have noticed, he is different with me and willing to open up. He quietly confided in me while transporting supplies. That is why I acted impulsively to stay, and I succeeded. After you left, I triggered a new task with the rope tree, and upon completion, the rewards from both tasks combined with his favorability were maximized. So you obtained the enormous secret of the Thousand Hands clan's chakra? Li Shua's eyes brightened at this revelation. If that were the case, it would not only be a gain, but a significant one. I obtained it, yet not completely. Wang Jin shook his head. Xiaoyu, puzzled, asked, What do you mean? Just like this. Wang Jin opened his panel, revealing the inscription of 1/3 of the Thousand Hands bloodline fragment. This was his private secret, one he could choose not to disclose to outsiders. However, the 3 required an explanation, otherwise, it would be hard to navigate. Fortunately, they were all his friends and mentors, trustworthy individuals. Though Li Shua had lived long and seen much, he had never heard of this clan. Given this, the words of the 2 jonins carried some credibility. Yet trust could not be fully placed unless he gathered all 3 fragments to prove the clan's bloodline. Wang Jin, you are still too naive. To relinquish part of your future for an unverified rumor is quite disheartening. Li Shua shook his head, expressing skepticism towards the Senju clan. Xiaoyu and Yin Ming shared similar sentiments, both unwilling to see Wang Jin make such a choice. Yet, only Wang Jin comprehended the righteousness of his decision. The Senju clan descends from a portion of the Sage of 6 Paths bloodline. This lineage could not only enhance a ninja's total chakra, but might also alleviate the overwhelming side effects of the Sharingan in this world. Even if given 100 chances, he would choose the same path again. Chapter 30. Lavishing wealth. Do not participate in the seed selection 4 days hence. Li Shua waved his hand, feeling a headache from Wang Jin's stubbornness. Wang Jin responded, Why not? Although I may not possess as much chakra as others, I refuse to concede. Currently, both Xiaoyu and Yin Ming had chakra levels exceeding 10 cards, and according to Li Shua, the top talents from other cities were likely similar. Despite the disparity of at least tenfold, Wang Jin remained confident in his combat awareness and experience. Numerous instances in the original work exemplified victories against overwhelming odds. If battles among ninjas were solely determined by chakra quantity, Kaguya would never have been sealed away. For Wang Jin, the seed selection at Anqing University represented a grand stage, a pivotal moment that could determine his future access to the school's resources. This is not merely a matter of conceding. Li Shua rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat helpless. Just yesterday, I learned that the teacher sent for the selection is my old nemesis from my youth. With your current strength, attending would only subject you to his ridicule. I am well aware of his character. He would not miss any opportunity to undermine you, and I would share in the embarrassment. Very well. I shall heed the principal's advice. Though reluctant, Wang Jin acknowledged his earlier misjudgment and yielded. Do not lose heart, my brother. Yan Ming patted his shoulder. The official ranking battle occurs in 2 months. You will have another opportunity. I understand, though I feel somewhat resentful. Wang Jin slowly shook his head, turning his gaze to Li Shuo. Principal, if that is the case, I will cease my training here. Please focus on instructing them. What are your plans? Li Shuo inquired. Wang Jin contemplated briefly. Since the school is on break, I intend to undertake some missions to supplement my household finances while simultaneously honing my skills. Moreover, in 20 days, I will have another opportunity to enter the world of the divine tree. Since Sui Xiaoyu and Yin Ming will not be with me then, it would be better to part ways now. Is that so? That works as well. Li Shuo nodded, finding solace in the thought that out of sight could ease his worries. Not attending the seed selection is a commendable choice. It will spare you from any potential blow to your confidence. As for supplementing your household finances, you need not concern yourself. I am aware of your filial nature. But what you require most at this moment is time. Do not allow life's burdens to impede your training. As he spoke, he produced a black bank card from his pocket. This is a universal card accepted at all banks across the continent, usable in both the south and north. It contains 100,000. Take it back to your adoptive parents. The password is 6 zeros. I have no need for this sum. How can this be? Wang Jin immediately rejected the offer. Principal, your life fruit and treasured tasks have already placed me in your debt. How could I accept your money? Enough of that. Take it. Li Shuo forced the card into his hand, leaving no room for refusal. Consider it a scholarship from the school. Do not overthink it. Holding the card, still warm from the principal's hand, Wang Jin felt a surge of gratitude and bowed deeply. Principal, your kindness shall never be forgotten. I will repay you in the future. The largest trading market for monster corpses in Shigu district was established by the council, allowing the exchange of any monster carcass, whether whole or fragmented. It was Wang Jin's first venture into this market in his 18 years. He approached a stall selling mountain goat meat, and the vendor greeted him enthusiastically. Young man, how much would you like? Our goat meat is exceptionally fresh. How much per pound? Not expensive, 3,003. For 10 pounds or more, it's only 3,000. Then I'll take 10 pounds. All right. The vendor promptly used a sharp chakra-conducting dagger to cut and weigh the meat, and soon, 30,000 federal coins had been spent. Following this, he visited a stall for short-tailed rabbits, purchasing 20 pounds at 100 per pound before leaving satisfied. Though the expenditure was considerable, Wang Jin understood that this money could not be saved. It must be transformed into combat power and future prospects. Upon his return home, his adoptive parents and sister Wang Yu were taken aback. The family had never purchased monster meat, much less in such quantities. Xiao Jin, this meat. Cheng Feng's voice trembled. The meat from monsters was visibly far more enticing than that of typical livestock. Wang Jin chuckled. Aunt, this is the scholarship from school, totaling 100,000. I thought that since my sister and I are at a prime age for chakra refinement, we should not skimp on nutrition. So I spent over 40,000 on these monster meats. You won't hold it against me, will you? Not at all. This is your scholarship earned through your own efforts. Spend it as you see fit. Cheng Feng quickly shook her head, while Wang Jiaqiang and Wang Yu praised Wang Jin with delight. Wang Jin transferred the remaining 28,000 on the card to Cheng Feng, having sent 40,000 to Sui Xiaoyu. Aunt, this should suffice for you for a while. I can rest easy now that I am going to university. How can this be? Wang Jiaqiang, who had been seated on the sofa, immediately rose to push the bank card back. It is our responsibility to fund your university. How can we accept money from you, a child? Keep this money for yourself. Improving your strength is far more valuable. Indeed, Xiao Jin, your uncle and I are still able to work. You need not worry about us. Cheng Feng smiled. Although they did not accept the money, Wang Jin's intentions brought her immense comfort. Unable to persuade them otherwise, Wang Jin reluctantly retained the funds, while Wang Yu looked on with envy. Though she was merely a few months older than Wang Jin, their situations were worlds apart, while she still relied on her family. He had already begun to alleviate their burdens. Chapter 31. Tell you, brother, I am somewhat confused about refining chakra. Can you teach me? Around 9 in the evening, as Wang Jin sat cross-legged on his bed refining chakra, Wang Yu entered. clad in an old, dark yellow nightgown. She carried the fragrance of a recent bath and settled beside him. Although her appearance was merely above average, her figure was exceptionally striking. Her curves were accentuated in all the right places, embodying youthful vitality. Wang Jin promptly ceased his training and gestured for her to remove her shoes and join him on the bed. In their childhood, when their grandparents were still alive, space was limited, and they had shared a bed without hesitation. "Come, sister, I will teach you," he smiled. "I just learned a new chakra refining method from a powerful ninja." Wang Yu's eyes widened in surprise as she sat cross-legged beside him. "A powerful ninja? How powerful?" "Shadow level." Wang Jin replied with a mysterious smile. The girl was momentarily stunned, but upon regaining her composure, she excitedly grasped his shoulders. Shadow level? Brother, is that the strongest level in the continent?" "Indeed, it is the shadow level. How did you meet such a person? Those kinds of powerful beings should not intersect with your life, right? Are you teasing me?" Wang Yu questioned with skepticism. "Not quite," Wang Jin chuckled, putting aside the jest. "I met him in the world of the divine tree. He is indeed a shadow-level ninja. You scared me. I thought you encountered such a powerful being in the real world." Wang Yu laughed, playfully ruffling Wang Jin's hair and pinching his ear, pressing him down. "Do not think I will forget that you are my younger brother just because you have achieved some success. In my eyes, you will always be my little brother. I never claimed otherwise." "Sister, stop it. Let go. It would not be good if uncle and aunt see us. And what if they do? Do not forget, you are not my biological brother. Our parents have long had the intention of bringing us together." Wang Yu released him and continued speaking. "However, my sister does not wish to lead a life with someone she is too familiar with, for that would lack passion." She spoke as if she were a celestial being. "Precious and rare. It seems that marrying me is something she does not desire." Wang Jin scoffed, and the siblings bickered for a while before returning to the main topic. "Why can't you learn? You must maintain an absolute balance between your physical and mental strength." After nearly an hour of instruction, Wang Yu finally began to grasp the balance, leaving Wang Jin speechless. Indeed, her sister was not particularly bright. Listening to the commotion from the room, Cheng Feng and Wang Jiechi exchanged glances in the living room, both feeling somewhat helpless. It appears that Xiao Jin and Xiao Yu can only remain siblings. Indeed, if Xiao Yu could join Xiao Jin, that would be splendid. It is rare to find such an exceptional child. The couple harbored this sentiment. Yet they respected the siblings' wishes and would not interfere. In a private training facility in An City, Li Shua hurriedly entered with Zhuo Xiaoyu and Yin Meng. This venue had been borrowed from An City University for the selection of talents, and today marked the official commencement of the selection process. Upon entering the training area, Yin Meng was awestruck by the sight before him. A massive open arena exceeding 500 meters in length and width situated at the center of the grounds. Surrounding it was a tiered seating area, equipped with all manner of testing instruments. Is that a ninja technique power testing machine? Wasn't it said that only the authorities could possess such a device? Why is it here? Yin Meng's attention was drawn to a black wall constructed of conductive metal, above which loomed a large screen. He had learned about this in books. It was used to assess a ninja's proficiency in techniques, measuring the varying power levels produced by the same chakra. Zhuo Xiaoyu gestured towards a particular direction. "You should take a look at whose it is." "Is it her?" "That makes sense." When Yin Meng turned to see a tall, stunning girl with a confident smile approaching, Luo Shiqing, he felt a sense of understanding. After all, she belonged to the wealthiest family on the continent. A bit of uniqueness could be comprehended. "Xiaoyu, Yin Meng, it's nice to see you again," Luo Shiqing smiled. Wearing a white martial arts uniform, as she stood in front of them waving, Zhuo Xiaoyu embraced her. "Shiqing, are you here for the selection too?" "Yes. My family sent me to enroll in An City University," Luo Shiqing replied, brushing her hair back and leading them to an empty spot in the stands before speaking with a hint of resignation. "You know I'm only interested in business. Being a ninja is of no concern to me, yet my family insists." "It's your talent that's to blame," Zhuo Xiaoyu retorted, pouting. "You possess the boiling release bloodline. It's understandable for Uncle Luo to want you to pursue the ninja path." "Boiling release," Yin Meng exclaimed, his eyes widening as he scrutinized the smiling Luo Shiqing. "I didn't realize you had that talent. What's the matter, big guy? Am I not allowed to awaken my bloodline limit?" Luo Shiqing teased. "In a real fight, you might not stand a chance against me." "That's debatable. I currently possess a substantial 12 chakra," Yin Meng flexed, grinning. "Luo, with your delicate frame, I could make you cry with one punch." "Humph, your bravado is all you have left," Luo Shiqing scoffed, then glanced around. "Where is Wang Jin?" He didn't come? No. Zhou Xiaoyu sighed. He missed this selection. Missed it? What happened? Luo Shiqing was taken aback. Just a little incident. It's a long story, Zhou Xiaoyu replied. But before she could continue, she was interrupted. Shiqing, you're here too? A tall, handsome boy in black approached, grinning as he pushed past Yin Ming to engage with Luo Shiqing. Yin Ming bristled with irritation. Who doesn't he love a beautiful girl? This guy was stealing his chance. Who are you? He demanded, grabbing the black-clad boy's shoulder, intent on lifting him. To Yin Ming's astonishment, the boy did not even turn around. Instead, he unleashed a powerful surge of chakra, sending Yin Ming's hand flying away. Shiqing, is this your friend? The boy finally turned to face the shocked Yin Ming. Luo Shiqing's eyes glinted mischievously. Not quite a friend, just an acquaintance. Oh, I see. The boy chuckled as he stepped closer to Yin Ming, revealing his profile. Name, Tao Yu. Affiliation, Land of Earth, Iwagakure. Ninjutsu, Tint, Strength, 8. Illusion, 5. Spirit, 7. Chakra, 17. Cards. Rank, Jinin, Chakra Nature Transformation, Earth, Fire, Water, Lightning, Yin. Yang, Bloodline Limit, Storm Release, Mastered Techniques, Lightning Release, Lightning Pillar, Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, Water Release, Water Chaos Wave, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Technique, Storm Release, Storm Pillar, for elemental transformations, and a bloodline limit as well. Both Zhou Xiaoyu and Yin Ming gasped at Tao Yu's profile. His mastery of ninjutsu, total chakra volume, and potential far surpassed theirs. Tao Yu playfully patted Yin Ming's face. Now do you know who I am? Why yes, Yin Ming stuttered, clearly intimidated and no longer daring to provoke him. Chapter 32. The selection begins. Tao Yu's striking presence quickly became the focal point of the venue, drawing admiration from numerous talented young women, while also inciting envy among many male peers. However, none dared to challenge him. His strength was undeniable. Shiqing, what do you plan to do over the next 2 months? Tao Yu crouched before Luo Shiqing, their faces mere inches apart, prompting her to gently push him away. Don't be so familiar. I'm not your girlfriend. Haha, but I will be, Tao Yu replied earnestly. Shiqing, I've pursued you for 5 years now, traveling all the way from Jiang City to participate in this selection. You must know my intentions. Many girls listening to this heartfelt declaration envied Luo Shiqing, while the boys internally scoffed, feeling disgruntled. She wouldn't refuse, would she? One talented girl mused, I wish someone as outstanding as him would confess to me too. You wish. Ugly duckling. Men like him don't look at girls like us. Only the Luo family's eldest daughter could attract such a suitor, given her wealth, her friend retorted with jealousy. At this moment, the training ground had gathered over 50 talented individuals from various cities, all eyes fixated on the two prodigies, Tao Yu and Luo Shiqing. Yet, in an unexpected turn of events, Luo Shiqing merely smiled at Tao Yu before walking away. Let us consider these matters once we have all become Jiaonan. The teachers from City University have arrived. Let us head over. Xiaoyu, Luo Shiqing said, linking her arm with Zhou Xiaoyu as they made their way toward the main seating area, prompting the others to follow suit. On the main platform sat 5 individuals, 3 of whom wore clothing emblazoned with the words City University, while the other 2 included Li Shuo and a stranger to Zhou Xiaoyu. Is everyone here? The blue-haired elder, appearing to be around 60, inquired. He was the person in charge sent from City University, responsible for the final evaluation. Yes, there are a total of 58 students, all present. Shall we begin? 2 middle-aged men beside him, regular teachers from the university, confirmed. The blue-haired elder scanned the students, his gaze landing on Zhou Xiaoyu and Yin Ming. Li Shuo, are these 2 your students? They don't seem particularly extraordinary. They won't be any worse than your students. Kong Xian, Li Shuo retorted coldly, their rivalry palpable. Compared to my students, they are far inferior, Kong Xian replied, shaking his head. He was small in stature, about the same height as Li Shuo, and neither was a Jiaonan capable of producing commendable students. Then why don't you let your students compete? Li Shuo challenged, staring directly at Kong Xian. Who has stronger ISNT determined by mere words? Haha, they will have their chance, Kong Xian laughed heartily. My disciple holds little regard for this selection process. He will await your students during the freshman ranking competition, where you shall witness what true genius looks like. How boastful! Li Shuo crossed his arms, declaring, enough of this idle chatter. Let the selection begin. The sooner we finish, the sooner I can return to my cultivation. Your mediocrity makes no difference whether you cultivate or not. You're nearly in the grave. Do you still aspire to break through to a higher rank? What did you say? Li Shuo was incensed, rising abruptly. Calm down, both of you. This is not a venue for fighting. The students are watching you, urged the two elder mentors, a middle-aged man from the Luo family and a teacher from Anqing University. Fearful that the two old veterans might come to blows, Kong Xian shook his head with a smile as he approached the students gathered near the arena. Old fellow, I shall grant you some face today. Should you wish to fight, seek me out any time. I fear you not. Li Shuo followed closely behind, and the other three quickly trailed after them. It was evident that the principal's relationship with this man was quite poor. Yan Meng, unable to hear the quarrel, could see that Li Shuo's expression was far from pleasant. Zhou Xiaoyu, standing beside Yan Meng, nodded slightly as the 58 students formed a line. Kong Xian approached the group, his voice commanding and powerful. Those who master more than 3 ninjutsu techniques and possess chakra exceeding 10 units, as well as those with 4 attributes or bloodline limits. Step forward. Yes. 12 students swiftly exited the ranks, including Tao Yu, Luo Shiqing, Zhou Xiaoyu, and Yan Meng. Open your panels. Understood. The 12 complied. And after verifying their claims, Kong Xian nodded. Put them away. You have been pre-selected for Anqing University. Step aside for now. Yes. The 12 did not stray too far. Observing the others, the remaining 46 students envied them, eagerly awaiting Kong Xian's next command. Kong Xian regarded them with a solemn expression. Innate talent and family background are given, but whether you strive for improvement lies solely in your hands. You still have the opportunity to enter Anqing University and compete with those 12 for your position. I will arrange pair battles. Those who perform well may gain admission, while the outstanding among you will receive the same treatment as them. Do you understand? Understood. The 46 students responded in unison, their voices resonating with determination as they sought to impress Kong Xian. With a wave of his hand, 2 teachers from Anqing University began the arrangements, and soon the first pair of students ascended the stage. Both possessed approximately 5 units of chakra and had equal mastery of ninjutsu. Their battle lacked excitement and ended swiftly. The 2 descended the stage, dejected and unwilling to accept their fate. One tall boy approached the Anqing University teacher. Sir, there are still 2 months until the admission period. I believe I will grow significantly during this time. Could you grant me another chance? I am confident. The shorter boy echoed his sentiment, but the teacher from Anqing University shook his head. Prove your worth first. Today, the pre-selection cannot be compromised. Next pair, Lu Miao Miao and Li Li. As a boy and girl leapt onto the stage, the selection process continued. Over an hour later, all 46 students had completed their matches, with only 8 emerging victorious to join the pre-selected group. Among them, the student with the most chakra boasted 9 units, while the least had only 3 units, a blue-clad boy training in physical techniques, inciting jealousy among the eliminated students. Teacher, this is unfair. Why can he enter the pre-selected group, while I cannot? Protested a boy with 8 units of chakra, pointing at the blue-clad student. Because of his perseverance. The Anqing University teacher replied calmly. Su Luo may possess only 3 units of chakra, yet he can effortlessly defeat opponents far superior to himself through his physical techniques. His extensive combat experience is evident. Does it not warrant explanation? For Anqing University, resources have never been scarce. Even students with modest innate talent, provided they harbor a steadfast resolve to improve and demonstrate tangible effort, will receive nurturing. This is the rationale behind my approval of Su Luo's inclusion in the pre-selected group. Once the teacher concluded, the students could no longer contest the decision. They could see the dried blood on Su Luo's bandages, a testament to his hard work. Being acknowledged stirred deep emotions within Su Luo. Hailing from a humble background, he had only reached this point thanks to the support of his homeroom teacher. Every individual here surpassed his chakra reserves, and being selected was something he had never dared to dream. The teacher is right. Anqing University is the place where I will rise. Su Luo clenched his fists, his resolve intensifying. Chapter 33, an unexpected top talent. Kong Xian declared, all right. You may return now. I look forward to seeing all of you again during the entrance examination at the end of August. Over 30 non-selected students departed in disappointment, leaving the training ground notably quieter. Kong Xian approached the 20 pre-selected students, his gaze landing on Luo Shiqing, who responded with a mischievous smile, suggesting they were already acquainted. Girl, I know your capabilities. You will test them. Those who defeat you will be regarded as seed talents for cultivation. All right, but this is quite the laborious task. Uncle Kong, you must compensate me afterward, Luo Shiqing winked, stepping out of the group to stand beside Kong Xine. The onlookers exchanged glances, astonished. With the exception of Tao Yu. Tao Ge, is she even more formidable than you? Inquired a boy attempting to curry favor with Tao Yu, who nodded earnestly. Of course. Otherwise, how could she have caught my interest? Gasps of surprise followed Tao Yu's affirmation, prompting everyone to scrutinize Luo Shiqing, as if seeing her for the first time. Yin Ming nudged Zui Xiaoyu. Why didn't you mention how impressive she is? Zui Xiaoyu shook her head, her expression complicated as she regarded Luo Shiqing. She is quite mysterious. Even I do not fully comprehend her. Are you not close friends? Sort of. We never discussed ninjas before. I only knew of her talent. But her true strength was always a mystery. Zui Xiaoyu shook her head, catching Luo Shiqing's eye, who smiled innocently. With a swift leap, Luo Shiqing agilely ascended the stage. Addressing Zui Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, I apologize for concealing this from you. Let us have a match first. All right, Zui Xiaoyu replied, equally nimble as she approached Luo Shiqing. I am curious about how much you have kept hidden. You'll be astonished, Luo Shiqing giggled, swiftly forming hand seals. In response, Zui Xiaoyu activated her Byakugan. Her fair hands aimed at Luo Shiqing's chest. Pointing. With a swift movement, Luo Shiqing evaded Zui Xiaoyu's attack, fully aware that engaging in close combat against the Byakugan was unwise. Zui Xiaoyu understood her advantage and sought to grapple with Luo Shiqing in physical techniques. But to her astonishment, Luo Shiqing had completed only 2 hand seals before her figure vanished entirely. Body flicker technique. How swift! Zui Xiaoyu gasped, taken aback as her friend effortlessly distanced herself in the blink of an eye. Just how many ninjutsu techniques have you mastered, Shiqing? Hee, not many, just around 10 or so. Luo Shiqing replied playfully, leaving everyone in shock. She learned that many ninjutsu techniques right after graduating high school? That is astonishing. Indeed, I have only grasped 3, and I am considered a genius. How did she manage to cultivate so much? Moreover, Luo Shiqing's combat rhythm flowed seamlessly, rendering Zui Xiaoyu's advantages ineffective. One can clearly see she has undergone extensive combat experience, setting her apart from us, the students murmured, utterly captivated by Luo Shiqing's display. Tao Yu chuckled softly. Of course, Shiqing's combat experience is extensive. Let us not forget her family background. What do you mean? A boy queried, puzzled by the connection to combat experience. Fool. Tao Ge means the magical beasts. The Luo family is renowned for raising the most magical beasts across the continent. As the family's heiress, she must frequently engage in battles with those creatures. Magical beasts? Ah, that explains her extraordinary combat experience. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately found it quite reasonable, as the pressure exerted by magical beasts surely surpassed that of similarly ranked ninjas. Shiqing, with her extraordinary combat talent, skillfully subdued Zui Xiaoyu, preventing her from landing a single attack. Left with no choice, Zui Xiaoyu conceded, aware that her opponent had intentionally spared her dignity by refraining from employing offensive ninjutsu and boiling release. As the successor of the Byakugan clan, she was well acquainted with boiling release. The potent acid resulting from the combination of water and fire was lethal upon contact. I admit defeat. Shiqing, you are formidable, and I am no match for you. Don't be disheartened, Xiaoyu. In a couple of days, I will take you to play with magical beasts, and you will be able to achieve what I have. Shiqing's formidable prowess and her ethereal beauty captivated many young men, and they now understood why even someone as exceptional as Tao Yu pursued her so fervently. Big guy, it's your turn. Shiqing beckoned to Yin Ming, who hesitated, shrinking his neck in uncertainty. 16 chakra points. Shiqing, please be gentle. I will, she replied. Come on. As Yin Ming leaped onto the arena, he immediately performed hand seals, his skin turning a shade of azure as he unleashed the granite technique. Shiqing chose not to interrupt his seals, allowing him to seize the initiative. Earth release, spike. 3 earth spikes, each as thick as an adult's fist and approximately 1 meter long, surged from beneath Shiqing's feet, aimed at her long and elegant legs. Quite aggressive. Shiqing calmly evaded Yin Ming's attack, swiftly performing hand seals in the air. Upon landing, she activated her body flicker technique, appearing before him with a speed that left him no time to react, delivering a powerful punch to his chin, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. Water release, water prison technique. Lacking Zhui Xiaoyu's remarkable Byakugan, Yanmeng found Roshking's speed to be a lethal threat. Struck by her physical prowess, he was subsequently ensnared by a water sphere nearly 2 meters in diameter. I concede, he gasped, choking on water, and quickly waved his hand to signal his surrender. Roshing, with a flick of her wrist, dissipated the water prison into a mere stream flowing across the ground, crossing her arms as she regarded the other students. Anyone can step up next, except for Tao Yu. As she finished speaking, the crowd exchanged glances, momentarily paralyzed by hesitation, none daring to ascend the arena. The terrifying strength that had effortlessly defeated 2 bloodline limit prodigies left them devoid of any desire to challenge her. Kong Xian smiled gently and turned to the 2 teachers from Anqing University beside him, inquiring, "Who do you think is stronger, my disciple or this girl?" "Of course, it's your disciple," one teacher replied, chuckling. "He is a rare talent with innate mastery over the 5 elemental releases and under your careful guidance. There is certainly no one among his peers who could rival him." "Indeed, I concur," Kong Xian said, a proud smile gracing his face as he glanced at Li Shua beside him. "Did you hear that, old man? Even Roshing is no match for my disciple. How can your 2 students possibly compare?" Li Shua's expression darkened, and he struggled to find a rebuttal. He had no doubt that the 3 were performing a well-coordinated act. At the level of Jonin, there was no need to lie about such matters. Zhui Xiaoyu and Yin Ming were indeed outclassed by these top-tier prodigies. He could only hope they would eventually catch up. Sighing inwardly, Li Shua felt a sense of humiliation before his old rival. Chapter 34. The fierce battle of prodigies after Yin Ming's defeat. Roshing swiftly dispatched 2 more students, leaving the remaining dozen or so prodigies utterly demoralized by the apparent gap in strength. "Teacher, I give up. I cannot possibly compete with Roshing." "Me too. She is simply too formidable. I have no hope of victory." "I also concede. The disparity is too great." "I do as well." The chorus of voices echoed, except for Tao Yu, who remained silent. Although the status of seed prodigies was unclear, Anqing University was known for delivering remarkable surprises. Yet, it seemed that luck was not on their side. They could not even aspire to claim such a title. Kong Xian tossed a grape-like fruit to Roshing, who caught it and promptly sat down to meditate. "Tao Yu, it's your turn now. Defeat this girl." "Yes, teacher." Tao Yu bowed slightly to Kong Xian before making his way slowly to the arena, waiting for Roshing to recover. He understood that the grape-like fruit was called a military food pill, a creation mimicked by some ninja from the indigenous techniques of the God Tree world, capable of rapidly restoring physical strength and chakra in a short time. Approximately half an hour later, Roshing stood up, stretching her alluring figure, and smiled at Tao Yu. "It has been a while since we last sparred. Let us see if you can defeat me today." "Haha, you better take this seriously." Tao Yu, clad in fitted black attire, exuded an air of vigor as he slightly clenched his fists, producing a satisfying crack. His gaze sharpened, for while he admired Roshing, he dared not hold back. In their previous encounters, he had often found himself on the losing end. "Let the match begin. Once it concludes, we can all head home," Kong Xian announced, his expression serious as he, along with the 2 teachers and Li Shua, anticipated the performance of this year's strongest new students. Meanwhile, the other students watched with wide eyes, anxious not to miss a single detail of the unfolding battle. "Yes, teacher," Roshing and Tao Yu shouted in unison, then simultaneously began forming hand seals. Lightning release, lightning pillar. Wind release, great breakthrough. Tao Yu's sealing speed exceeded Roshking's by a fraction, as 4 thunderous pillars, each half a meter thick and towering 3 meters high, surrounded her. The lightning pillar was a B-rank ninjutsu that could create an electric space, continuously inflicting damage on the opponent. Its power correlated to chakra, making it a formidable technique. Roshing was acutely aware of this, having faced Tao Yu multiple times. She was familiar with his tactics. Instantaneously, she unleashed wind release ninjutsu, powerful gusts obliterating one of the lightning pillars and shattering the entire electric space. Their confrontation unfolded in an instant. As the electric space collapsed, Tao Yu wasted no time, adopting a half-squat position, his hands striking the ground as he channeled a significant amount of chakra into the earth. Lightning release, earth walk. Earth release, earth flow wall. Boom. Roshing responded in kind, erecting a robust earthen wall to keep the lightning at bay. She had no intention of using water release. Even elementary students understood that lightning could easily conduct water. especially someone of her caliber. Your skills have improved considerably, Rashing remarked as she perched atop the earthen wall, crossing her arms and looking down at Tao Yu. He smiled back at her. You too. After half a year, your chakra is almost on par with mine. Use your storm release. Ordinary ninjutsu won't affect me. I have countermeasures for that. Indeed, Tao Yu agreed, nodding. Wind counters lightning. If my lightning fails, I have no chance of defeating you. But are you sure you want me to use storm release? I fear I might not control it properly. What if? Bring it on. Rashing tossed her hair back, asserting that in battle, one should not hold back, otherwise, it would lack excitement. Very well, as you wish. Tao Yu began to form hand seals. But they were not for storm release. Instead, he initiated the body flicker technique. However, the students soon realized that his body flicker technique differed from Rashking's. He required 4 seals, while she only needed 2. The principle of simplifying hand seals was well understood. It stemmed from one's proficiency in a particular ninjutsu. Yet executing it was exceedingly difficult, demanding both talent and extensive practice. Tao Yu concentrated a vast amount of chakra into his legs, his figure darting across the arena, leaving the gathered students awestruck by his speed. How fast? How do they train? Having just graduated, they are already so adept at body flicker technique. We haven't even begun learning it. Indeed, body flicker is a fundamental ninjutsu every ninja must master. Without super fast mobility, one is left at a disadvantage in combat. Speaking of which, Rashing excels in this regard. She has already simplified her hand seals, granting her a significant advantage in initiating attacks. The art of body flicker, in essence, harnesses an extensive amount of chakra from the legs to facilitate rapid movement, rather than true teleportation. The one who first employs this technique gains control over the rhythm of battle, and in this regard, Luo Shiqing has already surpassed us all. However, Tao Yu is no less formidable. Unlike the rest of us, he will not be defeated by such a minor difference. The outcome remains uncertain, hinging on which of their bloodline limits proves to be more potent. A few well-informed students engaged in discussion, their eyes barely able to keep pace with Tao Yu's movements. Though their bodies could not respond in kind, it could be said that a single execution of the body flicker technique would determine victory or defeat. Nevertheless, Luo Shiqing remains unfazed, as her mastery of the technique exceeds that of her opponent. Seizing what he perceives to be an opportune moment, Tao Yu launches a powerful kick aimed directly at Luo Shiqing's chest. Thud! Luo Shiqing bends her arms to block. Yet Tao Yu's kick sends her hurtling away from the earthen wall, landing several meters away. Capitalizing on the moment while Luo Shiqing is still dissipating the force, Tao Yu swiftly performs a series of hand seals. In under 3 seconds, a fire dragon approximately 20 meters long materializes before him, hurtling toward the girl who has just regained her footing. But that is not the end. Even after summoning the fire dragon, his hands continue to weave through the seals. Fire release, fire dragon technique. Wind release, gale beam. The roar of the fire dragon intertwines with 4 black lightning beams, amplifying both their color and potency. Infused with the essence of water release. Such a ruthless tactic. Luo Shiqing's expression shifts dramatically as her hands dance with an almost imperceptible speed, completing her own hand seals in the blink of an eye. Tao Yu, accustomed to observing his opponent's capabilities, is not surprised, having noted her impressive data. This is her ninjutsu talent, her most formidable gift. Name, Luo Shiqing. Affiliation, Land of Rain, Ninjutsu. 10. Strength, 8. Illusion, 4. Spirit, 8. Chakra, 16. Card. Rank, Jinin. Chakra nature transformation, Earth, Water, Fire, Wind, Yin. Yang, bloodline limit. Boil release, Mastered Ninjutsu. Fire release, Great Fireball, Fire release. Fire Dragon technique, Fire release. Water prison, Water release. Great Tsunami, Water release. Wind release, Wind cutter. Wind release, Earth release, Boil release. Skillful mist technique. Beads of sweat adorn Luo Shiqing's forehead as the fire dragon closes in within 10 meters, the intense heat reddening her skin. Yet, her ninjutsu is complete. She expels superheated gas that evaporates the gale beams. However, the fire dragon, being a product of fire release ninjutsu, remains undeterred by her boil release. Ultimately, it strikes her with a claw, sending her flying over 100 meters, crashing heavily outside the arena. Nevertheless, the students do not perceive her as defeated. Rather, Taoyu finds himself in a more perilous situation. He is grazed by the superheated mist produced by Luo Shiqing's boil release, resulting in a fist-sized hole in his chest garment, his skin charred beneath. He collapses, unconscious on the arena floor. These two young contenders are indeed merciless in their approach. With a wave of his hand, Kong Xian directs torrents of water toward the arena, extinguishing both the boil release and the fire dragon, instantly enveloping the entire training ground in steam that lingers for an extended period. Luo Shiqing emerges victorious. This selection process has concluded. You may await further communication from our school. With that, Kong Xian departs, casting a mocking smile at Li Shuo before leaving. Damn it. That old man. Li Shuo seethes with anger, his outburst echoing in the ears of Zhou Xiaoyu and Yin Ming, both of whom were expressions of shame. Their performances today were indeed lacking, resulting in the principal's embarrassment in front of their rivals. Chapter 35. Rapidly growing chakra. Regarding the selection, Wang Jin paid no heed, spending 10 consecutive days at home refining his chakra. During this period, the contribution of beast meat has been immense, keeping his cells in a state of energy saturation daily. Notably, the meat of the Highland goat has primarily provided this energy, given its value is 30 times that of the tail-wagging rabbit. In the first 4 days, Wang Jin refined his chakra from 0.75 cards to 1 card, officially achieving the rank of Genin. Over the next 6 days, he managed to extract approximately 0.3 cards daily, witnessing a daily transformation in his chakra quantity. At 2.7 cards, Wang Jin opened his eyes, concluding a night of cultivation. With the beast meat nearly depleted, he realized that to sustain such rapid refinement, he must venture out to undertake missions for income. After a moment of reflection, he glanced at his phone, noting it was barely 4 in the morning, with 5 hours remaining until the mission hall opened. Exhausted from a night of refining, he surprisingly managed to sleep in until 10 in the morning, astonishing his family. Xiao Jin, why did you sleep in today? Dressed and ready, Wang Jin encountered Wang Yu in the living room, where she lay on the sofa watching television. Sister, I won't be home for lunch. You'll have to prepare something for yourself. Typically, the family is busy with school and work, leaving the house nearly empty during the day. With high school now finished and 2 months remaining until the new semester begins on September 1st, both siblings find themselves with ample free time, taking turns to cook. Wang Yu curiously inquired, where are you off to? Can't you take your sister along? I can't, Wang Jin replied, grabbing 2 buns left for him on the table, stuffing one into his mouth before speaking. I'm heading to the mission hall to accept a task. I won't be home for lunch much anymore. So please don't mention it to uncle and aunt. I don't want them to worry. Missions carry inherent risks. Unless one is undertaking the most elementary tasks like finding lost pets, others require a certain level of strength to complete. Over the next 2 months, Wang Jin plans to undertake missions to earn money for beast meat to enhance his physique, while simultaneously entering the world of Naruto to accomplish lucrative tasks that will swiftly bolster his strength. The latter is manageable, as it is unlikely he will encounter acquaintances in the Naruto world, making his activities largely inconspicuous. However, the former poses a challenge. Should he return with valuable beast meat in the coming days, it will be difficult to explain, and he cannot maintain such a facade for long. Yet, for the moment, he is reluctant to confront Wang Jiaqiang and Cheng Feng, preferring to wait until he has completed a few tasks to prove his strength before broaching the subject. At that point, even if the couple opposes him, their resistance will likely be minimal, as no one would willingly forego a quick path to wealth. Undertaking missions? Xiao Jin. Wang Yu gazes at her brother's determined figure as he rushes out, unable to fathom that her younger brother has reached this juncture, evolving into a true ninja. At the Shigu District Mission Hall, a tall, strong boy with black hair and attire, his legs bound with bandages, intently gazes at a machine resembling a bank's automated service, its screen gliding with information. This boy is none other than Wang Jin, standing before a task acceptance machine, designed for ninjas to select missions that suit their skills. Such machines, numbering around 180 in the hall, are widely utilized, significantly alleviating the burden on the counter staff. The machine's screen categorizes tasks into 5 difficulty levels, D, C, B, A, and S, corresponding to the ranks of Genin, Chunin, Special Jonin, Jonin, and Kage. Having just attained the rank of Genin, Wang Jin is limited to accepting only D-rank tasks, while he can review tasks of higher ranks, but lacks the authority to undertake them. This is a regulation set by the council. While it is possible to accept tasks of higher ranks, one must meet one of two criteria. Requirement 1. Proven super genius recognized by authoritative powers or a ninja of special status. Requirement 2. A 100 task completion rate with over 10 completed missions, without using tasks below one's capability to inflate the count. Although the former allows acceptance of tasks across all ranks, the latter permits only one rank advancement. However, the latter is substantially more challenging to achieve. After all, no one can guarantee that every task's intel will be flawless. A single failure results in a lifetime of disqualification. Therefore, individuals who meet these criteria are often referred to as crown ninjas, accumulating their achievements in cycles of 10. Completing 10 tasks earns the title of one crowned king. 20 tasks earns two crowned king, and so forth. The crown symbolizes the lifelong aspiration of all ninjas. Securing even a single one draws significant attention. In the realm of 3 crowns and above, even the mightiest families must exercise courtesy and diplomacy. Should one achieve 5 or 6 crowns, it becomes a remarkable feat. Even Wang Jin is aware that there once existed an individual who bore such a title, and that person has since ascended to the position of the second speaker of the council, a rank only subordinate to the grand speaker, embodying the essence of being a true authority beneath whom countless others reside. The aspiration for the 5 crowns must be fulfilled within 2 years. With this thought igniting a fierce determination within him, Wang Jin resolved not to let his life be one of mediocrity. This particular task, for 20,000 continental coins, would suffice. After half an hour of meticulous selection, Wang Jin finally discovered the task that best suited him. He promptly scanned the wristwatch issued during his previous identity registration over the screen's acceptance option, and the backend system instantly recorded his task information. D-grade task: locate the lost conductor. Task description: my D-grade chakra conducting weapon was lost yesterday in the Fire Wolf secret realm. I seek a companion to assist in the search, with a duration of 1 day. Regardless of whether the weapon is retrieved, a payment of 20,000 continental coins will be awarded as compensation for companionship. Task requirements: a lower ninja is sufficient. Chapter 36. The Firewolf Secret Realm. Wang Jin knew that the Firewolf Secret Realm was the closest beast realm to the West Valley District, characterized by the lowest risk factor. The majority of its inhabitants are beasts with mutated physiques, but lacking chakra, only marginally stronger than ordinary animals found on the continent, thus posing minimal danger. The sole entity to be wary of is the Fire Wolf, a creature slightly more formidable than the curled-tailed rabbit. Typically, it possesses between 10 to 20 chakra points and can breathe fire, presenting a significant threat to newly minted lower ninja students. Fortunately, the number of fire wolves within the realm is limited, and according to official information, one can avoid them with a modicum of caution. Master, to the western suburbs, he instructed. Understood. Upon exiting, Wang Jin immediately hailed a taxi and, using the contact information provided by the task system, reached out to the task issuer. Hello. Is this Wang Jin? The moment the call connected, an eager voice resonated, sounding like a youth of similar age, filled with urgency. Have you set off? Can you arrive in 2 hours? Just departed. How long until we arrive, driver? Wang Jin inquired, to which the driver pondered momentarily before replying. If I hurry, we should arrive in about an hour. Good, please expedite. This remark was echoed from the phone, and after Wang Jin confirmed the detailed address, he ended the call. It seemed that this conductor was of great importance to him. With a chuckle, he engaged in casual conversation with the driver as time slipped away. In the western suburbs of the West Valley District, the air grew fresh as they distanced themselves from the city. The solitary asphalt roads stretched from east to west. Flanking them were dilapidated houses and dense thickets, creating a desolate atmosphere. At the entrance of a bunker-like structure descending deep into the earth, a young man, approximately 1.7 meters tall, clad in the typical form-fitting black attire of ninjas, appeared somewhat portly, likely around 18 or 19 years of age. He repeatedly glanced toward the direction of the West Valley District, seemingly awaiting someone. Why haven't they arrived yet? What is that kid doing? A taxi? Is that him? The portly figure hurriedly flagged down the taxi, and Wang Jin emerged after paying the fare. Are you Fong Lei? That's me. You look a bit darker than in the photo. Fong Lei sighed with relief. He had received Wang Jin's information quite early, a procedure of the task hall to facilitate employers. Naturally, aside from contact information, Wang Jin would not acquire any other details about the employer, a measure of confidentiality to prevent any unsavory dealings from being exposed. Let's move swiftly. I've been without my belongings for over a day. If we delay any longer, they may be lost for good, Fang Lei urged, leading the way toward the bunker-like underground entrance. Wang Jin had researched more thoroughly while in the vehicle and recognized this as the entrance to the Fire Wolf's secret realm. Upon entering the cave and descending less than 500 meters, they would encounter a barrier, beyond which lay the Fire Wolf's secret realm. Contemplating this barrier heightened Wang Jin's curiosity about the divine tree, for according to records, it was created 20 years ago when the divine tree descended from the heavens to the continent. The barrier affects only the beasts, preventing them from exiting, while humans are free to come and go without restrictions. Due to the abundance of beasts within the Fire Wolf secret realm, it holds little value for seasoned ninjas, typically. Only students and ordinary individuals venture in and out, and even then, few dare to visit. As they traversed the entrance illuminated by dim lights, Wang Jin and Fang Lei cautiously made their way forward, with Wang Jin inquiring, "Fang Lei, where exactly did you lose your weapon inside? Is it far from the exit?" "Not too far, just about 180 li," Fang Lei replied, his urgency palpable. "I'm worried that some reckless beast might have carried it off. That would be a real hassle. How did you lose it yesterday? Did you encounter a fire wolf?" Wang Jin speculated. "Pretty much. And it's just my luck. Out of the 5 of us, I was the only one it pursued." Fang Lei lamented, clearly frustrated. "Indeed, what bad luck," Wang Jin remarked, sidestepping a puddle as he continued. "What does the conductor look like? Do you have a photo?" "Don't worry about that. Just stick with me," Fang Lei hesitated, refraining from revealing details. Wang Jin found this curious. How could he search for something without knowing what it looked like? Was it a B-grade or A-grade conductor? And was Fang Lei concerned he might have ulterior motives? Yet that reasoning seemed flawed. Once found, it would be revealed anyway. Moreover, Wang Jin sensed that Fang Lei's abilities surpassed his own, making such wariness unnecessary. "All right, you're the employer. I'll follow your lead." Although puzzled, Wang Jin chose not to pry further. Respecting the employer's privacy is a fundamental quality of a competent ninja, prioritizing their wishes. Of course, if an employer deliberately concealed the task's difficulty to deceive the ninja, that code would no longer apply. Should that occur, the task could be cancelled, or the employer might face repercussions from the ninja. The duo moved swiftly, delving deeper into the earth until they appeared before a shimmering, semi-transparent barrier. "Is this the entrance to the Fire Wolf's secret realm?" "Yes, let's proceed. It's not dangerous," Fang Lei reassured him, seemingly anxious that Wang Jin might change his mind. With a smile, Wang Jin prepared for any potential danger, boldly stepping through the barrier while teasing Fang Lei, "If it's not dangerous, then how did you lose your weapon?" "Haha, that was just bad luck. Let us go?" Fang Lei awkwardly chuckled, nudging Wang Jin forward. As they crossed the threshold, the previously dim and cramped underground passage transformed into a vast, radiant plain. "The air here is remarkably fresh," Wang Jin exclaimed, taking in the expansive forest before him, reveling in the experience of stepping into the realm of beasts for the first time. Fang Lei pointed toward the forest. "Yesterday, we encountered a fire wolf with approximately 17 chakra points right in there, and it was where I lost my weapon. I plan to search until nightfall. If we can't find it, then you'd still have fulfilled your task. How does that sound?" "That works," Wang Jin nodded, acknowledging the task's requirements. "Good. Then let us depart. Follow my lead, and if danger arises, run immediately, understood?" "Understood." Wang Jin trailed behind Fang Lei as they jogged into the forest. Fang Lei, leading the way, inquired, "Though I didn't set specific task requirements, it's best we familiarize ourselves for any potential danger. I just became a lower ninja half a month ago, specializing in fire ninjutsu with 5 chakra points and 3 C-grade fire techniques. What about you?" 27 chakra points, a lightning fire ninja, with 2 ninjutsu, great fireball and earth walk. Wang Jin briefly shared his information. Fang Lei nodded in response. "Your chakra is a bit low, but that's not an issue. We're not looking for a fight. We're heading in this direction for about 180 li. If we hurry, we should reach in approximately 3 hours. I still have 50 military ration pills to restore stamina, so you need not worry about running out. All right, let's hasten our pace and set off." After the two reached an agreement, they quickened their pace and plunged into the forest. Chapter 37. Changing the mission objective after half a day. Fang Lei and Wang Jin searched by a stream, but failed to locate his transference equipment. The two had arrived at the site where the weapon was lost 4 hours prior, but it had vanished without a trace. Wang Jin stood silently, Unwilling to suggest searching deeper into the woods, the simpler the task, the better for him. Feng Lei, dejected, sat down with a mournful expression, lamenting. That item has been with me for 3 years. It's quite disheartening to lose it suddenly. What weapon could possibly mean so much to you? You don't seem like someone in need of money. A D-grade transference device shouldn't be a significant loss for you, Wang Jin remarked. A military ration pill costs nearly 1,000 continental coins, and this hefty fellow clearly carried enough to not be in financial distress. Feng Lei forced a smile in response. It's not about the money, it's the lack of a substitute. How could you not find one? Wang Jin asked as he sat down beside him. Eager to comfort him so they could return, the hefty man pulled out a photograph from his pocket. It was of himself. Do you see the necklace around my neck? That's the item. Wang Jin examined the photo closely. In it, the man was shirtless, wearing a black metal necklace with a walnut-sized red bead threaded through it. Is it that bead? Wang Jin inquired, recognizing the necklace as ordinary transference metal, which, though valuable, he assumed the man wouldn't miss. The only thing that made sense was that unrecognizable red bead, which seemed to be what he cherished. The man nodded silently, finally revealing the truth. Well, since it's lost anyway, I might as well tell you. I found this bead by chance a year ago. It caught my fancy, so I kept it, making a hole to thread it onto the necklace. Losing it now is quite regrettable. It doesn't seem to be artificial, and I doubt I could find another. An obsession with collecting? Wang Jin speculated, beginning to understand. Some individuals simply enjoy amassing peculiar items. Who knows, perhaps. The hefty man appeared disheartened. Let us head back. It will soon be dark, and lingering here is increasingly perilous. As the employer, I will heed your advice, Wang Jin readily agreed. They looked up at the sun within the secret realm, which was already descending, set to disappear in 2 or 3 hours. Everything in this realm was created by the divine tree, a fact that left Wang Jin in awe of its unimaginable power after experiencing it firsthand. On their way, they had encountered only 2 ordinary beasts, which they easily dispatched, facing no danger. However, as they began their return, an unexpected sight emerged, a colossal, fire-red wolf. Nearly 3 meters long and about 1.5 meters tall, appeared before them. Damn it, not this beast again. The hefty man cursed under his breath, his face betraying his anxiety. Wang Jin felt the same. They concealed themselves behind a massive tree, attempting to evade the fiery wolf. Are you certain it's the same one from yesterday? Wang Jin whispered. The hefty man nodded earnestly. It is indeed. Look at that tuft of white fur on its back. No other fire wolves have that. It seems injured, Wang Jin observed closely. The wolf's hind leg appeared awkward, resembling a mild fracture. The hefty man's eyes brightened upon hearing this. This creature is wounded. Wang Jin, shall we take it down? Don't be foolish. Wang Jin shook his head. Didn't you say this wolf possesses about 17 chakra? With our strength, we'd be walking into our doom. Even beasts of equal chakra are no match for ninjas, as they lack the vast repertoire of ninjutsu. Furthermore, lower-tier beasts often lack intelligence, making any comparison with humans futile. However, the beasts possess a clear advantage. Their chakra is exponentially greater than that of ninjas, along with superior speed, strength, and defense. At this moment, the chakra of the fire wolf surpassed Wang Jin's by 7 or 8 times, and he had no desire to provoke it unnecessarily. Moreover, this encounter wasn't part of their mission. They could simply wait for it to move on and leave peacefully without complicating matters. Seeing Wang Jin's reluctance, the hefty man gritted his teeth and confessed, to be honest, that bead is of immense importance to me. If I cannot find it, so be it. But if there is a chance, I want to give up. I suspect this fire wolf may have hidden or swallowed it. If we capture it, I might retrieve my possession. I had considered that, Wang Jin replied, gazing intently into the hefty man's eyes. But even if it's injured, it remains a beast with substantial chakra. Provoking it would not be wise. Please, you've come this far with me. You can't just abandon me now. The hefty man pleaded, fearing Wang Jin would leave him behind. My point is that it's not worth the risk, not that I lack courage, understand? Wang Jin smiled, adding, however, if you're willing to increase the payment, I believe we could try. You nearly gave me a heart attack. If it's money you want, just say so. I thought you were too timid to act. How could I be timid and still call myself a ninja? Wang Jin replied with nonchalance. Although the fire wolf possessed a vast amount of chakra, it paled in comparison to the dangers of war, especially when it was already injured. In the world of Naruto, Wang Jin had gained nothing materially, but his mindset and combat experience had grown exponentially. Surviving amidst 2,000 to 3,000 seasoned ninjas was no small feat. It was not a matter of proving oneself in one-on-one encounters. The ninjas he faced were far superior to the gap between him and the Firewolf today. Not to mention, the changes in Chakra had been monumental. If it came to a life-or-death situation, he would have the confidence to eliminate this beast alone. How much are you willing to add? Just name a number. The hefty man was quick to respond. 50,000. Wang Jin held up a finger, and the hefty man, seeing this, didn't he hesitate? 100,000 it is, but the condition is that it must be captured alive. Agreed. And I also want half of the wolf's carcass. Fine, that's your due. The hefty man acquiesced. The nature of their mission transformed, shifting from merely aiding him in locating his item to a partnership in slaying the beast, with the compensation naturally recalibrated. Wang Jin calculated briefly in his mind. The market price for fire wolf meat is roughly 300 coins per pound. This particular wolf was neither too large nor too small, and after skinning and deboning, it could yield between 300 to 500 pounds of meat. Even if he estimated 400 pounds, it would fetch around 120,000 coins. Dividing that and adding the reward, Wang Jin stood to earn at least 150,000 coins, a substantial sum indeed. Chapter 38, The Battle. Wang Jin. I will focus on the main assault with my chakra. You look for an opportunity to unleash your ninjutsu. Understood, let us commence. Wang Jin crouched behind the tree. Feeling the short dagger embedded in his leg, it was his weapon of choice for the mission. Though crafted from ordinary steel, its blade had been honed to a sharpness. Fong lay crouched low, stealthily approaching the fire wolf. When they were within 20 meters, he suddenly stood, forming hand seals. 5 basketball-sized fireballs erupted from his mouth. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. The fireball struck the fire wolf's flank, burning through its fur and revealing charred flesh beneath. With a furious roar, the wolf charged toward Fong Lei. Panicking, Fong Lei continued to form seals, but his chakra was rapidly depleting. Fire style, Great fireball technique. A massive fireball, 7 to 8 meters in diameter, materialized before the wolf, which, in a panic, attempted to dodge. Yet, the sheer size of the fireball ensured that its left side was scorched. This attack consumed half of Fong Lei's chakra, delivering devastating damage to the wolf, which immediately began to weaken. However, the wolf's fierce survival instinct and rage surged forth, and in an instant, it lunged toward Fong Lei with astonishing speed. Shit! This beast is ferocious, Fong Lei exclaimed, turning to flee, realizing he lacked the time to form seals. But how could his speed rival that of the firewolf? The sound of rushing air behind him confirmed the beast's claws were closing in. Wang Jin, save me. Lightning style, body flicker technique. Crackle. Unbeknownst to the moment, Wang Jin had already mastered the art of ninjutsu. With a swift motion, he slammed his hands onto the ground, unleashing a torrent of lightning that struck the fleeing fire wolf. The creature was immediately paralyzed, its body momentarily halted. Seizing the opportunity, Fong Lei hastily formed a series of hand seals, conjuring a massive fireball that struck the fire wolf squarely on the head. However, the beast's vitality proved remarkably resilient. Despite sustaining several lethal blows, it did not succumb to defeat, but instead became even more frenzied. With a thunderous roar, the fire wolf swatted Fong Lei away, sending him flying several meters. While it pursued him relentlessly, fear etched across Fong Lei's face. This was dire. The beast was utterly enraged. Fong Lei turned to Wang Jin, seeking assistance. At that moment, Wang Jin dashed toward the fire wolf, unsheathing a dagger that he plunged mercilessly into the creature's right hind leg, striking a concealed wound hidden beneath its fur, one he had previously discovered. The fire wolf yelped in agony, rolling on the ground in pain, abandoning its pursuit of Fong Lei to turn its wrath upon Wang Jin. In an instant, Wang Jin leapt high into the air, evading the beast's grasp while forming more hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A fireball, nearly as large as the one Fong Lei had conjured, materialized from the sky, engulfing the fire wolf entirely. The creature howled in excruciating pain as the flames consumed it, burning for several seconds before finally extinguishing. By this point, the fire wolf had been severely injured, its body charred black, and the air was filled with the aroma of roasted meat. Wang Jin descended from the skies, taking deep breaths. The fireball he had unleashed had nearly drained all of his chakra, leaving him devoid of combat strength. Fortunately, the mission was accomplished. The fire wolf was no longer capable of resistance. Damn it, you're still so ferocious. Fang Lei approached the fire wolf and delivered a powerful kick to its head. The beast, devoid of any strength to cry out, lay there with dimming eyes, breathing shallowly. Without intervention, it was certain to perish. Where is it? Speak, and I shall spare your life. Fang Lei brandished a photograph, pointing at the wolf's collar. The creature glanced at it, emitting a whimper before nodding its head toward the north. Though lower-tier magical beasts lack high intelligence and cannot speak, they are more astute than ordinary animals, capable of understanding simple commands. This is one reason why many ninjas choose to cultivate a spirit beast. Fostering a good relationship can provide invaluable assistance in battles. However, most magical beasts cannot enter into a contract for spiritual summoning, which makes them less convenient companions. Wang Jin and Fang Lei exchanged glances, deducing that the indicated direction was likely the wolf's lair. Let us go? Fang Lei fed the fire wolf a soldier's grain pill to restore its strength, fearing it might perish before they found what they sought. He grasped the wolf's hind leg, dragging it forward. The burden of half a ton proved somewhat taxing for a newly promoted genin, yet he managed to pull it along. This desire to become a ninja is precisely why so many seek that path. The benefits of chakra on the body are immense. Wang Jin led the way, and after dragging the wolf for approximately 3 miles, they finally spotted an entrance to a cave. Let us go? Fang Lei dropped the fire wolf and entered the cave, with Wang Jin following closely behind. The cave was modest, only about 50 meters deep, and they soon stumbled upon a pile of bones, some human, others from various magical beasts. This must be its habitat. Let us search thoroughly. Right. They began scouring the area, and Wang Jin soon discovered their target in a corner. Here, I found it. Great. Fang Lei exclaimed, rushing over as Wang Jin bent down to retrieve a necklace. However, an unexpected incident occurred. The moment Wang Jin's hand brushed against the red bead, his head spun violently, and he collapsed. Wang Jin, what happened? Don't scare me. Fang Lei panicked, vigorously shaking Wang Jin's body, who finally stirred back to consciousness a few moments later. Huh, what happened? Wang Jin sat up, massaging his temples, feeling dizzy and nauseated. Damn, you scared me half to death. I thought you were done for. Fang Lei exclaimed. There is something wrong with that bead. Wang Jin quickly tossed the necklace aside, realizing that it was the cause of his fainting spell. Yet, he found nothing amiss, bewildered by the sudden attack. Fang Lei paused. Are you saying my necklace caused you to faint? Yes. Wang Jin stood and used his dagger to poke at the necklace, scrutinizing the red bead, which appeared to be an ordinary stone with no discernible features. Though I cannot discern the reason, I am certain it attacked me. You should avoid wearing it. It's too peculiar. Really? Fang Lei took the necklace from Wang Jin's dagger, examined the red bead, and remarked, I feel fine. I've worn this for a year. Believe it or not, it's your choice. Wang Jin had regained his composure and made his way toward the cave's exit. Fang Lei glanced between Wang Jin and the necklace, hesitating briefly before placing it back around his neck. He had sensed the necklace's mysterious nature, but it seemed beneficial to him. Wearing it instilled a sense of security. It facilitated quicker concentration, making chakra refinement and ninjutsu practice significantly more effective. This was why Fang Lei was reluctant to part with it. It was more than just a trinket. As Fang Lei approached the exit, he found Wang Jin had already severed the fire wolf's neck, blood pouring freely. Wang Jin calmly wiped his dagger clean. What a strong mindset, Fang Lei thought to himself, pausing as he recalled how Wang Jin had seized every opportunity during their earlier battle, never too late or too early. His demeanor remained composed, unlike Fang Lei, who had faltered under pressure and disrupted his rhythm. Was he truly just a high school student? Such formidable combat awareness. How had he cultivated such skill? Chapter 39. Finally entering the main world. Wang Jin. Shall we add each other as friends? Fang Lei opened a popular messaging app on his phone. Sure. Wang Jin readily exchanged contact information, having no qualms about befriending someone of means. However, he was unaware that in Fang Lei's eyes, he had taken on an air of mystery, prompting Fang Lei to initiate the connection. Fang Lei called for a pickup truck, which arrived half an hour later. Together, they loaded the fire wolf's carcass into the back of the vehicle and set off toward the heart of the West Valley district. Upon arriving at a market dedicated to the trade of magical beasts, a vendor quickly purchased the fire wolf for 280 per pound, totaling 450 pounds after skinning and debiting it. Boss, that's 126,000. I've already transferred the amount. Receive, goodbye. Wang Jin promptly transferred the funds to Feng Lei, who stopped him. I can tell you need the money. Just consider my half as a friend's assistance. That won't do. Wang Jin smiled as he transferred 63,000, stating, a deal is a deal. I don't wish to owe anyone. Hey, you're quite principled. Feng Lei chuckled, draping an arm around Wang Jin's shoulders. He accepted the offer, adding, my family has a bit of money. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to ask. We'll see. Wang Jin brushed it off before inviting, Feng Lei, in a few days, I might head back to the Firewolf's territory. Would you like to join me? What for? Feng Lei asked, surprised. Are you planning to hunt firewolves for profit? That sounds dangerous. We're still students. What danger is there? Wang Jin replied with a grin. With the chakra we possess, we successfully hunted one firewolf. After a few days of gaining more strength, it will be even easier. Besides, how can a ninja constantly train without engaging in battle? Combat experience is far more valuable than mere chakra. You're making me consider it. Feng Lei released Wang Jin's shoulder. All right, let me know when. Sure, see you then. Wang Jin parted ways with him and boarded the bus home. That evening, as the family gathered around the dinner table, Wang Jin shared his thoughts. Aunt Chung, Uncle Wang, today I went to the mission hall to accept a task. What? The couple was taken aback, while Wang Yu had already known and merely raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Little brother, didn't you ask your sister to keep it a secret? Why are you confessing now? That is because there is no need for concealment. Wang Jin authorized the task watch with his phone and opened the official software of the task hall, where his personal information was displayed. Name, Wang Jin. Level, Genin. Career task experience. D rank 2 times. Career task completion rate, 100. Wow, little brother, you actually did it. I thought you would fail. Wang Yu exclaimed, proudly beaming at Wang Jin. Wang Jiaqiang and Cheng Feng were taken aback, astonished at how capable he had become. I originally planned to tell you in a few days, but today's task was quite challenging. I defeated a demon beast, which has proven my strength, Wang Jin explained. Demon beast. The family was even more shocked, and even Wang Yu found it hard to believe. Are you joking, little brother? You can hunt demon beasts now? But you're still a student. What's wrong with being a student? Wang Jin replied confidently, Sister, do you believe that by the end of this month, my chakra will surpass 20 cards? By then, I won't just be able to take down weak D-rank demon beasts, but even the powerful ones. Wang Jin's self-assuredness inspired his family. The couple initially intended to oppose him, but suddenly realized they could no longer provide any useful advice, and they nodded silently. Wang Jiaqiang put down his chopsticks and spoke solemnly. Little Jin, you have grown up. Uncle will no longer interfere with you, as long as you can stay safe. Yes. Little Jin, Cheng Feng added with concern, you have more prospects than us. But remember that no matter how strong you become, safety is paramount. None of us can afford to face any mishaps. I understand. I will be obedient, Wang Jin assured seriously. The family then began to celebrate his achievements. Cheng Feng went to the kitchen to stir-fry a couple of dishes, feeling proud of him. For the next half-month, Wang Jin did nothing but stay by the task acquisition machine every day, searching for suitable tasks. In that time, he completed 4 different D-rank tasks. Now he had saved up 300,000, more than enough for his needs. Eating demon beast meat daily had increased his chakra to 9 cards, marking a significant leap in his strength. Yet, he had not yet reached the period of explosive growth. Once his chakra exceeded 20 cards, every ninja could rapidly enhance their abilities. After completing his final task, he would enter the world of Hokage. Wang Jin accepted a task with a reward of 10,000, which would take half a day, serving as a bodyguard for a small celebrity, and promptly made his way to the airport. The task was completed smoothly, and before dark, he escorted the celebrity to the hotel. After returning home and having dinner, he did not refine his chakra as usual, but instead went to bed early to rest and prepare for his entry into the Hokage world the following day. 20 days had passed since his last entry, and unless something unexpected happened, he would remain in the Hokage world from tomorrow until the end of the month. The long-awaited day had finally arrived, and Wang Jin firmly believed that once he entered, he would be able to quickly enhance his strength. This was the main world of Hokage, outside the land of fire, in the village of Konoha. Wang Jin gazed at the scenes he had only seen in comics and anime, now vividly appearing before him. Dressed in the attire of a Konoha ninja and wearing a forehead protector, he walked toward the village's main gate. Halt! 2 guards stopped Wang Jin, who was momentarily taken aback. You two are already on gate duty this early? Do you know us? The two guards had long black hair and wore tight blue uniforms complemented by green vests. One had a bandage running across his nose and cheeks, with a short line on his chin. They were the two gatekeepers of Konoha, known as the Gate Gods, who were so formidable that even Pain dared not walk through the main gate. Shingetsu and Gangzi Tai. At this point in the timeline, it was before the start of the plot, at the end of the 55th year of Konoha, just when the Uchiha clan had been annihilated. Wang Jin did not expect that the two had already begun their lifelong journey as gatekeepers. Sort of, Wang Jin smiled. I am a wandering Uchiha. I heard that my clan faced a great change, so I came back to take a look. Wait here, we will report to Lord Hokage. The two guards would not let Wang Jin through simply based on his word. His identity was bestowed by the God Tree, and no one recognized him before. Shingetsu soon appeared in the Hokage's office. An elderly man clad in a white Hokage cloak, with a red ninja outfit underneath, wearing a Hokage hat. His face lined with wrinkles, and a pipe in his mouth frowned upon hearing the report. Aside from Itachi's brother, there are other Uchiha clan members? Investigate his background. We can't rule out the possibility of a spy from another nation. Yes, Lord Hokage. Chapter 40. You regret, I gather shadows. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. No need to investigate. Uchiha Jin is not a problem. Just as Shingetsu was about to take his leave, a brown-haired elder entered, prompting Shingetsu to bow respectfully. Greetings, Danzo-sama. Let him in, Danzo replied. Shingetsu hesitated. He was a subordinate of Hokage, although he could also take orders from the elders of Konoha. It was contingent on their opinions not conflicting. What's wrong? Is my word not enough? Danzo shot a glance at Shingetsu, his powerful aura making the latter break into a cold sweat. It was no wonder he was fearful. Danzo's appearance was quite imposing, with neatly trimmed sideburns, a single long eye, and a gaze that was crafty and profound. His head and right eye were wrapped in bandages, concealing Shursue's Sharingan, a fact unknown to anyone at present. His chin bore a forked scar, his expression somewhat grim, with deep wrinkles lending him an air of cunning and shrewdness. Though his physique was lean, his muscles were solid, and his dark gray attire along with a cane added to his commanding presence. You go wait outside for my orders. Yes. Shingetsu hurriedly exited, knowing well that Danzo and Hokage had always held opposing views. Being caught in the middle was exceedingly uncomfortable. Once only the two remained. Hiruzen Sarutobi walked around the desk to face Danzo and asked in a low voice, How do you know Uchiha Jin is not a problem? Did you know him from before? No. Danzo shook his head, his expression serious. My subordinate, Oil Girl Ryoma, reported to me as he approached the village. He is about the same age as Uchiha Jin and was his neighbor since childhood, clearly recalling the circumstances of Uchiha Jin's departure with his parents. This person indeed exists. However, this was not sufficient to eliminate suspicions regarding Uchiha Jin. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath from his pipe, exhaling a thick cloud of white smoke, and continued. A child's appearance will certainly change. What if another nation is exploiting this identity? I have considered this as well, Danzo replied, appearing shrewd and confident in his analysis. But it is unlikely. At this point in time, Konoha is most sensitive regarding the Uchiha clan. With their recent extermination, no one would dare impersonate them. Moreover, even if he were a spy, what intel could he gather? The crisis in the ninja world stems from that mysterious organization, and we are the ones who understand them best. Do not underestimate Itachi's capabilities. You must not have come just to enlighten me, Hiruzen Sarutobi said, tapping his pipe on the table, turning his back to Danzo without looking back. Speak, what is your purpose? Uchiha Jin. Danzo laid his cards on the table. Hiruzen, I want this person to join my route. That is impossible. Hiruzen Sarutobi rejected outright, without a second thought. The Uchiha clan had already been destroyed, and the only remaining member, Uchiha Sasuke, could not be treated with normal methods. Hiruzen wished to retain this Uchiha orphan as well, but he was not suited for Yorambu. He is a born candidate for my route. Danzo took 2 steps behind Hiruzen Sarutobi and continued. The Uchiha clan is inherently malevolent. They are only suited to be in my route. Your gentle methods cannot subdue them. If you hand Uchiha Jin over to me, I guarantee that within 3 years, Konoha will have another excellent assassination ninja, and many plans can be set in motion. No, I will not give you the person. Hiruzen Sarutobi turned toward the door, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Danzo, your reach has extended too far over the years. Your route was established temporarily to stabilize the village when I first inherited the Hokage position, Yet after so many years, you've never disbanded it. And its power has almost surpassed my Umbu. Do you still want people? Absolutely not. Sarutobi Hiruzen, having finished speaking, reached for the doorknob when a threatening voice from behind interrupted him. Hiruzen, you will come to regret this. Enough, Danzo. Do not forget that I am the Hokage. With a forceful slam, Sarutobi Hiruzen exited, leaving Danzo alone in the room, his expression darkening. Uchiha-kin, I must have you. You may enter. The Hokage wishes to see you, said Kamizuki Izumo, ushering Wang Jin into the village. As they walked, Izumo noticed Wang Jin's curious gaze, taking in everything around him, which brought a smile to his face. It must have been difficult for you to wander outside for so many years. Why didn't your parents return with you? They have passed away, Wang Jin replied with a smile. I am all alone now, which is why I wish to return to the village. My apologies for bringing up a painful topic. It's all right. I have grown accustomed to it. The two engaged in casual conversation until they arrived at a dango shop, where Sarutobi Hiruzen, now dressed in civilian clothing, sat at a low table. Hokage-sama, I have brought Uchiha-kin to meet you. Ah, come. Let us sit and enjoy some dango. Yumi's dumplings are the finest in the village. Thank you for the compliment, Hokage-sama. Wang Jin responded with feigned humility. The shop owner, an elderly woman slightly older than Sarutobi, beamed with joy. Wang Jin recognized both figures. The former was the renowned third Hokage and a master of ninjutsu, while the latter, though not vividly remembered, had appeared in Itachi's recollections, being fondly associated with the three-colored dumplings, her name seemingly Yumi. I have met you, Hokage-sama, Wang Jin said, quickly bowing. Sarutobi waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such formality. I am merely an ordinary old man. By the way, I heard from Izumo that you wish to stay in the village for a while. Is that your intention? I plan to remain. Wang Jin fabricated a story, confident that the identity arranged by the divine tree would withstand scrutiny. Having lost my parents many years ago, I long for the village and have decided not to leave. Indeed, the village is a home for all of us. It is good to return. Sarutobi smiled kindly, his demeanor devoid of any authoritative air. Wang Jin couldn't help but admire how well this old man concealed his true nature. In his past life, he had never been fond of the Hokage, perceiving him as a false benevolent figure, spouting empty words while enacting unconscionable deeds. His alleged concern for Naruto, while allowing him to suffer verbal abuse and consume expired milk, severely impacted the child's development. If not for Naruto's Uzumaki lineage and the Nine Tails, he might not have survived. This led Wang Jin to believe Sarutobi could never absolve himself of his failures. The son of the fourth Hokage, a hero who sealed the Nine Tails for the village, had fallen to such a lowly state. It was utterly laughable. Though ultimately, it was Danzo who bore the brunt of the blame, attempting to lead Naruto down a treacherous path. Sarutobi's neglect, in Wang Jin's eyes, was tantamount to collusion, more despicable than Danzo, who, at least, did not bother to masquerade as a virtuous man. However, Wang Jin refrained from revealing his true feelings, as he still required Sarutobi's trust and favor. While Wang Jin silently derided Sarutobi, the Hokage found himself puzzled. Strange, I have never met this individual before, yet I feel an inexplicable aversion. Could it be because he is an Uchiha? It must be so. The Uchiha have always been unpopular. Both individuals concealed their inner turmoil, presenting each other with the most sincere smiles. Chapter 41. Flattery. Uchiha-kin, I see your chakra levels are just enough to qualify as a genin. I wonder if you have awakened your Sharingan. Regrettably, my talents are limited. I have yet to awaken my eyes at this age, thus disappointing you. Indeed, that is disappointing. Sarutobi thought to himself, though he did not express it, instead offering words of encouragement. He had initially hoped to gain a Sharingan subordinate, but it seemed that hope was dashed. As a master of ninjutsu, Sarutobi understood how rare it was for an Uchiha to reach nearly 20 years of age without awakening their eyes. It was likely they would never possess the Sharingan. Despite his disappointment, he did not wish to give up so easily. Taking Wang Jin's hand, he kindly said, the Uchiha clan's land has now been reclaimed by the village, and you cannot return to your former home. I shall arrange for you to have lodging near the village. Thank you, Hokage-sama. You are truly kind. No wonder you are the creator of the will of fire. Wang Jin pretended to be touched, flattering Sarutobi. Oh, you have been outside for many years. Yet you know of my works? Sarutobi perked up at the mention of the will of fire. Wang Jin replied earnestly, of course, it is my favorite reading material. Where the leaves of Konoha flutter, the fire thrives eternally. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and nurture the budding leaves. He recited the words he had heard countless times in his previous life, prompting Sarutobi to laugh heartily, feeling a sense of pride. Haha. I did not expect my Konoha's people to possess such awareness wherever they may be. Uchiha-kin, you are quite impressive. Affection level of Sarutobi Hiruzen, 10. Current affection level, 0. This is all thanks to the Hokage-sama's teachings. Without you, I would not have such enlightenment. Very well, you are a good child. Affection level of Sarutobi Hiruzen, 10. Current affection level, 10. With a single bout of flattery, Wang Jin gained 20 points of affection, leaving Kamizuki Izumo astonished. He had never seen the Hokage so eager to engage with a stranger. However, this was where it would end. Sarutobi was no fool. While he appreciated Wang Jin's compliments, there would be no further increase in favor. Wang Jin also understood that mere flattery would not suffice. He needed to earn Sarutobi's trust step by step. Their meeting was pleasant, but Sarutobi, busy with his duties, could not linger long. He rose to pay for the dango and departed. Izumo, take care of Kin during these days. He has just returned, and there are many places where he will need assistance. Rest assured, Hokage-sama, I will fulfill this task. Oh, this is not merely a task. It is a mutual aid among villagers. Yes, my lord, I will remember. Kamizuki Izumo promptly assured Sarutobi, accompanying Wang Jin to see him off from the dango shop. Uchiha-kin, you heard the Hokage. If you need anything, just let me know. Actually, I do, Wang Jin said with a grin, playfully nudging Izumo's shoulder. Having just returned to the village, I am short on funds. Could you lend me some? Sure. Izumo pulled out 2 silver notes from his pocket. This is 20,000 ryo. It should be enough for you to live on for a while. Thank you, brother. I will repay you later. Wang Jin took the money and exited the dango shop, leaving Izumo scratching his head, muttering, what a bold move. Borrowing money on our first meeting. Strolling through the streets of Konoha, Wang Jin felt a sense of novelty. Exploring each shop as if it were his first experience in an open-world game. His enthusiasm earned him a nod of approval from the lurking oil girl Ryoma, who concluded that Danzo's analysis was correct. This individual was indeed simple-minded and unfamiliar with the village, certainly not a spy. It seemed he could report back without concern. Uchiha-kin's limited talent would likely not raise any alarms. After visiting several shops, Wang Jin gained a clearer understanding of Konoha, particularly regarding prices. Conversations with villagers and merchants revealed that while ninjas possessed wealth, it was primarily the jonin who thrived. Chunin and Jinin still struggled for their livelihoods. For instance, the meal at the dango shop had cost 80 ryo, whereas the reward for a D-rank mission ranged from 500 to 1,000 ryo. This was understandable, given that D-rank missions were typically assigned to novice genin, involving no combat and posing no danger. It was time to check the mission hall. He needed to earn enough to purchase explosive tags. Wang Jin contemplated as he headed toward the Hokage building. Earlier, he had learned the price of explosive tags in the ninja tool store, 3,000 ryo each, quite expensive. However, Wang Jin was able to accept the situation, for this place was not as exaggerated as the real world. Middle ninjas could regenerate lost limbs, and the power of the ninjas was formidable enough that conventional weapons posed no effective threat. Here, a well-utilized explosive tag could easily annihilate a high-ranking ninja, and the cost, albeit a bit steep, was still bearable. Upon entering the mission hall, Wang Jin soon realized he was unable to accept any tasks due to the lack of identification. Nonetheless, he took the opportunity to familiarize himself with the task levels and their corresponding rewards, concluding that they were generally quite challenging. D-rank tasks. These are trivial, requiring no direct combat involvement or posing any life-threatening risks. The rewards range from 500 to 10,000 ryo, available to Genin and Chunin. C-rank tasks. These tasks involve a possibility of injury for the undertaking ninja. The rewards range from 10,000 to 50,000 ryo, available to Chunin and above. B-rank tasks. These tasks are anticipated to involve combat with enemy ninjas. The rewards range from 50,000 to 150,000 ryo, available to Chunin and Jounin. A-rank tasks. These are pivotal tasks related to the village or national interests, with rewards ranging from 150,000 to 1 million ryo, accessible to Jounin. S-rank tasks. These involve classified matters of national significance, with rewards exceeding 1 million ryo, available to Jounin and elite Jounin. These tasks must be undertaken. and the native missions must also be triggered. Wang Jin gazed intently at the task panel, pondering. At present, he required both silver notes and chakra, both of which could be acquired in the world of Naruto. However, there was a distinction. Missions in Konoha only yielded silver notes, while chakra rewards from the god tree necessitated the assistance of the natives, requiring an increase in goodwill to trigger. Who should he approach at this juncture? It was the end of the 55th year of Konoha. The Uchiha clan had just been exterminated, and the Konoha 12 were only 5 or 6 years old, making it unnecessary to engage with them for the time being. However, in the future, he might consider cultivating goodwill with Naruto, as acquiring the Uzumaki lineage would be a significant boon, rivaling even the Senju lineage, both being descendants of sages. Kakashi was likely still engaged with the ENBU, while Guy should now be a Jounin, and with his simple-mindedness, he would make a good target, though his whereabouts were uncertain. As Wang Jin scanned the mission hall, he found no familiar faces, only inconsequential extras. Just as he was about to depart to inquire about Guy's location, a familiar presence brought a smile to his lips. It seemed she was not faring too well in the world of Naruto. Chapter 42. A chance encounter. Dijian brother, I beseech you to take me along. No, Xiaoyu. You have just become a genin. You cannot partake in such perilous tasks. I am not afraid. Please show some kindness. Enough chatter. It's a firm no. Two individuals clad in Konoha ninja attire, a pair of Byakugan users, caught Wang Jin's attention. He recognized them both. One was Zui Xiaoyu, representing the Hyuga clan here, and the other was Hinata Dijian, a native who had appeared in the storyline on several occasions. Zwa, Hyuga Xiaoyu, Wang Jin waved, nearly blurting out their real names, but managed to catch himself in time. Nonetheless, he paid little heed, for the world of the god tree had rules to protect it, and revealing information from the real world would not alert the natives, even if he misnamed them. Uchiha Jin, with the cautionary example set by Wang Jin. Zui Xiaoyu avoided making the same mistake, quickly approaching him after leaving Hinata Dijian behind. Seeing this, Dijian hurried to the staff area to accept a mission. Though he did not recognize Wang Jin, he felt secure in the village, confident that no one would dare harm a member of the Hyuga clan. You're here too? What a coincidence. What coincidence? After we entered, we were bound to undertake missions. Wang Jin shrugged and inquired, what is going on? It appears Hinata Dijian is reluctant to take you along. Indeed, he. How do you know his name? Zui Xiaoyu asked, astonished. She was certain that both she and Wang Jin were entering the main world of the god tree for the first time, and Dijian had only just been introduced to her by family. Wang Jin chuckled. I heard you call his name. That Byakugan of his can only belong to the Hyuga, right? True, I nearly forgot. Zui Xiaoyu sighed, removing her forehead protector to reveal a mark on her forehead. Do you know what this is? I do. It seems you have been unfortunate to be allocated to the branch family of the Hyuga. What? You even know about the caged bird? How do you know so much? Zui Xiaoyu was taken aback, intending to showcase something novel, only to find Wang Jin calling it out by name with such thoroughness. Let us not delve into that. It appears we are facing the same dilemma and should team up. You can't take on missions either? Correct, I lack identification. Wang Jin sighed. You're fortunate. The Hyuga clan has deep roots, and no one in the village would suspect you. I, on the other hand, just returned and was summoned by the Hokage for a discussion, making me feel like a spy. What? You actually met the Hokage? Zui Xiaoyu gasped, covering her luscious red lips in astonishment. My father has been here for over 20 years and has never met the Hokage. Just luck, Wang Jin grinned. Help me out. You go accept a mission, and we'll complete it together. Stop it, I don't want to die. It's better to wait for a capable native to join us. Don't worry, I've clarified the task levels. D and C rank 1T pose any ninja threats. Hurry now. Wang Jin urged Zui Xiaoyu towards the mission acceptance area, only to be met with another lesson. Not possible, there are not enough people. You need at least 3 to accept a mission. There is such a stipulation? Wang Jin frowned. While he knew from his past life that the Konoha 12 undertook missions as a team, he had never heard of this requirement. The extra responsible for issuing missions explained. This rule does not apply to others, but for your first mission acceptance, you must form a trio. The village is reluctant to entrust a mission to just the 2 of you. If you mess up, it's the village's reputation at stake. Do you understand? Fine. Wang Jin relented, leading Zui Xiaoyu to a nearby bench. What do we do now? They want to give us a mission, and we're wasting time, Zui Xiaoyu lamented, revealing her inexperience with the main world of the Hokage, having only been informed of some common knowledge and experiences by her family. Wang Jin fell into deep thought, considering how to resolve their current predicament. However, the timeline was still too early, the characters had not yet matured, and he did not know any of the extras well enough to quickly earn their trust. Young man, I've told you several times that your age is no longer suitable for undertaking missions alone, especially if you wish to accept a C-rank task. That is even more unacceptable. Please, I am begging you to let me go. I can manage. The village has an overwhelming backlog of tasks. If we do not find a solution, our reputation will suffer. As Wang Jin pondered, the voice of the extra issuing the missions echoed throughout the hall, prompting both him and Zhuo Xiaoyu to glance over. They beheld an elderly man, crippled in his left leg and eye, bearing a large pot on his back, with 2 swords and a walking stick. He was pleading desperately. Zhuo Xiaoyu felt moved by the old man's appearance and words, exclaiming, "What a dedicated ninja. Even in such a state, he still thinks of contributing to the village. It's truly touching." "Touching my foot. Let us move." "Hey, what are you doing?" Zhuo Xiaoyu blushed as Wang Jin grabbed her hand, quickly shaking it off. The two approached the extra responsible for issuing missions, and Wang Jin spoke with a resounding voice. "Elder, if you don't mind, we would like to be your companions. Would that be acceptable?" Upon hearing the word companions, the old man's frail body trembled, and his dull eyes fixed on Wang Jin, remaining silent as if recalling something. Seeing this, Wang Jin silently celebrated his success, continuing to leverage his knowledge of the storyline to persuade. Indeed, it is a rule that tasks require companions. This uncle is not wrong. My friend and I are willing to be your companions. Together, we can complete the village's backlog of tasks and preserve its reputation. What do you say? Yes, yes. Good children, I am willing to be your companion. Please don't cry, old man. We haven't bullied anyone. Zhuo Xiaoyu was taken aback to see the elderly man shedding tears. Was it truly necessary to be so moved over merely undertaking a mission? The thought processes of the natives were indeed perplexing. Yet, she felt a twinge of concern and tugged at Wang Jin's sleeve. This elderly gentleman, being of advanced age and physically impaired, was assigned a C-rank mission. It seemed prudent to avoid partnering with him, as it could be perilous. "You make a valid point," remarked a bystander, whose keen ears had caught Zhuo Xiaoyu's whispered concerns. "This individual has been expressly ordered by Lord Hokage to undertake only D-rank missions, and one can easily surmise the reason behind such limitations. You two are still quite young. It would not be wise to accompany him into danger." Another passerby chimed in, echoing the sentiment. Zhuo Xiaoyu's anxiety deepened upon hearing their words. The old man, listening to their remarks, did not offer an explanation but lowered his head, seemingly acquiescing to their opinions. Divine intervention, Wang Jin thought to himself, wishing to express his gratitude towards the two bystanders. Just moments ago, he had been pondering how to cultivate a rapport with the elder, and now an opportunity had presented itself. Clearing his throat and straightening his attire, Wang Jin adopted a serious demeanor and raised his voice. "I have faith in my choice, as well as in the strength of our esteemed elder. He will ensure our safety. Please proceed with the mission. Let us not waste any more time." "Hey, you young lad, truly heedless of advice. You might end up regretting it," retorted one of the onlookers, unimpressed. Accompanying an unknown old man on a mission, isn't that a rookie mistake? Despite the skepticism, Wang Jin and his companions successfully accepted the mission. "Thank you, young man. This is indeed a C-rank assignment. I can finally contribute to the village once more," the elder said, his voice filled with gratitude. "By the way, I am Maruxing Gujia. May I ask for your names?" Maruxing Gujia was touched by Wang Jin's trust and added, "In my haste for success, I once caused the demise of 2 companions. That mistake haunts me for life, and I assure you, I shall not err again." Maruxing Gujia affection level 50. Triggered C-rank mission. Learn at least 3 ninjutsu from Maruxing Gujia. Mission rewards. Maruxing Gujia affection 20. Personal chakra 30. Silver notes 50,000. Ecstatic. Wang Jin was overjoyed to encounter such a treasure on their very first day. Chapter 43. Departing for the land of water, you've doomed me. Zhuo Xiaoyu seized the opportunity to chide Wang Jin, while Gujia busied himself with preparations. "Are you so reckless? Do you not value your life? This is a C-rank mission, and an international one at that. What if we encounter Chunin enemies along the way? Do you really expect that frail old man to protect us?" "Chunin enemies?" Wang Jin replied with a smirk. "Do you believe even a Jounin would dare to challenge him?" It was no jest. Though Maruxing Gujia was mockingly referred to as an eternal genin by netizens, his prowess was well known. With a mastery of blade illusions and water techniques, personally guided by the second Hokage, he had been acknowledged by the third Hokage and had even been tasked by the fourth Hokage with critical responsibilities. Such accomplishments, should they belong to anyone else, would be remarkable, yet Uchiha bore them all alone. Unless they found themselves besieged by a multitude of enemy ninjas, there was no reason to fear misfortune while accompanying such a legendary figure. What do you mean? Do you know that old man? Xiaoyu pondered, reflecting on the personal panel in her mind. Though they had triggered a C-rank mission, it did not necessarily indicate Uchiha's strength. Being teammates, she had inadvertently benefited from Wang Jin's connection, and while she was grateful for her good fortune, the immediate danger lay in their mission, escorting a merchant to the land of water. The journey would be arduous, requiring them to traverse the sea, fraught with peril. Such basic knowledge was essential for every high school student, and Xiaoyu and Wang Jin were no exceptions. Rest assured. Just relax and leave the rest to our esteemed elder, Wang Jin reassured her without further explanation. Fine, I'll go along. But it's not like he has ever faced death. It's a lesser loss than yours. Xiaoyu retorted. Just revel in your good fortune for knowing me. Wang Jin shot back. Please, you speak as if you were a treasure yourself, she scoffed. Enough. I have tolerated you long enough, he exclaimed. Then come and fight me. I dare you. Just as their banter escalated, Uchiha returned, now burdened with a large pack, its contents unknown. Xiao Jin, Xiaoyu, we are ready to depart, he announced. Yes. The two immediately ceased their bickering, knowing that once in mission mode, they must maintain a serious demeanor, as taught in school. Uchiha smiled gently, his weathered face lined with wrinkles. There is no need for such seriousness. I am just an old man who cares for everyone's safety. Grandfather Uchiha, you are the captain. We shall follow your lead, Xiaoyu sweetly remarked, though it did not trigger an increase in affection levels, leaving her somewhat vexed as she observed the handsome youth beside her. Why should Wang Jin's mere words yield such an exaggerated affection level? What she did not realize was that Uchiha's current demeanor stemmed from the tragic loss of his two companions years ago. Wang Jin's unintentional display of trust had allowed him to become Uchiha's new companion, indirectly helping to resolve Uchiha's emotional turmoil, resulting in a significant surge in affection. The trio met the merchant they were to protect at the village entrance, and upon seeing him, Wang Jin was taken aback. What the hell? How could it be this unscrupulous character? The merchant was a rotund, short man with a treacherous appearance, none other than the infamous Kato, the world's wealthiest man. When Wang Jin first encountered the plot, he had been infuriated by Kato's nefarious deeds. Publicly a merchant, he secretly smuggled drugs and contraband using the mafia and ninjas, aiming to monopolize other companies and nations. He had leveraged his wealth and violence to seize control of all maritime transport in the land of waves, exploiting its resources and its people. Why is it an old man? Kato, flanked by a dozen ordinary subordinates, expressed his dissatisfaction upon seeing Uchiha. Uchiha smiled warmly, rest assured. Mr. Kato, we from Konoha will not disappoint any employer. I assure you, you will reach the land of water safely. Very well, let us be on our way. I have no expectations of your assistance. Kato waved dismissively, and his subordinates ushered the three into the caravan, which promptly set off toward the eastern border of the Fire Country. Inside the carriage, Uchiha produced a map, clearly displaying the locations of the 5 great nations. Konoha was centrally located, with the Wind Country to the southwest, the Earth Country to the northwest, the Lightning Country to the northeast, and the Water Country to the southeast, separated by a vast ocean. Based on his extensive experience, Uchiha surmised that this land was devoid of rogue ninjas. At most, they might encounter some mountain bandits or robbers, which posed minimal danger. However, caution was warranted when reaching the port to board a ship. The land of water had become increasingly unpredictable in recent years, with outsiders barred from entry, leaving the situation there shrouded in mystery, thus raising the possibility of rogue ninjas. Senior Uchiha, considering the involvement of ninjas, wouldn't this qualify as a B-rank mission? Isn't Kato concealing the difficulty? Wang Jin inquired. Under normal circumstances, yes, but the situation in the land of water is unique. Uchiha explained. A colleague of mine mentioned that a coup might have taken place in the land of water, making any unusual occurrences quite plausible. What? A coup? Xiaoyu was taken aback. Such a significant event in a large nation must be classified as a top secret. Is your colleague that formidable, Grandfather Uchiha? How did he manage to learn of such matters? Indeed, he is quite formidable. He may be the most powerful of our generation, Wang Jin suggested, hinting at something more. Gujiya paused, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized him. Xiao Jin, you are quite astute to have deduced. No, I'm just speculating. You needn't think too much about it, senior. Wang Jin interrupted, and Gujiya chose not to pursue the matter further. Left Xiaoyu was quite anxious. Her curiosity piqued as she watched the two engage in riddles. Who could it be? Grandpa Gujiya, please tell me. Haha, just an ordinary person, he replied, choosing not to elaborate further. Chapter 44. The Pact with Left Xiaoyu Sr. Have you ever been to the Land of Water? How long will it take us to get there? Inside the carriage, Wang Jin expressed his concerns about the time. Each person was allowed a maximum of 10 days in the sacred tree world. Exceeding this limit would result in a forced return to reality. Over the years, people had come to understand that this was due to the sacred tree's concern for the ninja. Every force in the world has its limits, including the sacred tree, which consumed vast amounts of chakra and mental strength to maintain the influx of a large crowd into its realm. This consumption either exceeded the sacred tree's capacity or was a burden it chose not to bear, leaving the responsibility to the ninja themselves. The tree was only responsible for drawing and outputting power. The latter was comprehensible. Completing certain tasks for rewards was common. The extraction, however, would inflict harm on the human body if one exceeded the 10-day limit. Hence the rule was established. When this regulation was first discovered, it shocked the people of the continent. Everyone believed the sacred tree possessed its own consciousness or was manipulated by an unseen force. Yet, as time passed without further discoveries, and with no casualties reported in the 2 decades since the sacred tree's emergence, curiosity waned. However, Wang Jin was anxious about the upcoming task abroad. 10 days might not suffice, and being forcibly ejected only to re-enter 20 days later would mean failure, as well as a loss of trust from Gujiya. After all, it was not easy to cling to someone powerful. He did not wish to lose this opportunity carelessly. Upon hearing his inquiry, Left Xiaoyu quickly reacted, her gaze fixed on Gujiya, sharing the same concern. Gujiya, polishing his 2 fine swords, estimated, at this pace, around 7 or 8 days. The carriage is too slow. If a ninja were to travel, they could reach the port in 2 days, and then sail for 3 days to arrive in the Land of Water. Oh, that's a relief. What, Wang Jin, do you have something else to do? No, I was just curious, Wang Jin replied, relieved, and shifted the conversation to other topics with Gujiya. As the scenery outside gradually shifted, the forest surrounding the hidden leaf village faded away, and the sky darkened. The group remained within the borders of the Fire Country, merely distancing themselves from towns. In 2 or 3 days, they would reach the border port. Without inns, the caravan set up camp on site, with Kato's subordinates handling the tasks. Gujiya led Wang Jin and Left Xiaoyu a few dozen meters away from the others, lighting a fire pit to keep watch throughout the night. The time and seasons in the sacred tree world mirrored those of the outside world. It was now July, a particularly hot period. Left Xiaoyu produced a storage scroll and placed it on the ground, quickly forming seals with her hands. Soon, various cooking utensils and 2 mats appeared. You didn't prepare these, did you? This one is for you. It's fine whether you use it or not. Wang Jin took the mat and laid it on the ground, causing Gujiya to smile slightly at the scene. Little Jin, the Hokage clan is a prominent family, no less than your Uchiha clan in the past. It's quite rare for you and Xiaoyu to become friends. Haha, indeed rare. We just hit it off, Wang Jin chuckled, aware of Gujiya's curiosity. The Uchiha and Hokage clans were both influential families in the Leaf Village, often in competition, and with the Uchihas generally perceived as proud and rude. Few villagers interacted with them. Left Xiaoyu shot Wang Jin a glare, reaching for the mat. You're the one who's stinky, don't drag me into it. No, I was just joking, Wang Jin replied with a laugh. Haha, youth is wonderful. Gujiya laughed heartily at the playful banter between the two, then added, you are the future of the village, which is precisely why the first Hokage established the village, to protect you. The first Hokage? Left Xiaoyu perked up immediately, eager to inquire further. Grandpa Gujiya, could you share more about the first Hokage's deeds? I have never learned about them. Noticing her urgency, Wang Jin rolled his eyes, knowing she was fishing for information. Very few in the real world could gain the trust of the high-ranking natives of the Hokage world, and he could tell from the books that the strongest Hokage was Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, with her affinity for Gujiya at 0, such historical tidbits, which weren't exactly classified but still obscure, would be hard for her to uncover. If he were to ask, it might yield better results. As expected, Gujia gently declined left Xiaoyu's request, leaving her feeling disappointed. Hey, aren't you curious? Hurry and ask. Opportunities like this are rare. While Gujia went to discuss the next day's journey with Kato, left Xiaoyu urged Wang Jin, hoping to leverage his good rapport. Wang Jin, knowing now won't be of much use. We should focus on completing our task first. Then you should speak up. You see my situation. Senior Gujia doesn't trust me. I know. Wait until the senior returns, and then I'll bring it up. Wang Jin grinned, leaning closer to the girl. Xiaoyu, your mission was triggered by me. Completing it will require my effort. Don't you have any thoughts of gratitude? What are you getting at? Left Xiaoyu scooted away, her expression wary. Wang Jin, let me tell you, there's nothing between us. I only consider you a friend. Are you overly confident? Wang Jin paused, taken aback. You're the one pursuing me. I need to think about it. Don't dream. I wouldn't chase after you. Humph, you startled me. I thought you were trying to take advantage of this. Left Xiaoyu huffed, then added, what do you want me to thank you with? Help me enter the monster forest again. Wang Jin revealed his thoughts, suggesting that after returning, she should find Luo Shiqing. This shouldn't be too difficult, right? Originally, Wang Jin had planned to exit the Hokage world and then venture into the Fire Wolf secret realm to battle beasts, honing his combat experience. However, given his rapid power growth, completing Gujia's task would amplify his strength significantly, making the foolish Fire Wolves unworthy opponents. He sought a stronger adversary, and the only feasible option was the Highland Goats in the Luo family's monster secret realm, which could draw out his potential without the risk of death. Deal. Left Xiaoyu patted her chest, assuring him, as long as you help me complete my task, I will help you fulfill your wish. It's a promise? It's a promise. The two reached an agreement, and upon Gujia's return, Wang Jin wasted no time and directly spoke up. Senior, we would like to learn ninjutsu from you. If you are willing to teach us. Had it been any other native, Wang Jin would not have dared to be so straightforward. Ninjutsu was not something to be taken lightly. In his impression, ninjutsu was traditionally passed down from master to disciple. However, with Gujia's affinity at 50, he felt confident. As he anticipated, Gujia hesitated briefly while glancing at left Xiaoyu, clearly reluctant to teach her. Left Xiaoyu understood the situation, anxiously awaiting the outcome. Well then, I shall teach you a few ninjutsu techniques. Thank you, Grandpa Gujia. Thank you, Senior. Both smiled, knowing that as long as they completed the task assigned by the sacred tree, these 10 days would not have been spent in vain. Chapter 45. The flowing willows of Konoha lightning, fire, and earth are not my strong suits. Gujia recalled their chakra attributes. Wang Jin wielded lightning and fire, while left Xiaoyu commanded lightning and earth, yet he himself excelled in water techniques. However, lacking proficiency did not equate to incompetence. Gujia was once a prodigy, having been personally guided by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. How about this? Xiaoyu, I will teach you 3 commonly used earth techniques. Little Jin, what do you wish to learn? What to learn? Obviously, Jinjutsu. Wang Jin was well aware of Gujia's knowledge, but refrained from revealing everything, lest it raise suspicion. He feigned a sigh. Alas, my talent is rather poor. Senior, you've seen for yourself. At my age, I still haven't opened my eyes. And I probably won't in the future. In the past, I only heard my parents say that our Uchiha clan are masters of illusions. Yet I cannot wield even one. I wonder if you, esteemed elder, possess the skill to use such techniques, for I yearn to learn. Haha. You have indeed come to the right person. Gujia chuckled proudly, saying, in my lifetime, I have delved deepest into the arts of illusion and swordsmanship. Really? Then please, esteemed elder, teach me the illusions. Absolutely not. To his surprise, Wang Jin was stunned by the rejection, but soon his spirit soared with excitement. This is the culmination of my lifetime's work. I cannot simply impart it to an outsider. Unless you are willing to become my disciple. Only then will I consider teaching you. Become a disciple? What luck! Wang Jin exclaimed, nodding fervently. Initially, he sought merely to learn a few illusions, but unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a remarkable opportunity. Gujia's strength was undoubtedly far beyond the average jonin. Having such a formidable ally would make traversing Konoha significantly easier. Younger generations may not be aware of his past exploits, but the elders of Konoha, such as Sarutobi Hisashi, would never underestimate the man who nearly became the second Hokage's apprentice. While Gujia spoke of his contemporaries, the young left behind, Wang Jin realized that this might indeed refer to Sarutobi, for who else would dare leak such confidential information to him? The former heroes of the Third Great Ninja War. Wang Jin mused. As long as he remained loyal to Konoha after becoming the elder's disciple, no one would dare to harm him. Master, I am willing. Haha. How quick you are to respond. Gujia laughed heartily, clearly delighted by the agreement. This made Zhuo Xiaoyu, who had only acquired 3 basic ninjutsu, feel a twinge of envy as she watched Wang Jin beam with pride. Your first illusion technique shall be called Konoha Flowing Willow, an electrifying strike that combines swordsmanship with illusion. This technique requires no hand seals. In close combat, you initiate your sword technique against the enemy, and then employ the illusion to make it seem as though you have vanished amidst the dancing leaves. At that moment, your enemy will be ensnared and unable to move, allowing you to launch a surprise attack from their blind spot, effectively erasing your opponent. This technique is a lethal blow capable of killing in a single strike and cannot be evaded. Do you understand? Disciple comprehends. From a distance of 100 meters, Gujia patiently explained to Wang Jin. After hearing the instruction, Wang Jin was filled with excitement. This technique was immensely powerful, and once mastered, it would grant him the ability to defeat enemies beyond his level. Next, Gujia tossed one of his 2 slender swords to Wang Jin and began demonstrating the training methods for swordsmanship. Wang Jin mimicked him well, but his movements were too slow. After half an hour, Gujia halted, frowning deeply. Though the Uchiha clan may not be renowned for physical techniques, every member excels in them. Why is your physique so lacking? It may be due to malnutrition during my childhood. My parents have struggled for years, Wang Jin replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed for bringing shame upon the Uchiha. He was acutely aware that in the original story, figures like Sasuke, Itachi, Shisui, and Madara all possessed formidable physical prowess, easily defeating opponents with their extraordinary Sharingan combined with their skills. With a sigh, Gujia said, "You have memorized the sword techniques. Now practice them at your own pace. I fear it will take you quite some time to master them. Now, let us begin teaching the illusion technique, Willow. Little Jin, do not let me down." Disciple will not. Wang Jin's eyes shone with confidence, believing that his exceptional mental strength would surely make him a master of illusions. After a few minutes, Gujia elucidated the key points of the illusion technique to Wang Jin and demonstrated its results. Konoha Flowing Willow. Buzzing. In Wang Jin's eyes, Gujia's slender sword transformed into dozens of blades, and he himself vanished, while leaves began to drift through the air. So powerful, I cannot even discern where the master is. Whoosh. As Gujia's slender sword brushed against Wang Jin's left arm, he finally caught a glimpse of the elder's whereabouts. If that strike had been aimed at the heart, little Jin, did you see clearly? I believe I did. Wang Jin replied uncertainly, slowly starting to wield the slender sword in his hand, channeling chakra and mental energy according to Gujia's earlier instructions. Konoha Flowing Willow. Buzzing. 5 phantom slender swords appeared in the air before Gujia, while Wang Jin's figure remained visible, and the leaves had yet to appear. The completion was exceedingly low. However, even at this level, Gujia's eyes widened in astonishment. He grasped the technique after just one viewing? At that moment, Wang Jin was unaware of Gujia's shock as he attempted to replicate the elder's attack, pausing for a final strike. No, I used my mental energy too early. It should be delayed a little longer. Konoha Flowing Willow. Entering a focused state, Wang Jin shut out everything around him, fixated solely on mastering this formidable illusion technique. Swish, swish, swish. In the stillness of the night, only the sounds of blades slicing through the air and birdsong could be heard, as Wang Jin tirelessly repeated the Konoha flow, each attempt sharpening his skill further. Gujia was instructing Zhuo Xiaoyu in Earth Release, yet both their thoughts were drawn to the distant youth, their hearts filled with amazement. Zhuo Xiaoyu remained unfazed, recognizing this as an unfathomable illusion technique. Even in her world, few dedicated themselves to such a craft, finding it extraordinary. Gujia, however, understood that the most challenging aspect of this sword technique lay within the illusion portion. Anyone willing to put in the effort could learn physical and sword techniques. The strength of this move could only be determined by the illusion itself. It could only be said that the Uchiha clan truly possessed remarkable talent for illusions. Such terrifying aptitude was unprecedented in Gujia's experience. Master, is this technique difficult to learn? Zhuo Xiaoyu inquired, attempting to forge a connection with Gujia. But he dismissed her, saying, "You need not call me master. I have only taught you 3 rank Earth Release techniques, which hardly merit such a title. Just remember, this technique has never been deciphered or seen through. The majority of my reputation is built upon it. Is it truly that impressive? Wang Jin exclaimed. Zhuo Xiaoyu felt a twinge of envy, her jealousy growing as she reflected on her and Wang Jin's respective gains, lamenting her own misfortune. Chapter 46. Time is of the essence on the first and second days. Wang Jin and the others remained within the borders of the Fire Country. By the evening of the third day, they could already catch a whiff of the faint scent of fish, signaling that the sea was not far ahead. Over the course of 3 days, they encountered only a few waves of mountain bandits, all ordinary people, easily dispatched by Wang Jin and Zhuo Xiaoyu. During this time, he nearly perfected his Konoha flow, readying it for actual combat, though it still required refinement to enhance the illusion's realism. Little Jin, starting today, you shall begin training in water release. I will guide you. Now, as they set up camp at dusk, Gu Jie revealed his intentions, leaving Wang Jin somewhat astonished. Training in elemental release techniques was typically considered only after attaining the rank of Chunin, making it seem somewhat premature. Gu Jie nodded, concern etched across his aged face. Now that you are my disciple, there are matters I must share with you. Before leaving the village, Lord Hokage entrusted me with a task to ascertain the specifics of the water country. Though I could have declined, you know I would never do such a thing. Thus, whether we return alive remains uncertain. Your talent is commendable. I believe you can cultivate water release chakra in a short time. At which point I will teach you another of my signature techniques. What signature technique does the master refer to? Wang Jin inquired knowingly, feigning ignorance at times to avoid suspicion. Gu Jie's 2 signature techniques were, of course, Konoha Flowing Willow and the water release technique personally taught by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, renowned as a master of water release. After a brief distance away from the others, Gu Jie led him to a small mound and halted. Observe closely. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Roar. A water dragon, approximately 50 meters long, erupted forth, crashing into the small mound and creating a massive crater, sending countless stones tumbling down as the ground trembled violently. Did you notice anything different? After the ancient technique was executed, Gu Jie calmly inquired. Wang Jin nodded seriously and said, I see, teacher. You released the water dragon bullet with only 4 hand seals. I recall that this technique originally required 40 seals. To be precise, 44. Gu Jie smiled, revealing that this was the fruit of his learning from the second Hokage, who had simplified the water release hand seals, significantly reducing the time required for casting and effectively enhancing his power. You must understand that in battles among ninjas, aside from intelligence, the speed of hand seals is of utmost importance, often determining the outcome beforehand. The second Hokage is a figure distant from your generation. You may not be aware of his prowess. He was universally acknowledged as a master of water release and an innovator of ninjutsu, dedicated to advancing his craft throughout his life. However, some of his jutsu were deemed too fearsome, leading the first Hokage to classify them as forbidden techniques, sealing them away and rendering them unknown to this day. To think the second Hokage was so formidable, Wang Jin mused, nodding slightly. Teacher, I understand your intention. I will strive to cultivate my water affinity. Gu Jie nodded and brought Wang Jin back into the fold of their companions, preemptively explaining the essential points of water release ninjutsu. Wang Jin listened with rapt attention, and half the night passed in this manner. From the 4th day onward, Wang Jin set aside his training in the leaf style and devoted himself entirely to water affinity. However, his progress was slow, and despite Gu Jie's patient guidance, the pressure remained substantial. Neither of them rushed. Mastering a new affinity is inherently complex, which is why few lower-ranked ninjas embark on such pursuits. In Gu Jie's eyes, Wang Jin possessed relatively low chakra reserves, akin to a newly minted genin, and he was quite satisfied with his current pace. In the afternoon, the group finally arrived at the harbor and boarded a wooden ship that Kato had arranged in advance to continue their journey eastward. From this evening onward, the 3 of us will take turns keeping watch during the night. Be vigilant against rogue ninjas, Gu Jie instructed within the ship's cabin. He continued, Xiaoyu, you will handle the first half of the night, while Wang Jin and I will cover the latter half. We must ensure the safety of our employer and uphold the village's reputation without a trace of adverse influence. Have you understood? Understood, the 2 replied solemnly, committing his words to memory. For the sake of their future credibility in the Leaf Village and the safety of this mission, neither would be careless. Once aboard, while the danger increased, the comfort level soared as well. The group no longer needed to endure the elements and had a place to rest. Inside the room, Wang Jin continued to cultivate his water affinity, feeling an explosion of inspiration on the ocean, much faster than when training on land. No wonder the second Hokage was referred to as the Master of the Sea. The advantages of the terrain greatly enhance a ninja's capabilities. Wang Jin recalled the original work, where Senju Tobarama could artificially create an ocean in areas devoid of water, while other water-release ninjas could barely summon streams spanning a mere dozen meters. The effectiveness of water-release ninjutsu varied drastically between land and sea. This stark difference also explains why the village hidden in mist remains largely unknown to outsiders. Their mist technique enveloped the entire village, creating an astonishingly vast area. Days passed peacefully as the group traversed the sea, encountering no rogue ninjas or wandering shinobi. As the land of water came into view, Wang Jin felt a surge of impatience. He had yet to cultivate his water affinity, and without that, Uchiha could teach him no ninjutsu, leaving him far from their mission's objectives. Teacher, could you teach me 2 lightning or fire release techniques first? Why do you desire that? Uchiha frowned, visibly displeased with his suggestion. Wang Jin opened his mouth, but then closed it again. He had no way to express his frustration, for he could not tell Uchiha that they were merely NPCs in a game, and he needed to complete a mission. He chuckled with Xiaoyu beside him, stifling a laugh as she realized Wang Jin's urgency, feeling a sense of fairness. Though she had not learned any particularly powerful ninjutsu, her mission was complete, and she awaited the rewards from the God Tree space once 10 days had elapsed. Wang Jin scratched his head and quietly asked with Xiaoyu, "In this situation, if I practice my teacher's ninjutsu on my own next time, can I consider that completing the mission? How would I know? This is my first time here too," she replied with a giggle. "Why are you always giggling?" "I'm just laughing." It drives you crazy." Frustrated by his inability to gain a clear answer and being teased, Wang Jin could only focus on his training. With only 2 days remaining before being expelled from the world of Naruto, he resolved to make one last effort. However, he worried that once they reached land, Uchiha would leave to undertake his mission, making it impossible for him to complete his task. "I can only hope that my teacher does not hurry off." Chapter 47. Encountering a strong foe. "Thank you for your escort, and we shall meet again," Kato said with a rare smile as the wooden ship safely docked at the border of the land of water. After politely bidding farewell to Kato, Uchiha prepared to depart, but Wang Jin called out to him. "Teacher, could you stay for another 2 days?" Wang Jin said somewhat bashfully. Fully aware of Uchiha's character, Konoha village held greater significance to him than his own life. Uchiha paused for a moment, then smiled and replied, "You wish for me to guide you a few more days?" "Yes, there are still many aspects I do not comprehend, and once you leave, there will be no one to instruct me." "Very well, I can stay for a maximum of 2 days. If you cannot grasp the water affinity by then, I will have to depart," Uchiha agreed, and Wang Jin was overjoyed. The three found a tavern in a small border town of the land of water to lodge. Zui Xiaoyu also chose not to exit the Naruto world immediately, joining Wang Jin in his training, hoping to trigger another mission and reap greater rewards. This was the thought of everyone entering the God Tree world. As long as the environment was safe, no one would leave prematurely. Observing Wang Jin, who was diligently practicing in their room, Uchiha pondered for a moment. "Follow me. There is a place that should enhance your comprehension speed." "Where to?" Wang Jin asked, immediately ending his training. Uchiha did not explain but handed him a set of night gear, and under the cover of night, they continued eastward. After traveling several dozen miles, Uchiha finally stopped in an area shrouded in thick fog. "Do not make a sound or disturb anyone. Focus on your training." "Teacher." This was once the site of the former Mist Noble clan, the Terumi clan. They resided here before the coup, and this mist serves as a natural barrier of the land of water. The Terumi clan's mastery of water release should be related to this. Of course, this is merely my speculation. How effective it is depends on you. Terumi clan? Wang Jin immediately thought of the frequently appearing character, Terumi Mei, a stunning beauty in the upper echelon of Naruto's aesthetics. She should be around my age at this point, Wang Jin mused, eagerly anticipating the day he could meet this captivating lady in person. As he settled down and began to train, he quickly entered a state of focus, feeling a surge of inspiration as many of his challenges became clear, and the water affinity chakra within him gradually coalesced. "Teacher, this is truly effective. Then train diligently. And if you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to ask me." Gu Jie smiled faintly, sitting cross-legged beside him. With such a powerful guardian, Wang Jin felt at ease. The master and disciple sat in silence throughout the night, and as dawn broke, Wang Jin finally mastered the water affinity chakra entirely. Gu Jie immediately returned him to the tavern to impart the water release techniques. Xiaojin, remember the key points I will teach you next. You will need to practice them slowly when I am no longer around. Half a day later, after Gu Jie had taught him 3 of the most practical water release techniques, he prepared to take his leave. Wang Jin nodded silently, feeling deeply moved. Teacher, please be cautious while on your mission in the mist. Make sure to return safely to the village. Haha, do not worry. There are few in the mist today who can instill fear in me. Gu Jie laughed heartily. However, Wang Jin found it difficult to articulate his concerns. The mist was currently under the control of Abido, who was executing the terrifying blood mist technique. The so-called tailless beast, the dried persimmon ghost shark, is under his command. And the 4th Mizukage, along with the 3 tails, has been manipulated by him using the kaleidoscope. Wang Jin is genuinely concerned about the safety of this untrustworthy teacher. However, due to Gu Jie's stubborn character, a mere few words from him would not suffice to alter his resolve. Wang Jin thought that even if he disclosed all the information he possessed, it would not dissuade Gu Jie. Teacher, my parents once had a friend who was a merchant from the land of water. He knows many people and possesses a wealth of information. Once, he inadvertently mentioned that things are quite abnormal in Kirigikure. It seems the Mizukage is in trouble. Therefore, you must be extremely cautious and never let your guard down. What did you say? Gu Jie's expression changed slightly. The leader of a village is in trouble? If this is true, it is indeed terrifying. I must get to the bottom of this and inform Hisashi so that he can prepare in advance. We cannot let this escalate to the level of war. That would only result in more deaths. I'm so foolish. Wang Jin silently scolded himself. Now, it seems his teacher's situation has become even more perilous. With concern weighing heavily on him, Wang Jin promptly set off, calling upon Zhou Xiaoyu to board the fastest departing ship back to Konohagakure. This is the territory of Kirigikure. Even if they were to leave the Divine Tree world, they could not linger here. It would be best to return to the borders of the Land of Fire. However, time may not permit it. Only a day and a half remained before they would be forcibly expelled from the Divine Tree world, and it would take 2 days to travel by land and sea unless they relied on Chakra to hasten their journey. Which technique should I start practicing first? Wang Jin pondered the 3 water release techniques he had just learned, the B-rank water clone, water dragon bullet, and the A-rank great water collision wave. His teacher, indeed an elite jonin, was extravagant in his teachings, not even deigning to impart a C-rank technique. Impressive. Although the greatest benefit from this trip was the Konoha Flow Illusion Sword technique, these 3 advanced water release techniques were not to be disregarded. If he were to purchase scrolls to learn them in the real world, the cost would be astronomical. At this moment, Wang Jin truly appreciated the advantages of the Divine Tree world. It was no wonder that all ninjas on the continent were clamoring to enter, as the assistance provided was immense. I should start with the Water Dragon Bullet. I urgently need a long-range AoE technique to deal with large magical beasts. As he contemplated Gu Jie's teachings on simplified hand seals, he formed 4 hand seals with his hands in succession. This was the culmination of Gu Jie's years of experience. He wanted Wang Jin to learn this sealing method from the very beginning, bypassing the cumbersome process to reach his level. However, while the idea was commendable, Wang Jin soon realized how challenging it was to execute. Thankfully, with his teacher's guidance, he felt that without it, he might never simplify the hand seals to such an extent. Despite the difficulty, Wang Jin remained confident in his ability to master it. Even if it took more time, it would be worthwhile. The 2 drifted at sea for half a day, and just as Wang Jin was engrossed in his training of the Water Dragon Bullet, an enormous surge of chakra suddenly appeared. The wooden boat shook violently, and a torrent of seawater rushed into his cabin. An ambush, Wang Jin immediately thought, rushing out of his room to the deck, where he witnessed a scene that made his heart race. Zhou Xiaoyu was being held captive by a mysterious figure wearing an animal mask and dressed in a form-fitting grayish-blue ninja outfit. Run. Don't worry about me. Hee hee. It seems you share quite a bond. The masked figure chuckled lightly. It was a woman, her voice mature and sultry, sending shivers down one's spine. Young handsome, tell me your reason for infiltrating my Kirigikure, or your little girlfriend may not survive. The Umbu of Kirigikure? Wang Jin's expression turned grave. Indeed, the masked woman affirmed directly. Wang Jin quickly assessed the gap in strength between himself and the opponent. From the chakra she had just unleashed, it was evident she was a jonin, and he contemplated whether the Konoha flow could catch her off guard and eliminate her. However, he quickly dismissed this thought, believing the chances of success were low. After all, the disparity between a Jinin and a Jonin was vast, and he had only just grasped the Konoha flow, requiring more time to refine it. Why did you ambush us? We're merely here on business in the land of water. Ninja engage in business? The masked woman chuckled lightly. Stop pretending. I know you are Konoha ninjas, and one of your comrades has already infiltrated Kirigakure. How do you know that? Realizing he could not deceive her, Wang Jin decided to confess. The masked woman replied, You were so conspicuous practicing in the ruins of my clan. Do you truly think the Kirigakure is a mere decoration? While I may not enjoy killing handsome men, if you continue to speak carelessly, there will be no other choice. You are Terumi Mei. Upon hearing her familiar words, Wang Jin exclaimed, and the masked woman clearly paused, seemingly surprised that her disguise had been seen through. From the Konoha Flow Lu. Chapter 48. The rules established by the divine tree in the original work. Terumi Mei had a penchant for handsome men. Often mentioning the term handsome, Wang Jin was merely speculating, but it was worth a try. The woman before him was of similar height, approximately 1.75 meters, with brown hair that matched his conjecture. He then devised a clever tactic to divert her attention. As expected, the masked woman momentarily froze, and Wang Jin seized the opportunity to successfully execute the Konoha flow, causing a flurry of falling leaves to obscure his figure. Is this an illusion? The animal-masked woman instantly became vigilant, loosening her grip on Zhou Xiaoyu. The latter took advantage of this moment to produce an explosive tag from her bosom. Ninjas infiltrating another country without permission would inevitably be considered spies. Zhou Xiaoyu knew she and Wang Jin would suffer torture before facing execution if captured. Well, I've never died before, let him go. A glint of determination flashed in Zhou Xiaoyu's eyes as she ignited the explosive tag. In the next moment, Wang Jin appeared at the woman's left side, kunai in hand, thrusting towards her smooth, white neck with deadly intent. While he admired mature women, he would not feel any sorrow or pity towards an enemy. His strikes were lethal. Zhou Xiaoyu, no? Wang Jin, hurry. Get back to Konoha. Boom. Just as Wang Jin's kunai pierced the animal-masked woman's skin, he noticed Zhou Xiaoyu's actions and immediately fell back. The explosive tag detonated, and Zhou Xiaoyu's body was blown to pieces. Although the masked woman had noticed the explosive tag, she was a moment too late. Unable to escape as quickly as Wang Jin. While she did not perish, she was grievously injured, her mask shattered, revealing an exquisite visage. Indeed, Terumi Mei. With a somewhat neurotic personality. Cough, cough. Terumi Mei was covered in blood, her clothes tattered. What a ruthless Hyuga woman. What a touching love story. I will remember both of you. Whoosh. Having uttered those words, she vanished. Wang Jin sat dazed on the ground, cradling Zhou Xiaoyu's lifeless form, murmuring softly. Why did you do this? You've put me in such a debt. At this moment, his emotions were tumultuous, gratitude, confusion, blame, and a tinge of sorrow. Although he understood that Zhou Xiaoyu was not truly dead, her unhesitating demeanor still left him in disquiet. He suddenly noticed his vision had drastically improved. He could see even a mosquito several meters away with perfect clarity. Looking down at the pool of blood on the deck, which was entirely that of the girl in his arms, he realized, the Sharingan, I have awakened it. He chuckled softly, realizing that this was indeed the eye that the second Hokage had loathed throughout his life. It seemed one had to experience intense emotions to awaken it. In the blood pool, Wang Jin's reflection revealed his eyes, now a deep crimson, with a black pinwheel appearing in each of his pupils. With a wry smile, he retrieved Zhou Xiaoyu's storage scroll. These items could not be discarded. Buzz buzz. At that moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. Zhou Xiaoyu's dismembered form and her blood suddenly vanished entirely, as if she had never existed in this world. The crew members, startled by the explosion, reacted unusually. Wang Jin inquired of one, Did you see that? Upon witnessing one of the crew members anxiously state, Sir, you have used an explosive talisman to injure the members of the Hidden Mist, the response came, It was not I, but rather my companion. Your companion? Several crew members exchanged glances, struggling to recall this individual. It appeared to be one of the rules established by the God Tree, upon the demise of an outsider. The memories of the indigenous people involved would be erased. Wang Jin could discern their thoughts from their expressions. Alas, he owed a significant debt of gratitude, a burden he would have to repay in the future. Left with no choice, Zhuo Xiaoyu sacrificed herself for her own preservation. Wang Jin could surmise her reasoning. Having already faced death once, a second demise would result in a deduction of 1/3 of his chakra and a 6-month exclusion from the God Tree's realm. Both understood the implications of this punishment. At this critical juncture, when a ninja's talent is essential for future endeavors, such a penalty could potentially ruin a lifetime. Zhuo Xiaoyu, facing her first death without punishment, opted for the lesser of two evils, expending her singular opportunity for immunity to secure her future. With the threat of Terumi Mei eliminated, the remainder of the journey unfolded with tranquility. Wang Jin encountered no further dangers. One day later, he leaped from the wooden vessel, utilizing his water-walking technique to sprint across the surface of the sea, significantly increasing his speed. Although his chakra, in comparison to the real world, had been diminished exponentially, he found himself on par with the natives. The water-walking technique required little chakra, and Wang Jin estimated that he would have enough chakra reserves to reach land. As he raced across the vast ocean, he was the solitary figure amidst the waves, and as his chakra dwindled, the outline of land drew nearer. What would have taken a day by boat, he accomplished in merely 3 hours. Upon touching the ground, he immediately collapsed, gasping for breath, nearly reaching his limit. After a brief 2-minute respite, without hesitation, he activated the panel to return to the real world. In the chaotic realm of the God Tree, Wang Jin awaited the outcome. Hello, Wang Jin, welcome back. Due to your failure to meet the mission objectives, there are no penalties or rewards. If I practice ninjutsu taught by the 3 ancient masters in the real world, will there be rewards for my next visit here? Yes. As long as you complete the non-time limited tasks before a failure, you may continue to receive rewards. Thank you. I have no further questions. Please return me to the real world. Understood. In the only prominent mountain in the southern suburbs of Shigu District, a middle-aged man dressed in black ninja attire, with white eyes, fixed his gaze upon a girl before him, also possessing white eyes. Behind them stood a diminutive god tree, with only a few vines leading into the god tree realm. This was indeed the domain of the Zhuo family in Shigu District, and this god tree served solely their interests. In the distance, several opulent standalone villas could be seen. Xiaoyu, you have lied. Father, I did not. Zhuo Xiaoyu's voice was weak, her head bowed, unable to meet the gaze of her father, Zhuo Hui. Zhuo Hui was tall and imposing, clad in the customary black ninja garb, with a handsome and resolute visage, exuding confidence and calmness, a formidable presence that commanded respect without anger. Zhuo Hui spoke sternly. You have always avoided my gaze when you lie. Something else must have transpired during your 10 days there. Speak up. I will find out regardless. And the punishment will only worsen. Zhuo Xiaoyu, lacking confidence, felt intimidated by her formidable father. She understood that she was being groomed as a successor, and should her father discover that she sacrificed her one opportunity for immunity for the sake of a classmate, he would not let it slide easily. Speak. Zhuo Hui's sudden outburst startled Zhuo Xiaoyu, causing her to tremble under the pressure. It's just that someone died once. Why must you be so frightening? Did you use your opportunity for immunity? Upon hearing this, Zhuo Hui's expression shifted drastically, a terrifying aura enveloping him, his tone serious and unyielding. Relate every detail without omitting a single aspect. In the Zhuo family villa, Zhuo Xiaoyu knelt in the center of the living room, facing a man and woman seated on redwood chairs before her. Dear, our daughter merely made a mistake. Must you punish her so harshly? This opportunity was bound to be used eventually. Do you expect her to avoid danger for a lifetime? Did you not also use yours after only a few visits to the God Tree realm? The middle-aged woman, elegantly attired in a red qipao, possessed a graceful demeanor, her hair neatly styled and subtly made up, exuding an air of sophistication. Her bright eyes showed little sign of age, instead adding to her charm. She was Zhuo Xiaoyu's mother, Zhuo Qingyi, wife of Zhuo Hui. Zhuo Hui maintained a stern visage, his voice steady and powerful. Each time I discipline her, you intervene. I have overlooked those minor transgressions for you both, but do not interfere today. But there is no but. Zhuo Hui rose abruptly, his gaze fixed intently on Zhuo Xiaoyu. You squandered your one precious opportunity for the sake of an inconsequential classmate. This severely jeopardizes your future. Do you comprehend the gravity of the situation? Zhuo Xiaoyu, tell me truthfully, have you been romantically involved at school? Do you fancy that fool named Wang Jin? Yes, I do. Zui Xiaoyu's eyes brimmed with tears. Feeling wronged as she defiantly confronted Zhuo Hui. You constantly dictate my actions, forbidding me from doing this or that. I am not your pet. Why can you not be more open-minded? Why can you not grant me some freedom of choice? I am fed up with your rigid and stubborn ways. Beast. Zhuo Hui, incensed by what he deemed her audacity, erupted in fury. He raised his hand, unleashing a wave of chakra that sent Zui Xiaoyu flying several meters until she crashed against a supporting column within the house. If you have the ability, then kill me. I no longer wish to live this way. Zui Xiaoyu stood, wiping the blood from her lips. Having mustered the courage to resist her father for the first time in her life, after facing death once, she found her character had grown considerably stronger. She would never have dared to speak such words before. You dare to retort? Enough. Zhuo Qingyi, unable to endure her husband's intent to strike their daughter, shattered a nearby table with a swift motion. She stepped forward to shield Zui Xiaoyu, glaring fiercely at Zhuo Hui. Do you wish to kill our daughter? If so, then you might as well take me with you. Our daughter is now an adult. She has the right to decide her own future. How long do you intend to control her? Zhuo Hui, filled with rage, clenched his fists tightly, yet he refrained from further violence. Zui Xiaoyu's actions had instilled an uncontrollable sense of crisis within him, and he feared that his daughter would adopt a rebellious nature. However, with both his wife and daughter standing against him, he found himself unwilling to continue his disciplinary efforts. With a cold snort, he addressed Zhuo Qingyi. Very well. From now on, you may manage her. I shall not intervene. But remember, her sacrifice was not worth it. That individual has yet to even express gratitude. Is such a person truly deserving of rescue? Wang Jin may still be trapped in the God Tree realm. Besides, I hardly consider it a rescue. Had it not been for the explosive talisman, I would have perished at the hands of the hidden mist elite. Zui Xiaoyu, upon hearing this, felt a shadow cast upon her heart, as she recognized the truth in Zui Hui's words, leaving her unsettled. Now it was nighttime, and calculating the time, Wang Jin should have emerged by now. Zhuo Qingyi, too, furrowed her brow, gently embracing Zui Xiaoyu. Dear, while your father is stubborn, he has never misjudged a person. That Wang Jin is unlikely to achieve anything significant. In the future, navigating the God Tree realm will be cumbersome for him. As both the Sharingan and the Uchiha lineage are looked down upon, whether in the real world or among the indigenous people. Moreover, as you have witnessed, despite your sacrifices for him, he hasn't even bothered to call. Such a person is not worth maintaining contact with. His character is lacking. That's not true. He is not that kind of person. Zui Xiaoyu shook her head. Mom, rest assured, I do not have feelings for him. We are merely close classmates. And I understand his character well. He may genuinely have been delayed by circumstances. Delayed? I believe he is simply too frightened to reach out to you. Zhuo Hui scoffed. That lad is undoubtedly terrified that our family will retaliate once we learn of this matter. Hence he is burying his head in the sand. However, that is of little consequence. It would be quite easy for me to make him pay a price. Anyone who deceives you will meet a grim fate. Dad, you cannot do that. You cannot harm my classmate. Zui Xiaoyu exclaimed in alarm, aware of her family's considerable power. With the invasion of the beasts having only occurred 2 decades ago, although the system has changed, those in power still transcend the laws governing commoners and the council. If her father was resolute in wanting Wang Jin's life, there would be no escape for him. Do not worry. Zui Hui's eyes glinted with a fierce light. I will not kill him. After all, he is still your classmate. However, he has ruined your future, so I shall ruin his in return. Although our family is merely a branch of the Hokage clan in the world of the Divine Tree, it would be exceedingly simple to deal with a blind Uchiha fool. I intend to ensure he finds it impossible to thrive in Konoha, rendering him powerless in the world of the Divine Tree until he ultimately becomes a true waste. Is that not fair, Dad? Zui Xiaoyu was anxious, fearing her father might genuinely pursue this course of action, and she wished to plead for Wang Jin. Just then, a servant approached the living room, respectfully bowing to Zhuo Hui. Head of the family, a young man named Wang Jin has come to visit, stating he is the young lady's classmate and wishes to express his gratitude. Zhuo Hui paused momentarily, and Zhuo Qingyi looked surprised, while Zui Xiaoyu was filled with excitement. Father, do you see? Wang Jin is not the ungrateful person you imagined. He has come personally to thank me. Surely this demonstrates enough sincerity? This lad dares to come? Zhuo Hui frowned, exchanging glances with Zhuo Qingyi, both exhibiting surprise. Chapter 50. Wang Jin's promise. It seems we underestimated him. This young man possesses some degree of responsibility. Let him in. Yes, matriarch. The servant quickly went to welcome Wang Jin, shortly returning with him before the three of them. While Zhou Hui regarded Wang Jin's boldness in coming as a commoner with some respect, it did not quell his anger. Zhou Xiaoyu's future had already been severely impacted, a situation that could not be salvaged. You are Wang Jin? Yes, uncle, Wang Jin replied politely. He noticed the remnants of tears in Zhou Xiaoyu's eyes, likely due to his earlier reprimanding, and bowed deeply to Zhou Hui. Uncle, Xiaoyu wasted the only opportunity in the world of the divine tree to avoid punishment because of me. I will strive to make amends for her, and will not let you down. Do you think that the esteemed head of the Byakugan clan in the West Valley would trust the promises of a lowly commoner? Zhou Hui snorted disdainfully. My family reigns supreme in the West Valley. Even the government bows to us. What rare treasures do you think you could possibly provide assistance with? If it were not for my appreciation of your courage to personally apologize, you would never walk in the world of the divine tree again. I would pursue you to the ends of the earth. Leave, and do not maintain any further contact with my daughter. I do not wish for her future to be further tainted by a useless individual like you. Thank you for your magnanimity, uncle. Wang Jin remained unperturbed by the insults directed at him, understanding a father's feelings in such a moment. He smiled gently at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, thank you very much this time. Otherwise, I fear I would have been unable to enter the world of the divine tree for half a year. Then from now on, should you ask for anything, I will comply without hesitation. Just don't let me save you again next time, Zhou Xiaoyu retorted, pouting as she pushed him toward the exit. Quietly complaining, you are truly audacious. Had it not been for me, my father would have truly used our family's influence against you in Konoha. Though I understand your father's feelings and appreciate your kindness, a mere Hyuga has no grounds to target me. Wang Jin's confidence was unmasked, revealing his genuine thoughts. In no more than a year, I am confident I will establish my own power in the world of the divine tree. By then, not even the main family will intimidate me. You are impressive. All right, Zhou Xiaoyu conceded. Let us leave quickly. If we linger, I cannot guarantee you won't be beaten. My father is still in a foul mood. Then farewell. Do not hesitate to reach out if you need anything, Wang Jin earnestly reminded her. He owed her a significant favor, and he pondered how he might repay it in the world of the divine tree. Fatty, are you free? Yes. Are you heading to the Firewolf secret realm? Indeed. Shall we go together? At a high-end restaurant in the West Valley, a man and a woman were dining. Suddenly, the man's phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, he answered with a grin. Fong Lei, he adjusted his belly and asked, Wang Jin, it's been a month. I thought you had forgotten about me. I was just waiting to embark on another adventure with you. Something came up. Shall we leave now? Wang Jin's voice came through the phone. Fong Lei glanced at the girl across from him, who appeared eager to join the adventure. Fatty, bring her along. Bring her? We are going to hunt beasts, not on a vacation. Do you really think a girl with only 6 chakra can keep up? What? You went with a 5 chakra girl last month. Why can't I go? If you don't bring her, we are breaking up. Fine, goodbye. Fatty, come back. On the other end, Wang Jin was taken aback, stunned by the conversation unfolding. Fatty, I didn't see that coming. You have some skills. Of course. I am the little romantic of the 3rd middle school. Charming a girl is a piece of cake. Where are you? I will come find you. In the task hall. There is a task for the Firewolf secret realm that I can conveniently take care of. If your girlfriend wants to join, she is welcome. I guarantee there will be no mishaps while I am around. Don't let this matter cause any discord between you two. Let us grab a taxi, Fong Lei teased. Wow. It's been a month, and you sound different. So confident. How much chakra have you gained? Not much, just around 6 cards. What? How did you level up so quickly? I am still at 9 cards. Fong Lei was dumbfounded. A month prior, he had 5 cards. And Wang Jin had 27. Now they were at the same level? Is there anything you want me to prepare? If possible, bring more storage scrolls. You know my financial situation, I cannot afford them. Not a problem, talk later. After contacting Fong Lei, Wang Jin swiftly navigated the task self-service machine and accepted a D-grade task requiring 10 Firewolf hides, with a reward of 200,000 mainland currency. Half an hour later, Fong Lei arrived at the task hall with a girl around 1.60 meters tall, possessing an attractive appearance and demeanor. Hello, I am Wang Jin. He extended his hand, and the girl smiled brightly in response. Haha, we are like family. I am Wang Shanshan, Fatty's girlfriend. Wang Shanshan exhibited an outgoing personality, her face adorned with freckles that added a touch of charm rather than detracting from her beauty. Fang Lei produced 5 storage scrolls from his pocket and waved them in front of Wang Jin. Are these sufficient? Just barely adequate. What? Fatty was momentarily stunned. He had intended to showcase his financial prowess, as each storage scroll cost 300,000 mainland currency, yet he was surprised that Wang Jin found it insufficient. This time, I plan to make a big score. I won't settle for anything less than 3 to 5 million. 5 million? How many fire wolves do you intend to kill? Both Fatty and Wang Shanshan were astonished. Are you out of your mind? Each fire wolf is worth only a few 100,000. Do you plan to slay 30 or 40? About that? I have my eye on a sword-like conductive weapon I wish to acquire before school starts. Wang Jin continued with a sigh. Initially, I had no intention of venturing into the fire wolf secret realm, but due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself compelled to hunt these lower-tier beasts once more. Regrettably, the promise I made to Zui Xiaoyu may not come to fruition. The girl is likely facing difficulties even stepping outside, let alone accompanying me to seek out Luo Shiqing. At first, Wang Jin believed that the Luo family, being so affluent, would not dismiss a few mountain goat corpses. After all, the task triggered by Zui Xiaoyu held value no less than that of several magical beasts, 30 Chakra, which for a prominent family, is hardly a significant sacrifice. The plump fellow and Wang Shanshan, feeling a bit dazed, were utterly taken aback by Wang Jin's astonishing proposal, to the extent that they forgot how they had hailed a taxi. In the Fire Wolf secret realm, unlike their previous cautious visit, both Wang Jin and Fang Lei no longer concealed their presence. Their chakra levels had reached a point where they could individually take down a fire wolf. Within mere minutes of entering the realm, they encountered their first fire wolf. It possessed a meager chakra level of just 10 cards, categorizing it among the lowest tier of beasts. Typically, a ninja with 3 to 5 cards of chakra could easily defeat such a creature. Who will take the lead? Wang Jin inquired, glancing at the plump fellow, having no intention of teaming up. Why don't you go first? I want to see how much you've improved over the past month, or if you've merely been cooped up at home refining chakra, he retorted, his tone tinged with envy over Wang Jin's chakra growth. Wang Jin chuckled, drawing forth the black kunai embedded in his leg. He had come to the Fire Wolf secret realm specifically for this weapon, crafted entirely from chakra-conducting metal. Although it measured less than 30 centimeters, it had drained all his savings, an astonishing 400,000 mainland coins. The choice of a kunai was out of necessity. As his strongest skill was the Leaf Village's phantom sword technique, he couldn't very well go empty-handed. Moreover, the kunai was merely a temporary solution. What he truly needed was a fine sword capable of slicing through iron, yet those were exorbitantly priced, starting at 3 million. Hence, he was compelled to seek out the Fire Wolves for a bit of financial assistance. Watch closely. The battle will conclude in an instant, Wang Jin stated earnestly, eager to test the potency of the Leaf Village's phantom sword technique in reality. However, to the plump fellow's ears, it sounded more like boastfulness, prompting him to scoff. You can't contain yourself with a little skill. Let's see just how capable you are. Huh, you shall be astonished. Wang Jin invoked Leaf Village Flow Willow. In an instant, a flurry of leaves cascaded down as the black kunai transformed into dozens of illusory blades. Almost simultaneously, Wang Jin vanished from sight, reappearing with the kunai embedded deep within the fire wolf's left eye. With a howl, the fire wolf writhed on the ground, mortally wounded. The kunai had shattered its brain, and within 3 minutes, it ceased to exist. Regaining their senses, the plump fellow and Wang Shanshan hurriedly approached the carcass to confirm the reality of what had transpired. After a brief moment, they realized it was no dream. Wang Jin had effortlessly slain a magical beast. Wang Jin, that move was terrifying. It was impossible to anticipate. Indeed, not a single talent in our school can compare to you. They lavished praise without restraint. Yet Wang Jin's demeanor left them puzzled. His expression was grim as he stared at the fire wolf's corpse, murmuring, how could this be? A creature of the lowest tier detected my attack? Could it be that it was not affected by my illusion? Wang Jin, what are you saying? This fire wolf must have fallen under your illusion. Otherwise, how could it not evade? The plump fellow questioned, bewildered, as he had not witnessed how Wang Jin had launched his attack. Wang Jin extracted the kunai from the fire wolf's eye, shaking his head. Something feels amiss. I have executed this technique in the world of the divine tree before. The Leaf Village flow is certainly not something a low-tier beast could see through. Yet, the moment I struck, this fire wolf sensed my presence. It merely failed to react in time. This is far from the overwhelming dominance I envisioned. Is that so? Wang Shanshan pondered briefly before speaking. Wang Jin, your technique is undoubtedly impressive. Neither the plump fellow nor I could decipher it. If what you say is true, then there is but one possibility. What is it? Wang Jin quickly turned to her, and after a slight nod, she softly continued, I have previously studied magical beasts and know they possess an innate ability to resist illusions. This is evident as they can perform ninjutsu without hand seals. Magical beasts rely on their formidable bodies, forcibly condensing chakra into the required ninjutsu. The most common method to break free from illusions is to disrupt their own chakra, a task that requires active effort from a ninja. However, the chakra within magical beasts remains in such a state at all times, which explains why your illusion did not yield the intended results. Her explanation seemed plausible. Wang Jin regarded her with newfound respect. Such knowledge had never been imparted in school. Does the third middle school even teach these things? Of course not, Wang Shanshan smiled. But my grandfather does. He is the principal of an ordinary university, and having lived with him, I have absorbed much knowledge. By the way, Wang Jin, would you be interested in attending my grandfather's university? The plump fellow and I are planning to go as well. We could form a ninja team. He is a medical ninja, after all. Not really. Even if I were to attend university, it would be at Anqing University, as it boasts the finest faculty. Wang Jin declined with a smile. Wang Shanshan did not press further, a peculiar glimmer passing through her eyes before she smiled gently. If you change your mind, reach out to the plump fellow. A talent like you would receive special treatment from my grandfather, and it would not be inferior to what you'd receive at Anqing University. Besides, attending university comes with the bonus of potential romantic interests. I have several beautiful single friends. Huh, that sounds enticing. Perhaps I might reconsider in the future. The trio exchanged light-hearted banter as they secured the fire wolf's carcass and continued their journey. Before long, they encountered a second prey. This fire wolf boasting 2 more chakra cards and a significantly larger physique. The plump fellow volunteered, rolling up his sleeves and hastily charging toward the fire wolf. Wang Jin, let me show you my growth over the past month. Fire release, fire dragon technique. A colossal fire dragon, over 30 meters long, materialized and swiftly lunged at the startled fire wolf, pinning it to the ground before consuming it whole. Moments later, the dragon expended its chakra and vanished, leaving the lifeless fire wolf to plummet to the ground, its fur charred black from being incinerated alive. Phew, how was my fire release? The plump fellow gasped, having exhausted half his chakra in the process. Wang Jin gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. Your hand seal speed has improved remarkably. It seems you have not been idle this past month. Of course, I can't let you have all the growth. However, we can't salvage the pelt from this fire wolf. In the future, if we encounter solitary ones, you should take the lead. Aside from fire release, I lack other techniques. The plump fellow was acutely aware of the substantial gap in their combat abilities. Wang Jin could effortlessly slay magical beasts, while he would exhaust himself after just 2 uses of ninjutsu. The trio pressed onward, fully prepared to spend several days within the fire wolf's secret realm. They had brought ample food and water, effectively facilitating their growth. After all, every ninja understands that merely refining chakra at home without combat experience and mindset will forever prevent one from standing on their own. Chapter 52, The Fire Wolf King. The first battle of the Sharingan, it took the trio 2 full hours to locate the third fire wolf. Amidst the dense forest, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground, resembling a natural masterpiece. Wang Jin, Wang Shanshan, and Feng lay crouched behind a towering boulder, their expressions grave as they observed a massive fire wolf approximately 200 meters away. This particular fire wolf stood a staggering 3 meters tall, twice the height of an ordinary fire wolf, clearly denoting its status as a wolf king, with chakra exceeding 20 cards. The beastly entities known as monsters differ significantly from ninjas. Their chakra is far more ferocious and easily discernible, even without specialized sensory abilities. One can perceive the overall chakra levels in close proximity. Feng Lei swallowed hard. 25 cards. Wang Jin, this fiery wolf has already surpassed the official record of 20 cards. It must be quite formidable. Do you think the fatty is afraid? Wang Jin turned to him with a slight smile. If anyone should be afraid, it's just me. To be honest, this presents quite a challenge, does it not? Who is afraid? Feng Lei muttered, I just don't want to provoke it. If it comes to blows, the 2 of us together could surely take it down. However, injuries are inevitable, So let us retreat. After all, we need to stay here for several days. Injuries are no concern. I can use healing techniques, Wang Shanshan volunteered. Upon hearing this, Feng Lei shot her a glare, while Wang Jin was taken aback. Mastering healing techniques at an A-rank level is no small feat. Typically, only exceptionally talented medical ninjas can wield such skills. The fact that this seemingly average girl has already mastered them made him regard her with newfound respect. Wang Shanshan, your control over Chakra must be extraordinary. May I seek your guidance at some point? Of course. I also wish to learn about your combat experience, Wang Shanshan replied eagerly. I've heard from the fatty that your composure during battle is quite remarkable. Then it's settled. We shall exchange insights when time allows. Fatty, you keep watch here. I will confront this fire wolf alone. Wait, Wang Jin exclaimed, darting away before Feng Lei could intervene. How? As Wang Jin approached within 100 meters of the fire wolf, the creature detected him, letting out a piercing howl and leaping dozens of meters with powerful strides. The distance between them closed rapidly, each considering the other as prey. Wang Jin refrained from immediately employing the leaf style. Instead, he swiftly formed hand seals while running. Serpent, horse, monkey, boar, rat, tiger. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball, nearly 8 meters in diameter, hurtled toward the fire wolf, which nimbly dodged to the right. Just wait for you to jump again. Wang Jin quickly formed another set of seals. As the fire wolf landed, he activated the ground walking technique, appearing right where the wolf would land, leaving it no chance to regain its footing. Howl! The fire wolf emitted a loud, agonized cry. As Wang Jin's ground walking consumed 3 cards of chakra, demonstrating immense power. The previous fireball had merely been a test, consuming less than half a card of chakra. For he understood that the technique of mercy does not involve taking lives. The ground walking was his true lethal strike. However, the fire wolf, being a magical beast, was merely wounded rather than severely harmed, its robust physique allowing it to endure the pain. Enraged, the fire wolf surged forward, believing the creature before it, which it could devour in a single bite, should not have inflicted any harm. It accelerated tremendously, reaching Wang Jin in the blink of an eye. With a flurry of movements, the fire wolf clawed at Wang Jin, who narrowly evaded using his physical techniques. See, I told you not to provoke it, Feng Lei exclaimed, witnessing Wang Jin in peril from the wolf's onslaught and deciding to intervene. Shanshan you. He intended to instruct Wang Shanshan to escape in case of an accident and to disregard Wang Jin. However, before he could finish, he observed the seemingly overwhelmed Wang Jin suddenly gaining the upper hand, the wolf's claws no longer threatening him. The Sharingan. It's truly the Sharingan, Wang Shanshan gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief at the sight of Wang Jin's crimson eyes. He possesses the legendary Sharingan. Is he of the Uchiha clan? Fatty, why didn't you tell me sooner? What eyes? Feng Lei was bewildered. This is the first time I've seen his eyes change like that. The fire wolf's speed forced Wang Jin to activate his recently awakened bloodline limit, the Sharingan. Although it was merely a single tomo, the moment the Sharingan activated, the wolf's attacks became crystal clear to him, as if everything were playing in slow motion. Wang Jin deftly dodged the fire wolf's strikes, having already drawn the kunai embedded in his leg, seizing the opportunity to strike back fiercely. In less than a minute, the fire wolf was covered in ghastly wounds, its crimson blood flowing profusely, its movements growing sluggish. It's nearly time to conclude this battle. Wang Jin sensed the opportune moment and instantaneously executed the leaf style, vanishing amidst a flurry of falling leaves and kunai, reappearing with his kunai plunged into the wolf's eye. Howl! The fire wolf collapsed, emitting weak, pitiful cries before its heart ceased to beat after a few futile struggles. Wang Jin did not immediately approach to collect his spoils. Instead, he closed his eyes to attune to his current state. His spirit felt utterly drained, his eyes dry, accompanied by faint dizziness. So this is the side effect of the Sharingan that Xiaoyu mentioned? And I've only awakened a single tomo. It's truly different from the original tales. However, the power of the Sharingan had significantly enhanced, providing insights far beyond what was previously known in the Naruto world. It seems that the abilities of the 2 tomo, the copying power of the 3 tomo, and even the Mangekyo Sharingan would receive remarkable enhancements compared to the original narrative. The side effects of the mutated Sharingan in reality appear to be not entirely detrimental, as the benefits are substantial. After pondering for a few moments, Wang Jin opened his eyes and withdrew the kunai, reflecting silently. It didn't detect my attack position. This must be thanks to the Sharingan. The moment he activated the leaf style, he distinctly felt a surge in the Sharingan's consumption, far greater than when used merely for reading his opponent's movements. This led him to believe that the Sharingan indeed enhances illusion techniques. After all, the 10-card Firewolf had previously detected the attack position of the leaf style. Yet this 25-card Wolf King fell without understanding a thing. Let us test my limits further. Wang Jin kept the Sharingan activated, determined to see how long he could maintain it. By this time, the fatty and Wang Shanshan had arrived by his side, both curiously gazing at his eyes, remaining silent for an extended period. Chapter 53. A frenzied hunt. Half a day later, when Wang Jin had fully restored his mental energy, the trio set off once more. He had now thoroughly grasped the duration for which he could activate the Sharingan during combat. When used solely for observation, he could keep his eyes open for a continuous 15 minutes, though employing the leaf-style illusion technique significantly reduced that time. Yet he could still maintain at least 5 minutes as a minimum. Once his mental energy was depleted, the Sharingan would automatically close. Currently, aside from physical fatigue, he did not perceive any other side effects. Of course, this might be due to it being merely a single Tomo Sharingan, the lowest tier. As they traveled, Fong Lei would occasionally steal glances at Wang Jin, who, upon noticing, finally spoke. If you have something to say, just say it. Aren't you afraid that the Sharingan might cost you your life? Fong Lei scratched his head and continued. You heard Shanshan. Those who activate the Sharingan do not meet favorable fates. Without proper control, they are doomed to perish. You've just awakened it. You still have a chance. Wang Shanshan indeed possessed more knowledge. Her previous explanations about the Sharingan surpassed even what Xiaoyu had shared, furthering Wang Jin's admiration for her. While her talent in chakra extraction may not be exceptional, her wealth of knowledge and precise control over chakra were beyond his reach. Indeed, Wang Jin, you should give serious thought to my words. Wang Shanshan, now devoid of the naivete she once displayed, bore a serious countenance. According to the information I've gathered, anyone who awakens the Sharingan to 3 Tomo is doomed. No one has ever survived the terrifying side effects. Although your mental energy is extraordinary, my research indicates that every wielder of the Sharingan shares this trait, or rather, it seems to be a prerequisite for awakening. Therefore, Wang Jin, you should abandon this path. The Sharingan is powerful, but life is the most precious of all. Thank you for your kindness, but I was aware of these matters from the very beginning. Wang Jin smiled, stating that he had his own methods and believed he could adeptly alleviate the pressures imposed by the Sharingan. The Sage Body, the Senju Physique, and the Uzumaki Constitution were all strategies Wang Jin considered. As long as he could acquire one of these in the world of Naruto, he was confident that the trivial side effects of the Sharingan would be inconsequential. After all, these physiques could endure even the Rinnegan, let alone a basic ocular technique that had yet to evolve into a Mangekyo. Wang Shanshan sighed softly upon witnessing his refusal, contemplating whether this was the pride and arrogance characteristic of geniuses. She could not deny his unwavering confidence. Wang Jin, I hope you maintain this mindset. Perhaps you truly could become the first ninja in our Shinju continent to conquer the Sharingan. Haha, I appreciate your words of encouragement. I firmly believe I can achieve it. The journey of hunting commenced. Following Wang Jin's solo defeat of the Firewolf King, the 3 companions no longer held back. It could be said that unless they encountered another ninja team engaged in underhanded tactics, the Firewolf secret realm posed no threats to their safety. Thus, the trio hunted firewolves by day and took turns keeping watch and practicing ninjutsu by night. During their spare time, Wang Jin sought Wang Shanshan's guidance on chakra control techniques, and she, being a genius in this area, provided invaluable insights that greatly enhanced his seal speed over the course of 10 days. Of course, Wang Shanshan was not idle either. She learned from Wang Jin how to strengthen her mindset and also reaped considerable rewards. Over these 10 days, they collectively eliminated 46 firewolves, filling their storage scrolls to capacity. The scrolls carried by the hefty companion contained 10 cubic meters of space, neither too large nor too small, but certainly more expensive options existed, which he could not afford. As they considered returning, the hefty companion and Wang Shanshan were reluctant to take too much of Wang Jin's earnings, ultimately settling for a mere 30 in profit. On one hand, they understood Wang Jin's financial constraints and wished to cultivate a friendship by sacrificing insignificant amounts. On the other hand, Since most of the fire wolves had fallen to Wang Jin's prowess, it seemed reasonable to take less. For the two of them, the most significant gain from these 10 days had been an increase in combat experience, which left them thoroughly satisfied. At the entrance of the beast procurement market, Wang Shanshan gazed at Wang Jin's departing figure and softly spoke. "Fatty, do you truly understand him?" "Of course. This guy is incredible," Feng Lei replied with pride. "I noticed his combat mentality was remarkably strong. He never panicked, no matter how perilous the situation. That's why I decided to learn from him." "Indeed," Wang Shanshan sighed. "In these past few days, we have learned a great deal from him. At least I am no longer afraid of magical beasts. How should I put it? There seems to be a chilling demeanor hidden beneath his passionate exterior, as if he has grown accustomed to the sight of life fading away. His calmness is unsettling." "Yes, I share that sentiment." Feng Lei nodded in agreement, then added thoughtfully, "I even suspect he has taken lives. He is, in any case, quite different from us students." "Shanshan, should I find a way to recruit him? Your grandfather is currently seeking out talents, and it would be a pity to miss Wang Jin." "There's no need for such trouble." Wang Shanshan chuckled, her eyes gleaming with wisdom beyond her years. "He won't go to Anqing University. He will certainly come to seek us out." "Why is that?" Feng Lei asked, somewhat puzzled. "While Anqing University has high standards, Wang Jin's talents should be something they wish to cultivate, right? Why would he not be wanted?" Wang Shanshan turned to him, her smile fading as she spoke earnestly. "Simply because he is an Uchiha, because he possesses the Sharingan, and because he has already utilized the opportunity to escape punishment for the first death in the Shinju world. If any of those advantages were missing, Anqing University would undoubtedly consider him a talent worthy of cultivation. However, with all these factors combined, I believe the old guard at Anqing University will remain inflexible. Just wait and see. Anqing University will certainly disappoint Wang Jin, and he will come looking for you." Her conviction was unyielding, leaving Feng Lei scratching his head in confusion. "Though I don't fully grasp your reasoning, it certainly sounds plausible. No wonder you are my girl." "Humph, your only skill is flattering me. You are nothing else." "Hee, flattering you is enough? Shanshan, you are the only one in my life." "Boss, I'll take this sword." "Very well, that will be 350,000. Here you go." After selling all the firewolf carcasses and receiving the task reward, Wang Jin found himself with a total of 480,000. He immediately ventured into a shop selling conductive equipment and finally acquired the weapon he had long desired. Tenderly caressing the light blue slender sword, Wang Jin felt elated. The sword measured approximately 1 meter in length and was only 2 fingers wide, crafted entirely from chakra-conducting metal, far surpassing ordinary metal weapons in both durability and sharpness. Wang Jin mused that with this weapon in hand, even D-class magical beasts or conductive devices would no longer be able to easily withstand his assaults, offering decisive assistance in future battles. With 130,000 remaining, he planned to purchase a storage scroll and convert the rest into the remains of C-class magical beast sandworms. Sandworms were creatures that only emerged in desert secret realms. Grotesque in appearance, akin to oversized armored caterpillars, and generally unappetizing to most. However, Wang Jin was unconcerned with their aesthetics. He sought only the rich nutrition contained within their flesh, regardless of species, as long as it could be consumed. He even felt fortunate that sandworms looked repulsive. Otherwise, their price would rival that of some advanced D-class magical beasts. After spending 30,000 on a 10 cubic meter storage scroll, Wang Jin returned to the beast procurement market. "Boss, how much for these sandworms?" He approached a vendor displaying 5 sandworms about 1.5 meters long and 30 centimeters thick, covered in dark red armor, with indistinguishable heads and tails. 5,000 with shells, 10,000 without. The vendor, clad in a blood-stained white coat and wielding a chakra-conducting cleaver, replied. After some contemplation, Wang Jin decided that it would be more economical to remove the shells himself, despite the unpleasantness and effort involved. "I'll take them all, no need for shells." "Very well." The vendor clanged the 5 sandworms onto a small scale and quickly quoted a total of 186 pounds. 93,000, but since you're taking them all, let us call it 90. "Agreed, I'll transfer the money." After completing the transaction, Wang Jin stored the sandworms in his scroll and eagerly set off for home. Unable to contain his anticipation to savor the delicacies, while secretly contemplating. This is the meat of a C-class magical beast. The cells will surely provide immense nourishment. And extracting a massive amount of chakra in a short time is just around the corner. Before returning home, Wang Jin first visited a field of crops, intending to process the sandworms. He laid the 5 sandworms on the ground and drew out his slender sword from its sheath, striking fiercely at the dark red armor of the sandworms. Clang! On the first attempt, he exerted little force, failing to pierce the armor, which made him marvel at the formidable defenses of magical beasts. Even in death, they remained tenacious. On the second strike, using all his strength, he finally pierced the armor, slicing through the entire body and extracting the white, slimy meat from within. After half an hour, he had successfully processed all 5 sandworms, leaving the armor and slime behind in the field, which was far more nutrient-rich than fertilizer. With his bounty in hand, he hailed a ride home, planning to indulge in the culinary delights that evening. At the dinner table, his family praised the meat's delectable flavor, unaware that it was sandworm flesh. Wang Jin feared they might be unable to stomach it, given the sandworm's incredibly unappealing appearance. Wang Jiaqiang and Cheng Feng could hardly eat after consuming the beast meat, which was so rich in nutrients that it overwhelmed their bodies, depriving them of any enjoyment of the feast. Wang Yu fared better, having recently broken through to the rank of a lower ninja with Wang Jin's assistance, and managed to consume a little more than half a plate. Wang Jin's physique had grown increasingly robust, devouring the remainder of the meal, which amounted to no less than 3 pounds. It seemed that his appetite would only expand further. As he washed the dishes, Wang Jin pondered. The extraction of chakra for ninjas relies fundamentally on the energy within their cells. The more powerful one is, the more energy they require. Thus, at a certain threshold, ordinary food merely sustains life and does not provide ninjas with the energy they need. At this juncture, beast meat becomes essential. It could be said that ninjas and magical beasts are natural adversaries, both striving to consume one another to replenish their energy. After Wang Jin shed his shell, he was left with approximately 100 pounds of sandworm meat, which would be depleted in less than a month, necessitating further means to procure beast meat. His best target was the Luo family's magical beast forest, the closest location to the C-grade magical beasts in the Shigu district. Venturing beyond this locale would require traversing 2 cities, posing significant dangers, including the likelihood of being ambushed. The council's laws prioritize strength, granting considerable immunity to the powerful, a stark contrast to the equality of society in his past life. With a sigh, Wang Jin returned the clean dishes to their place and quietly stepped outside. Arriving at a familiar park, he found it mostly deserted at that late hour and sought a tranquil spot to practice the water dragon bullet technique. Completing the task assigned by teacher Gu Jia was of utmost importance, as the reward of 30 chakra and 50,000 silver notes was precisely what Wang Jin needed. As he formed seals and guided his chakra, he repeatedly familiarized himself with the flow of chakra required for the water dragon bullet, each attempt yielding better results, devoid of any impatience or weariness. However, his training was abruptly interrupted by a phone call at midnight. It was from Zhuo Xiaoyu. "Why are you calling me at this hour?" He wondered, but it was evidently to fulfill a promise. Zhuo Xiaoyu's groggy voice emerged from the receiver, as if she had just awakened. "My parents will be entering the divine tree world for 10 days, so I'll be home alone. Does that mean we can go to the magical beast forest?" Wang Jin felt a surge of excitement. "Xiaoyu, contact Luo Shiqing right away and see what she says." "You're so dense." Typically, when a guy hears something like that, shouldn't he want to go to the girl's house? We're just good buddies. I have no feelings there. Cut it out. Moments later, Zhuo Xiaoyu called again, confirming that she would bring him and Yin Meng along the next day. Wang Jin also called Yin Meng to check on his recent circumstances. "Don't even mention it. I couldn't land a single high-level mission in Rock Hidden Village. You two are just lucky," Yin Meng lamented, venting his frustration at having wasted 10 days. Wang Jin could only offer consolation. "Our factions differ, so I can't assist you for now. Cross-border missions aren't something we mere lower ninjas can handle. However, if you trust me, seek out a boy named Daedara. He should be around 10 years old now." Wang Jin advised his good friend, continuing, "When you meet him, discuss explosives and the art of instant creation. You may find some rewards." "Daedara? Explosives? Art?" Yin Meng was baffled on the other end of the line. "Wang Jin, what do you mean? What kind of good mission could a 10-year-old kid trigger? Don't ask too much. Just trust me and follow through. See you in the mission hall tomorrow. Remember to come early." "Okay, I got it. Xiaoyu already told me to gather at 8 a.m. With that, Wang Jin ended the call and opted against further training, returning home to rest and conserve energy for the adventure ahead. Chapter 55. The Underestimated Sharingan. At 8 a.m., Wang Jin, Zhuo Xiaoyu, and Yin Meng convened. Upon meeting, Wang Jin was momentarily taken aback. Wow, how much chakra do you both have now? It feels so immense. The chakra emanating from the two was staggering, making Wang Jin feel as though they possessed at least 3 times more than he did. Zui Xiaoyu giggled, pulling Wang Jin into a tight embrace, her strength rendering him unable to resist. Not much, just 35 chakra. Darn it, the gap I finally closed has widened again. Wang Jin struggled to free himself. Glancing at Yin Meng, what about you? Huh, 36 chakra. Surprised, aren't you? Yin Meng slapped him on the shoulder. Brother, you're the weakest now, haha. What have you two been eating lately to become so strong? Wang Jin grimaced as Yin Meng's powerful slap stung his shoulder, far more forceful than Zui Xiaoyu's. Zui Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. We've always had more chakra than you. Plus we hit our explosive phase first. Exactly. We don't need to deliberately consume rare resources to accelerate our refinement. Yin Meng flexed his muscles. I'm on the verge of becoming a middle ninja, and will definitely reach around 100 chakra before school starts. With just over 20 days until the start of school. If he continued at a rate of 2 chakra per day, he could reach Yin Meng's goal. Wang Jin believed in his friend's words. However, this only heightened his sense of urgency, compelling him to swiftly break through to 20 chakra and enter his own explosive phase. After today, they could venture into the divine tree world, but this opportunity was too precious, so they decided to head to Luo Shiqing's magical beast forest first. Let us go. Shiqing and Tao, you should have gone ahead. Right. Yin Meng hailed a taxi, muttering under his breath, I really can't stand that guy Tao Yu. He is so infuriating. Who is Tao Yu? Wang Jin inquired, rolling down the window. Is there some conflict? Zui Xiaoyu stifled a laugh. He is Shiqing's admirer. That big guy wants to pursue her, but ended up getting schooled. Once we see him, I'm definitely going to challenge him. Yin Meng declared defiantly, revealing all the details about Tao Yu. A wind-released genius? Interesting, Wang Jin chuckled, playfully punching Yin Meng on the chest. If you like her, just go for it. Don't be afraid of that guy. If it comes to a fight, I'll back you up. Good friend. Yin Meng grinned, informing the driver of their destination as the vehicle sped toward the outskirts of Shigu district. An hour and a half later, they arrived, and as before, Wang Jin spotted the tall figure of Luo Shiqing waiting for them from a distance. However, this time, she was accompanied by a handsome young man, whom Wang Jin deduced must be the wind-released genius, Tao Yu, with whom Yin Meng had a contentious relationship. Xiaoyu. Luo Shiqing waved enthusiastically, prompting Zui Xiaoyu to rush forward for a warm embrace. Yin Meng, with wide eyes, stared at Tao Yu, his expression rife with challenge. Tao Yu chuckled lightly, arms crossed. What is up, big guy? Looking to settle the score from last time? Absolutely. Yin Meng stepped forward, closing the gap of 20 centimeters between them. Wang Jin sensed that this distance would either lead to a kiss or a fight. It was evidently the latter. I've learned several new ninjutsu techniques and significantly increased my chakra. I believe I'm ready to spar with you. Confidence is admirable. Tao Yu replied with a calm smile, gesturing to the metallic gate behind him. However, there is no need for a direct confrontation. We can compete right here. How do we compete? We'll see who can take down a more formidable magical beast, Tao Yu stated, his demeanor now serious. My target today is a steel-armed gorilla with around 50 chakra. If you can slay a beast stronger than it, I'll concede. 50 chakra? Are you insane? Yin Meng's eyes widened in disbelief. The steel-armed gorilla excels in defense. Even ninjas of the same rank wouldn't dare provoke it. Your chakra. Before he could finish, Tao Yu unleashed his chakra, interrupting him. The overwhelming aura caused all but Luo Shiqing to grow solemn. At least 50 chakra, Zui Xiaoyu remarked gravely. Tao Yu, you truly deserve the title of genius among geniuses. Xiaoyu, you flatter me. I merely enjoy honing my skills in my spare time. Tao Yu smiled faintly as he glanced at Yin Meng. Is the big oaf even a match for me? You've lost, and I require nothing from you. Just keep your distance from Shiqing. She does not belong to you. No, I'm not competing anymore. Yin Meng conceded with a hint of cowardice. Wang Jin, observing the scene, couldn't help but chuckle. His companion had arrived boasting grandly, only to reveal such self-awareness in defeat. Hello, Wang Jin. He extended his hand toward Tao Yu, who merely engaged in a symbolic handshake before withdrawing, clearly uninterested even enough to omit his name. Luo Shiqing, witnessing this, either intended to provoke Tao Yu or incite animosity towards Wang Jin, laughed heartily. Tao Yu, you are underestimating Wang Jin. He is known as the legendary wielder of the Sharingan, a member of the Uchiha clan. And what of the Uchiha? Tao remained unfazed. They are but a fallen clan. Their lineage holds little weight in the world of the divine tree, rendering them less effective than a mediocre family. As for the Sharingan, let us not even discuss its perilous drawbacks. Even without them, it pales in comparison to my wind release. The dismissive tone regarding the Sharingan caught Wang Jin's attention, his eyes narrowing slightly. If he did not reclaim his dignity, it would indeed be an embarrassment for the Uchiha. Let us go? I've long desired to revisit your home. However, today's objectives may prove somewhat challenging for you. Wang Jin. A glimmer of mischief danced in Luo Shiqing's eyes. While your abilities have seen a remarkable leap since our last encounter, we shan't coddle you as Xiao Yu did by selecting weaker magical beasts for combat. You needn't concern yourselves with which beasts we choose. I have no objections. Wang Jin replied confidently. Though the chakra reserves of those present surpassed his own, he firmly believed in their inability to match his true combat strength. A deficit in chakra, even several times over, could be overcome. With a unique skill, such a gap was negligible. For students who had only recently become genin and lacked substantial combat experience, Wang Jin was certain that his Konoha-style illusion sword technique, paired with the Sharingan, would be insurmountable. Luo Shiqing, casting a glance at a nearby surveillance camera, waved her hand gently. The imposing metallic gate slowly creaked open, eliciting a surge of excitement in Wang Jin. Here, they would encounter true magical beasts. A real test of his capabilities against these prodigies. Chapter 56. Shangmin Chongying Miss. Shall we proceed directly to the breeding grounds of the armored ape? A middle-aged man in a standard black combat uniform, bearing a scar from his nose to chin, inquired. Luo Shiqing smiled, addressing the group. Allow me to introduce you all. This is Chong Ying, the security captain of our breeding grounds in the Western Valley, a Shangmin. Greetings, senior, the four acknowledged him promptly. Though he appeared to be merely a worker, his strength was not to be underestimated. A Shangmin could hold significant positions even within the Western Valley government. Yet here he was serving the Luo family, showcasing the family's considerable influence. Chong Ying responded courteously, there is no need for formalities. I am merely the subordinate of the young lady. As her guest, you are my guests as well. I will ensure your safety. Thank you, senior, they replied. And Luo Shiqing waved her hand. Uncle Chong, let us proceed directly. Do not disturb the magical beasts in other areas. Understood. Chong Ying promptly led the five deeper into the forest, passing through various magical beast territories while explaining, this area belongs to the coal-tail rabbit. And over there are the highland goats. These two beasts are not highly aggressive, hence they are kept together. Further ahead lies the domain of the fastest D-grade magical beast, the wind fox. That little creature is swift and can evade even seasoned chunin with ease. Beyond the wind fox is the armored ape, which is today's training target for the young lady. It possesses the strongest defense among D-grade beasts, typically boasting 50 to 130 chakra. This will be the young lady's first attempt to engage in combat with it. Chong Ying's introduction of the magical beast forest captivated the group. At this moment, Yin Ming asked, Senior Chong, are there only D-grade magical beasts here? Certainly not. Chong Ying replied with a slight grimace forming into a smile. While the Western Valley is not a large city, it is the most suitable for breeding magical beasts. We house 3 grades of magical beasts here. Currently, we are in the outskirts, where only D and C grade beasts reside. If the young lady permits, you may see the inner barrier, where B grade beasts are sealed, including some with chakra exceeding 10,000. 10,000. Wang Jin, Yin Ming, and Zhua Xiaoyu exchanged glances, overwhelmed by the staggering figure. In contrast, Tao Yu seemed already aware, speaking up gravely. Senior Chong, I have heard that the Lu family, which operates chakra conduits in the northern continent, has been pressuring you, attempting to undermine the Luo family's business by targeting the magical beast forest and inciting politicians to ban the breeding of beasts above B grade. Is that true? Such matters do exist, Chong Ying replied with a slight smile, glancing at Luo Shiqing, who nodded for him to continue. In the southern continent, the Lu family's foundation is too weak. Their conduit devices lack reputation, and unable to compete with us, they resort to sabotage, aiming to sever our source of magical beast bloodlines and compel us to hunt beasts in the secret realms, increasing our costs. However, the Luo family has supporters in the council. They cannot stir up significant trouble at present, so we have little to fear. At this point, Luo Shiqing interjected to continue the conversation. Tao Yu, everything is relative. The Lu family seeks to penetrate our market in the southern continent, while we aspire to explore new territories in the northern continent. Troubles in business are far more taxing than the training of ninjas. I have scarcely had a moment's rest in recent days. Rest assured, I will mobilize the family's resources to assist your business, Tao Yu replied, his eyes filled with warmth. And I will strive to enhance my skills. When the time comes for you to inherit your family, I shall be your assurance of safety. Thank you, but let us defer such matters for a few years. I currently have no interest in romance. Luo Shiqing gently declined Tao Yu's affections. He smiled slightly, seemingly unperturbed, as if accustomed to it. The conversation between the two was beyond Wang Jin and his companions, who lacked such familial backgrounds. Even the Zhou family did not reach such heights. Confined to their small territory within the Western Valley. After traversing several more paths, a pair of nearly 2-meter-long, pale yellow foxes appeared on either side, the wind foxes. These creatures surrounded the group without aggression, playfully leaping about with remarkable agility. So adorable, Zhou Xiaoyu exclaimed, captivated by the appearance of the wind fox. She reached out in an attempt to catch one, only to be effortlessly evaded. The fox, having dodged her grasp, stood upright and clasped its paws, seemingly mocking her with a series of chirps. Wow, this fox possesses quite the intelligence, mocking humans. Zhou Xiaoyu became even more enamored and clung to Luo Shiqing's arm. Pleading, Shiqing, could you get me one? Of course, Luo Shiqing readily agreed, but then added with a twist, though it depends on whether you can catch it. All right, I'll give it a try, Zhou Xiaoyu declared with confidence, activating her Byakugan and charging towards the wind fox. Initially, the wind fox did not flee, but as she closed within half a meter, it swiftly leapt away. However, Zhou Xiaoyu's reflexes had significantly improved. No longer was she the one being toyed with. She managed to grasp its tail firmly. Squeak! The wind fox, startled, had not anticipated being caught. In fear, it yanked with all its might, causing Zhou Xiaoyu to tumble. Undeterred, she quickly got back on her feet and chased after the wind fox. Yet, the creature was now alert, sprinting away at full speed, leaving Zhou Xiaoyu in dizzying circles, unable to catch it. Although her Byakugan allowed her to anticipate its moves, the wind fox's speed far exceeded hers. She could follow with her eyes, but not with her body. Luo Shiqing smiled and called out to Zhou Xiaoyu. None of us can catch it right now. Zhou Xiaoyu, don't exert yourself. Come back. No, I must catch this little fox. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoyu felt a mix of affection and frustration towards the clever, anthropomorphized wind fox, pursuing it relentlessly. Yin Ming scratched his head. Although his molten defense was solid, his speed was his Achilles heel, rendering him unable to assist. He instinctively glanced at Wang Jin. Do you have a plan? Please help Xiaoyu. Indeed, Wang Jin replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Shiqing, Tao Yu, and Chang'ing turned their astonished gazes toward him. Little classmate, can you really catch that fox? Chang'ing, a seasoned shinobi, was acutely aware of the strength required to pursue a wind fox. At the very least, one would need over 200 chakra and be a speed-oriented ninja. Wang Jin's capabilities were glaringly below such expectations. May I proceed, senior? Haha, it's just a little fox. If you can manage to impress everyone, I shall grant it to you. Very well, I shall give it a try. Wang Jin activated his Sharingan and slowly approached the duo of human and fox, instantly piquing the interest of the four behind him. Tao Yu pondered for a moment, then spoke. Shiqing, does this kid possess any other peculiar abilities aside from the Sharingan? How can he be so confident in catching that fox? None that I know of. I'm just as puzzled by his confidence. Luo Shiqing replied with a slight shake of her head, turning her inquiry to Yin Ming. Big guy, what do you think of your buddy? I simply asked out of habit. I had no idea Jinzi would dare to agree, Yin Ming admitted, leaving the three even more curious. In their eyes, the value of a wind fox was trivial, but if it could serve as a spectacle, that would be splendid. Chapter 57. A stunning display. The wind fox led Zhou Xiaoyu in circles. Realizing that she could not catch up, it began to playfully tease her. You wicked fox. You're driving me insane. Chirp. Zhou Xiaoyu halted to catch her breath, while the wind fox remained at a teasing distance, mocking her. At that moment, Wang Jin approached Zhou Xiaoyu, casting a slight smile at the wind fox. Xiaoyu, take a breather. I'll capture this creature for you. Really? Thank you. Zhou Xiaoyu recalled their previous gains in the world of the divine tree, smiling broadly. Wang Jin, Show Tao Yu and Luo Shiqing your strength so they won't continue to underestimate you. That was my intention as well. Wang Jin grinned widely, addressing the Wind Fox with a loud voice. Fox, I know you can understand me. You best run now, or you shall miss your chance. Chirp. The Wind Fox's eyes flashed with disdain as it crossed its front paws, maintaining a standing posture, scoffing at Wang Jin's warning. It seems it's time to enlighten you, Wang Jin said, drawing forth a slender, pale blue sword from his back. Without forming any seals, he vanished in an instant. Following this, a flurry of falling leaves and the sword's ethereal shadow appeared. The Wind Fox barely sensed the impending danger and attempted to flee, only to find the sword pressed against its neck. Stay still, or your life shall be forfeit. This Wind Fox possessed 32 chakra, although Wang Jin could not match it. Its weaknesses were glaringly apparent. It lacked ninjutsu, had weak defenses, and relied solely on speed to toy with its adversaries. Under Wang Jin's stern warning, the Wind Fox trembled, nodding its small head repeatedly, emitting a series of whimpering sounds, its large, expressive eyes revealing a human-like plea. This sight was endearing, not just to the girls, but even to Wang Jin himself. What technique is this? Tao Yu and Luo Shiqing, watching from a distance, were taken aback by Wang Jin's display. The fox isn't resisting? Did he use Jinjutsu? Tao Yu's expression turned serious, recognizing Wang Jin as a peer competitor for the first time. No, it can't be. He didn't even form seals. Shiqing, have you seen this technique before? Not at all, Luo Shiqing replied, shaking her head. It's neither swordsmanship nor ninjutsu, nor does it resemble Jinjutsu. What could it possibly be? I might have an inkling. Once this little fellow returns, I will inquire. Chang Ying's expression grew peculiar, as if recalling something. Zhou Xiaoyu produced a nylon rope from her storage scroll and tied it around the Wind Fox's neck. The creature exhibited discomfort, attempting to bite, but was once again warned by Wang Jin. You'd best not consider escaping. I will retrieve you from the ends of the earth if necessary. Chirp. The Wind Fox let out a pitiful sound, rubbing against Wang Jin's leg in a bid for affection. Zhou Xiaoyu, feeling discontent, tugged the Wind Fox back toward the group. Wang Jin, it seems it only respects you and has no desire to follow me. In response, Wang Jin patted the Wind Fox's head, ceasing his threats and instead painting a bright picture. This girl is the direct descendant of the Zhou clan of the Byakugan from the West Valley. If you follow her, you will be assured a life of comfort, no longer needing to brave the elements or suffer hunger. Moreover, I have no intention of keeping you. Aside from your slight physique, you possess nothing that attracts me. Chirp. The clever Wind Fox understood his words, ceasing its resistance against Zhou Xiaoyu and willingly taking the lead. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaoyu beamed with joy, wrapping her arms around Wang Jin's neck. Thank you. Haha, it was but a trivial matter. Wang Jin returned to the group, engaged in light-hearted banter with her. Luo Shiqing smiled slightly. Wang Jin, you are quite remarkable. You have truly opened our eyes. Wang Jin, was that a technique you used earlier? Tao Yu's expression grew serious. The technique was formidable, likely unresistible by anyone of their level. Let me take a guess. Chang Ying interjected before Wang Jin could respond. It's called the Konoha Flowing Willow, isn't it? Oh, senior, you recognize it? Wang Jin expressed surprise. It's been many years since teacher Gujia last made a move. Few in Konoha are aware of it, let alone his renowned techniques. Chang Ying sighed. Indeed, young one. You are quite fortunate. We have sought to learn even a fragment of his technique for years without success. And here you are, it must be fate. Senior Chang, whom are you referring to? Tao Yu, eager for information about the Konoha flowing illusion sword technique, questioned. This was an instinctive reaction of a ninja, wishing to gather intelligence to avoid future pitfalls. Chang Ying glanced at Wang Jin. Am I permitted to disclose this? This question prompted a realization in Tao Yu, who immediately displayed a look of embarrassment. Wang Jin, please don't take offense. I had no intention of targeting you. I simply couldn't restrain my curiosity. Not at all. It's fine. After all, Senior Chang is aware, and I had no intention of keeping it secret. Wang Jin smiled slightly, encouraging Chang Ying to continue. With a sigh, Chang Ying elaborated. Miss, do you recall a year ago when the clan had sent my fourth uncle and me to the world of the Divine Tree on a mission? I remember that. You and Uncle C were gone for 2 whole months. Yes, that mission. The clan had selected us because we are both ninjas from Konoha, making it easier to approach the target. Target? Who? Luo Shiqing asked curiously. With the family's myriad of daily affairs, she could not oversee every matter. Had it not been for the connection to Wang Jin's unique technique, she would not have been intrigued. Zui Xiaoyu, Wang Jin, Yin Meng, and Tao Yu listened intently, equally curious about the operational dynamics of the Luo clan. Chang Ying continued. The target was Maruxing Gujia, a suspected Kaga-level powerhouse from Konoha, adept in water release and illusion sword techniques. His renowned technique is precisely the Konoha flowing willow that Wang Jin just demonstrated. Unfortunately, our mission failed. Maruxing Gujia is extremely cautious, particularly towards strangers approaching him, and is reluctant to divulge his past. The clan head acquired information about his knowledge of the Konoha flow, recognizing its power, which is why he sought to recruit him. Chapter 58. Tao Yu's request. As Chang Ying reached this point, he cast a hopeful glance at Wang Jin, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of anticipation, even resorting to honorifics, which caught Wang Jin off guard. Mr. Wang Jin, since Maruxing Gujia has imparted his famed technique to you, I wonder what your relationship with him is. Master-disciple, Teacher Gujia has taken me as his disciple. That is truly splendid, Chang Ying exclaimed, excitement lighting up his face as he grasped Wang Jin's hand warmly. As I suspected, you must hold a high regard in Maruxing Gujia's eyes. Mr. Wang Jin, I will inform the clan head immediately. Upon learning this, he will undoubtedly value you greatly. Enough, Uncle Chang. Luo Shiqing suddenly raised her voice, interrupting the excited Chang Ying with a serious tone. Wang Jin is my friend, not a servant of our household. How could you possibly make him work for my father? Ah, yes, miss, you are right. It was my oversight, Chang Ying quickly acknowledged, realizing that if Wang Jin were proud and unwilling to be subservient, his well-intentioned actions could lead to disastrous consequences. Truly, miss, your foresight is remarkable. Upon hearing this, Wang Jin grasped the implications. The Luo family sought to leverage Teacher Gujia's influence within the Divine Tree world. An idea immediately surfaced in his mind. If he assisted the Luo family in the Divine Tree world, they could in turn support him in reality, achieving a mutually beneficial collaboration that would save them both from unnecessary detours. Actually, I believe we could discuss this further, Wang Jin said with a grin at Chang Ying, who stood momentarily stunned before erupting with joy. We can discuss it? That implies your agreement. Meanwhile, Luo Shiqing was equally taken aback, murmuring to herself. Isn't it said that those who awaken the Sharingan, possessing Uchiha blood, are typically proud, looking down on the weak? But you seem different. Is that so? Perhaps it's just due to my recent awakening. Wang Jin coughed lightly before continuing. As for working for your family, as long as the remuneration is sufficient, I am not opposed to it. After all, most of us work after university. I might as well reserve a position in advance. Did you just mention payment, Uchiha? My goodness, Wang Jin, you are truly a peculiar individual. Luo Shiqing was bewildered, unable to fathom how events had unfolded in such a manner. It was not that she was unwilling to employ Wang Jin. Rather, her understanding of the Sharingan led her to believe that those of Uchiha lineage would never easily submit to others, especially not for trivial matters. After resuming their journey, the group's perception of Wang Jin shifted dramatically, particularly for Tao Yu, who shifted from a lofty demeanor to engaging him in conversation. Wang Jin, may I address you as such? Of course, Tao Yu, Wang Jin replied with a smile, prompting Tao Yu to exhale in relief before continuing. I must admit, I lacked discernment earlier and caused quite a few misunderstandings. Please do not take it to heart. My outward strength is indeed, as you described, deceptive. Anyone would have thought the same. I do not fault you, Wang Jin chuckled. Indeed, your chakra level of 10 does not correspond with your actual capabilities. You certainly misled me, Tao Yu remarked. Only today did I realize that Jinjutsu could be seamlessly integrated with swordsmanship to eliminate foes stealthily. You have truly opened my eyes. Tao Yu squeezed past Yin Meng to walk alongside Wang Jin, lavishing praise upon him. Wang Jin mused that Tao Yu's sudden enthusiasm was likely not solely due to his prowess, but perhaps he had ulterior motives, as evidenced by his hesitant demeanor. After several attempts to broach a subject, Tao Yu's eager yet bashful expression amused Wang Jin, prompting him to drop the jest and inquire directly. Tao Yu, if you have something to say, please do so. I will assist if I can. The more allies, the better. I am in need of connections. Tao Yu's face lit up with joy, and he wasted no time. Wonderful. I indeed have a favor to ask of you. Speak freely. You must be planning to attend Anqing University, correct? Of course. Excellent. I wish to invite you to join me in the Divine Tree world for a specific task. Tao Yu briefly outlined the matter, and Wang Jin found himself momentarily lost in thought. You have received an A-rank mission. How could this be? Wang Jin pondered. Even if Tao Yu was talented, he was merely a genin, and a Wagakure would not assign such missions to him. Among the 5 great nations in the Divine Tree world, the others closely mirrored the operational model of Konoha, whether in ninja schools, secret organizations, or mission assignments. An A-rank mission pertains to the movements of nations or villages, typically. Only seasoned jonin could undertake such tasks. How could a genin like him possibly qualify? Aware of Wang Jin's skepticism, Tao Yu led him away from the crowd and revealed his personal panel. Name, Tao Yu. Affiliation, Land of Earth. The Wagakure, Ninjutsu. 10. Physical strength. 8. Jinjutsu. 5. Spirit. 7. Chakra. 51. Cards. Rank. Genin, Chakra nature transformation. Earth, Fire, Water, Lightning, Een. Yang, Bloodline limit. Storm release. Mastered Ninjutsu. Lightning release. Lightning pillar, Earth release. Earth flow wall, Water release. Water chaos wave, Fire release. Fire dragon technique, Storm release. Storm pillar, current mission. Locate the missing Jinchuriki, a rank, world division task. Mission requirements. The Four-Tails Jinchuriki has gone missing during the war. Assistance is needed to retrieve him, genin. Maximum of 3 participants. Mission reward. A small quantity of Four-Tails Chakra and 300,000 Rio. It truly was an A-rank mission. Wang Jin stared at the panel, momentarily lost in thought as he quickly rummaged through his recollections regarding the Four-Tails Jinchuriki. If memory serves, his name was Akatsuki, a contemporary of the Tsuchikage, Inoki, and possessed strength at the level of Hokage. During the war, he would have participated as the Jinchuriki, likely after Inoki's rise to power during the Third Great Ninja War. If that were the case, he must have left a Wagakure voluntarily, as Akatsuki often clashed with Inoki, leading to frequent disputes. This made the mission relatively straightforward. As long as no unforeseen complications arose, there would be no need for combat. In an instant, Wang Jin pieced together the information about Akatsuki and the mission requirements. The Divine Tree would not arbitrarily assign tasks unrelated to the recipient. Limiting it to genin indicated that it was likely not a matter of strength, but rather a puzzle for the recipient to solve through intellect. Tao Yu had requested Wang Jin's assistance in this task, and naturally, he could not refuse, given the generous rewards. Not to mention, successfully completing the mission could yield a reward of 100,000 Rio, equivalent to 30 explosive tags. The prospect of acquiring a portion of the Four-Tails Chakra was simply irresistible. Wang Jin silently prayed that it would be akin to the chakra produced from the Nine-Tails flesh. Rather than a mere consumable, tailed beasts are unique entities within the world of Naruto, totaling 9 in number, having been separated from the 10 tails by the Sage of 6 Paths in his later years. Each possesses an immense quantity of chakra, far exceeding that of a Hokage, making them formidable in battle. Even a small amount of tailed beast chakra is priceless. In the original narrative, 2 Kage-level warriors from the land of lightning, Kin and Jin, were swallowed by the Nine Tails, emerging alive after consuming some of its flesh, thereby acquiring its chakra and abilities. If the Four-Tails Chakra in this mission referred to such an entity, then Wang Jin would be striking gold. I accept your invitation. When shall we depart? Though excitement coursed through him, Wang Jin maintained a composed expression. You've agreed? Splendid. Tao Yu exclaimed, in a month and a half. Then, by that time, Shiqing and I will have close to 100 cards of chakra at our peak combat strength. With your talent, achieving 30 to 40 cards of chakra should be feasible. With Shiqing, your Jinjutsu support, we would stand a fighting chance even against Jonin. Only then did Tao Yu reveal his true intent. He was drawn to Wang Jin's Jinjutsu abilities. Otherwise, he could have easily sought a teammate closer to his own strength. All right, please share your contact information with me so that we may coordinate later. Wang Jin felt elated to have secured an A-rank mission, exchanging contact details with Tao Yu. Chapter 59, Refinement. After about half an hour, the group arrived at the domain of the armored apes. Luo Shiqing immediately instructed, Uncle Chong, please capture 2 armored apes of approximately 50 cards for us. Understood, miss. Chong Ying replied, and swiftly vanished from sight. The speed of a Jonin is indeed remarkable. Within mere minutes, he returned with 2 terrified armored apes in hand, leaving Wang Jin envious. This exemplifies the growth model of illustrious families. Everything is handed to them on a silver platter, with their every need easily met. Unlike his own arduous struggles, had it not been for the presence of the formidable Jonin Chang'ing. The lower-ranked shinobi would have refrained from stepping foot in this perilous territory. The two seemingly feeble magical beasts before them could have easily torn several of them apart. The appearance of the armored ape was indistinguishable from that of a typical monkey, standing at a mere height of 1.5 meters, resting on its hind legs. Yet it was uniquely devoid of fur, its body encased in a thick layer of glossy black armor. This striking resemblance reminded Wang Jin of a classic anime he had watched in his previous life, featuring a creature akin to a steel-wrought monkey king. Who will go first? Luo Shiqing smiled gently at the crowd. Do not worry, with Uncle Chang here, we shall face no mishap. Yin Ming rubbed his hands eagerly and stepped forward, exclaiming, such a splendid opportunity for training is too rare to pass up. I shall go first. Very well, it shall be you. Chang'ing replied with a smile as he observed Yin Ming approach. Young man, your chakra reserves and bloodline limit are more than sufficient to triumph over this beast. Just remember, do not succumb to fear. Perform normally, understood? Understood. Yin Ming nodded instantly, though a hint of anxiety stirred within him. For he had never encountered such a powerful magical beast before. Noticing his trepidation, Chang'ing released one of the armored apes, pointing at Yin Ming. If you slay him, I shall let you go. Roar? The armored ape hesitated momentarily before charging ferociously at Yin Ming, reaching him in the blink of an eye, leaving no time for the latter to form hand seals. Yin Ming's instinctive reaction upon the beast's proximity was to employ his granite technique for defense, transforming his skin to a deep azure hue, bracing himself as the ape's iron fist struck his chest. Clang! A thunderous metallic clash resonated, propelling Yin Ming several meters back until he crashed into a thick willow tree, snapping it in two. Cough, cough. That hurts, he grimaced, feeling as though his insides had been shattered. Fortunately, his exterior bore no visible injuries, a testament to the resilience of his granite technique. Quickly regaining his footing, he formed hand seals and conjured a massive fireball aimed at the armored ape. At that moment, Wang Jin witnessed a remarkable display of the beast's formidable physique. The armored ape, undeterred, charged straight through the blazing fireball, startling Yin Ming into a hasty retreat. Yet, he was unable to outrun the ape, which struck him again with a powerful punch, sending him flying once more, before delivering a crushing stomp aimed at his head. Should that foot connect, Yin Ming would surely meet his demise. Bang! With a dull thud, the armored ape collapsed, rendered unconscious by Chang'ing's swift intervention. His palm had struck the creature's neck with precision, depriving it of consciousness. You, come here, Chang'ing beckoned to the other armored ape, which promptly approached him with a respectful demeanor, awaiting further instructions. Thank you, senior. Yin Ming expressed his gratitude, to which Chang'ing replied nonchalantly, it is merely my duty. No need for thanks. Yin Ming hurried back to join his companions. Luo Shiqing turned to Zhuo Xiaoyu, who shook her head slightly. I shall not go. My gentle fist cannot breach its defenses. Shiqing, the beast you selected is too specifically tailored. Precisely, it is to better draw out our potential, Luo Shiqing remarked, shifting her gaze to Wang Jin. Wang Jin, surely you are brave enough to engage the armored ape? Of course, Wang Jin smiled, echoing Meng's sentiment. Such an exquisite opportunity for refinement was not to be squandered. Ha, then you shall go first. I will follow with Tao Yu, Luo Shiqing encouraged. All right, I have been itching for this, Wang Jin declared, unsheathing the slender sword from his back and advancing toward the armored ape. Chang'ing reiterated his earlier instruction, allowing the armored ape to unleash its full might. Tao Yu, watch closely. The Uchiha's Jinjutsu is truly fearsome. I know, Shiqing. Do you believe Wang Jin can defeat this ape? It should not be a problem. He is the most composed among us, she replied, brushing her hair back as Tao Yu, Yin Ming, and Zhuo Xiaoyu eyed the unfolding battle intently, eager to glean insights on countering Jinjutsu from Wang Jin. Roar! The armored ape bellowed, pounding its chest with its iron fist, producing a thunderous sound akin to a drum. Wang Jin had no intention of employing Jinjutsu immediately. He aimed to hone his physical and swordsmanship skills, activating his Sharingan as he charged toward the armored ape. Fearless, the armored ape met Wang Jin's slender sword with its fists and body, the two clashing repeatedly, the metallic sounds echoing around them. Although the ape was swift, it was not beyond Wang Jin's capability to keep pace. Utilizing the dynamic prowess of his Sharingan, he deftly evaded its strikes, maintaining a composure that starkly contrasted with Yin Ming's earlier struggles. With swift movements, Wang Jin alternated between offense and evasion, leaving numerous wounds on the armored ape. However, the creature's chakra reserves far exceeded his own fivefold, and its speed and strength remained unmatched, with vital areas expertly shielded from his strikes. This combat style left Zhuo Xiaoyu feeling a sense of shame. She murmured softly to herself, "No wonder my father often speaks of my pampered upbringing. While my Byakugan may surpass Wang Jin's Sharingan in perception, I lack the audacity to seek opportunities amidst peril, a quality he possesses in abundance." Chapter 60. Slaying the Armored Ape. Indeed, we are all like that, no? Luo Shiqing remarked, wrapping her arms around Zhuo Xiaoyu's waist. To be candid, today's arrangements are not merely for your satisfaction. They are also an assignment from my father, instructing me to hunt an armored ape alone. His composure is unsettlingly abnormal. Tao Yu observed, his gaze fixed on the ongoing battle. Where does a commoner acquire such extensive combat experience? He remains calmer than I do. Several times, the armored ape nearly struck a fatal blow against Wang Jin, causing tension to mount even among the spectators. Yet, Wang Jin remained undaunted, testing the boundaries of life and death with reckless abandon. The battle endured for a full 10 minutes, with neither Wang Jin nor the armored ape resorting to ninjutsu. The former believed that ninjutsu could not breach the beast's defenses, while the latter, being a creature of pure physicality, engaged in the most primal form of combat. However, as fatigue began to take its toll, Wang Jin recognized that it was time to conclude the skirmish. Continuing in this manner would risk him falling behind the armored ape's attack rhythm. He promptly initiated the illusionary blade technique, Konoha style, willow, buzzing. As the armored ape gazed on in bewilderment, a flurry of falling leaves and sword shadows enveloped Wang Jin's figure, allowing him to reappear behind the beast, thrusting his blade through its chest. Roar! Faced with the imminent threat of death, the armored ape erupted in a sudden surge of energy, twisting its body violently and dislodging Wang Jin's slender sword, before fleeing in a desperate bid for survival. What incredible strength! Wang Jin, disregarding the tingling in his right hand, quickly crouched and formed hand seals. Lightning release, earth walk, ZZZ. The lightning strike, fueled by a substantial portion of his chakra, struck the fleeing armored ape, instantly extinguishing the creature's already dwindling life. With the armored ape defeated, Wang Jin emerged victorious. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause erupted, with Luo Shiqing expressing her admiration. What a remarkable jinjutsu. Wang Jin, you truly hunted an armored ape on your own. Not quite, Wang Jin replied, taking a few deep breaths as he approached the fallen beast's corpse, withdrawing his sword and cleaning it before sheathing it on his back. His expression devoid of victory elation. I would not have dared to confront such a defensively robust magical beast without the support of Senior Chong, he reflected. The armored ape, being a creature with exceptional speed and defense, rendered even the mightiest of abilities considerably limited. Yet, magical beasts possess their own advantages, just as shinobi do. The diverse and intricate combinations of ninjutsu make it a simple endeavor to slay a beast with chakra reserves several times one's own. However, it was evident that Luo Shiqing had deliberately chosen the armored ape to sharpen their skills. Otherwise, a creature of similar chakra capacity would have been dispatched long ago. Chongying stored the armored ape's corpse within his space, prompting Wang Jin to lament the lost opportunity. Nonetheless, the chance to train within the beast's territory was already a significant gain. He sought no further rewards. Approximately 5 minutes later, the armored ape that Chongying had subdued began to stir, awakening to find its fellow captives absent, its expression twisting into one of sheer terror. The beast's heightened sense of smell far exceeded that of humans, and the blood on the ground revealed the fate that had befallen its companions. Roar! The armored ape directed a desperate plea toward Chongying, hoping for mercy and a chance to escape. Chongying gazed towards Luo Shiqing and Tao Yu, the latter stepping forward with determination. Allow me, he said. Shiqing, you shall take your turn last. Very well. Give your all, and let me witness the fruits of your labor these past days. I shall not disappoint you, Tao Yu replied, casting a glance at Wang Jin before adding, especially in front of the other men. With that, he strode directly to within 10 meters of the armored ape, while Chongying cautioned him as he returned to Luo Shiqing's side, reiterating, the same rule applies. To survive, you must eliminate your opponent. The armored ape, incited by the challenge, let out a fierce roar. Come at me, it bellowed. With its formidable speed, it charged toward Tao Yu. However, Tao Yu was no ordinary fighter. His hand seals were executed with remarkable swiftness, completing them with mere 3 meters to spare. Zien Su Si, storm release, forceful restraint. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Tao Yu formed his hands into a gun-like shape, conjuring a wispy, light blue mist imbued with electric currents that surged toward the approaching armored ape. The beast, sensing the potency of the bloodline limit, abandoned its earlier reckless bravado and swiftly evaded by several body lengths. Just as the spectators believed Tao Yu's attack had missed, an unexpected twist occurred. The azure lightning mist veered sharply, striking the armored ape's right arm. With a howl of agony, the armored ape's limb fell to the ground, its raw flesh now exposed. Tao Yu lamented the miscalculation. He had aimed for the creature's head but had instead encountered its defense. Once more, and I will end you. However, before he could execute another technique, the armored ape closed the distance in an instant, delivering a punishing blow that sent Tao Yu flying. Cough, cough. Changshu, save him. Luo Shiqing exclaimed, having witnessed the devastating force of the ape's strike. Unlike Tao Yu, who lacked the hardened skin defenses of Yanmeng, this blow rendered him incapacitated. Chang Ying, a seasoned jonin, instinctively understood what needed to be done without further prompting from Luo Shiqing. He swiftly intervened to halt the armored ape's advance and rescued Tao Yu. You may depart, he commanded. The armored ape, pleased with its severed arm, scurried away. Moments later, Chang Ying reappeared, bringing back a pristine armored ape. Miss, maintain your composure. You can do this. Indeed, Luo Shiqing replied, taking a deep breath. Changshu, I will succeed this time and compel my father to agree to my terms of becoming the ruler of an city. Chang Ying nodded, releasing the frightened armored ape with an expression of indifference. Armored ape, should you kill her, I will grant you your freedom. Despite the familial ties, he refused to show favoritism, recognizing that leniency would ultimately harm Luo Shiqing. Like its predecessors, the armored ape, fueled by the promise of freedom, unleashed its full might, aiming to strike Luo Shiqing down before she could form her seals. Luo Shiqing found herself at the same disadvantage as everyone else, positioned 10 meters away with no advantage. As the armored ape charged, she crouched low, her expression unwavering, signaling her familiarity with such beasts. With remarkable speed, she executed her technique. Earth release, yellow spring swamp. As her chakra seeped into the ground, the terrain transformed into a quagmire spanning a kilometer around her, ensnaring everyone present within its range. This was not mere extravagance in chakra usage. Against the armored ape's speed, even 100 meters was a blink of an eye, rendering a smaller area ineffective. Having consumed a fifth of her chakra, her next technique would likely be the boiling release, as observed by Zhui Xiaoyu, who discerned her chakra expenditure with her Byakugan. Wang Jin marveled at the vastness of the swamp, recalling that Jiraiya had only been able to create a 100-meter radius with this technique, despite being one of the most chakra-endowed Hokages. Indeed, ninjutsu holds tremendous power in the real world. With the armored ape ensnared in the mire, Luo Shiqing seized the opportunity to employ her boiling release's acid mist technique. The corrosive acid began to eat away at the ape's formidable hide, revealing its raw, crimson flesh in a gruesome display. Yet, the armored ape was no mere weakling. Driven by survival instinct, it charged through the pain, closing the distance to Luo Shiqing. At this moment, a hint of chaos emerged in Luo Shiqing's demeanor, prompting her to use her prized instantaneous technique to create distance. In a flurry, they raced across the swamp. Though the armored ape was wounded, it was not mortally so, and Luo Shiqing understood that she would need to unleash her acid mist once more to secure victory. However, the creature, having suffered greatly from her initial assault, was now acutely aware and would not fall for the same trick again. Desperate, Luo Shiqing slowed her pace deliberately, allowing the armored ape to gain on her. Its powerful fist swung toward her head, excitement dancing in its eyes, fully aware that if it succeeded, this delicate human would be doomed, and its own life would be spared. In this critical moment, disregarding her own safety, Luo Shiqing rapidly formed seals, her alluring red lips parting slightly as a torrent of acid erupted forth, dissolving the ape's fist along with half its body. With a pained howl, the armored ape writhed in agony. Bereft of its protective hide, it became vulnerable and was swiftly subdued by Luo Shiqing, its demise now merely a matter of time. Chang Ying, witnessing the outcome, smiled as he clapped his hand on the ground, restoring the swamp to its original state. Miss, congratulations on fulfilling the task set by the family head. It was still perilous. I took quite the gamble, Luo Shiqing admitted, shaken by the near brush with death. Had her acid mist not been potent enough, the consequences would have been dire. Tao Yu, still incapacitated from the blow, faced a grim fate had he been struck again. Chang Ying smiled gently, acknowledging that the ability to take risks stemmed from true strength. I assure you, the family head will be pleased with your performance today. You are no longer seen as merely a delicate princess. Let us hope so, Luo Shiqing replied, her spirit weary after skirting death. She longed for her father's promise to hold true, wishing her struggles were not in vain. Turning her gaze towards the recovering Tao Yu, she said, Changshu, please carry him, let us return. Everyone, today's training concludes here. Should you wish to return in the future, simply inform Changshu. Just refrain from taking any beast corpses. Thank you, Wang Jin replied, realizing the necessity for a safe yet challenging environment for Yin Ming. He accepted the terms without hesitation. Zui Xiaoyu, profoundly impacted by the day's events, had initially been reluctant to embrace such growth, but the collective struggle had ignited a fear of falling behind, leading her to accept Luo Shiqing's proposal. Shiqing, I shall return. Next time, I will surely earn everyone's respect, she declared. Indeed, we are all friends on this journey. Let us grow together, Luo Shiqing affirmed, linking arms with Zui Xiaoyu as they began their return. Yin Ming eagerly took on the task of carrying Tao Yu from Chongying. Hey, senior, allow me. You've worked hard today, he offered. Huh, you've got a good eye, Chongying replied, satisfied with the praise. Work diligently. The power of lava release is formidable. I look forward to seeing you become a Jonin. Absolutely, Yin Ming exclaimed, hoisting Tao Yu onto his shoulder, causing the latter to groan in pain. Take it easy. You're doing this on purpose. Tao Yu protested. One more word, and I'll leave you here to feed the wolves. About 10 kilometers away, in an opulent villa, Wang Jin, Yin Ming, and Zui Xiaoyu, under the guidance of Luo Shiqing and Chang Ying, were introduced to the illustrious Luo Pengtian, head of the Luo family. At a mere 40 years of age, he appeared impeccably dressed, even at home, exuding the demeanor of a refined businessman. The presence of Chakra was imperceptible, making him seem like an ordinary merchant at first glance. However, Wang Jin had already heard from Zui Xiaoyu that this individual was an undisclosed shadow-level powerhouse from the southern continent, possessing talents surpassing even those of the first and second counselors. Haha, you little ones take a seat for a moment. I shall have someone bring out some snacks. Luo Pengtian said, his voice gentle and his smile infectious, significantly alleviating the pressure the three felt in the presence of such a formidable figure. Wang Jin quickly interjected. There is no need for such formality, Senior Luo. We are here merely to meet you. No rush. Luo Pengtian waved his hand at Chang Ying, who understood and departed. Wang Jin, we shall have a private discussion shortly. For now, let us enjoy some refreshments. After a day of combat, you must be quite hungry. Indeed, Zui Xiaoyu replied, somewhat less reserved, as she had previously met Luo Pengtian alongside her father. Uncle Luo, please make the arrangements. Haha, that's the spirit. Guests should be treated well. Luo Pengtian turned and left, while Luo Shiqing shrugged helplessly. That's just how my dad is. Always overly polite and warm to everyone. But don't feel pressured, Wang Jin. He merely wishes to collaborate with you, and we shall support one another, ensuring you do not suffer any losses. I believe that, Wang Jin nodded. Your family is prosperous, and even the smallest favors can provide what ordinary people could only dream of in a lifetime. Considering the future, Wang Jin viewed this as a rare opportunity for collaboration. In the world of the divine tree, he believed he could thrive based on his foresight, potentially leveraging its power to alter his standing in the real world. However, he understood that this would require considerable time. At least a year would pass before he could stand alongside the heirs of these grand families in the real world. The golden growth phase for ninjas occurs in the 2 to 3 years following adulthood, and missing this opportunity would render future compensations futile. Soon, 2 maids entered, carrying 4 trays filled with exquisite snacks, and the group wasted no time digging in, Luo Shiqing included, as the day's battles had depleted their strength. By the time they had nearly finished, Luo Pengtian re-entered, holding 3 scrolls, smiling as he handed them to Luo Shiqing. Shiqing, I recall teaching you how to receive guests when you were little. Dad, you didn't specify that I should give gifts to everyone. Luo Shiqing remarked without even glancing at the scrolls, distributing one to each of Wang Jin's companions. Here, this is a welcome gift from my father. Shiqing, let us not refuse. This is something we have in abundance. Luo Pengtian smiled. Just as Xiaoyu was about to decline, Luo Shiqing stopped her, making a gesture that implied wealth, embodying a sense of abundance. Chapter 62. The Luo family's request. Yan Meng and Wang Jin found themselves less at ease than Xiaoyu, exchanging glances to gauge each other's thoughts. Wang Jin subtly shook his head, and Yan Meng understood, both reaching for the scrolls to return them. However, curiosity led them to glimpse the four characters' body flicker technique on the cover. Their hands froze, and they exchanged awkward glances, both reluctant to part with the scroll. Truly disappointing. A single scroll of the body flicker technique has swayed you, as Xiaoyu whispered, but as all present were ninjas, her comment was overheard, intensifying the embarrassment on their faces. Ah, my dear girl from the Zhou family. This is not embarrassment, but rather opportunism, Luo Pengtian remarked with a slight smile. One must learn to adapt. You are just beginning your journey. Any external assistance should not be overlooked. This is precisely why I was able to rise from nothing. He continued, if you relinquish vital support for the sake of trivial pride or personality, that would be self-sabotage. Ah, yes, that is precisely my sentiment. I just struggle to articulate it. Yanming quickly tucked the scroll away. Now the pressure shifted to Wang Jin, who was equally hesitant. This was a technique every ninja must master, worth millions in the real world, and he could only console himself internally. After all, Lu Bu had once pledged fealty for a steed. It was reasonable for him to owe a favor for his future. Placing the body flicker technique scroll into his pocket, Wang Jin expressed his gratitude earnestly. Thank you for your assistance, senior. I shall repay this favor in the future. No need to be so formal. Luo Pengtian replied with a smile. You are all friends of Shiqing, and with such talent, we must support each other to advance further. Shiqing, please show these two around our home while I speak with young Wang Jin. Understood. The trio immediately departed the living room, aware that this was the true purpose of their visit. With only Wang Jin and Luo Pengtian remaining, they dispensed with further pleasantries and got straight to the point. Wang Jin, what is your affinity level with Maruxingyuk? 50, though I have a task regarding my teacher that, upon completion, will grant me an additional 20 points of affinity. Wang Jin answered candidly, revealing as much as necessary, understanding that this was a negotiation of leverage. The more assets he possessed, the higher the stakes would be in their dealings. Remarkable. You have achieved a 70 affinity with one of Konoha's top figures? That is truly astonishing. Luo Pengtian straightened in his seat, clearly impressed by Wang Jin's potential. Wang Jin smiled slightly and inquired, Senior, please be direct. What do you wish me to do? It is quite simple. During the next Hokage election, I would like your teacher to support Elder Danzo. Why? Wang Jin was puzzled. It was not wartime, so why would Konoha hold an election? Oh, you seem informed. It appears your teacher has shared many secrets regarding Konoha with you. Luo Pengtian lit a cigarette and offered one to Wang Jin, who declined, stating he had never smoked in his life. While Sarutobi Hiruzen is currently performing admirably, he is quite aged and was thrust back into the role of Hokage under duress. Think of him as a provisional Hokage. This is a secret among Konoha's higher-ups. I would not have known if it weren't for Elder Danzo. It is said that a nine-tailed fox once invaded Konoha, a creature so powerful that it forced the fourth Hokage to fight for victory at the cost of his life. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen has long since been in a secondary position. Keep these details confidential. They are sensitive information. Laughable, a nine-tailed fox. Wang Jin chuckled inwardly. Regarding the origins and consequences of the Nine-Tails incident, he knew far more than Luo Pengtian, a mere inhabitant of the real world, or even the cunning Danzo himself. While the fourth Hokage did indeed perish, it was due to Obito's machinations and plot-driven circumstances. Otherwise, a mere fox would not have the strength to claim the life of the legendary Flying Thunder God. However, such matters were irrelevant now. Negotiations were at hand, and he required the Luo family's support. If that is the case, I can agree to attempt to persuade my teacher, but I cannot guarantee success. All I can promise is to earnestly try and not to deceive. With your 70 affinity, there should be no issue, Luo Pengtian chuckled. I am older than you, with ample experience. Generally speaking, an affinity of 30 is sufficient to become a disciple. 50 allows for marriage and children with the locals, and at 70 or 80, you could even have them sacrifice their lives for you. Marriage with the locals? Are you certain you are not jesting? Is it truly possible to bear children? Of course, Luo Pengtian affirmed, a knowing smile gracing his face. To be candid, in my youth, I engaged in such affairs, although the woman and child perished in the land of rain. These matters are not secrets among the upper echelons of the continent. Many individuals with peculiar preferences have gone to great lengths, offering exorbitant prices for women from the divine tree world, with the highest bids reaching S-class conduits, priceless treasures, of which our Luo family can scarcely produce even one every few years. Who was this woman? Wang Jin asked, not out of lewd curiosity, but rather piqued by Luo Pengtian's revelations. The world of Naruto boasts many goddesses, from the gentle Hinata to the fiery Sakura, and the striking Mei Terumi he had encountered recently. He was momentarily at a loss as to who could possibly surpass the rest. Luo Pengtian, intrigued by the inquiry, promptly pulled a chair closer, glancing around before lowering his voice. Actually, I'm not familiar with her either, but I've heard she's a female ninja from the Sand Village, named Chio. Who? Wang Jin exclaimed, spraying water he had just sipped all over, his face a picture of bewilderment as he stared at Luo Pengtian, who narrowly avoided the splash, looking perplexed. Chio? Your reaction is quite intense. Do you know her? And no, I don't know her. Wang Jin quickly shook his head, his mind racing with shock as the image of the infamous swimsuit photo of Chio, often circulated by netizens in his previous life, flashed in his mind, heightening his curiosity. Senior Luo, who is this person? Such an unusual taste. To be willing to part with an S-rank weapon for a fictional character. I must ask you to keep this confidential. Luo Pengtian lowered his voice further, a glimmer of gossip in his eyes as he whispered a name that left Wang Jin speechless. She is none other than the second speaker of our southern continent. Senior Huolong impressive. Wang Jin silently admired this rather peculiar speaker, filled with respect. Chio, an elderly woman, had admirers. It was indeed a vast world with all sorts of people. Chapter 63. Cooperation fractured, changing the future? Is it already this late? Realizing the sun had set while he was still engrossed in gossip, Luo Pengtian shifted to serious matters. Wang Jin, in the sacred tree world. I am identified as a citizen of the Rain Country, which makes it impossible for me to traverse Konoha. Therefore, your teacher is someone I must win over. And I assure you, I will not treat you unfairly. Even if our collaboration fails, we will remain friends. How about this? I will sponsor you with 10 million continent coins each month as a return, with no time limit, only dependent on how long you can survive. 10 million. Wang Jin's eyelids twitched at the mention. The recent hunts for magical beasts had taught him the harsh reality of earning money. He could hardly make 100,000 even after tirelessly working day and night for a month. Yet now, he would only have to persuade his teacher, Uchiha, to gain 10 times his usual earnings. This was exceedingly tempting. I agree. Wang Jin did not haggle. Given his understanding, he believed that Uchiha would likely not support Danzo, so this deal might not come to fruition anyway. Luo Pengtian appeared satisfied, patting Wang Jin on the shoulder. From now on, you need not call me senior so formally. It creates distance. You should have realized from our earlier interaction that I am not a stern individual. Henceforth, call me Uncle Luo. Little Jin, no matter where you go, as long as you can prove your worth, your Uncle Luo will invest in you, even if it means taking another gamble on the Sharingan. Thank you, Uncle Luo. Wang Jin seized the opportunity to strengthen his relationship with Luo Pengtian. Rest assured, I won't let you down. If the curse of the Sharingan cannot surpass 3 Tomo, allow me to break it. Haha, I didn't expect you to be such a youthful dreamer. Luo Pengtian laughed heartily. Being ambitious and full of dreams is the essence of youth. Well, let us conclude today's discussion. You should return home. There's urgent intelligence. Just as Luo Pengtian was about to see Wang Jin off, Chang'ing rushed in, whispering hurriedly in his ear while casting a glance at Wang Jin, leaving him puzzled. Luo Pengtian's expression grew complex as he turned to Wang Jin, remaining silent for a long moment. Uncle Luo, Senior Chang, what's wrong? Oh, fate plays tricks on us. It seems our cooperation cannot proceed. With that single sentence, Wang Jin felt as if he had plummeted from heaven into hell. Just moments ago, he had been elated at the prospect of an angelic investor, only to have it all snatched away in an instant. Why? Wang Jin asked, unwilling to accept his fate. Luo Pengtian gazed deeply at him. The latest intel from Konoha reveals that your teacher, Uchiha, was recently surrounded by the Mist Village. Although he has returned to Konoha, his right arm is now crippled. Little Jin, Please do not blame your uncle for breaking our agreement. I must be pragmatic. Without leverage, I truly cannot proceed with our collaboration. He sighed. Consider this a form of compensation. There are no free handouts in this world. I understand. Then, Uncle Luo, I shall take my leave. I need to see how my teacher is faring. Though disappointed, Wang Jin was more concerned about Gu Jie's condition. He could not help but ponder whether he had altered history. After all, when Naruto first met Gu Jie in 7 or 8 years, he had not suffered such a grievous injury. In the land of fire, Konoha village, within a modest wooden house, Wang Jin finally saw Gu Jie lying on the bed. Beside him stood Sarutobi Hiruzen, who said, "Jin, you arrived just in time. I need you to take care of Gu Jie for the next few days." Sarutobi, holding a large pipe and not wearing his Hokage cloak, bore an expression of helplessness, as if he were complaining. "I had already warned that your teacher should not take on missions above D rank, but he simply wouldn't listen. Now, he can no longer serve as a ninja." Haha. Hiruzen, do not blame yourself. I have brought back vital intelligence, even at the cost of my life. He gestured for Wang Jin to leave. The village is busy with affairs. Don't waste time here. Gu Jie appeared pale, both of his forearms missing, causing Wang Jin to feel a pang of anguish. "Teacher, please don't move. I'll go inform Lord Hokage." "All right." Wang Jin respectfully escorted Sarutobi out of the wooden house, who glanced back at him before leaving. "I've heard Gu Jie say that your ninjutsu talent is quite impressive. Would you be interested in joining my Umbu in the future?" "Absolutely. It would be an honor to join the Umbu." Wang Jin responded without hesitation, recognizing this as the best opportunity to get closer to Konoha's seat of power. Having witnessed the influence of the Umbu leader in the world of Shinjuku, he understood that even the future Sannin treated Shikamaru with utmost respect. One could imagine the extent of power held in such a position. It could be said that if he ever attained that rank, he would be the foremost individual beneath the Hokage and the Elder Council in Konoha. "Very well, once your skills improve further, I will formally invite you to join the Umbu," Sarutobi said before leisurely departing. Wang Jin promptly returned indoors to inquire about the circumstances. "Teacher, what exactly happened?" "The Mizukage." Gu Jie did not conceal the truth, as Wang Jin was already aware of his mission. "After you left, I infiltrated the Mist Village, and for the first few days, everything went smoothly, gathering much intelligence. However, just as I was preparing to leave, I was surrounded by dozens of Mist Umbu. Even if I could have escaped despite their numbers, the Mizukage himself was involved in the pursuit. He is formidable. In his tailed beast form, he severely injured me, and I barely managed to escape with my life." "Was your arm severed by the fourth Mizukage?" "No, it was my own doing," Gu Jie said seriously, suddenly warning Wang Jin. "Little Jin, remember to be wary of Yagura's water mirror technique. It is an incredibly powerful jutsu that allows him to create a mirror from water to replicate an enemy's techniques with nearly identical potency. I was injured by my own wood release due to his duplication. It is indeed a terrifying technique." "Water mirror technique?" Wang Jin nodded, deeply impressed by the ability, recognizing its capabilities as Gu Jie described. With a sigh, he poured a cup of hot tea for Gu Jie and presented it to him, watching as he drank before speaking. "Teacher, for the next few days, I won't be going anywhere. I will stay by your side to train while taking care of your needs." "No need. You should attend to your own matters. I'm not so incapacitated that I can't manage a normal life. By the way, how has your training with those 3 ninjutsu been progressing? If you have any questions, feel free to ask now. I may no longer be able to engage in combat, but I can still share my experiences." Chapter 64. The protagonist's entrance under the guidance of Maru Star's ancient technique. Wang Jin swiftly mastered the water dragon bullet and began training in the second water ninjutsu he was taught, the water clone technique. Similar to the shadow clone technique, the water clone cannot stray too far from the original body and possesses only 1/10 of its strength, thus imposing significant limitations. However, in the absence of shadow clones, the water clone serves as a commendable alternative, especially when in water, as its power is greatly enhanced. Wang Jin's aptitude for ninjutsu was already remarkable, and with the opportunity to consult Gu Jie, who had once received instruction from the water ninjutsu master, the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, his progress was exponential. Within merely 2 days, he had completely grasped the water clone technique. Now, he was left with the final challenge, the Great Water Collision Wave. Once he comprehended this technique, he would have accomplished Gu Jie's task and could claim a reward of 30 chakra points. Contemplating the reward, Wang Jin realized it was time to refine his chakra, having not drawn upon his cellular energy for half a month. This method is commonly employed by ninjas across the continent. It is not effective to extract energy daily, as that would squander time without yielding results. Instead, one must accumulate energy over a period before refining it. The divine tree is truly remarkable. How does it allow me to control my external body here? Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Wang Jin refined his chakra. Although he could not perceive the external body that remained behind, he felt the chakra within his virtual form growing, and upon exiting, his physical body would similarly ascend to a corresponding level. Utilizing Orochimaru's chakra refining method, his progress was swift. Within just over 3 hours, he extracted all the energy accumulated in his cells over the past month. The chakra had increased by approximately half. Had he truly refined 5 cards in one go? Realizing the magnitude of his success, Wang Jin was astonished. He had anticipated a substantial increase, given his daily consumption of monster meat, which left him well-nourished. But he had not expected such a significant enhancement. Uchiha, sensing his change, approached the door with a puzzled expression. "Xiao Jin, something seems amiss with your body. How did you suddenly become so much stronger?" "I am not sure." Wang Jin feigned ignorance. Uchiha shook his head, muttering to himself, "This is strange. You are not from a physically strong clan and lack their bloodline. When I first met you, you were quite frail. How could you have transformed so remarkably?" "Ahem, master. We are running low on vegetables at home. I shall go out to buy some." "Here, go ahead." Uchiha flicked his wrist, producing 2,000 Liang silver notes. As he did not wish for Wang Jin to spend his own money. Leaving Uchiha's wooden hut, Wang Jin made his way towards the village center, exchanging pleasantries with his neighbors along the way. These were ordinary folk who were unaware of Uchiha's true strength. They only needed to know he was a ninja to offer their respect, and in turn, they extended their warmth towards Wang Jin as his apprentice. "Jin, my family has made glutinous rice dumplings. You must come and try them tonight." "Senior Jin, could you teach us ninjutsu? Our school only teaches the 3-body technique." "Uchiha Jin, want to join me? I just accepted a D-rank mission." "Xiaohua, come out quickly. Jin Kuan, whom you've always wanted to meet, has arrived." As he passed by a grocery store, a middle-aged man eagerly called for his daughter, seemingly hoping to secure a ninja son-in-law. Wang Jin quickly slipped away, realizing these ordinary people fancied themselves formidable, but he understood the vast difference in their capabilities. Instead of heading to the marketplace, Wang Jin ventured toward the Hyuga branch to check on Zui Xiaoyu's progress over the past 3 days. To his surprise, as he turned onto the next street, he encountered the protagonist of the Hokage series. "Get lost, I'm not selling my stuff to you." "Why won't you sell?" "I have money." In front of a dairy shop stood a young boy, around 7 or 8, wearing a tattered orange jacket and shorts, with green goggles perched atop his head. His azure eyes and golden hair marked him unmistakably as Naruto Uzumaki, the son of the 4th Hokage. The shopkeeper, however, showed no mercy. His face twisted in disdain as if the boy were a plague. "Get away, you demon fox. You've scared away all my customers. I don't understand why the Hokage hasn't expelled you from the village yet." "Exactly. Living with a demon fox is terrifying. Why hasn't he died yet?" "Don't sell anything to him. Let him starve." The crowd's hostility echoed around Naruto, tears brimming in his eyes as he grappled with the weight of their disdain. "Fine, if you want to sell, I want to starve. Just wait, you vile adults." After making a face at the crowd, Naruto turned to run, inadvertently crashing into Wang Jin. "Are you Naruto? Sir? Who are you?" Naruto paused, taken aback that Wang Jin did not refer to him as a demon fox. Wang Jin smiled warmly. "I am Uchiha Jin, a newcomer just returned from outside the village." "Oh, Uchiha? Are you related to Sasuke?" "Who is Sasuke?" Wang Jin feigned ignorance. Naruto huffed, "An arrogant, annoying guy. He is also an Uchiha." "Ah, that must be it. By the way, do you know where Ichiraku ramen is? I heard it's quite delicious, but I haven't had the chance to try it." The mere mention of ramen made Naruto's stomach grumble, as it was a dish he dreamt of constantly. Wang Jin felt a pang of sadness for the 3rd Hokage. How could he face the 4th after this? "Of course. I'll take you there. The ramen there is amazing." Leading the way, Naruto eagerly rubbed his stomach while Wang Jin engaged him in casual conversation, deliberately avoiding sensitive topics. He also discreetly scanned the surroundings, noting 2 Umbu operatives shadowing them. "This is it. I'm leaving." After passing a few streets, they arrived at Ichiraku ramen. Naruto eagerly rubbed his hands, watching Wang Jin, who, while saying goodbye, remained rooted in place. Wang Jin, fully aware of Naruto's desire to eat, had come with the intention of fostering camaraderie. Thank you, Naruto. To show my gratitude for your help, I'd like to treat you to a bowl of ramen. Really? Are you serious? Of course. Wang Jin snapped his fingers. Owner, 2 bowls of ramen, all toppings included. Sure thing, please wait a moment. Chapter 65. Slapping left Hui. At this moment, the ramen shop owner, Ichiraku, was not the elderly figure depicted in the original story. He was in his prime, not yet 40. His daughter, Ayam, was just 12 or 13 and had started helping out. Naruto sat at the counter, bubbling with excitement, chopsticks in hand, unable to contain his anticipation. Naruto, it seems you're lucky today. Someone is treating you to ramen. Yes, yes. Jin-senpai is very kind. He wants to be my friend. That is wonderful. Finally, you have a friend. Friend? Jin-senpai, would you like to be my friend? Ichiraku's words seemed to spark hope in Naruto, who cautiously asked, his face lighting up with expectation. Wang Jin smiled softly. Friendship can wait. For now, it's time for ramen. Right? Eating ramen is the priority. As Naruto's gaze darkened, he immediately forced a smile and changed the topic. Wang Jin, a modern individual, understood this reaction well. It was merely a form of self-comfort and deception. Soon, the ramen was served, and Wang Jin savored it at a leisurely pace. Perhaps due to the high culinary skills and seasoning standards of the modern era, the flavor of Ichiraku ramen was merely satisfactory, not as delectable as one might have imagined. However, Naruto devoured it voraciously. By the time Wang Jin had taken 3 bites, Naruto had already finished the broth. Jin-senpai, another bowl please. Naruto exclaimed joyfully, his enthusiasm palpable. You're such a good person. Naruto Uzumaki's affection level, 10. Current affection, 10. With a delightful bounce, Naruto expressed his happiness, while Wang Jin continued his endeavor to win him over. Naruto, do you really love ramen that much? Of course. I rarely get to eat a bowl. Isn't a bowl of ramen just 80 ryo? Surely your parents wouldn't let you go hungry? I have no parents. They passed away long ago. I only receive a monthly allowance of 1,000 ryo from my grandfather, so I can't eat it often. Naruto's tone turned somber, his eyes dimming. Wang Jin, upon hearing this, slapped his forehead in regret. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring that up. How about this? To make amends, whenever you wish to eat ramen, just find me at the old wooden house west of the village. As long as I'm around, I'll treat you. Really? You can't go back on your word. I won tea. Now eat up. If you're still hungry, just get another bowl. Yay. Naruto gleefully signaled his appreciation. But Wang Jin, waiting for the divine tree to prompt an increase in affection, couldn't help but muse that Naruto wasn't as naive as he appeared. As he finished his ramen, Wang Jin took his leave, deciding it best to maintain some distance from Naruto due to the presence of the Umbu, to avoid arousing suspicions about the 3rd generation. Upon arriving at the Hyuga branch family's territory, he quickly encountered a familiar face. Dijin-senpai, is Hinata Xiaoyu around? Uchiha Jin? She should be at her home, Hyuga Dijin replied, pointing in a direction. Thanks. Wait. As Wang Jin turned to leave, Hyuga Dijin called him back, stepping closer to whisper. I heard you 2 completed a C-rank mission? Did you encounter any danger? Given that left Xiaoyu had perished on the ship, and only the involved parties retained memories of that event, Wang Jin understood why Dijin inquired. We ran into some minor troubles, but our teacher resolved them. Teacher? Marisuke Koga. Just accepted you as a disciple? Yes. Oh, that's him. He hasn't been promoted to Chunin in years. But I must advise you both, your eyes are precious. It's best not to leave the village for anything less than crucial. Especially you, Uchiha Jin. Xiaoyu has some seals on her. But you are one of the few remaining Uchiha. It's safer to stay in the village. Thank you for the warning, Dijin-senpai. I'll keep it in mind. After bidding farewell to Hyuga Dijin, Wang Jin headed to Left Xiaoyu's home in the Divine Tree world, where he unexpectedly encountered Left Hui and Left Qingyi. The latter was amiable enough, not overly warm but at least civil. The former, however, was less approachable. Kid, what are you doing here? Left Hui asked coldly. Senpai, I came to check on Xiaoyu, to see how she has been these days. No need, just leave. I don't want you ruining my daughter's future. Moreover, this is the Hyuga clan. Your commoner status doesn't qualify you to be here. Commoner status? Just as Wang Jin was about to respond, Left Xiaoyu entered the living room and overheard her father. She huffed. Dad, Wang Jin is now a disciple of Marisuke Koga. Do you even know who he is? Marisuke Koga? The one who took you to the land of water, the cripple? Left Huey's eyes narrowed in disdain. That old man is just a lowly ninja of no consequence. A lowly ninja? You have no insight into the information within, Left Xiaoyu said. Standing beside Wang Jin and locking eyes with Left Hui. He holds a far higher status than you, even surpassing our branch family's former leader, Hokage. Let us not forget, Uncle Luo tried to recruit you because he saw you had no influence in Konoha. But just a few days ago, he attempted to recruit Wang Jin solely because of Marisuke Koga's identity. What? Left Hui was taken aback. You're not pulling my leg, are you? That old man truly wields such influence? Absolutely. Left Xiaoyu's pride was evident, though it quickly turned to regret. However, Koga-sensei had an accident in the Land of Water recently and can no longer fight, which is why Wang Jin's collaboration with Uncle Luo didn't come to fruition. Otherwise, he'd be regarded as a rising star with angel investors. I might have underestimated you, Left Hui muttered, but his disdain quickly resurfaced, prompting Wang Jin to retort. Senpai, it's true my teacher is incapacitated, but his influence hasn't diminished. Has the Hokage ever visited you twice in 3 days? Have you received special treatment from the Hokage to join the Umbu because of your teacher? How dare you look down on others? The Hokage values your teacher and you? Left Hui was momentarily speechless. Having spent his life in the Divine Tree world, he had never had a private audience with the Hokage, let alone converse with him. Ultimately, he was merely a jonin of the Hyuga branch, under the authority of the clan leader. Whereas the main family Hyuga Hizashi would have a chance to meet the Hokage. Wang Jin, I'm just blunt by nature. Don't take it to heart. Just be careful when you and Xiaoyu go on missions. We can't afford to make the same mistakes again. Thank you, Senpai. I'll be cautious. Wang Jin couldn't help but chuckle internally, noting how quickly this stubborn elder changed his demeanor upon realizing Wang Jin's value. Oh, we're all from the same village. There's no need for such formality. Xiaojin, please sit. Xiaoyu will need to learn from you more in the future. Left Qingyi had also warmed up, resembling a parent welcoming an exceptional student to help their child. Chapter 66. Cold-blooded Kakashi, have you received any missions these past few days? Wang Jin asked Left Xiaoyu, as they were alone in her room. Outside, Left Hui remained anxious, eavesdropping. Left Xiaoyu sat in a chair, her face contorted with worry. No, I'm not sure who to approach. Everyone here is too shrewd and hard to connect with. What about you? Have you met any new locals? I met one. But he is only at 10 affection points, not enough to trigger a mission. Who is it? Tell me, perhaps I can meet him too. Left Xiaoyu eagerly inquired. Seeing Wang Jin as formidable in the Divine Tree world, thriving far better than her parents, who had been there for years. Naruto Uzumaki, a student at the Ninja Academy. Wang Jin casually replied, taking a bite of an apple. Left Xiaoyu's expression fell. A mere kid who wasn't even a ninja seemed unworthy of her time. Wang Jin, we have 7 days until we leave. It's almost time to report to Anqing University. You must perform well. Don't let us down by failing to get accepted. Do you really think I want to pass? Wang Jin glanced at her. Xiaoyu, you and the others only have more chakra than I do. In a real fight, none of you would stand a chance. Yes, you're amazing, Left Xiaoyu replied, sticking out her tongue. But don't forget, we've all been pre-admitted, while you still have to take the exam. I'm just worried you might take it lightly. What else? What do you mean, what else? Speak plainly. I mean, your Sharingan might lower your perceived talent. After all, no one wants to waste resources training someone destined to die. Left Xiaoyu's words made Wang Jin pause. He had never considered this aspect before. While he was confident in overcoming the side effects of the Sharingan and knew how to do so, others were entirely oblivious. And what she said could very well come to pass. As August reaches its midpoint, the reality of impending enrollment assessments at Anqing University looms. Time is slipping away. We'll see, Wang Jin remarked calmly, shaking his head. If Anqing University discriminates against me, then I shall not attend. It aligns perfectly with my reluctance towards higher education. But your uncle and aunt would disagree. They have always hoped for your university attendance, came the response. True enough. I also know the granddaughter of a university president. If need be, I could consult her about merely registering there to placate my family. Ultimately, I feel that attending university pales in comparison to the rapid enhancement of strength one can achieve in the realm of the Divine Tree. After finishing 2 apples and concluding his conversation with Xiaoyu, Wang Jin decided it was time to take his leave. However, before departing, he leaned in and whispered, there is a child in your branch family named Hinata Niji. Make an effort to engage with him. You might uncover something extraordinary. Hinata Niji? I am aware of him. He is a prodigy, Xiaoyu nodded, recalling their few encounters, though she noted his distant demeanor. You could approach from the perspective of the main and branch families, expressing your dissatisfaction with the caged bird system. Perhaps it will yield some results. Caged bird? Discontent is prevalent among all branches. What is peculiar about that? Xiaoyu responded. Somewhat puzzled, Wang Jin could divulge no more, fearing it would arouse suspicion. For 3 consecutive days, Wang Jin immersed himself in training at Uchiha, practicing the Great Water Wave. He had not anticipated that the promise made to Naruto would lead him to visit daily, without the slightest hint of embarrassment while indulging in ramen. On the 8th evening, after yet another meal with Naruto, a ninja adorned with an animal mask intercepted him. Uchiha Jin, the Hokage wishes to see you. Very well. It was no surprise to Wang Jin that the Umbu had come, given his proximity to sensitive figures in Konoha. It would have been odd for the 3rd Hokage to overlook him. As he walked with the Umbu toward the Hokage building, Wang Jin sought to engage in conversation, feigning innocence. Senior, what does the Umbu do every day? Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. My apologies. I was merely curious if you undertake missions like ordinary ninjas. You are unaware, but I recently returned from the land of water, where I nearly perished. Had it not been for my companion's sacrifice, I would not have returned. Our duty as ninjas is to complete missions. Yet I find myself hoping for the safety of my comrades. After all, while there may be other chances to salvage a failed mission, the death of a companion is irreversible. Thus, I believe comrades matter more than missions. Do you not agree, Senior? Comrades matter more than missions? The masked figure murmured, stopping in his tracks, momentarily lost in thought before his voice turned gravelly. Your perspective is flawed. Missions must always take precedence. However, I personally resonate with your view that the lives of comrades surpass missions. Kakashi Hatake affection level 20, current affection level 20. Wang Jin stifled a laugh. He had assumed Kakashi would be difficult to approach at this juncture. His silver hair had already revealed the identity of the masked ninja, none other than Kakashi Hatake, the future leader of Team 7 and the 6th Hokage, renowned for his formidable prowess. At this time, he bore the notorious moniker of cold-blooded Kakashi, a title earned through his ruthless, emotionless demeanor. Yet Wang Jin understood the profound guilt and hopes that lingered within him. The loss of Obito had illuminated the correctness of Tsukumo's choices. Indeed, the lives of comrades are paramount to missions. Uchiha Jin, you remind me of an old colleague. Another unique Uchiha. A colleague? Does our Uchiha clan have Umbu members? Indeed, Kakashi continued. His name was Shursui, a person who cherished his comrades and cared for the village. I believe I have heard of him. His Jinjutsu is quite formidable. Senior, may I inquire your name? Perhaps we can interact more in the future. The identity of Umbu operatives is not to be disclosed, Kakashi replied coldly, though he added, perhaps I will seek you out in the future. Upon arriving at the Hokage building, he gestured for Wang Jin to enter. Farewell, Senior. Wang Jin waved, and Kakashi vanished in an instant, leaving him in awe. Such talent is impressive. At a comparable age, he has already achieved the rank of elite jounin. If one disregards the later instances of Kakashi's overexposure, his talent in the early stages was indeed exceptional. Graduating from the Ninja Academy at 5, becoming a Chunin at 6, and ascending to jounin at 12, such an impressive record would surely earn a thumbs up from Madara, hailing him as a scholarly prodigy. Chapter 67. A fortuitous turn of events just minutes before Wang Jin's arrival. In the Hokage's office, 2 elder statesmen were embroiled in a heated argument. Hiruzen, this is an opportunity presented to us. I will not permit you to act unilaterally. Uchiha Jin must become Naruto's beacon of hope. Enough, Danzo. Look at the chaos you have wrought over the years. Have you turned Minato's child into your weapon? He is the hero who sealed the 9 tails for the village. Hiruzen, how dare you mention Minato? Were it not for your indecisiveness, I could not have allowed Naruto to become the village's pariah. Surely, you cannot feign ignorance of my actions over the years. I see you wish to wield a perfect Jinchuriki weapon as well. Danzo's bandaged head glimmered with cunning, his demeanor one of calculated scheming. Opposite him, Hiruzen Surtobi frowned deeply, beads of sweat forming on his brow, clearly under immense pressure. Danzo understood his rival's character all too well. He was the type who desired action yet feared the repercussions. Hiruzen, the events of these years have proven your appeasement strategy to be misguided. Only my foundational plan can render Konoha truly powerful. The death of Hisashi has left the Hyuga clan disillusioned with the village, and your 3 prized disciples' departures signify their disappointment in you. As Hokage and mentor, you have failed. While you may not have opposed the Jinchuriki weapon plan back then, you chose to allow me and the Elder Council to proceed. As you secretly covet the power of the Nine Tails, do you not? Now, with the emergence of Naruto's sole beacon of hope, we need only a gentle push. Let Uchiha Jin completely occupy the Jinchuriki's heart, and then betray him ruthlessly, plunging him into despair. Thus, a perfect Jinchuriki weapon shall be born. At that time, with the power of the Nine Tails at our disposal, we can restore Konoha to its former glory under the first Hokage, dominating the entire ninja world. This is for the village, not for my personal gain. Hiruzen, you must contemplate this carefully. Danzo's single eye fixated intently on Hiruzen, scrutinizing every nuance of his expression. The latter's prolonged silence indicated to Danzo that he was ensnared in a conflict of thoughts. Moments later, Hiruzen lit his pipe, his voice heavy. Danzo, Uchiha Jin can become Naruto's friend. Have you acquiesced, then? This is excellent. My plan will undoubtedly succeed. Let me finish, Hiruzen. Hiruzen interjected, but not as a Jinchuriki weapon. Rather, Naruto needs friends, family, and a teacher, just like any normal child. Therefore, you shall not manipulate Uchiha Jin to betray Naruto, at least while I am alive. I will not allow your scheme to succeed. You dare care for the Jinchuriki? Danzo sneered coldly. Hiruzen, do you not realize that it is too late for atonement? The tale of the nine-tailed fox has been accepted by every villager. You might as well continue to be wrong, as Konoha will still reap tangible benefits. Enough, Danzo. I will not allow you to scheme for the Jinchuriki any longer. Konoha is not under your control. Hiruzen, you will come to regret this. You must know how I will respond. You are merely a soft-hearted fool. Tuanzong snorted coldly and slammed the door behind him. As he reached the entrance of the Hokage building, he encountered Wang Jin, who promptly saluted him. I have met Lord Tuanzong. Oh, you recognize me? Of course. You are an elder. Who in Konoha would not know you? Hee, quite the silver-tongued one. You are indeed different from the usual Uchiha. Work hard. I have my eyes on you. Tuanzong patted Wang Jin's shoulder, surprisingly revealing a rare expression of warmth. Wang Jin watched the old schemer depart, deep in thought. This old fellow possesses a considerable number of Hashirama cells and Sharingan. It seems inevitable that I will have to join Root in the future. Tuanzang's obsession with the Sharingan rivals that of Orochimaru. Their frenzied research has produced many techniques that tantalize Wang Jin. For instance, transplanting Hashirama's cells, acquiring forbidden techniques for the Sharingan, each one a treasure among treasures. However, he currently lacks the capability to dabble in such matters. His strength is too feeble. He must at least attain the level of a Kage, lest he fall victim to these two. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Did you summon me, Lord Hokage? Wang Jin imitated the villager's respectful stance, kneeling on one knee. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled. Get up. It's not a mission briefing. No need to be so serious. Yes. Wang Jin rose, awaiting instructions. Sarutobi took a deep puff from his pipe before inquiring, what do you think of Naruto Uzumaki? Naruto? Lord Hokage, you are indeed the creator of the will of fire, concerned for every villager. I admire that. Cough, cough. I was merely asking, speak frankly. Wang Jin's flattery caught Sarutobi off guard. He did not possess the patience to concern himself with every villager. Yet, he could not state this outright. After all, the will of fire could be interpreted as such, that every individual is part of the village and deserves care. Quite pitiful, very naive, lacking any guile, just an ordinary child. Lord Hokage, you wish for me too. At this moment, Wang Jin's heart surged with joy. He had guessed the reason for Sarutobi's summons. He would finally have the opportunity to engage with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki openly. Oh, it's nothing. There are some things you are unaware of. Sarutobi flicked his pipe. How to put it, Naruto's situation is somewhat special. He is a key protected asset of the village. I originally did not want anyone to approach him casually, lest it adversely affect Naruto. However, I have noticed that Naruto seems to like you, and you do not disdain him, so I shall disclose the truth. Please speak. I assure you I will keep it confidential. Wang Jin feigned loyalty, which pleased Sarutobi. Naruto is Konoha's Jinchuriki. As for what a Jinchuriki is, you can ask your teacher. I shall keep it brief. After all, it is late. We hope you will treat him like a normal person. Do not discriminate or excessively flatter him. He requires a genuine friend. It's as simple as that. Just pretend today as conversation never happened. and carry on as you have these past few days. As long as you do not take him outside the village, you may do as you please. Understood? Understood. I have always regarded Naruto as a friend. Haha, good child. It is always a pleasure to converse with you. Sarutobi walked around the desk and scrutinized Wang Jin for a moment. Your strength has improved notably these days. Keep up the hard work, and when you become a chunin, I shall recruit you into the Umbu. Thank you, my lord. Return now. It is late. Yes. Chapter 68. The brutal beating of the cowardly King Wang Jin had just returned to the home of Uchiha when the latter opened the door and intercepted him. Little Jin, why is it so late? What did Hiruzen want with you? How did you know it was Lord Hokage? The Umbu have already arrived. Who else could it be but Hiruzen? Uchiha's expression turned serious, lacking his usual nonchalance. You are merely a genin. I worry you are getting involved in matters beyond your station. Speaking of which, Master, I have a question to ask you. Wang Jin had no intention of concealing anything. Even if it was a pretense, he felt it necessary to inform Uchiha. Speak. There is little in Konoha that I am unaware of. Master, Lord Hokage asked me to inquire about what a Jinchuriki is. What did you say? The term Jinchuriki caused Uchiha to freeze immediately. In his understanding, this was a highly classified secret of Konoha, with fewer than 10 individuals possessing detailed knowledge of it, especially kept from ordinary ninjas to prevent other villages from learning and abducting them. Seeing Uchiha tense, Wang Jin secretly chuckled, knowing the latter would exhibit such a reaction. The Jinchuriki, Lord Hokage just mentioned it to me, but he did not elaborate, instructing me to ask you. Hiruzen trusts you with such secrets? What? Wang Jin interjected. Could you speak plainly? In his heart, he added, I am merely a Sharingan with one tomo. What is there to fear from the third Hokage? Simply put, a Jinchuriki is someone who utilizes sealing techniques to contain a tailed beast within their body. By loosening the seal, one can gradually release the beast's power for their own use. Tailed beasts inherently possess vast amounts of chakra. The nine tails could even be described as having infinite chakra, which presents an overwhelming advantage for ordinary ninjas. However, there are three things in this world that can counter the nine-tailed beasts. First, sealing techniques. Any living being with chakra can be sealed, rendering them devoid of control over their chakra and reducing them to ordinary life forms. Second, the wood release of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, combined with his chakra, which surpasses even that of the nine tails, can effortlessly dominate all tailed beasts. The most terrifying part is that he has 999 such hands. Do you find that frightening? The third is your Sharingan, once evolved to the Manjikyu level. It can counter tailed beasts even more effectively than wood release. A mere glance can render a tailed beast unconscious, compelling it to obey. As a Konoha elder, Uchiha was certainly aware of these truths, which was why he was astonished. In his eyes, the last person who should know about Jinchuriki was his precious disciple. Nothing much. Uchiha shook his head and continued. Since it is Hiruzen's request, I shall tell you. A Jinchuriki is. How terrifying. I never knew such formidable beings existed in this world. After a moment, Wang Jin feigned astonishment, leaving Uchiha unaware of any discrepancies. It is late. Rest now. These secrets must remain confidential. We cannot allow other villages to discover Naruto's identity. Yes, master. The following evening, Wang Jin was making final preparations. After tonight, he would venture into the world of the divine tree, wishing to refine some chakra to maximize the 30 chakra reward from Uchiha's mission. Just as he had refined approximately half a card of chakra and made ample preparations, a commotion in the distance caught his attention. He saw Naruto arguing with a boy of 6 or 7 years, characterized by black hair and black eyes, delicate features, and fair skin, dressed in a black high-collared long-sleeve shirt and black shorts. Listen, Sasuke, Jin-senpai is truly a good person. He treats me to ramen every day? Humph. Just a coward who doesn't dare to speak after his clan was annihilated. Don't say that about senpai. He just returned to the village and doesn't understand the situation. Of course, the tail end of the class only associates with the tail end. How pathetic to still be a genin at this age. I won't allow you to speak about senpai like that. As Naruto and the black-haired boy continued their argument, their voices loud enough for Wang Jin to overhear, he couldn't help but smile. Indeed, he is the kind of guy that one can't help but want to beat up. Wang Jin rolled up his sleeves and approached the two. The black-haired boy was none other than Uchiha Sasuke, the character from the original story who wouldn't know his surname if he went 3 days without a beating. In the original narrative, Sasuke's Sharingan inflated to challenge the Manjikyu, only to be crushed by the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, and eventually, he provoked Naruto, who had nearly become invincible after defeating Kaguya. Throughout his life, Sasuke was either getting beaten up or on the verge of it. Senpai we bang. Just as Naruto was about to bum a meal, Wang Jin kicked Uchiha Sasuke several meters away, the latter groaning on the ground, clutching his stomach in pain. You called me useless? Wang Jin approached Sasuke, scrutinizing him from a lofty position. What do you amount to now? You can't even withstand a kick from a waist. Such contempt. Uchiha Jin, you shall pay for this. After being brutally beaten, Sasuke pounded the ground with one hand, a visage of resentment etched on his face. You only rely on your age? Just wait a year, and I shall slay you. Uchiha Sasuke malice level 30, current malice 30, special task triggered, defeat Uchiha Sasuke. Reward, 1 shard of the Sharingan, such fortune? Wang Jin spat on the ground, rubbed his hands together, and seized Sasuke's other arm, swinging it round before delivering a resounding slap that left Sasuke dazed, his vision clouded with stars and blood trickling from his nose. Task completed. Reward dispensed, Sharingan shard. Collect 5 to exchange for a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. If you already possess Sharingan, it can be absorbed. Absorb. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Jin made his decision, and instantly, a surge of refined, ocular power filled his mind, while the shard vanished from his interface. Is this the 2 Tomo Sharingan? When Sasuke's vision cleared, he was astonished to see Wang Jin's Sharingan manifest uncontrollably, transforming into the 2 Tomo version. 2 Tomo? Wang Jin was taken aback, rushing to a nearby bucket to peer into the water's surface, which reflected his crimson Sharingan, revealing he had already surpassed the 2 Tomo level. What a splendid treasure! Wang Jin was overwhelmed by this unexpected delight, never anticipating such a grand prize. He then cheerfully lifted Sasuke, saying, "Mind your words in the future, not everyone will indulge you. This grudge shall not be forgotten." Sasuke seethed, vowing revenge. Whatever. Just as long as you can match me. Wang Jin was indifferent to the boy's hatred. After all, it would be at least 6 years before Sasuke rose to prominence, by which time Wang Jin's strength would be unfathomable. Now what brings you here? Wang Jin maintained a calm demeanor, pondering if Sasuke was here merely to mooch a meal like Naruto. Who would covet a bowl of ramen? Following his beating, Sasuke had moderated his tone. Though still prideful, he was now somewhat courteous. I heard you are also an Uchiha. I merely wish to gauge your potential. Chapter 69. A double task at such a young age. Speaking of potential, Wang Jin glanced at the proud youth. You are not worthy of such a claim. If Itachi were to say it, perhaps it would hold merit. What did you say? The mere mention of Itachi's name sent Sasuke into a frenzy, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. I will not allow you to speak of that man. He shall one day perish by my hand. With your current abilities? How naive. Wang Jin scoffed. Even from outside the village, I have heard of Itachi's talents. Your brother graduated at the top of his class from the Ninja Academy at 7, becoming a Jonin by 11, a year earlier than Kakashi-sensei. Do you truly believe you, still playing house with a bunch of children, can surpass Itachi? It is utterly impossible. Curse you. Sasuke was deeply wounded by Wang Jin's words. Losing his composure as a single Tomo Sharingan emerged, launching a swift kick toward Wang Jin's chest. Bang! Wang Jin raised his hand to block. As a fellow Sharingan user, he had no fear of taijutsu confrontations. A flurry of rapid exchanges between them left Naruto in awe, astonished that Sasuke could hold his own against a lower-ranked ninja. You are not so impressive. Sasuke's confidence soared with each strike, as he aimed to reclaim the dignity he had lost in their earlier encounter. Wang Jin found amusement in Sasuke's growing arrogance, controlling his strength and speed, not allowing the boy to inflate his ego too quickly. Indeed, a day without a beating leaves one feeling unsatisfied. Growing weary of the playful tussle, Wang Jin twisted one of Sasuke's arms behind him, the intense pain bringing Sasuke back to his senses. Damn it, it seems I am no match for him. Even though he now recognized his inferiority, Sasuke's pride meant he would never beg for mercy. Wang Jin had no intention of being cruel. He simply found the boy's attitude irksome and soon released him. Begone, and refrain from lingering before me in the future. Damn you, Uchiha Jin. Remember this. For one day, I shall humiliate you. Still here? Do you wish for another beating? Wang Jin glared, causing Sasuke to flee in fear of further confrontation. Naruto, shrinking back, spoke timidly. Excuse me, senpai. The ramen tonight is still on, right? Let us go? Yes. Later that night, at Naruto's home, after dropping him off, Wang Jin was about to leave when Naruto tugged at his sleeve, gazing up at him with a pitiful expression. Senpai, could you wait until I fall asleep before you go? Oh, are you afraid alone? And no, Naruto hesitated, and Wang Jin playfully tousled his yellow hair. Speak freely. Friends should help one another, should they not? Friendship? Uzumaki Naruto affection level. 20. Current affection. 30. Special task triggered. Eradicate the Ninetales prejudice and foster a friendship with Uzumaki Naruto. Reward. 30 Chakra cards. 1 bundle of Ninetales Chakra. Limited, no usage restrictions. What a windfall. Wang Jin was taken aback by the notification from the divine tree in his mind, reveling in such a bountiful reward. Indeed, it was a stroke of luck. He perceived this task as remarkably easy to accomplish. The Ninetales bore prejudice against Naruto merely because it was unaware of his true heritage as the reincarnation of Ashura. The nine-tailed beasts were, after all, life forms bestowed by the Sage of Six Paths, and Ashura and Indra were his offspring. This bloodline connection served as the greatest asset, especially since Ashura shared the sage's ideals, wishing to use chakra to bring happiness to the world. Upon realizing this, the Ninetales would undoubtedly abandon any prejudice or disdain toward Naruto. Naruto, sleep well. I shall remain by your side. Wang Jin smiled, soothing Naruto as he lay down, tucking him under the covers and gently patting his chest. Feeling the warmth of familial care for the first time, Naruto was deeply moved, tears glistening in his eyes as he swiftly drifted off to sleep. Wang Jin attuned to his surroundings. Completing the task was now a matter of ease. Utilizing his newly unlocked 2-tomo Sharingan, he entered the ceiling space to converse with the Ninetales. Had he still possessed just 1 tomo, such a feat would have been impossible, but the breakthrough to 2-tomo had significantly augmented his mental prowess, allowing him to grasp some rudimentary uses of spiritual energy intuitively. His only hesitation stemmed from the potential presence of Sarutobi Hiruzen. It seemed the third Hokage's telescope technique was incapable of spying on powerful beings without detection. Wang Jin observed the peacefully slumbering Naruto, his thoughts racing. He vaguely recalled hearing about this technique during his previous life while watching anime, though the details eluded him due to the passage of time. The telescope technique was unique to the third Hokage, utilizing a crystal ball to see into any desired location. A form of divine spying. No matter, even if discovered by the third Hokage, he was determined to proceed with the task. A little caution should suffice to avoid any trouble. Resolved, Wang Jin took action. Activating his 2-tomo Sharingan, he reached out to touch Naruto's abdomen, simultaneously unleashing his mental energy, causing the young boy on the bed to emit a soft groan. Buzzing. In an instant, Wang Jin's spiritual essence found itself in a dim space, where the water level reached knee height. At the far end of the space stood a prison formed by several red wooden pillars, within which lay a colossal, fiery red fox. The great fox was dozing, towering over a human even in its prone position. As Wang Jin approached the prison's entrance, the fox's massive, lantern-like eyes snapped open, and its enormous paw struck the pillar with a speed that defied human reaction. Boom! The fiery fox was indeed the Ninetales, and this was the ceiling space, trembling under the force of its strike. Calm down, Ninetales, I harbor no ill intent. Wang Jin hurried to clarify. He was not afraid of the Ninetales breaking free from its seal. The 8-trigram seal, composed of 2 4-symbol seals, was extraordinarily sturdy, crafted by the 4th Hokage. He simply wished to avoid wasting time on trivialities and complete the task to return to Naruto. Born of evil, the Uchiha clan, do you seek to control me? No. I lack such power. Ninetales, can you not see I possess merely the 2-tomo? I come for this child. Naruto and you are both unfortunate souls. Wang Jin spoke at a remarkable speed, prompting the Ninetales to scoff and close its eyes. Pitiful. That accursed 4th Hokage sealed me within his son merely to covet my power. It would be better if that brat were to perish. The most detestable, however, was Kushina. She had promised to release me, yet here we are. The Vortex clan is as insufferable as your Uchiha. The Ninetales exhibited a stubborn demeanor, yet Wang Jin anticipated this. Over the years, it had been exploited as a mere tool by both the Uchiha and Vortex clans, and such resentment was justified. Wang Jin, he said, grant me just 1 minute, and I assure you, by the end, you will express your gratitude. Humph, then speak, for I am quite bored. The nine tails rested its forepaws atop one another, its large head resting upon them, its beastly eyes glinting with a cold mirth as they fixed on Wang Jin. Chapter 70. A Surge of Power. Within the dim and damp confines of the ceiling space, Wang Jin and the nine tails glared at each other across the crimson wooden pillars of the prison. Wang Jin's expression bore sincerity, while the nine tails snorted derisively. Nine tails, in truth, you are more pitiable than Naruto, for you have spent a millennium in solitude, devoid of a single friend. You know of my origins? The nine tails, surprised at the mention of a millennium, ceased its mockery and listened intently. Such matters are beyond human comprehension. Where did you glean this knowledge? Nowhere specific. It is simply something I ought to know. After all, I am the one you have long been preoccupied with, Akatsuki Yui. Wang Jin feigned mystery, suddenly realizing he could utilize omniscience to orchestrate a grand scheme. This world is but an illusion, and no one can unmask me. Why not exploit my unique advantage to its fullest? Having come into contact with the two most pivotal beings in the future of the Hokage world. While Sasuke was in no mood to cooperate, Naruto and the Nine Tails could still be of use. However, compared to the naive Naruto, this ancient fox would be more challenging to deceive, though not insurmountably so. Impossible. You cannot be the sage of six paths. Upon hearing the revered name, the Nine Tails shot upright, fixating its gaze on Wang Jin with a low growl. He perished a millennium ago. How could you possibly be him? Just because he died does not mean he cannot reincarnate through Chakra, Wang Jin replied with a gentle smile, placing his hand on the wooden pillar, transmitting his chakra into it. It is a trivial endeavor for me. Doubt me if you will. You can sense it for yourself, after all. I bestowed upon you the ability to perceive malice when I divided my chakra. You even know this? The Nine Tails was convinced that Wang Jin could not be the sage of six paths, for such a claim was absurd. Yet, the secrets Wang Jin spoke of, or the knowledge he possessed, were known only to the sage and itself. There could not be a third party aware of such matters, leaving it in a state of bewilderment. Half convinced, the Nine Tails concentrated on sensing Wang Jin's chakra, but found no familiar essence, prompting a scoff. Humph. I nearly fell for your ruse. I have never encountered your chakra before. Indeed, you would be surprised, Wang Jin thought to himself, as this was merely a part of his plan. He then revealed a card that would leave the Nine Tails utterly astounded. QB. It appears that my chakra has transformed after a millennium of reincarnation, which is why you are unable to sense it. Nevertheless, it suffices that you and Naruto coexist harmoniously, supporting one another in the future. That alone would satisfy me. QB, take a moment to sense Naruto's chakra. In his childhood, Ashura often embraced you, and he is more adept at reincarnation than I. Give it a try. You even know my name? Who are you? The Nine Tails roared, overwhelmed by the sheer number of unreasonable yet reasonable factors swirling in its mind. Once you sense it, you will understand. Come now. Such a thing is utterly impossible, the Nine Tails declared, though its body involuntarily began to scrutinize Naruto's chakra. Wang Jin encouraged, do not rush, take your time. You are aware of Ashura's temperament. Do you not find that Naruto bears a striking resemblance to him? Now that you mention it, their impulsive natures do share a resemblance. The Nine Tails, while sensing, began to recall the visage and chakra fluctuations of long-lost acquaintances from a millennium ago. After a brief moment, its expression grew increasingly grave, ultimately opening its eyes to gaze at Wang Jin with a complex countenance. What you say is true. I indeed sense Ashura's aura from this brat. However, I refuse to believe you are the sage. If he wished to live, he need not resort to such trivial reincarnation tricks. You speak wisely. My strength could endure for eternity, Wang Jin replied with a mysterious smile, continuing his persuasive discourse. Yet, the current ninja world has strayed from the ideals I established with the shinobi sect. People have begun to slaughter one another once more, with chakra becoming a weapon of murder. I have witnessed all this clearly from the Pure Land. I am weary of it. This world should not have devolved into such chaos. Wang Jin spun a narrative that was plausible enough to sway the great fox, as the Nine Tails listened, initially skeptical, but gradually shifting towards agreement. Indeed, humanity has long exploited my power to inflict harm upon one another. The sage's teachings of the shinobi sect were discarded centuries ago. So, your purpose in emerging from the Pure Land is to rectify these wrongs. Indeed, yet my strength may not suffice. Wang Jin extended his hand. The Nine Tails hesitated momentarily before allowing one of its tails to brush against his. I will trust you for now, sage. What would you have me do? First, Befriend Naruto. Once I regain some strength, we shall devise our next steps. This body belonged to a deceased Uchiha, which I am temporarily using to restore my powers. In due time, I shall once again become a sage. At that moment, you will have your opportunity to reshape this ninja world alongside your Jinchuriki. I understand, sage. The Ninetales nodded firmly. Wang Jin smiled in satisfaction as he withdrew from the ceiling space. The following morning, as Naruto arrived at the Ninja Academy, he practiced the shadow clone technique as usual. To his astonishment, he found it remarkably easy today. Unlike past attempts where he struggled for half the day, he effortlessly executed the jutsu. Have I truly mastered the shadow clone technique? Naruto thought, dazed, unable to believe his good fortune. Beside him, a lean boy with a top knot could not help but comment. What a bother. Now even the stragglers have caught up to me. It seems I must work even harder. After the boy's remark, a chubby classmate munching on snacks interjected. Shikamaru, you should have been studying diligently. After all, you are the smartest in our class. I have no desire to be the smart one. It is far too troublesome. In the divine tree space, the moment Wang Jin appeared, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a surge of potent chakra coursing through his body, resulting in a staggering transformation of his power. His chakra levels soared from 15 to 20, 30, and ultimately peaked at 45 before stabilizing. This sensation is exhilarating. Wang Jin beamed, speaking to himself. Yet, I know I can feel even more exhilaration. Divine Tree, I wish to submit the task of Maru Xing Gujia. Task complete. Chakra reward, 15. Maru Xing Gujia favorability, 20. Current favorability, 70. Boom. Wang Jin's chakra surged again by 1/3, reaching 60. At last, I have caught up to those super geniuses. Wang Jin clenched his fists, feeling an inexhaustible reservoir of strength within. Chapter 71. Journey to Anqing University on August 26th. Countless parents escorted their children to Anqing University, the most prestigious institution in the southern continent. Among them were some who had already been accepted, while the majority were preparing for entrance examinations. Wang Jin and Wang Yu were among them. The family of four did not take the bus to the main city like most others, but instead awaited someone. Wang Jin was with Xiaoyu, and Yin Ming had just emerged from the Divine Tree world that morning, with no time to prepare anything else before heading to Anqing City. Fortunately, they had decided to embark together, as the Zhou family wielded considerable influence in the West Valley district, and arranging a special vehicle was trivial for them. Soon, a luxurious light passenger vehicle halted before Wang Jin, and aside from him, the three members of his family appeared somewhat apprehensive. Xiao Jin, perhaps we shouldn't trouble them. After all, this is the Zhou family, suggested Cheng Feng, a quintessential rural woman who had never ventured far from home and was evidently nervous about encountering someone of such stature. Wang Yu and Wang Jiaxiang shared her unease, reluctant to share a vehicle with such prominent figures. Wang Jin smiled, intending to reassure his family when Zhou Hui emerged from the vehicle. Haha, Xiao Jin has arrived. What is the hurry? Your chakra levels have surged remarkably. Zhou Hui's words trailed off as he sensed Wang Jin's newfound strength, leaving him momentarily stunned. He distinctly recalled that just days prior, in the sacred tree world, Wang Jin had only just attained the rank of genin, and now he had surpassed that by a considerable margin. Father, what is wrong? Zhou Xiaoyu asked as she too exited the vehicle. Lacking her father's ability to sense chakra, she curiously activated her Byakugan. Instantly, the vast quantity of chakra emanating from Wang Jin astonished her, and she gasped in shock. 60 cards. You've actually broken through to 60 cards? How is that possible? I reached the explosive stage days before you, yet I have not surpassed your levels? Oh, how many cards do you have? Wang Jin activated his two-tomo Sharingan, swiftly perceiving her chakra levels. 56 cards? That is commendable. Are you dissatisfied with a daily increase of 2 or 3 cards? But you're achieving 4 or 5 cards daily, and without my resources, that is utterly unreasonable. Zhou Xiaoyu was flabbergasted, and the recently exited Yin Meng was equally astonished, as he only possessed 52 cards, fewer than Wang Jin. Wow, brother, has your eye evolved? Is that the two-tomo Sharingan? Yin Meng noted Wang Jin's transformation, and the group was once again taken aback. 60 cards? Xiao Jin, is what they say true? Wang Yu, an ordinary person, could only muster 4 cards of chakra, rendering her unable to gauge Wang Jin's true power. Wang Jin, not one for ostentation, had directly brought his family here after exiting the sacred tree space, leaving them unaware of his capabilities. The astonishing chakra levels that even the prodigies from prominent families found shocking left Wang Jiaqiang and the others at a loss for words, enveloped in silence. Wang Jin patted Wang Yu on the shoulder, turning his gaze toward his adoptive parents with a gentle smile. Uncle, aunt, sister, I am no longer the same as before. From now on, let me take care of this family. I assure you it will flourish. There's more to it, Zhuhui reflected. Wang Jin, with your standing in Konoha, as long as you are not hindered by the Sharingan, surpassing me in the future will be a mere formality. Your family will become the next great lineage in the Shigu district. What do you mean by hindered by the Sharingan? Is it your crimson eyes? Cheng Feng was primarily concerned about Wang Jin's safety, while Wang Jiaqiang and Wang Yu were insulated from such information, which had been suppressed by the council. Wang Jin cast a knowing glance at Zhuhui, who immediately grasped the implication. It's not a significant issue, you need not worry. He then urged, hurry. Let's get in the car. The assessments at Anqing University will commence afternoon. Oh, right, let us get in, Wang Jiaqiang complied, not daring to oppose Zhuhui's wishes. And the family promptly boarded the vehicle. Inside, Zhuhui engaged Wang Jin's adoptive parents in conversation to alleviate their anxiety. Mr. Wang, do you think my Xiao Jin can pass the entrance exam for Anqing University? Haha, absolutely. If he can't, then there won't be many students admitted. Zhuhui laughed heartily, assuring them of their son's capabilities. Could you share the examination process with us? My daughter might struggle. Well, this young lady does have limited talent. Anqing University might be a tad challenging for her. However, there's no need for concern among so many students. Most will not be accepted. It's merely a formality to showcase the strongest talents. As for the examination process, it's quite simple and has remained consistent over the years. Those with chakra exceeding 30 cards are exempt from the preliminary tests, which include ninjutsu, taijutsu, and so on. Those who excel in the preliminary phase may advance to the next round, where admission is determined based on merit and available slots. This year, there seem to be about 200 spots, which is quite generous. Those who perform exceptionally well will have an additional seat assessment, and those who pass will be prioritized for cultivation over the next 4 years at Anqing University. Ninjutsu, high-grade magical beast meat, and conductive equipment will all be provided free of charge. Becoming a seed talent signifies a rise to prominence with limitless potential. Upon hearing this, Cheng Feng's eyes sparkled with hope as she looked at Wang Jin. Xiao Jin, you must give your all to pass. This is for your own future. Aunt, don't worry, I will, Wang Jin reassured his adoptive mother, exuding confidence. However, a peculiar glimmer passed through the eyes of Wang Jin, Zhuhui, and Zhuxiaoyu. For they all understood that the Sharingan might become a liability, and the ultimate outcome could be less than satisfactory. At Anqing University, tens of thousands of students and parents congregated in the plaza, the vast space preventing any sense of crowding. Since entering, Wang Jin had been repeatedly awed by the sight of numerous jonin, formidable magical beasts, and high-ranking officials. Everyone quiet. At that moment, a figure soared into the sky, and the unaccustomed crowd gasped in amazement at the spectacle of flight. The distant figure's features were obscured, yet the resonant voice revealed it to be an elderly man. The elder continued, his voice clear for all to hear. The assessments are about to begin. Parents, please remain in place and do not move. Candidates, follow the guiding personnel to training ground number 1 to await your assessments. Parents, do not fret. Anqing University will provide real-time broadcasts of the assessment, allowing you to stay updated on your children's progress. Now, disperse and proceed. Guides, lead the way. Yes, Principal. Several hundred powerful ninjas responded in unison, affirming the identity of the elder as the highest authority at Anqing University. These ninjas unleashed their chakra to intimidate any parents who might delay the process with unnecessary inquiries, ushering their respective students through the plaza toward the school's interior. Wang Jin, Zhuxiaoyu, and Yin Meng followed a middle-aged woman, whispering among themselves about her strength, ultimately concluding that she was undoubtedly a jonin, prompting them to express their admiration. Indeed, Anqing University is remarkable. The presence of so many jonin is astonishing. On the way, the middle-aged woman introduced herself and the university to the over 200 students following her. Welcome to Anqing University. I am your lead instructor, Xionglan, a jonin specializing in water and fire release, with a chakra level of 1,300 cards. You may refer to me as Teacher Xiong. I will now give you a brief overview of our principal, Han Mingxian. He is 90 years old this year and an unpublicized shadow-level powerhouse within the council, holding a status that rivals the first and second speakers, with significant influence. Furthermore, what you see now is not the actual university. The true campus is located within the mountains, and only after you enroll will you be able to glimpse it. Xionglan pointed toward the east, and everyone turned to look, seeing only a towering mountain in the distance. The school is in the mountains? A girl in blue exclaimed in surprise. Xionglan, her phoenix eyes narrowing, nodded with a smile. Indeed, that is where students and teachers practice daily. This area is merely the urban district, providing us with living supplies. Teacher, how many students are currently enrolled? Over 700, including teachers, just shy of 1,000, Xionglan continued. The training ground no. One you will be heading to is a shared facility, accessible to both internal and external individuals, but it has been cleared today for your assessments. If anyone has questions, please pose them now. Once we meet the teachers in charge of the assessments, avoid asking unnecessary questions to save everyone's time. Just follow their instructions, understood? Yes. The students quickly acknowledged, and several immediately inquired about the content of the assessment. Xionglan's responses mirrored those of Zuohui. Zhuo Xiaoyu observed her group with her Byakugan and quietly remarked, "They're all ordinary people. The highest chakra level among them is only 10 cards. It seems there are not many geniuses here." After hearing this, Yin Meng's eyes lit up. In this case, we have a significant chance of becoming seed geniuses. It's not that simple, Zhuo Xiaoyu shook her head. The number of seed geniuses is determined not by the yearly student ratio, but by individual talent. Even if all students this year underperform, it does not mean that the taller ones will be chosen. Thus, whether one can become a seed genius depends on personal performance. This is something you both must remember. Understood, we will utilize our abilities to the fullest, Wang Jin nodded, instinctively placing his hand on his abdomen, where a concealed mass of Ninetail's chakra resided, invisible to others. Although he did not comprehend how the god tree had deceived the Byakugan, neither Zhuo Xiaoyu nor her father, Zuohui, had noticed it. Hence, it was even less likely for other sensory ninjas to discover it. Wang Jin had no time to probe this chakra. Yet he could sense its astonishing quantity. At least, it far surpassed his current 60 cards of chakra. This was his last trump card. If someone could force it out, he would not hesitate to reveal it. After all, it was inevitable that he would be discovered in the future, and it would be better to utilize it to gain substantial benefits. Initially, Wang Jin had worried about the troubles that exposure might bring. However, upon reflection, if the Sharingan could not be concealed, there was no reason to hide a mere mass of Ninetail's chakra. Xiaoyu Wang Jin. Just as they arrived at a vast outdoor training ground, a crisp female voice rang out. It was Luo Shiqing. She and Taoyu approached Wang Jin and the others, and upon meeting, the latter immediately inquired, "Wang Jin, how has your strength improved these past few days?" Taoyu's question was understood by all four. He had a task requiring Wang Jin's assistance and was concerned about his growth rate. Wang Jin smiled lightly. "It's manageable. I've refined only 50 cards of chakra." "How much?" Taoyu was stunned. 50 cards? Are you joking? I've only refined 30 cards. Are you serious? Luo Shiqing was equally astonished, scrutinizing him carefully. However, she was not a sensory ninja and could not probe his true strength. Zhuo Xiaoyu smirked. He's not joking. He already has 60 cards of chakra. Wow, what kind of luck did you stumble upon in the God Tree world? This is insane, Taoyu exclaimed, skeptical of Wang Jin's talent and suspecting that he had fortuitously received a generous reward. If you want to think that way, I completed a special task that rewarded me with 30 cards of chakra, Wang Jin shrugged. Taoyu quickly probed, another special task? How come I haven't heard about this? This is my first time encountering it too. Aside from the immediate rewards, there's nothing particularly special about it. Are you saying you don't have to wait until you go to the God Tree space to collect your rewards, but instead receive them directly in the God Tree world? Yes, perhaps that is the special aspect. But it shouldn't reward you with 30 cards. You're making us all jealous. Taoyu sighed, feeling envious. He had not received anything in 10 days, and compared to Wang Jin, he felt utterly speechless. Looks like I made the right choice in picking you. Your luck is simply invincible, Taoyu commented before falling silent, fearing that further discussion would deepen his envy. Luo Shiqing marveled. Well done, Wang Jin. You've caught up to us in an instant. There's still a gap. I refuse to believe you both have just been sleeping these past 10 days. Wang Jin activated his Sharingan, perceiving the chakra levels of the two, both around 80 cards. Their growth was reasonable, aligning with his expectations. as they had both been at 50 cards 10 days prior, classifying them as true super geniuses, far surpassing with Xiaoyu and Yin Ming. As the five conversed, all the students gathered, and Wang Jin finally saw the true visage of the principal of Anqing University. Aside from his status, he appeared no different from an ordinary elderly man, though he looked considerably younger, resembling someone just over 60 years of age. Han Mingxian, along with 9 middle-aged men and women, sat in a section resembling a spectator stand in front of the students. Xiong Lan's voice resonated at the right moment. Apart from the principal, the other 9 are your assessment teachers. All your performances, including your character, will be evaluated by them. And your admission will ultimately be decided by these 9 individuals. The principal does not involve himself in these matters. Therefore, you must not offend the assessment teachers, or else you will have no recourse if you are eliminated. Do you understand? Understood. The students immediately prepared to showcase their best selves. Han Mingxian rose, appearing quite ordinary in demeanor, lacking the overwhelming presence exhibited by the other 9 assessment teachers, yet his smile was warm and approachable. Before the assessment begins, I have a few things to say, and all students must listen carefully. As of now, there are a total of 230 registrants. However, this year's goal for the school is to enroll only 200 students. The competition is fierce, nearly 50 to 1, but this is the maximum capacity our school can accommodate. We hope for your understanding. The admission of seed geniuses does not depend on chakra quantity, but rather your individual performance. Thus, theoretically, everyone has a chance. Now, I invite Director Zhao to preside over this assessment. Please welcome him with applause. As Han Mingxian concluded, a black-clad elder who appeared older than him stood up, prompting the students to erupt into enthusiastic applause. I am Zhao Lai, the Director of Education at Anqing University, a senior elite ninja, and I hereby announce the commencement of the assessment. Students with chakra levels exceeding 30 cards may skip the preliminary test and come here to register. Others, please wait patiently. Zhao Lai was not tall, standing at about 1.6 meters, but his cold demeanor and immense chakra presence instilled respect in all students. Let us go? Zui Xiaoyu led the way, and the 4 of them immediately followed toward the stand. Chapter 73. The spectacular array of extraordinary geniuses. About 100 students approached the stand, where an unknown teacher promptly produced a registration book. You start. Please activate your personal panel. Yes, teacher. A robust boy was called upon and quickly opened his personal panel. Name, K. Ziwan. Affiliation, Tangyin Village. Ninjutsu. 7. Physical. 6. Jinjutsu. 2. Spirit. 6. Chakra. 30 cards. Rank, Jinin. Chakra nature transformation. Water. Fire. Bloodline limit. None. Mastered ninjutsu. Water release. Water prison technique. Water release. Water barrier. Fire release. Fireball technique. Qualified. Next. Thank you, teacher. The robust boy beamed with joy upon being accepted, prompting the next girl to eagerly showcase her panel, which revealed a similar level of talent and was also accepted. The assessment teacher wrote quickly, and soon 10 students had registered. None possess a bloodline limit, Taoyu murmured, as they stood in line. Nearly at the end of the queue, this year's student quality seems quite average. Take it slow. How many have gone through so far? Luo Shiqing shook her head. And just as she finished speaking, a student's panel caught Wang Jin's attention. Name, Su Luo. Affiliation, Fire Country. Konoha Village. Ninjutsu. 1. Physical. 9. Jinjutsu. 1. Spirit. 3. Chakra. 35 cards. Rank, Jinin. Chakra nature transformation. Earth. Bloodline limit. None. Mastered ninjutsu. None. What is going on? You have so much chakra yet don't practice ninjutsu? I don't know ninjutsu. Su Luo's face flushed red as he hurried to explain. I only know one taijutsu called the 8 Gates, which I was fortunate enough to learn from a taijutsu elite from Konoha. The 8 Gates. The registering teacher paused sharply, turning to look back. The other 8 assessment teachers in the stand immediately wore broad smiles, with one bursting into hearty laughter. Good. I didn't expect that Su Luo would be so impressive to be taught such a forbidden technique. Forbidden technique. As the teacher's words echoed, both the students in the training ground and the parents outside were astonished. The title of forbidden technique carried immense weight. Wang Jin was equally shaken, realizing he was not the only one fortunate enough to have caught the eye of Might Guy. Isn't that the guy who participated in the internal assessment with us? Yin Ming scratched his head and glanced at Taoyu. It's him, right? The one from the 3, or was it 4 cards? Indeed, it's him. Who would have thought that in just a few days, his luck would soar, not only significantly increasing his chakra, but also acquiring a forbidden technique. Such incredible fortune. Why can't I have that? Tao Yu was too exhausted to comment, realizing that everyone had gained more than he had in the sacred tree world. Do you know him? Wang Jin asked in surprise, to which Yin Ming nodded. Just a few days ago, during the exam you missed, we were all predetermined participants. Now we're just going through the motions waiting to compete for the seed genius. Mengzi, this person has limitless potential. We must befriend him. What? Do you know about this forbidden technique? Is the 8 gates of Duanjiao really that powerful? Of course, if it weren't powerful, how could it be a forbidden technique? Wang Jin was speechless at his simple-minded friend. Just don't provoke him in the future. Be careful not to get kicked to death. TCH, it's merely body technique. It's not that impressive. Yin Ming scoffed, for in his eyes, body techniques were the least useful. Wang Jin patted his shoulder, reminding him that when he gets beaten up, don't say I didn't warn you. Your lava release 1T be able to withstand the 8 gates. I know. I'm just expressing my opinion, not trying to provoke anyone. Yin Ming's expression was casual, prompting Wang Jin to shake his head. Next, after the registration teacher noted Su Luo's information, he began to write rapidly again. Soon, over 20 students had been recorded, but they were all ordinary geniuses, with no one else appearing like Su Luo, a monster with forbidden techniques. When the 59th person was registered, a red-haired boy once again shocked the crowd. Name, Yang Jun, Vortex Jun. Faction, Nun Ninjutsu. 9, Taijutsu, Tink Jinjutsu. 6, Spirit. 8, Chakra. 170 cards. Level, Chunin, Chakra Nature Transformation. Wind, Bloodline Limit. None, Mastered Ninjutsu. For Symbol Seal. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, Wind Release. Wind Cutter, Wind. Are you kidding? You're a Chunin. How did you refine your chakra? The students beside the red-haired boy erupted in shock. Yang Jin spread his hands helplessly and said, I don't know. My chakra just skyrockets every day from drinking cold water. I can't help it. Dude, you're way too cocky. Exactly, it's infuriating. Drinking cold water? This guy must have a colossal secret. Yes, he doesn't even have a faction in the sacred tree world. It's absurd. Everyone quiet down. The registration teacher called out sharply before smiling at the crowd. You're all students. What do you understand? Yang Jin's country was destroyed. Having no faction is quite normal. Isn't it? As for why his chakra amount is so enormous, you'll understand when you reach a corresponding status. I can only say that his situation is not only reasonable, but somewhat lacking. At this age, over 200 cards of chakra is considered normal. Wow. After the registration teacher finished, all the students became agitated. In their eyes, Yang Jun had already become a monster among monsters. How could this be understood? At that moment, Zhou Xiaoyu seemed to recall something and suddenly looked at Wang Jin. Vortex, you knew this surname was extraordinary all along, didn't you? You just realized that? Wang Jin gave her a sidelong glance, recalling who had said that he was just a naive kid unworthy of attention. Now do you regret it? Such a big deal. Wang Jin, why didn't you involve him? This is, Shu. Wang Jin hurriedly interrupted her. Luo Shiqing and Tao Yu looked at the two in confusion, while Yin Ming was still in shock and hadn't noticed. What vortex? It's nothing. Wang Jin shook his head. You two are destined not to inquire further. This is the rule of the sacred tree world, and knowing one be of any use. One is from the land of earth, and the other from the land of rain. Even if they knew Naruto's identity in the real world, they couldn't disclose it or harbor any thoughts about it in the sacred tree world. This is the rule set by the sacred tree. As for Zhou Xiaoyu, Wang Jin simply hoped she wouldn't approach Naruto with ulterior motives. Doing so would not only yield no benefits, but also attract hostility from the higher-ups of Konoha. After all, she isn't like him and cannot handle tricky subjects from a broader perspective. The luck of that vortex body is astonishingly high. Wang Jin felt envious. What he desired most, apart from the Mangekyo Sharingan, was to possess the physique of the Sage of Six Paths. Chapter 74. Hua Chun. The registration continued until it was Wang Jin's turn, with no more extraordinary geniuses appearing. However, Tao Yu and Luo Shiqing, both with individual scores of 10, stirred some commotion, but nothing compared to the shock brought by Yang Jun. Zhou Xiaoyu and Yin Ming were barely qualifying as super geniuses. The registration teacher pointed at Wang Jin, who took a deep breath and revealed his panel. After so many days of effort, rewards finally arrived. Name, Wang Jin, Uchiha Jin. Faction, Land of Fire, Konoha Village, Uchiha Clan, Ninjutsu. 6. Taijutsu. 4. Jinjutsu. 7. Spirit. 10. Chakra. 60. Cards. Level, Jinin. Chakra nature transformation. Fire. Lightning, water, bloodline limit. Sharingan, mastered ninjutsu. Lightning release. Ground walk, fire release. Great fireball, water release. Water dragon bullet technique, water release. Water clone, water release. Great water burst. 3, 10, 60 cards? Not bad. What has he considered? Sharingan. The registration teacher's hand trembled as he stared seriously at the bloodline limit section on Wang Jin's panel, seemingly verifying it. Damn, why did such a strong genius have to awaken this useless bloodline? Sigh, what a disappointment. The registration teacher waved his hand, signaling Wang Jin to put away the panel, while the 8 assessment teachers looked at him with pity, shaking their heads. Who would have thought that the Sharingan, which had been silent for so many years, would reappear? It's truly rare. I almost forgot about this bloodline limit. This kid is quite unfortunate. He's good in every aspect, yet awakened this useless eye. He is destined to not become a seed genius. What do you all think? Agreed. Giving him this treatment is a waste of school resources. Indeed, the school has already trained several Sharingan users, but each one suddenly perished. We cannot be indulgent anymore. Yes, the resources and energy required to nurture a seed genius are far too great. The 8 assessment teachers had already sentenced him to death, while Wang Jin was preparing to perform well. After Wang Jin and the others finished registering, only 10 students remained. Just when everyone thought no more super geniuses would appear, the third-to-last boy ignited another intense uproar. Name, Huachun, Night Moon Chun. Faction, Land of Thunder, Cloud Hidden Village. Night Moon Clan, Ninjutsu. 10. Taijutsu. 10. Jinjutsu. 6. Spirit. 7. Chakra. 98 cards. Level, Jinin. Chakra nature transformation. Wind, fire, lightning, earth. Water, bloodline limit. None. Mastered ninjutsu. Water release. Instant water, water release. Fire release, great fireball, fire release. Wind release, earth release, lightning release. Ground walk. Lightning release. 5 attribute genius. The students in the examination room and the parents outside were once again deeply shocked. Thus far, only Huachun had reached the 5 attributes. No one doubted that this was a result of his training, as time wouldn't permitted. He must have been born with 5 attributes. However, unlike the focus of others, Wang Jin was fixated on the lightning release. Chakra mode entry on Huachin's ninjutsu panel, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. What a valuable technique. I wonder if my mutated Sharingan can replicate it. The Sharingan, known as the copying eye, had never been attempted to replicate this technique in the original work. But Wang Jin wanted to give it a try. He thought to himself that the Sharingan in the real world should not only amplify side effects, but its capabilities must also be significantly enhanced. Perhaps he could successfully replicate this technique that stimulates cells and improves physical strength. At this moment, Huachun remained oblivious to the fact that someone had set their sights on his prized possession. His gaze lingered on Zhuo Xiaoyu and Yin Meng, a trace of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. I hear you two are students of Shigu number 6? Then Li Shuo must be your teacher. What do you mean by that? Yin Meng furrowed his brow, meeting Huachun's gaze, whose physique surpassed his own. Standing at nearly 2 meters tall with a robust build, Huachun exuded an aura of formidable strength. Nothing much, Huachun replied, nodding towards a diminutive elder in the stands. That is my teacher, Kong Xin. He has some past grievances with Li Shuo, and today I'm here to teach you a lesson on his behalf, as a token of filial piety. Upon hearing this, Kong Xin in the stand stroked his beard, a look of satisfaction crossing his face as he remarked to a nearby proctor, that rascal Li Shuo turned down our school's invitation to join No. 6 back in the day. Today, I shall show him just how foolish that decision was. Well, everyone has their own aspirations. Just don't let Huachun go too far. After all, they are still classmates. Rest assured, I will exercise restraint. It's merely a matter of saving a little face for Li Shuo. It's a pity he isn't here today to witness this, Huachun lamented. Who says he isn't here? I just saw him outside. He has arrived. Oh, that makes things even more interesting, haha. Kong Xin and the proctor did not bother to lower their voices, and the hundreds of students below, all adept ninjas, overheard their exchange. Instantly, their gazes flitted between Huachun, Zhuo Xiaoyu, and Yin Meng, anticipating a spectacle. Hello, Huachun. I'm Wang Jin. It's a pleasure to meet you. Wang Jin, are you out of your mind? Can't you hear this guy is here to teach us a lesson? Haha, what lesson? This is merely a spar. We're all classmates. Let us not speak so harshly. Wang Jin enthusiastically grabbed Huachun's hand, leaving him bewildered. Have we met before? No. But now we are acquainted, right? Wang Jin grinned broadly, continuing, if you want to spar with us from number 6, just say the word. I'll join you. Make sure to give it your all, and don't worry about hurting me. Just leave your ninjutsu behind. Wait, you're also from number 6? What's with this enthusiasm towards me? Once Huachun realized the situation, he promptly shook off Wang Jin's hand and stepped aside, mumbling under his breath about misfortune. What are you scheming now? Zhou Xiaoyu remarked, sensing something amiss with Wang Jin's unusual demeanor. Wang Jin, with a grin, gazed at Huachun's retreating figure and replied, Oh, nothing much. I simply don't want the principal to waste so much effort on me. I don't believe you. You definitely have ulterior motives. Chapter 75. A brief display of skills. Do not wander off. Wait until their preliminary test is over before proceeding to the next assessment. Yes, the 100 or so newly admitted prodigies sat quietly in the stands, while over 9,000 students in the distance grew increasingly anxious as their turn approached. Over 200 teachers, leading them, stepped forward in formation behind Wang Ling, the registration officer from earlier, facing the students. Wang Ling nodded slightly to all the students before instructing the accompanying teachers, begin. Yes, Wang Ling sensei. Under Wang Ling's watchful eye, the teachers produced their storage scrolls, unfurling them onto the ground and rapidly forming hand seals. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosive sounds erupted, accompanied by white smoke, revealing over 205-meter tall, 2-centimeter thick objects resembling shields. These were called ninjutsu testing shields, prepared by the school for the annual influx of examinees. Shortly, under the direction of their respective teachers, each student would unleash their signature ninjutsu against the shields. Don't worry about the shield shattering. You novices lack the strength to do so. The leading teachers will recommend you based on your performance, and I will make the final decision regarding your admission. Understood? Understood. A deafening roar erupted from the vast training ground as over 9,000 candidates sprang into action, moving to their respective teachers to begin the assessment. Countless ninjutsu techniques manifested, though most were of D rank or rudimentary body techniques, with C rank being rare. In no time, candidates were swiftly eliminated by their teachers, with only a few remaining, pending Wang Ling's final approval for admission. Among them was Wang Jin's sister, Wang Yu. She had watched Wang Jin shine, feeling both proud and awed by his prowess amidst the multitude of talented individuals across the major cities. Approaching the testing shield, Wang Yu executed a powerful kick without waiting for the teacher's words, then turned to Wang Jin in the distance, waving her hand vigorously and shouting, "Little brother, you must do your best. Mom, Dad, and I are watching you." After shouting, she turned and walked towards the plaza. Lacking any ninjutsu, her family could not afford it, and Wang Jin did not have the funds to spare. She only possessed the non-combative body technique, rendering her chances of admission bleak. Such was the plight of the impoverished. Even with some talent, they could not compete with the offspring of affluent families. "I'll do my best," Wang Jin replied with a slight smile, taking solace in his sister's encouragement. He would never bring shame upon his family. Zhou Xiaoyu noticed this exchange, rolling her eyes and playfully punching Wang Jin's arm. "Aren't you going to help your sister, given she doesn't even have any ninjutsu? What can I do? A single fireball technique costs hundreds of thousands. Where would I procure that?" Wang Jin sighed, adding, "Even if I gave her a couple of ninjutsu techniques, she still wouldn't meet the admission criteria. Encheng University is beyond her reach." "True enough. So, which school does your sister plan to attend?" "It's up to fate, I suppose. Whichever school accepts her will be it." At this point, Wang Jin thought of his chubby friend and his girlfriend. Perhaps Wang Shanshan's grandfather's school would accept her, as the admission requirements were generally lax when they needed students. However, deep down, Wang Jin truly believed that whether or not Wang Yu attended university was inconsequential. Once he grew stronger, he would change their family's circumstances. He understood his sister all too well. She wasn't motivated by a desire to become a ninja, but rather sought to escape the clutches of poverty and improve their lives. She was certainly not cut out for slaying monsters or engaging in combat. Although 9,000 students sounded like a large number, the efficiency of over 200 assessment points was high. Within 2 hours, All students had completed their assessments. Ultimately, only 150 students remained, while the others returned to the plaza to watch the evaluations alongside their parents via the large screen, resulting in a notable quietness in the number 1 training ground. Wang Ling regarded the remaining students with authority, stating, "Only 92 spots remain. 58 of you must be eliminated. The next assessment would be personally supervised by me. You, young lady, begin by demonstrating your ninjutsu against the testing shield." Wang Ling retrieved the registration book, and the girl pointed out immediately complied, launching a fireball technique towards the shield. "Excellent, you are admitted." Next, at 4 in the afternoon, the preliminary assessments concluded, and the 208 students gathered together. Although Ensheng University had stipulated an intake of only 200 new students this year, exceptional candidates could be admitted beyond this limit, depending on the assessment teacher's discretion. Now we will test your practical combat abilities. Pair up for matches until the strongest among you is determined. The matchups are random. It's a test of skill, not luck. Each participant has 3 chances to fail. Once exhausted, you will be eliminated, forfeiting your chance to become a seed talent. However, do not despair. Being a seed talent is not permanent. Every 2 months, there will be a reshuffle. As long as you strive, opportunities will still arise. Is that understood? Understood. The 208 students shouted in unison, their eyes glimmering with visions of ninjutsu, high-grade monster meat, and coveted equipment beckoning them. The other 8 assessment teachers, who had remained still, finally stepped down, dividing the students into 9 platforms for simultaneous evaluations. Wang Jin, Liang Lulu. Wang Jin was called first, being the center of attention in this assessment. The other contenders, earmarked as seed talents by their teachers, had yet to be summoned. A girl of average height and appearance wore a bitter expression, while Wang Jin opposite her appeared completely at ease. How unfortunate to encounter such a brilliant genius in the very first match. Liang Lulu seethed internally. With only 22 chakra and lacking any bloodline limits, she felt utterly hopeless against Wang Jin. Overseeing their examination was none other than Kong Xian, who had passed grievances with Li Shua. Dressed in form-fitting black combat attire like the other instructors, Kong Xian's lips twitched slightly as he glanced at Wang Jin, seemingly amused. "Come on, show me what Li Shua has taught you." "I won't disappoint you," Wang Jin replied with a faint smile, then inquired, "Shall we begin?" "Proceed," Kong Xian said. In an instant, as Kong Xian's words fell, Wang Jin swiftly formed hand seals, completing 4 in less than a second. A water dragon, over 10 meters long, emerged from behind him, lunging ferociously at Liang Lulu on the ground. "Is this the water dragon bullet?" Huqing, Yang Zhen, Su Luo, Tao Yu, and Luo Shiqing, all extraordinary talents, were left dumbfounded. They had never seen an A-level ninjutsu simplified to such an extent by Wang Jin, which opened their eyes wide. "Shiqing, this kid's ninjutsu talent is even more terrifying than yours," Tao Yu marveled. "Oh my, how can an ordinary genius like Liang Lulu have ever encountered such an A-level ninjutsu?" Terrified, she fled immediately. "Stop," Kong Xian casually unleashed a chakra wave that obliterated the water dragon, staring at Wang Jin in surprise. "Impressive, kid. You've simplified the water dragon bullet's hand seals to a level I couldn't achieve, and I don't recall Li Shua possessing such ability. You're too kind. These are merely trivial techniques," Wang Jin responded dismissively as he returned to the ranks. Kong Xian found amusement in Wang Jin's nonchalant demeanor, chuckling, "You've got some spirit, huh? Chinner, when you face him later, make sure to teach him the importance of respecting his teachers." "Rest assured, this kid is in my hands," Huqing replied. Though Wang Jin's simplification of the hand seals had momentarily shocked Huqing, he still did not consider him a worthy opponent. "Impressive, but unfortunately, you've encountered me." As the practical assessments progressed fervently, another highly anticipated genius was about to take the stage. In the square of Ensheng University, though the hour was late, parents and students from various major cities remained, fully aware their children would not be accepted but eager to witness the extraordinary talents in action. In an inconspicuous spot, Li Shua quietly observed one of the 9 large screens displaying Yang Zhen, the new student with the largest chakra capacity. His opponent, barely qualifying as a genius, possessed 3 attributes and 55 chakra, but lacked any bloodline limits. A special physique. I wonder if Xiao Jin can handle him, Li Shua pondered, feeling gratified by Wang Jin's growth. The fledgling eagle had finally taken to the skies, standing alongside the geniuses. However, He sensed Wang Jin still had some distance to cover, given his relatively weak foundation among such exceptional talents. Li Shua shook his head slightly, believing that while Wang Jin might not dominate the freshman competition now, in a few years, he would undoubtedly rise to the rank of a jonin, at which point the disadvantages of his low starting point would vanish, ensuring that the 6th middle school would shine brightly. As Li Shua contemplated, Yang Jun's match commenced. His opponent executed hand seals at a remarkable speed, rivaling Wang Jin. Seizing the advantage, a massive fireball surged toward him. Yang Jun, unperturbed, maintained composure as he completed his hand seals. Just as the fireball approached, he formed a spiral with one hand near his mouth, unleashing a chakra surge far exceeding that of an ordinary genius. Wind release, great breakthrough. A violent gust erupted from Yang Jun's mouth, instantly dispersing the gigantic fireball and sending its caster flying several dozen meters, crashing hard against the stands. Cough, cough. The boy spat blood, feeling as though his insides had shattered, racked with pain as he cursed. Damn it, the wind release suppressed the fire release? How am I supposed to fight like this? Defeated, he helplessly surrendered to the examination instructor, realizing the chakra disparity was insurmountable. Yang Jin easily secured victory, prompting numerous students and parents in the square to lavish him with praise for his enviable chakra capacity. Huachun, what do you think of Yang Jin? Amongst the gathering of extraordinary talents, Luo Shiqing smiled and spoke. Huachun smirked slightly, his eyes flickering with disdain as he watched Yang Jin return. He's merely relying on his abundant chakra, superficial and not to be feared. Oh, I would like to see what you can do to underestimate me. Just as Yang Jin returned, he overheard Huachun's remarks and felt indignant. You're merely a 5-attribute shinobi, why the arrogance? Heh, you'll soon learn whether I'm arrogant or not. Huachun regarded Yang Jin as insignificant, believing his true rival to be Wang Jin. Pondering, it is said that the Sharingan's insight is only inferior to the Byakugan. This person's hand seal speed is not slower than mine, and his simplification of hand seals is utterly outrageous. He is indeed my formidable opponent. The matches continued, and soon all the extraordinary geniuses had taken their turns. As the sun set and the training grounds illuminated, only a few outstanding talents remained eligible for challenge. Su Luo, Yang Jin, Huachun, Luo Shiqing, Tao Yu, Zhui Xiaoyu, Yin Meng, Wang Jin, and the unexpectedly formidable Jinjutsu user Xiang Feifei. Xiang Feifei's matches had bewildered the students. She had advanced using only a single Jinjutsu, leaving her opponents unconscious without exception, instilling profound respect among the earlier extraordinary talents. Now, the main event was about to commence. As the first confrontation between extraordinary geniuses finally occurred, Tao Yu faced Su Luo. Clad in a black combat uniform, Su Luo's attire seemed somewhat unconventional to the average observer. But Wang Jin found it quite appealing, a bright green bodysuit. No wonder he attracted the attention of the Konoha Azure Beast. His appearance suits him well. Indeed, Su Luo was dressed in the same style as Might Guy and Rock Lee, sporting a green bodysuit. Tao Yu, do not underestimate taijutsu. Do not let him get close. Wang Jin cautioned. Nodding, Tao Yu stepped into the arena. Su Luo, show me why the 8 gates are considered forbidden techniques. Be careful. I'm afraid I might hurt you if I lose control of my strength, Su Luo replied, appearing shy, which made Tao Yu frown and admonish. We are all shinobi. Do not be so bashful. Use your full strength. Yes, yes. Su Luo nodded vigorously, and at Kong Xian's command, he dashed toward Tao Yu with extraordinary speed. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Tao Yu unleashed several fireballs the size of basketballs, manipulating their trajectories with chakra to frequently obstruct Su Luo's approach. Yet, the latter, agile and nimble, effortlessly navigated through the barrage of fireballs, swiftly closing the distance to Tao Yu. Tao Yu, originally considering a long-range offensive with ninjutsu, stubbornly insisted on testing Su Luo's taijutsu prowess. There are others who can perform taijutsu as well. As Su Luo approached, Tao Yu executed a sweeping kick aimed at Su Luo's chest, only for the latter to effortlessly grasp his leg, causing Tao Yu's expression to change drastically. Damn! Such immense strength. Tao Yu was in dire straits. From a distance, Wang Jin sighed. I warned him not to underestimate a taijutsu ninja capable of the 8 gates. Yet he insisted on challenging their forte. Such foolishness. He shouldn't lose this easily, right? Luo Shiqing remarked, observing Tao Yu struggling to withstand Su Luo's fierce taijutsu assault. Her brows furrowing. He is trained in taijutsu specifically and is considered quite skilled. Skilled? Wang Jin shook his head. It is futile before the 8 gates. There is no taijutsu that can rival it. You shall see. Within a minute, Taoyu will surely be defeated. Boom. The sound of shattered stone reverberated within the arena as Su Luo's formidable strength manifested. Even a seemingly ordinary punch could extract a heavy toll from Taoyu. At this moment, Taoyu regretted his decision to engage in a contest of physical prowess, but it was too late. He had no time to form seals. Completely subdued by Su Luo. I still have a chance. I must endure. Taoyu felt tingling in his hands and legs. A consequence of colliding with Su Luo's martial arts. Su Luo, if your skills are merely this powerful, victory will elude you. Taoyu bellowed. Seizing an opportunity to strike Su Luo back a few steps, swiftly forming hand seals. Taoyu had won. Luo Shirqing's lips curled into a slight smile. If he was granted a chance to form seals, Su Luo would undoubtedly face defeat. First gate, open. Leaf whirlwind. Boom. Before Luo Shirqing could finish her words, Su Luo erupted with sudden intensity, kicking the still-preparing Taoyu several meters away, causing him to crash heavily to the ground, unconscious. Su Luo triumphed. And the next match was between Zhuo Xiaoyu and Yang Jun. Kong Xian, overseeing the event, offered Su Luo a smile. Young man, strive hard. Your potential is immeasurable. Yes. Teacher Kong. Su Luo's cheeks flushed with excitement at the praise as he returned to the ranks of the exceptionally talented. Noticing everyone's gaze upon him, his bashful nature resurfaced, prompting him to lower his head to avoid eye contact. Who would have thought? You are quite the enigma. Beneath your shy demeanor lies a wild combat style, Yin Meng remarked. He was well aware of Taoyu's prowess. Yet the latter could not withstand even a single blow from Su Luo, truly terrifying. Ha ha ha. I was simply fortunate, and Taoyu is impressive as well. Su Luo chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. The spectators shook their heads in disbelief at the stark contrast between his fighting style and personality. Xiaoyu, wait a moment. What is it? Wang Jin caught the girl about to take the stage, whispering in her ear. Are you planning to use gentle fist to seal off Yang Jin's chakra? Yes, that's the only technique I know. Is there a problem? Yes, a significant one. You must be cautious. After being sealed, he might forcibly break through with chakra. Furthermore, his sealing techniques are far more formidable than your clan's acupuncture. Wang Jin cautioned earnestly, despite the girl's slim chances of victory. Zhuo Xiaoyu was taken aback. Her eyes filled with disbelief. You mean he would dare to recklessly shatter his chakra points? That's impossible. The damage to his body would be immense. Go on. Remember my words. You mentioned ordinary people, but Yang Jun is anything but. Wang Jin patted the girl's shoulder encouragingly, and Zhuo Xiaoyu, burdened with anxiety, made her way to the arena. Should Wang Jin's warning hold true, she would have no hope of victory. Yang Jun was tall and robust, towering over Zhuo Xiaoyu, whose slender and perfectly proportioned figure starkly contrasted with his brawn, evoking a beauty and the beast dynamic. Ha ha, Xiaoyu, you may go first, Yang Jun said politely. Zhuo Xiaoyu nodded in acceptance, assuming the stance for gentle fist. Bang, bang, bang. Zhuo Xiaoyu initiated the attack. Her Byakugan combined with her family's techniques made her more formidable than Su Luo, suppressing Yang Jun from mounting an effective counter. However, the disparity in their chakra reserves was too vast. Yang Jun's speed and strength far surpassed hers. Although she had the upper hand initially, she failed to inflict any significant damage. Gentle fist. After approximately a minute of their martial contest, Zhuo Xiaoyu cried out, her finger fiercely jabbing toward Yang Jun's solid chest. Yang Jun did not evade. It seemed he was waiting for her to strike. With hands forming seals, he similarly struck at Zhuo Xiaoyu's abdomen. He had no time to execute his sealing technique. In an instant, Zhuo Xiaoyu discerned the outcome, opting not to change her defense. Channeling her chakra into Yang Jun's chakra points. The Byakugan, renowned across the continent, was certainly known to Yang Jun. A trivial skill. Let me show you the true essence of chakra sealing. Open. Boom. Yang Jun's low shout was accompanied by a trickle of blood from his mouth. And in Zhuo Xiaoyu's incredulous gaze, a surge of chakra entered her body. Oh no, Wang Jin was right. Zhuo Xiaoyu felt her chakra vanish, rendering her as ordinary as any commoner. Bang. Yang Jun's kick struck her abdomen, leaving the girl unable to rise from the ground. Without chakra, she was merely an ordinary person. Being able to endure a ninja's blow was already a testament to her physical resilience. Zhuo Xiaoyu was thus deprived of her fighting capabilities. Yang Jun was victorious. Kong Xin, after announcing the results, cast a resigned glance at the latter. Young man, I know your clan possesses remarkable physical strength and recovery abilities. Yet you must not fight so recklessly. Be wary of sustaining hidden injuries that may haunt you for life. Haha, you speak wisely, teacher. Yang Jun replied with a hearty laugh. I merely wish to test the power of the Byakugan. I shall not be so rash in the future. Go now. Teacher Wang Ling is a medical ninja. Let him treat you so that your subsequent matches are not affected. Yes. Yang Jun assisted Zhuo Xiaoyu, apologizing profusely as they returned to the newcomers section. Wang Jin, taking the girl from him, spoke with a hint of exasperation. Why do you all refuse to heed advice? First Tao Yu, now you. Are you feeling the consequences yet? Zhuo Xiaoyu, with tears welling in her eyes, lamented. That kick from Yang Jun was merciless. And you still find it amusing. You must avenge me. Teach that brute a lesson. Cough, cough. Xiaoyu, I apologize. It was not my intention, Yang Jun said awkwardly. Realizing the embarrassment of striking a girl, Wang Jin helped the girl to sit, smiling reassuringly. Do not worry. I will ensure he pays for this. The next match featured Xiang Feifei and Yin Ming. What? How did I end up facing that weirdo? Yin Ming exclaimed, shrinking back in trepidation. Brother, quick. Give me some advice. I can't help you. Illusions can only be countered by oneself. Wang Jin shrugged, indicating his helplessness. Provided you realize you have fallen under an illusion in time. Damn, my luck is abysmal. I would have faced anyone but that weirdo. Yin Ming muttered as he approached the center of the arena, where Xiang Feifei stood expressionless, having said not a word throughout her matches, exuding an air of cold indifference. Let the match begin, Kong Xin announced flatly. Yin Ming immediately charged at Xiang Feifei, hoping to conclude the battle before she could employ her illusions. However, every opponent had the same thought. With over 30 units of chakra, it was impossible for her to have reached this stage without substantial skill. Wang Jin observed as the frail, pale Xiang Feifei cast a glance at Yin Ming, causing him to collapse as if struck by a heavy blow. What kind of illusion did she use? Wang Jin furrowed his brow, mentally sifting through the illusions that had appeared in the original text, yet finding none that correlated with her. Could it be a technique of her own creation? That seems unlikely, Ho Chun murmured beside him, with her surname Xiang. Her physique is weaker than the average person, and if she hails from Dalong County, she must be a direct descendant of the continent's sole illusionist clan, the Xiang family. Her abilities should stem from the clan's secret techniques developed over centuries. The Xiang family? An illusionist clan? Wang Jin's interest peaked as he licked his lips. Just what I need. This could prove advantageous. Chapter 78. A spectacular tournament. Xiang Feifei again triumphed over her opponent in an incomprehensible manner, quietly retreating to a corner, choosing not to engage with anyone as she awaited her next match. Goodness, this girl possesses terrifying mental strength. I feel as though my head is about to explode. Yin Ming, having regained consciousness after only a brief moment, returned to Wang Jin's side to vent his frustrations. Wang Jin slowly nodded, analyzing in front of the crowd that the technique she employed was likely a visual illusion. In theory, one could evade it by not looking into her eyes. Yet, how could one fight without looking at the opponent's eyes? Su Luo grimaced, lamenting that he had no jutsu and could only rely on close combat. The other exceptional talents wore grave expressions. If they couldn't perceive the opponent's movements, how could they secure victory? Wang Jin, noticing Su Luo's lack of confidence, expressed her disdain. While it is understandable that others may struggle, you, a practitioner of the 8 gates, lack even this basic skill? Observe her legs. You can deduce her upper body movements from her lower body. What? Su Luo was taken aback. Was there truly such a fighting method? It seemed exceedingly difficult. Wang Jin shook her head, deciding not to elaborate further. This method was reminiscent of Might Guy's tactics against Itachi Uchiha in the original story. Although it was possible that Itachi had held back, it had proven effective nonetheless. Su Luo, you are the one least intimidated by Xiang Feifei. Do not forget the uniqueness of your 8-gate state. What do you mean? Su Luo was momentarily stunned. Wang Jin, realizing her explanation was still unclear to him, found his lack of understanding concerning. Think for yourself, she replied, turning her gaze towards the arena, where Luo Shiqing faced off against Ho Chun. And Su Luo effectively had to buy this round. The chakra levels of the two were quite similar, differing by only a small margin. which meant it would come down to their foundational skills and unique techniques. From their previous performances, Hua Chun and Luo Shiqing were nearly equal in their speed of hand seals, jutsu combinations, and simplification methods. It was difficult to predict who would emerge victorious. However, Wang Jin felt that Luo Shiqing's chances were slim, as no one had yet forced Hua Chun to utilize his lightning release chakra mode. Kong Xian, witnessing his disciple finally facing a super talent, grinned. Chun'er, defeat her. Do not bring shame to your teacher. Kong Laosher, enough. You are the referee now? Luo Shiqing rolled her eyes. You cannot show favoritism. Haha. Do not be upset, Luo family girl. We are all acquaintances here. It does not matter. Let the match begin. Your battle will surely satisfy everyone. Yes. Both Luo Shiqing and Hua Chun shouted in unison, launching their attacks simultaneously, two jutsu appearing almost at the same moment. Fire release, fire dragon bullet technique. Water release, water chaos waves. Sizzle. Luo Shiqing's fire dragon was extinguished by Hua Chun's powerful stream of water, creating a thick mist that obscured everyone's vision. At that moment, both teacher and student utilized their abilities, attempting to discern the contest through the steam. But none could match the clarity of Wang Jin and Zhui Xiaoyu's ocular techniques. Wang Jin activated her Sharingan, instantly perceiving the outlines, meridians, and chakra of both combatants through the vapor. In her sight, neither participant hesitated despite the obscured view. Instead, they seized the opportunity to attack, eager to exploit the temporary advantage. Bang, 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 boom. A cacophony of physical clashes and jutsu exchanges erupted within the white smoke, causing the spectators to grow anxious, eager to grasp the unfolding situation. Wind release, great breakthrough. Whoosh. A fierce gust dispersed the mist, revealing the results, which were initiated by Hua Chun. At that moment, he appeared somewhat disheveled, his clothes singed, indicating that he had indeed suffered due to the temporary loss of visibility. Luo Shiqing remained composed, her attire pristine, gazing at her opponent with a smile. Unable to hold back? I expected more from you. It seems you are not as formidable as I thought. Merely relying on strong perception, next, I will show you my true strength. Hua Chun's expression darkened. He had indeed faltered. Earth release, earth flow river. Hua Chun expelled a large amount of earth with great force, compelling Luo Shiqing to evade. Body flicker technique. Whoosh. Luo Shiqing executed two seals before vanishing from Hua Chun's sight, reappearing to his left at high speed. Upon noticing this, Hua Chun quickly altered his approach, crouching and slamming his palm on the ground, unleashing a blue-white lightning bolt towards Luo Shiqing. Luo Shiqing immediately dodged while moving, forming seals as she pressed her speed advantage, forcing Hua Chun into a defensive position where he could not grasp the initiative. Water prison technique. Lightning release. Lightning serpent. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Their hand seal speeds were astonishingly rapid, mesmerizing the onlookers as a series of combined jutsu emerged, escalating the battle to its climax. Excellent. This is the most thrilling match of the day. Indeed, Luo Shiqing is remarkable, maintaining control of the battle. Hua Chun has been cornered. Does he have no more tricks up his sleeve? If this continues, he will lose. Do not be hasty. He has yet to utilize his lightning release chakra mode. And Luo Shiqing has not revealed her boil release. Both still possess considerable reserves. After half a minute of intense jutsu exchanges, the chakra of both Hua Chun and Luo Shiqing had diminished significantly. It seems I cannot win without this move. Hua Chun felt the pressure from the exceptionally talented girl and summoned an earthen wall to block the raging wind, his body enveloped in blue-white lightning. It's happening. Hundreds of meters away, Wang Jin began to replicate the technique, instantly understanding the chakra flow within Hua Chun. However, he failed to fully copy the lightning release chakra mode, his expression revealing confusion. Is the distance too great? It seems I must wait until we engage directly. The strange sensation relayed by the Sharingan made him immediately comprehend the issue at hand. Upon further reflection, he realized that to replicate an opponent's ability, he could not exceed a distance of 100 meters, prompting him to conserve his ocular energy. The Sharingan had indeed enhanced in the real world. Thus, the drawbacks of its side effects appeared negligible compared to the benefits it provided. At this moment, Wang Jin felt a sense of satisfaction. The lightning release chakra mode was not replicated in the original story by the Uchiha. Perhaps it was impossible, or perhaps it was possible. In any case, his Sharingan had not disappointed him. Boom. Hua Qin's body was shrouded in a mass of blue-white lightning. His speed dramatically increased, crossing 100 meters in the blink of an eye to appear before Luo Shiqing. So fast, Luo Shiqing felt a sense of foreboding. Hua Qin's speed exceeded her expectations, leaving her no time to form seals, compelling her to attack with taijutsu. Yet, while she had previously matched Hua Qin in close combat, his power had drastically transformed under the lightning release mode, and it took merely 3 strikes to determine the outcome, causing Luo Shiqing to spit blood. You've lost. Hua Qin's finger rested against Luo Shiqing's fair neck, his voice cold. If I wished, you would already be dead. I was too careless, Luo Shiqing replied calmly, astonished at the significant enhancement provided by Hua Qin's lightning release chakra mode. Had I employed boil release sooner, that would have been futile. Hua Qin retracted his finger. Your eyes cannot keep pace with my speed. Regardless of how powerful your jutsu may be, if you cannot hit your target, it is meaningless. With that, he turned to leave, and Luo Shiqing, with a bittersweet smile, exited the arena. No matter how she rationalized it, she had lost. And no amount of excuses could alter the reality. Next match, Su Luo, Wang Jin. Chapter 79, The First Replication Mom. Dad, it's my turn. In the square. Upon hearing Wang Jin's name, Wang Yu shouted excitedly. Cheng Feng and Wang Jiaqiang wore expressions of pride and anticipation. They were immensely proud of Wang Jin's journey thus far. The surrounding parents of students were astonished upon hearing this, quickly surrounding the trio with questions. Is that your child? Yes, Wang Jin. My goodness. You do not appear to come from a wealthy family. How did you raise such an exceptional child? Little Jin's talent is innate. Our education had nothing to do with it. Wang Jiaqiang grinned, relishing the envy of others as he casually recounted Wang Jin's past. When those parents learned that the couple were ordinary people with fewer economic resources than themselves, their envy grew even more intense. A rather stout woman promptly slapped her child, expressing her frustration. I allowed you to spend your holiday idly playing on your phone, but upon your return, I shall destroy it. Mom, I lack the talent. No amount of effort will secure me a place at Anqing University. I might as well relax and enjoy my phone. The boy felt aggrieved, harboring resentment towards Wang Jin, believing that he was the source of his misfortune. Enough, enough. Do not strike the child. Some things are simply beyond the reach of ordinary folk. Indeed, Anqing University only admits 200 students each year. It is exceedingly difficult to gain entry. Do not pressure your child so. Attending a regular university is quite acceptable. Yes, my daughter not only spends her holiday glued to her phone, but also sleeps in every day. No amount of scolding seems to help. Several parents offered their advice, while simultaneously lamenting, their children exchanging glances of shared exasperation. What a situation. We can't even watch a competition without being scolded. These adults are truly unbearable. On the arena, Wang Jin warmed up his body. Su Luo, you should ideally begin with the 8 gates. Otherwise, you may not have another opportunity. That was my plan. Your water release is formidable. Su Luo scratched his head, grinning foolishly. Good. I have long coveted the body techniques of the 8 gates. They should satisfy me. What do you mean? Su Luo was puzzled, but Wang Jin waved his hand, signaling Kong Xin to commence. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Kong Xin's eyes. Kid, you wish to replicate his body techniques, do you not? Indeed, Wang Jin candidly admitted. Although he was not a body technique ninja, such skills remained vital, particularly within the realm of the sacred tree. The Uchiha clan was naturally adept at physical combat. To neglect honing such prowess with the Sharingan would be a waste. Previously, he had no one to guide him and lacked the time to practice. Now was a prime opportunity, and Su Luo's efforts would soon transform into his own. Excellent. The Sharingan has been dormant for so many years that I had nearly forgotten its capabilities. Let us begin. Allow me to relive the shock I felt upon first witnessing the Sharingan. After Kong Xin spoke, he leaped away from the arena, leaving Su Luo with a question. But Wang Jin instantaneously activated his double Tomo Sharingan, calling out sharply, let us begin. All right. First gate, open. Sharingan, replicate. Boom. Both Su Luo and Wang Jin exhibited unusual changes on their bodies. Yet Su Luo surged forward at remarkable speed, while Wang Jin's first gate opened momentarily before closing. This is untenable. My body is too weak to endure the 8-gate strain, Wang Jin thought ruefully. Although he successfully copied the 8 gates technique, his frail condition rendered him incapable of sustaining it, forcing him to shut it down. Upon closing the distance, Su Luo leaped high, delivering a fierce kick. Wang Jin's Sharingan accurately replicated his movements, capturing every detail. Bang! Wang Jin's right arm blocked perfectly. However, the disparity in strength rendered technique futile, and he was sent flying by Su Luo's kick. Su Luo pressed the advantage, unleashing a series of fierce physical techniques that thoroughly subdued Wang Jin, making it appear easier than his prior match against Tao Yu. Relying on the Sharingan, Wang Jin struggled to endure the relentless assault, leaving the spectators baffled. Isn't he using his simplified water release technique? This was the collective inquiry, save for Kong Xin and the testing instructors in the stands. Tao Yu frowned. I dare say that fellow has some foundation in body techniques. Does Wang Jin truly believe he can withstand this with just his Sharingan? Perhaps, Wuchen scoffed. That kid is quite arrogant. Earlier he told me not to hold back. He seems reckless as well. I've heard the Uchiha clan is quite proud. It appears Wang Jin is no exception. The two exchanged thoughts, while the other super geniuses nodded in agreement. However, Lu Xiaoyu, Yin Ming, and Luo Shiqing did not believe Wang Jin was such a person, convinced he had ulterior motives. The former two based their thoughts on their understanding of him, while the latter was aware of the Sharingan's capabilities. Is he attempting to learn Su Luo's physical techniques? Luo Shiqing murmured. But why does he show no signs of mental exhaustion? This is inconsistent with the family records. Boom. Su Luo had dominated Wang Jin for nearly a minute. At this point, Wang Jin felt a sharp pain in his arms and numbness in his legs, unable to continue. His attacks became repetitive. He likely had no other moves left. It's my turn. This guy's strength is truly formidable. Su Luo suddenly noticed a change in Wang Jin's expression, suspecting he had some secret strategy, and quickly retreated a couple of steps. However, the unexpected unfolded before everyone's eyes. Instead of seizing the opportunity to form hand seals and unleash ninjutsu, Wang Jin boldly advanced to engage in hand-to-hand combat. How dare he? Yang Jin exclaimed. Yet before he could finish, all spectators were left stunned. Wang Jin's fighting style was eerily familiar. A student South parent in the square stared blankly at the large screen and exclaimed, Isn't that Su Luo's technique? How does Wang Jin know it? Indeed, when did he learn it? Was it just now? Could it be that Wang Jin's talent is so extraordinary that he can master it after a single viewing? Moreover, he replicates it flawlessly. Is this the work of a prodigy? In the square and training grounds, the super geniuses were astonished. They had not anticipated the battle would evolve in such a manner. Chapter 80, Mastering Body Techniques. Bang. 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 Wang Jin attacked Su Luo using his techniques, leaving the latter both shocked and feeling somewhat awkward. I finally understand. Your Sharingan allows you to instantly learn others' techniques. Su Luo exclaimed, seizing Wang Jin's right arm. To be precise, it's replication. Your physical techniques are quite impressive and have greatly assisted me. Unbelievable. Su Luo lamented in frustration. Others toil endlessly to learn these techniques. And you grasp them in mere seconds? It's infuriating. Haha, what can I say? I possess the Sharingan. Wang Jin kicked Su Luo away, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. But truthfully, even if I can use them, it's merely a facade. I cannot reach your level. Su Luo, strive hard. Your potential is truly beyond imagination. Thank you. You as well. Before Su Luo could finish his sentence, Wang Jin vanished amidst a flurry of falling leaves, reappearing while mimicking Huachen's stance, his finger poised at Su Luo's temple. You have lost. You are also a Jinjutsu ninja. Su Luo's face was a mask of shock, caught entirely off guard. It is him, the president of Anqing University, Han Mingxian, who had refrained from intervening since the match began, suddenly stood up, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Jin. What is it, President? Are you all right? Nothing. Just reminded of a friend from the sacred tree world, Han Mingxian replied, shaking his head as he sat back down, his heart a whirlwind of emotions. I hope Wang Jin never discovers my connection with his teacher. That could lead to complications. Wang Jin wins. Next match, Yang Jun versus Yin Ming. Kid, wait a moment. Just as Wang Jin intended to rejoin his team, Kong Xin called out to him. Teacher Kong, how may I assist you? Do you not feel any headache? Kong Xin scrutinized his facial expression, finding no abnormalities. Not at all. I feel perfectly fine, Wang Jin replied before returning to the team, leaving Kong Xin scratching his head in confusion. How peculiar. This kid has only just become a genin and has already activated his double Tomo Sharingan, yet shows no signs of pressure. It's truly strange. In Kong Xion's extensive experience, the double Tomo Sharingan typically did not manifest until reaching the Chunin level. Wang Jin had awakened it far too early. However, compared to the activation of his eyes, his mental state remained unusually stable, showing no signs of being strained, leaving Kong Xian utterly perplexed. What he did not know was that Wang Jin had encountered a unique opportunity, acquiring a fragment of Sasuke's Sharingan, which significantly enhanced his mental power, allowing him to remain calm and composed. Otherwise, based on the energy expenditure from his single Tomo state, even if he activated the double Tomo now, he would not be able to sustain it. Yang Jun and Yin Ming ascended to the stage, but few super geniuses paid attention. As this was a match Yin Ming was destined to lose, their focus remained on the recently returned Wang Jin. No wonder you dared to be so arrogant. It turns out you have such a skill. Hua Chun fixed his gaze on Wang Jin and said earnestly, illusions are indeed troublesome. But do not presume that you can defeat me solely through this trick. I have a backup plan that will surely satisfy you. Wang Jin chuckled in response. I only hope you hold nothing back. I am quite intrigued by your lightning release chakra mode. What? You shameless thief. Hua Chun grimaced, turning his head away from Wang Jin, who continued, if you dare not use it, then grant me the title of champion of the freshman competition. Damn it. Hua Chun's expression darkened. The others exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. The ability to replicate was too abnormal. No one could accept the feeling of having their years of hard work handed over to another. Within a minute, Yin Ming was thoroughly defeated. In the face of overwhelming strength, no amount of technique could suffice unless one possessed a unique skill, which he did not. In the second match, Hua Chun faced off against Sui Xiaoyu and, as expected, effortlessly claimed victory. The girl could not withstand his relentless combination ninjutsu, deprived even of the opportunity for close combat. The third match featured Luo Shiqing and Tao Yu, both super geniuses of comparable strength. The former employed boiling release, exhausting her chakra to barely gain the upper hand, resulting in yet another thrilling contest. In the fourth match, Xiang Feifei faced Su Luo, while Wang Jin had a bye, leaving him uncertain if it was by Kong Xian's design. Having experienced an illusion once, Su Luo became wiser. He avoided looking into Xiang Feifei's eyes, instead focusing on her legs to anticipate her movements. However, his last-minute efforts were too sudden and unrefined, leading him to inadvertently meet Xiang Feifei's gaze. Open for me. Su Luo felt ensnared by the illusion. The violent chakra within him surged fiercely, breaking free and catching Xiang Feifei off guard. Illusory realm. The pale-faced girl spoke for the first time, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, clearly struggling. Su Luo, having just escaped one illusion, was ensnared by another, one evidently more potent, rendering him unable to withstand it any longer. He charged towards the stands in a frenzy. He's lost it. How dare he attack the teacher? Yin Ming's eyes widened. Wang Jin shook his head, realizing that Xiang Feifei had taken control of Su Luo, causing him to mistake the teacher for her. Boom. A teacher casually waved his hand as if swatting a fly, using chakra to knock Su Luo unconscious, with Xiang Feifei victorious. The next match was between Yang Jun and Wang Jin. Are you alright, girl? Kong Xian asked after declaring the result, to which Xiang Feifei silently shook her head and returned to her corner. Such an introverted personality. How could the Xiang family allow her to seek knowledge alone? Kong Xian sighed and began organizing the next match. Yang Jin stepped onto the stage with a serious demeanor, feeling immense pressure from Wang Jin. Wang Jin, if I had to name one person I fear among this crowd, it would undoubtedly be you and Hua Chun. However, if I could choose one to face, I would prefer to contend with him rather than you. Your Sharingan and illusions are exceedingly troublesome. Truly a versatile warrior with no apparent weaknesses. Not entirely true. If I must say, your chakra is not in the lead, yet I still do not dare to underestimate you. I feel the same, Wang Jin replied calmly. Among these individuals, you are indeed a formidable opponent, and I shall not take you lightly. Let us begin. I must warn you not to rely solely on your vast chakra to engage me in a war of attrition. A war of attrition? No, I cannot. The only strategy one can think of to win is precisely that. Do not blame me for taking advantage. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A powerful gale erupted, consuming 1/5 of Yang Jun's chakra and elevating the might of his ninjutsu to terrifying levels. Wang Jin, witnessing this, cursed inwardly. There was little room to evade in the arena, and he could only brace himself, retaliating with an equal amount of chakra. Chapter 81. The Ninetales cloak shocks the entire arena. Water release. Great water collision wave. A colossal wave over 30 meters high materialized, neutralizing Yang Jun's tempest. Just as Wang Jin intended to execute a decisive move with Konoha's technique, Yang Jun unleashed another ninjutsu without regard for the first's effectiveness, resolutely pressing on to overwhelm Wang Jin through sheer volume. Haha, Yang Jun is truly shameless, exploiting the arena to bully others. Huichen laughed heartily, while the other super geniuses were left speechless. If he were to face Yang Jun himself in a similar manner, he would find himself utterly helpless. It's unfair for Wang Jin to face such an opponent without being able to exert his full strength, Tao Yu sighed. Initially eager to see if Yang Jun could withstand his illusions, but feeling disappointed. Indeed, such a splendid opponent wasted. This fellow is willing to sacrifice his dignity just to win. The other super geniuses echoed this sentiment, doubting Wang Jin's ability to turn the tables under such extreme conditions. Yang Jun, enough. What meaning does such a battle hold? But I wish to win. My apologies. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Yang Jun was resolute, ignoring any semblance of shame, while Wang Jin cursed internally, feeling utterly exasperated. Since that's the case, do not blame me. I had no intention of bullying you, Wang Jin exclaimed. A surge of faint red bubbles enveloping him, his aura tripling in intensity. What is this? Yang Jun gasped in astonishment, sensing Wang Jin's chakra rivaling his own. 180 points. Wang Jin tapped into the chakra of the nine tails, observing with satisfaction the beastly cloak enveloping him. Excellent. Not only has my chakra surged, but my defenses have significantly improved. Ordinary ninjutsu can no longer harm me. Yang Jun's powerful attack was absorbed by the beastly cloak, costing Wang Jin a portion of his chakra. However, 180 points marked Wang Jin's physical limit, not the nine tails chakra limit, and the consumed chakra was rapidly replenished. Moreover, Wang Jin felt the nine tails chakra automatically restore itself after any depletion, the source of its energy remaining a mystery. Regardless, he was relieved not to have to worry about exhausting it one day. I relish this advantage. It's utterly absurd. Wang Jin rejoiced in his first experience wielding the nine tails chakra, reveling in its potency. You enjoy bullying others with chakra? Let us see you try again. Water release. Great water collision wave. Boom. 100-meter wave engulfed the arena, crashing down upon Yang Jun like an apocalyptic deluge, prompting the latter to unleash a flurry of curses. Did you just use 150 points of chakra for that technique? Indeed. Wang Jin stood upon the towering wave, arms crossed, allowing his opponent to struggle futilely. You like to fight this way, do you not? I shall oblige. Water release. Stop. I concede. Yang Jun, realizing Wang Jin's chakra remained unaffected and fearing further assaults, quickly surrendered. One ninjutsu he could withstand, but 2 or 3 would be insurmountable. His chakra, while abundant, was not infinite. An extraordinarily peculiar match concluded, and it took the spectators a moment to regain their senses, left somewhat dazed. The shock brought on by Wang Jin's beastly cloak was immense. Not only had his chakra multiplied several times, but he also seemed impervious to depletion. Such an outrageous technique was unprecedented in their experience. As Wang Jin retracted the beastly cloak, a wave of pain coursed through him, causing him to wince as his skin bore extensive burns. My body is too weak. I cannot rely on this too often. This was a side effect of the beastly cloak, a phenomenon also experienced by Naruto in the original story, but he, being a member of the Uzumaki clan, had the Nine Tails assistance for recovery and thus remained unconcerned. A monster. Returning to the ranks of super geniuses, the term echoed in the minds of all present. This was no longer a mere human feat, thankfully. They only thought it, refraining from voicing it aloud, for Wang Jin would undoubtedly acknowledge the truth of being a monster, as this was indeed the power of the Nine Tails. Wang Jin, what was that technique? Tao Yu could not help but inquire, prompting the others to lean in with curiosity, having never heard of it before. Wang Jin did not disclose the secret, instead patting Tao Yu on the shoulder. Do not rush. In due time, you shall know. Oh, this is your secret. It's only natural that you would not wish to share. Tao Yu nodded vigorously, understanding that prying into others' secrets was highly frowned upon, and no one appreciated it. Yang Jun was defeated, and Wang Jin's next opponent would either be Huichen or Xiang Feifei. Both were on edge, lacking confidence to win the match. If he hadn't previously revealed his tailed beast disguise, it might have been a different story, but now there was hardly any chance left. As the matches continued, Zhuo Xiaoyu triumphed over Yan Ming, while Su Luo unleashed his third door to defeat Luo Shiqing. Huichen narrowly overcame Xiang Feifei, and Tao Yu, utilizing his combat experience and skills, managed to defeat Yang Jin, creating an upset. The next match was Wang Jin versus Xiang Feifei. Finally, it had arrived. As Wang Jin stepped onto the stage, he beheld Xiang Feifei, pale and frail, across from him, anticipation flickering in his crimson eyes. His father had warned him against engaging with those who wielded the Sharingan. To everyone's astonishment, Xiang Feifei unexpectedly initiated a conversation. Why? Wang Jin was momentarily taken aback and quickly inquired. With her flowing purple hair and a delicate appearance akin to a girl often confined to a hospital, she replied, because all the illusions of the Xiang family are visual-based, and the Sharingan inherently counters visual techniques, leaving no chance of victory. Is that so? Then do you intend to concede? Wang Jin felt a twinge of regret, realizing that he would not obtain any illusions today. However, the unexpected unfolded before him as Xiang Feifei vigorously shook her head. No, I shall not concede. I wish to test whether my father's words hold true. I do not believe my mental strength is inferior to yours. Perhaps I could become the first in my family's history to overcome the Sharingan. Haha, that's the spirit. A true warrior must not be hindered by mere rumors. Wang Jin was taken aback, his delight evident as his grin widened. It was apparent to everyone that he harbored ulterior motives. Luo Shiqing spat disdainfully. This guy only has his eyes on Xiang Feifei's illusions, yet speaks so grandly. How shameless. There's no denying that his ability to replicate is impressive. We can only envy it, Tao Yu remarked, smiling wryly. Although he spoke casually, he envied the Sharingan's capabilities deeply. Kong Xin, before announcing the match's commencement, earnestly cautioned Wang Jin, "Kid, the consumption of replication techniques differs from that of ninjutsu. Do not be reckless. You cannot control those cursed eyes yet. Thank you for the reminder, teacher. I am aware of my own limits. Let us begin." Wang Jin shook his head in refusal. And Kong Xin, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow, visibly displeased. "If you choose recklessness, I shall not advise you further. You may begin." As Kong Xion's words faded, Wang Jin felt a powerful mental force invade his mind, inducing a sense of drowsiness. The sudden onslaught was a testament to the potency of her illusions. Caught off guard, he had no time to prepare for replication, forcing him to withstand the attack with his mental strength. Xiang Feifei was formidable. Her mental prowess exerted pressure even upon Wang Jin. Yet, he managed to neutralize the pressure with an equal amount of mental force. Indeed, she is not to be underestimated. Prepare for my next move, Illusory Realm. With a surge of energy, Xiang Feifei unleashed her mental force, and Wang Jin successfully replicated her illusion. Just as she intended to use her mental strength to counter his offensive, the Sharingan unexpectedly activated, seizing a portion of his mental energy and launching an attack of its own. Mirror world shift. Boom. The very illusionist who had once bullied others with her techniques collapsed to the ground, leaving the audience in stunned silence. In disbelief, Wang Jin thought, what a surprising turn of events. He approached the girl, lifting her gently as she stirred back to consciousness. Mirror world shift was a capability of the Sharingan, essentially a reflection of illusions. In the original narrative, Kurenai was caught off guard by Itachi's use of this technique, falling victim to her own illusion. Truly worthy of the Sharingan, Xiang Feifei murmured, weakly struggling to free herself from Wang Jin's grasp. I too possess a mental strength of 10. Yet I was no match for you. It is truly frustrating. Even without the Sharingan, I harbor no fear of your illusions, Wang Jin replied with a subtle smile. I believe you have realized that a 10 is not merely a 10. Your total mental strength differs significantly from mine. That may be true, yet I refuse to concede entirely. The Sharingan is simply too adept at countering me. Xiang Feifei remained defiant, and Wang Jin chose not to argue further, instead asking, by the way, what is the name of this technique, and what does it do? I call it the Illusory Realm. It can induce unconsciousness in opponents. And those with weaker mental fortitude may find their perceptions distorted, ensnared by the caster's deception. An excellent name for an extraordinary ability. It is indeed a treasured technique of your family. Wang Jin offered his sincere praise, recognizing that the Illusory Realm did not require hand seals, allowing for sudden activation. A quality that surpassed 90 of illusions. Though the illusion had been replicated, Xiang Feifei remained composed, sharing a mutual understanding with Wang Jin. As she neared her corner, she softly spoke, Wang Jin, illusions have always been at a disadvantage against magical beasts, often overlooked by the continent's strongest. I hope we can redefine its reputation and reveal to the world what the strongest technique truly is. Indeed, I understand this sentiment. It is equally disheartening for me. Let us strive together. Wang Jin extended his hand, and in a departure from her usual reserved demeanor, Xiang Feifei smiled slightly, her delicate hand meeting his, eliciting curious expressions from the other prodigies. Yin Ming, impressive. This brother has returned from battle with a little wife? Stop talking nonsense. Can't you see they simply admire each other? Zhuo Xiaoyu chastised Yin Ming with a firm strike to his head, leading to a sheepish grin from him. It seems Xiang Feifei comes from a well-off family. She is quite lovely. Wang Jin might consider her, he mused. Get lost. You only think about nonsense. What? Are you against love? Zhuo Xiaoyu, do you have feelings for Wang Jin? I like you, get real. Like me? I suppose I can reluctantly accept that. Scram. As the competition continued, and they arrived at the final match of the current enrollment, aside from Wang Jin and Hu Chun, everyone had faced each other. Overall, the assessment was accurate. The super prodigies divided into two tiers. Wang Jin, Hu Chun, and Yang Jun formed the elite tier, while the others fell slightly behind. Yang Jun, while still trailing behind the top two, had lost 2 matches, whereas Wang Jin and Hu Chun remained undefeated. Yet, in terms of future potential, Yang Jun outpaced all, indicating that current rankings did not define one's true capabilities. It was widely acknowledged that while several prodigies emerged each year, few would evolve into Jonin and ultimately triumph in the end. In the realm of the Divine Tree continent, becoming a Jonin represented the most significant threshold. Once one transcended that life tier, all subsequent levels would also rise. There had yet to be a case of a Jinin or Chunin defeating a Jonin. The final match, Wang Jin versus Hu Chun. Kong Xian smiled faintly. You two exemplify the quality of this year's strongest newcomers. Let us witness a spectacular display of your full prowess. Yes, teacher. Hu Chun replied firmly, while Wang Jin nodded slowly. Kong Xian retreated to the edge of the arena and, under the gaze of all present, raised his hand. Begin. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Earth style, earth flow wall. Wang Jin initiated the hand seals, conjuring a water dragon over 30 meters long, which Hu Chun countered with an earth flow wall. Earth flow wall. I shall seize the opportunity to replicate it. Wang Jin had no intention of swiftly defeating his opponent. He firmly believed in his current capabilities. He had witnessed Hu Chun struggle against Xiang Feifei and was confident that he could overcome her illusions. The Sharingan not only countered visual-based illusions, but also enhanced them. The same technique wielded by him would yield a different level of power than in Xiang Feifei's hands. However, this also meant he could not access the lightning release chakra mode, a loss that was not worth the trade-off. After Hu Chun neutralized Wang Jin's first wave of attacks, he swiftly performed hand seals, and Wang Jin, disregarding the technique Hu Chun employed, replicated it, executing the same gestures in near-perfect synchronization. Fire style, fire dragon bullet technique. Fire style, fire dragon bullet technique. Roar. 2 fire dragons, each over 30 meters in length, appeared almost simultaneously, fiercely clawing at one another, their strengths evenly matched. Seizing this opportunity, the two combatants collided, engaging in a fierce exchange of physical techniques, each targeting the other's vital points without holding back. Bang! Wang Jin, utilizing Su Luo's martial skills, gained the upper hand with the astonishing dynamic perception of his Sharingan, yet he could not best Hu Chun. After all, his physique was his Achilles heel. While the latter may not possess superior technique, his strength and speed were significantly superior, and he was not likely to be defeated anytime soon. Above the arena, the fire dragons clashed, while on the ground, the two engaged in a contest of physical prowess, captivating the spectators, including students and parents, as well as the elite prodigies on the fringes, who silently admired the high-caliber contest. Li Shual watched Wang Jin, who had merely 2 months prior been a novice ninja, now standing toe-to-toe with the most formidable talent, his eyes glistening with tears of pride. Though he had also meticulously trained with Xiaoyu and Yin Ming. They hailed from prestigious families, and their achievements were to be expected. In Li Shua's heart, it was the commoner, this young man who had persevered to reach such heights through sheer determination, who was truly his recognized disciple. Such a feat was no easy endeavor. Wiping the corner of his eye, Li Shua turned his gaze to Kong Xian, whose expression was solemn on the screen, and he couldn't help but chuckle in triumph. Old fellow, it seems you have lost to me once again, haha? You are indeed formidable. I must now unleash my full power. Huachun roared as he kicked Wang Jin away, his body enveloped in blue-white lightning, a flicker of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. Though I know you will replicate my techniques, I shall never concede the title of the top freshman to you. Haha, let us see then. Wang Jin's eyes gleamed as he began to draw heavily on his mental energy. The scarlet Sharingan pierced through Huachun's chakra pathways. And under the influence of his formidable mental strength, the chakra became obedient, responding to his will. Lightning released chakra mode. Buzzing. The two unleashed the legendary techniques of the Raikage from the Naruto universe, enhancing their strength, speed, and defense through cellular stimulation. Boom. Once more, Wang Jin and Huachun collided in a display of physical prowess. With the lightning released chakra mode augmenting their abilities, they exhibited astonishing speed and power, causing the onlookers to raise their thumbs in approval. Chapter 83. The Killing Intent of a Jonin? A joke. Impressive. This truly is the strongest duel of the year. What a visual feast. Indeed, especially this Wang Jin, who previously had no reputation at all. No one expected him to reach this level. A dark horse shining with brilliance. Absolutely. This lad has become famous in battle. After today, discussions about him among the 3 major cities will be abundant. Exactly. Wang Jin has undoubtedly caught the attention of the powerful. Those seeking to recruit him will be plentiful. Several parents of students postured as though they were well-versed in worldly affairs, engaging in animated discussions. Recruit? Nonsense. At that moment, an elderly man with graying hair, a wrinkled face, and clad in coarse linen scoffed, causing the surrounding crowd to furrow their brows. What did you say, old man? A middle-aged man with a cigarette questioned. Are you implying we are mistaken? That Wang Jin's talent is beneath the notice of the powerful? Indeed, the linen-clad elder replied with a faint smile. What do you ordinary folks know of the powerful? I assert that Wang Jin will never be held in high regard. Hey, are your eyes deceiving you? Can't you see that Wang Jin is on the verge of becoming this year's strongest freshman at Anqing University? Someone retorted. Could it be that your child failed the exam? And now you envy and resent others? Envy? How utterly laughable. The elder's voice rose slightly as he declared with conviction, just wait and see. Even Anqing University will not desire him. Mark my words. Who would believe that? This old man must be senile. Everyone, ignore him. This elder is surely just a contrarian, deliberately sparring with us. Indeed, how laughable for someone nearing the end of their days to speak so boldly. The crowd dismissed the elder's words, who merely shook his head and smiled, turning his gaze back to Wang Jin on the screen, silently praying. Han Mingxian, you old fool, having lived your life in ignorance, do not suddenly come to your senses and take Wang Jin under your wing today. In the arena, Wang Jin remained at a disadvantage in the physical contest against Huachun, but this was intentional. He sought to test the newly mastered lightning release chakra mode. In just this short time, I can already feel my cellular vitality significantly increased. This technique is indeed crucial. At this moment, Wang Jin was also concerned about his bodily changes. He quickly glanced at the panel in his mind and discovered that his physical attribute had indeed increased by 1. From 4 to 5. This proved that as long as he consistently utilized the lightning release chakra mode to stimulate his cells, his body would continue to strengthen. Naturally, the effects were not entirely miraculous. His enhanced physique was also greatly attributed to his recent consumption of monster flesh, with the lightning release chakra mode merely igniting this latent energy. Boom. After a prolonged stalemate, Huachun unleashed all his strength, delivering a punch that sent Wang Jin flying. Having accomplished all his objectives, Wang Jin no longer wished to play games and directly employed his most formidable technique. Illusory Realm. Konoha's Flowing Willow. Buzzing. Wang Jin's two-tomo Sharingan shimmered slightly as he expended a significant amount of mental energy to cast 2 illusions in quick succession, effectively ending the match. His finger poised at Huachun's temple, who still struggled within the effects of the illusion. Did I exert too much force? Wang Jin observed the cold sweat streaming down Huachun's forehead, who remained entrapped in the illusory realm, nodding in satisfaction. The 2 illusions were merely to prevent any chance of resistance from his opponent, but it appeared that one would have sufficed. The Konoha technique was wasted. Wang Jin withdrew his finger and took 2 steps back, calmly watching Huachun struggle. After approximately half a minute, a furious roar resonated throughout the arena. Break free. Huachun seemed to be gasping for air, his body swaying as he fought to remain upright, beads of sweat cascading down his face. I see through your illusion. Continue fighting. He bellowed, his expression one of unwillingness. Since I became a ninja, I have never lost to anyone of the same rank. You, Wang Jin, are no different. As Hua Chun finished his declaration and prepared to form hand seals to attack, a steady yet forceful hand grasped his arm. Enough, Chunner, you have lost. No, teacher. I still have chakra. I can still fight. Silence. Kong Xian shouted, delivering a slap that jolted the frenzied Hua Chun back to reality. It seems that both your grandfather and I have spoiled you too much. A person who cannot even face defeat will never achieve greatness. I lost. The pain on his face brought Hua Chun back to his senses, and he stared blankly at Wang Jin across from him, murmuring, I actually lost to an opponent of the same rank. After a bitter smile curved his lips, Hua Chun walked off the arena, his defeated demeanor eliciting sympathy from many. Alas, this youth was born in the wrong era. Without Wang Jin, he would have been the ruler of this year's freshmen. What a pity. Hua Chun's mindset is flawed. One defeat does not signify anything. He simply must work harder to overcome his adversaries in the future. Haha, your words reveal your ignorance of Hua Chun's background. If you knew who his grandfather was, you would understand why he is so affected by defeat. Who is it? The surname is Hua. Could he possibly be the grandson of the second speaker? You actually know? Yes, he is indeed the grandson of the current second speaker, Hua Long, and the son of Hua Meng, the minister of the Dark Department of the Southern Continent. What? Is that true? Now can you comprehend why he is so concerned with victory or defeat? I understand. To have such a prestigious background, yet lose to a commoner like Wang Jin is undoubtedly hard to accept. I would feel the same. The crowd murmured. And Kong Xian shook his head as he gazed at Hua Chun's retreating figure before announcing loudly, the practical assessment has concluded, and the top performer is Wang Jin. We shall now proceed to the final assessment, willpower. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, including Wang Jin, as Hui had not mentioned that there would be another assessment following the practical one. What is willpower? At that moment, the 9 elite prodigies had gathered around Kong Xian, with Yin Ming scratching his head in inquiry. Kong Xian, this reform was only implemented this year. In the past, we discovered that some prodigies possessed remarkable abilities yet lacked the corresponding mindset. At this juncture, he cast a deep glance at Hua Chun, who, feeling ashamed, lowered his head, realizing that the teacher was using him as a negative example. Teacher, I have regained my composure. I acknowledge my mistake. Haha. It's commendable that you've recognized your error so swiftly. Your journey as a ninja has only just commenced. A few failures do not signify anything significant. You may strive to recover in the future, Kong Xian said with a reassuring smile, before continuing with the assessment details. The so-called mindset encompasses not only combat experience, but also awareness and courage. You shall soon comprehend how to implement this. Boom. As Kong Xian's words resonated, a terrifying aura of murderous intent enveloped the 9 super prodigies. Step forward 3 paces to pass the assessment, Kong Xian stated nonchalantly. This, Yang Jin trembled, realizing that his body was paralyzed by the intimidation of the murderous intent. It was not just him. Everyone else found themselves similarly immobilized, unable to even twitch a finger. Only Wang Jin maintained a relaxed expression, strolling toward the teacher as if taking a leisurely post-meal walk, and with a slight smile remarked, Teacher Kong, I suppose I've passed? Did a mere ninja, who is yet to achieve the rank of an elite jonin, think he could intimidate me with his murderous intent? Wang Jin found it utterly amusing. Kong Xian's aura was a far cry from the true cold-blooded killer, Orochimaru, not to mention the difference compared to Kakashi, who had slaughtered jonin like dogs in the Second Shinobi World War and was the father of the notorious Hatake Kakashi. Chapter 84. A public outcry. He actually did it. The 8 super prodigies who reached the final stage stared at the calm Wang Jin with incredulous expressions. They were ensnared in the murderous aura, unable to extricate themselves, their bodies unwilling to obey their commands, and they could not fathom Wang Jin's apparent ease. Such a disparity was inconceivable. Boom. The arrogant Hua Chun, provoked by Wang Jin, broke through his limits and took 3 bold steps forward, standing before Kong Xian. I can too. Hua Chun's eyes were fixed on Wang Jin, and the pent-up frustration within him was finally released. Wang Jin smiled slightly, remaining silent and indifferent to the competition. He had no regard for these so-called super prodigies. They lacked even the direction for the path he was destined to tread. Following Hua Chun, Luo Shiqing and Tao Yu also conquered their inner fears and transcended Kong Xian's murderous intent to complete the assessment. The others, including Yang Jin, remained immobile, unable to overcome their primal instincts. Observing this, Kong Xin retracted his murderous intent and slowly shook his head. Do you see? This is your spirit. You still have a long way to go. After saying this, he cast a complex gaze at Wang Jin, whose display of talent and potential today astonished him while also evoking a sense of regret. Why did my murderous intent have no effect on you? Because I have encountered individuals with far stronger auras before and have grown accustomed to it. Wang Jin answered candidly, without concealment. In the real world, ninjas had been significantly enhanced, but upon entering the world of Naruto, they would revert to their original forms. Kong Xin would merely be an ordinary elite jonin within Konoha, incomparable to the true powerhouses like Orochimaru, Kakashi, and the legendary figures of the shinobi world. Upon hearing this, Kong Xin nodded silently, realizing the truth behind Wang Jin's calm demeanor. I now declare the conclusion of this year's entrance examination for new students, with the first place being Wang Jin, the second place Chun, and the third. As Kong Xin announced each name, the annual entrance examination of Anshin University came to a close. You 9 shall await here. I will discuss with the other assessment instructors to determine who will be selected as seed talents. After saying this, Kong Xin returned to the viewing platform. The parents of the students in the square gazed at the 9 super prodigies on the big screen with immense envy, knowing that as long as they survived, a bright future awaited them. Colleagues, let us now express our opinions on who among them can be nurtured as seed talents. On the platform, Kong Xin resumed his seat, and the other 8 assessment instructors immediately began to whisper among themselves, deliberating. Chun is indisputable. He must become a seed talent. Indeed, I believe that girl from the Luo family is also worthy. What do you all think? Agreed. Her ninjutsu talent is commendable. With some training, she will undoubtedly become a jonin. And Yang Jin, with his Uzumaki physique, if he doesn't become a seed talent, it would be outrageous. Yes, he qualifies. What about Taoyu? His talent is high, and his mindset is commendable. Well, I believe he still lacks a touch. Perhaps we can reconsider next time? That works. After all, there will be another assessment in a few months. What about Xiang Feifei? How shall we address this? She is the heir of the Xiang family, with exceptional jinjutsu talent. Agreed. She shall be recognized as a seed talent. I concur. Very well, let's count her in. You all focus solely on ninjutsu talent. What about Su Luo, whom I favor? I have been waiting for a taijutsu talent who can master the 8 gates for many years. Old Lu, don't be hasty. We know you urgently need a taijutsu talent to inherit your legacy, but Su Luo's foundation is still lacking. Let's wait for his further development before we reconsider. Agreed? Agreed. Very well, then he shall not be selected this time. Are you all deliberately avoiding the issue? How shall we handle this troublesome Wang Jin? Silence. Upon hearing this, the previously jovial assessment instructors suddenly fell silent, each casting a look of complex emotions at the upright young man standing below, feeling quite conflicted. Had Wang Jin not been the strongest newcomer of the year, they would not be in such a predicament. His outstanding performance had left the other 8 super prodigies far behind, complicating matters for the 9 instructors. Originally, they had intended to exclude Wang Jin from seed talent consideration, but announcing such a result now would undoubtedly incite uproar among countless students and parents, and even those who learned of today's events in the future would be outraged. How could the second and third place winners be recognized as seed talents while the first place was overlooked? It would surely lead to ridicule and scorn. This is troublesome, a middle-aged woman remarked, her brows furrowed. Denying him a title would leave the school unable to justify its decision externally, yet this child was destined to be untrainable, wasting resources and efforts. Teacher Chin makes a valid point. Let us adhere to the previous decision and grant him ordinary talent status. I agree. Let's proceed in that manner. I disagree, Kong Xin interjected solemnly. The reputation of the school outweighs all. We cannot rescind Wang Jin's rightful status due to a mere waste of resources, providing outsiders with grounds for criticism. Old Kong is right. I also oppose this course of action. Another instructor voiced their stance, and upon witnessing this, the others began to discuss once more. After a moment, the remaining 7 instructors simultaneously shook their heads. We do not consent to granting Wang Jin seed talent status. The majority must prevail. This decision passes. You all. Kong Xin sighed. This was the school's established rule. A vote was necessary, and a few individuals could not alter the outcome. He directed his gaze toward Han Mingxian, who had remained silent, observing like a bystander. hoping for a final attempt. Principal, please express your position. We cannot abandon this student Wang Jin. Otherwise, the school will lose credibility in the eyes of the world. You nine are the school board, and your decisions are yours to make. I shall not favor any side, Han Mingxian replied, shaking his head in refusal. Seeing this, Kong Xin could only remain silent. Outside the first training ground, numerous students and parents lingered, unwilling to depart, waiting for Anqing to announce the final list. However, they were unprepared for the shock that awaited them. Kong Xin stood up from the platform, his gaze sweeping over the 9 super prodigies, his voice resonating through the devices. Reaching the training ground inside and out. I will now announce the school's decision. This year, a total of 4 individuals have been selected as seed talents, namely. As everyone anticipated the announcement, Wang Jin clenched his fists slightly, fixated on Kong Xin on the platform. Becoming a seed genius signifies the arrival of angel investors, and henceforth, all resources will be readily accessible. I sincerely hope that Anqing University will not disappoint me. Hua Chun, Yang Zhen, Xiang Feifei, and Luo Shiqing. These 4 individuals are this year's seed geniuses. I urge the others to strive harder. I hope to see everyone on the next list. The students and parents in the square erupted in uproar at Kong Xin's announcement. None of them expected the outstanding Wang Jin to be excluded. They vehemently protested, their voices of discontent even reaching the first training ground. Not only those present, but also the over 200 admitted ordinary students were astonished, arguing amongst themselves in support of Wang Jin. Teacher, this is unfair. The first to question Anqing University was none other than the typically introverted Xiang Feifei. Chapter 85. Boastful words. Everyone had witnessed Xiang Feifei's journey. She had hardly spoken to anyone, yet now she raised her voice for Wang Jin, demonstrating the extent of public outrage against Anqing University. Kong Xin remained expressionless, stating, Xiang Feifei, every decision made by the school is for your benefit. We would never intentionally make things difficult for students. Is that so? Xiang Feifei retorted, her previous shyness replaced by fervor. Wang Jin is the most exceptional among us 9. Even we, the defeated, have become seed geniuses, yet he has been overlooked. Are you insulting us, or yourself? Silence. How dare you speak to me like that? Kong Xin thundered, his overwhelming presence forcing Xiang Feifei to tremble and lose her words. Kong Laosher. Luo Shiqing stepped forward to support Xiang Feifei. She speaks the truth. I also refuse to accept this. Count me in. Yang Zhen scratched his head, appearing reluctant to defy Kong Xin, but internally conflicted. Wang Jin is superior to all 4 of us in every aspect. It is truly unconvincing that he was not selected. 3 of the 4 super geniuses had expressed their stance, with only Hua Chun remaining calm and silent. As I suspected, Zhui Xiaoyu sighed softly. Wang Jin's Sharingan has brought him tremendous negative repercussions. No major force is willing to invest in him. These old fogies have gone too far. Yin Ming exclaimed, defending his friend. Jin, let us not attend this dreadful school any longer and avoid this humiliation. Indeed, Wang Jin inhaled deeply, suppressing his pent-up frustration. He had initially thought Anqing University was different from other factions and would not harbor prejudices against him, but now he realized he had overestimated them. They remained entrenched in their ways. Since they looked down upon the Sharingan, why should I remain in such a demeaning environment? I shall not tolerate this. Thank you all. Wang Jin approached Xiang Feifei and the others, locking eyes with Kong Xin, who briefly averted his gaze with a hint of regret. Wang Jin, you must not give up. You must fight for what you deserve. Xiang Feifei urged, fearing he had resigned himself. Luo Shiqing added, we will speak on your behalf to persuade the school to change its mind. Though we are not close, your strength commands my respect. And I will support you to the end, Yang Zhen stated with a faint smile, clarifying his position. Feeling the solidarity of his classmates who dared to confront the school for him, Wang Jin appreciated their goodwill. I acknowledge your kindness. But I refuse to remain in an environment that embraces discrimination. What do you mean? Xiang Feifei gasped. Are you planning to leave? Yes, Wang Jin nodded. Then surveyed the 10 individuals in the stands, proclaiming, Anqing University is nothing special. With that, he turned and walked away without hesitation. Wait, Kong Xin shouted, swiftly blocking Wang Jin's path. Have you thought this through? If you regret it later, the school will never accept students who choose to withdraw. There is nothing to think about. Wang Jin sidestepped him and continued to leave, disinterested in any further explanation. As he walked away, Over 200 students silently raised their thumbs in admiration. This guy is impressive. He actually rejected Anqing University. Indeed, this is a first since the establishment of Anqing University. Another remarked, Wang Jin is remarkable. All high school seniors in the southern continent take pride in entering Anqing University, yet he is the outlier. He will surely regret this. Not necessarily. A genius remains a genius regardless of environment. Wang Jin may face a tougher path ahead, but he will not be inferior to us. True. Today has been an eye-opener. Having a classmate like him means we will never lack for impressive tales during our drinking sessions, they laughed. As the crowd continued their discussions, Wang Jin approached the school gates, and nearly every student secretly admired his resolute decision to leave, except for two friends. Zhuo Xiaoyu and Yin Ming hurried after him, desperately trying to persuade him. Wang Jin, don't listen to Yin Ming's foolish words. Even if you cannot be selected as a seed genius, Anqing University is irreplaceable. Leaving will limit your future achievements. Hey, brother, I was just venting. I didn't mean for you to take it seriously. We should stay. Don't act impulsively. Wang Jin looked at his concerned friends and smiled gently. Mengzi, there's no need for you to say more. I had this intention from the start. You should focus on your studies here. I never intended to attend Anqing University. I came merely to witness the strength of my peers. So please do not persuade me further. But my mind is made up. I am leaving. With that, Wang Jin brushed past the two and continued walking. Zhuo Xiaoyu wanted to chase after him when an authoritative voice rang out. Wang Jin, I promise that if you are alive a year from now, you shall be allowed to become a seed genius. Will you stay? The crowd fell silent in astonishment. It was none other than Han Mingxian, the principal of Anqing University, personally trying to retain him. Han Mingxian stood on the platform, his aged and murky eyes fixed on Wang Jin. Wang Jin paused, slowly turning to face him, calmly responding. Senior Han Mingxian, do you believe everyone cannot part with your institution? Anqing University may have its advantages, but I simply do not like it. This is not about being selected as a seed genius. I refuse to remain under the gaze of your discrimination. We harbor no discrimination against you. We merely have reservations about the Sharingan, which cannot be nurtured into a true bloodline limit. Han Mingxian replied steadily. Your talent is commendable, and I regret your departure. But throughout our school's history, we have cultivated many with the Sharingan, all of whom ultimately yielded nothing. I have shown considerable goodwill. And I shall impart one last piece of advice. Youthful pride is not a flaw, but if you act impulsively and leave today, I can assure you that based on your awakening speed, you will undoubtedly perish within 3 years. This flawed bloodline has destroyed too many talents. And you shall not be the exception. Flawed bloodline, not the exception? Wang Jin felt a surge of indignation rise within him. How could the Sharingan, a source of boundless potential, be belittled? To be deemed worthless? It was utterly ludicrous. As waves of emotion surged within him, the two crimson tomo appeared in his eyes, exuding an air of arrogance and disdain directed at Han Mingxian. You blame the bloodline limit for your inability to excel? Wang Jin scoffed. Principal Han Mingxian, allow me to return the sentiment. I will prove to everyone that the Sharingan is not worthless. The only true waste is the person. With that, Wang Jin was enveloped in a surge of blue and white lightning, vanishing in an instant, seemingly unwilling to remain a moment longer. Impressive. All the students silently gave him a thumbs up, moved by Wang Jin's bold declarations. It takes immense courage to boast in front of a powerhouse, even if one cannot fulfill the claims. Chapter 86. Wang Deming. This Anqing University is truly outrageous. Hush. If others hear, it will be troublesome. In the square, as Wang Jin decided to drop out of school, Cheng Feng could not help but curse, while Wang Jiaxiang hurried to stop her, though disappointment was evident on his face. For the couple, this day felt akin to plummeting from the heavens to the depths of despair, transforming hope into despondency. They had believed Wang Jin was destined for a path of brilliance, only to find that he had not even entered the school. Although they were willing to accept the treatment of an ordinary genius, given that Anqing University was a coveted institution for many families, even being at the bottom of the rankings was preferable to attending lesser schools. However, since Wang Jin had chosen to withdraw, he was old enough to possess his own sense of dignity, and while the couple felt regret, they would not forcefully intervene. What could they say? The higher-ups at Anqing University were a stubborn lot, devoid of flexibility. Excuse me, sir? The couple turned to see an elderly man in a coarse cloth robe approaching them, and they quickly responded with polite demeanor. They were of the lowest tier, unable to provoke even a low-ranking official. I am Wang Deming. You must be Wang Jin's parents. Yes, that's us. May I ask what brings you here, sir? Oh, it's nothing much. I simply noticed your son's talent and would like to invite him to attend my university. Your university? You are the principal? Cheng Feng's heart leapt at the thought. In her eyes, as long as her child was in college, he would have a prosperous future. Yes, Mingzhou University, which I founded, is not too far from your Shigu district. It would be convenient for Wang Jin to attend and return home. What do you think? Are you willing? Absolutely. Cheng Feng exclaimed, but Wang Jiaxiang pulled her back gently, clearing his throat. We should consult our son before making any decisions. We cannot decide for him. Oh, I see you are concerned about the stature of my institution, Wang Deming remarked, pulling out his phone to show them some information. Look here. Although Mingzhou University may not have much fame, it is still recognized by the council, far superior to those privately run schools. Moreover, I assure you that Wang Jin will receive the utmost attention here, with no discrimination whatsoever. Isn't that sufficient assurance? Wang Jiaxiang examined the official documents displayed on the phone, feeling somewhat reassured. He indeed had not heard of Mingzhou University before and was initially worried about being deceived. Since it is a school sanctioned by the Mingzhou government, we will consider it. Consider. Wang Deming frowned slightly. It seems you truly do not understand the significance of the Sharingan. I dare say, apart from myself, no one else would be willing to invest in Wang Jin's development. If he misses this opportunity at Mingzhou University, he will have to rely solely on himself for the rest of his life. Have you already forgotten the attitude of Anqing University? Who can rival them in terms of wealth and prestige? Even Han Mingxian hesitated to cultivate Wang Jin. One can only imagine the level of discrimination the Sharingan faces. The couple was taken aback by Wang Deming's words, their eyes shifting towards Wang Yu. Ultimately, they had never been exposed to such circumstances, and now that their daughter was a ninja, they instinctively sought to rely on her. Wang Yu, too, felt uncertain. Although she possessed chakra, she still thought like an ordinary person. Ah, Mom and Dad, look. It's Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin, come here. This elder wishes to invite you to enroll. From a distance, Wang Yu spotted Wang Jin returning and waved enthusiastically. Enroll? As Wang Jin approached his family, he scrutinized Wang Deming, who smiled gently. You know Wang Shanshan, don't you? Are you her grandfather? Wang Jin suddenly realized, and Wang Deming nodded with a smile. Indeed, I am. It's a pleasure to meet you. Likewise. Wang Deming released a faint surge of chakra, allowing Wang Jin to sense his formidable presence, at least that of a Jonin. Kid, my granddaughter has been singing your praises these past few days, which is why I specifically came to observe your skills. I must say, you are quite remarkable. If it weren't for the Sharingan, I wouldn't have come to recruit you. So what do you say? Will you consider attending Mingzhou University? Rest assured, you will not face discrimination here. Elder, let us talk over here, Wang Jin suggested, stepping aside to avoid family ears. Kid, what is your decision? No need to deliberate. I'm in. Wang Jin smiled. I've heard of Mingzhou University. It's neither outstanding nor poor, and I have no objections. Such decisiveness? Wang Deming had prepared numerous enticements to persuade Wang Jin, but was taken aback by his prompt acceptance. Indeed. Wang Jin grinned. However, I have two conditions. Speak. As long as they are not excessive, I shall acquiesce. First, you must accept my sister and grant her the same treatment as a genius, ensuring her smooth growth over the next 4 years. That's easily arranged, I agree. It's just a matter of one spot, after all. Wang Deming readily consented. Wang Jin sighed in relief and continued. Secondly, you cannot impose on me. Whether I attend school or not, that is my decision. And you must grant me leave for any matters. You wish to request leave before even entering school? Wang Deming shook his head. That condition is unacceptable. I must be responsible for you. Elder, you may not understand. Wang Jin glanced towards his family in the distance, gently sighing. If it weren't to reassure my adoptive parents, I wouldn't even want to attend Anqing University. Compared to the world of the God Tree, being in university feels like a waste of time, so my second condition will not change. If you cannot agree, I will find a school that will. All right, I concede. Wang Deming took a step back, recognizing Wang Jin's determination. However, you must heed my advice and not act recklessly. Agreed. Wang Jin nodded, solidifying their agreement. In contrast, Wang Shanshan and the chubby boy were familiar faces. Certainly, they would take precedence if he were to be enrolled in any school. Upon hearing Wang Jin's acceptance, Wang Deming broke into a wide smile. Wang Jin, you will thank yourself for this decision in the future. Let us hope so. Principal, I shall head home now. We will meet again on the first day of school. Wait. Wang Deming grasped his hand, a knowing smile on his face. If I'm not mistaken, you intend to hunt magical beasts in the coming days? Huh. How did you know? Wang Jin was taken aback, and Wang Deming's expression revealed a sense of confidence. It's no secret. I work in the intelligence department of Konoha. Monitoring your activities is child's play. Intelligence department? Wang Jin scrutinized him closely, surprised. He knew that only trusted individuals could access the intelligence and sensory departments in the village, and he was astonished by Wang Deming's stature. So, what do you need my assistance with? Of course, it wouldn't be without compensation. Wang Deming lowered his voice. I have a good task prepared for Shanshan. Since you are now one of us, why not join her? You'll have someone to look out for you along the way. A task? Tell me more. Wang Jin's interest was piqued. This is the reality of the world. With talent, tasks will seek you out. After all, some individuals have such unique identities that they cannot leave their village at will. Chapter 87. The Warring States Era Task Uncle. Wang Jin returned to his family's side with Wang Deming, smiling. I have decided to attend Mingzhou University. It's a great school. Xiao Jin, have you considered more schools? Wang Jiaqiang suggested, hoping to find a better option. Wang Jin shook his head. Uncle, the principal is very sincere and is also a friend's grandfather, so I trust him. He has agreed to take my sister and grant her genius treatment, ensuring her smooth growth toward becoming at least a chunin. A chunin. The couple was instantly satisfied. They were well aware of their daughter's capabilities. Without Wang Jin's help, she wouldn't even be able to attend university, let alone become a ninja. Now, with the principal of a university guaranteeing her advancement to chunin status, it was something they had never even dared to dream of. Then we shall defer to your judgment. Wang Jiaqiang sighed softly. Xiao Jin, you have matured and surpassed us. Choose your own path moving forward. Wang Jin was elated by his family's understanding and immediately retrieved a scroll from his pocket, handing it to Wang Yu. Sister, open this. What technique is this? Wang Yu was astonished. She recognized it as a ninjutsu scroll. You'll find out once you open it. Oh. Wang Yuezhai opened the scroll, and in an instant, a beam of white light shot into her mind, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Body flicker technique. This is the technique that every ninja dreams of, she murmured in a daze. The family was rendered speechless by Wang Jin's display of prowess, becoming increasingly perplexed by him. Wang Jin, Uncle, you all should return home for now. Remember to bring my sister to school on September 1st. And you? The principal is keen on training me. I won't be returning for the next few days. We'll meet at school. By the way, he is a jonin, so you need not worry about my safety. Jonin. The family stared blankly as Wang Jin departed, realizing that such a powerful figure was beyond their reach. Mingzhou City is a small city located approximately 300 kilometers south of the Shigu district. In Wang Deming's private car, Wang Jin sat in the back seat alongside him, while a middle-aged man drove. Principal, can we discuss the specifics of the mission now? It is a subworld mission. Wang Deming opened his phone and displayed a photograph to Wang Jin, who immediately focused on it. The image depicted a boy of similar age, captured while accessing his personal panel, with average stats, classified as a genin with 20 chakra. However, his mission log caught Wang Jin's attention, prompting a thorough examination. Protect the rear metal mine. C-rank mission, subworld mission, mission brief. A significant portion of the Uchiha clan's elite forces has launched an assault on the Senju clan, leaving the rear metal mine vulnerable to raids by the Kagaya clan. Mission requirements. Protect the metal mine from destruction. Up to 3 genin teammates may be invited. Mission rewards. 15 chakra, 20 favorability points with accompanying personnel, 30,000 silver notes. The Warring States period. Wang Jin's pupils constricted sharply as he instantaneously deduced the timeline of the mission world. He was acutely aware of the chaos that characterized this era, with the Senju, Uchiha, Kagaya, and Hyuga clans waging battles against one another for territory and resources until Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama ultimately ended the conflict and established the hidden village. What a valuable opportunity. I must secure Hashirama's favor. Wang Jin felt a surge of excitement within, but maintained a composed exterior. He already possessed a fragment of the Senju bloodline, and with only Tsunade remaining from the main world's Senju clan, he knew that without venturing into the subworld to find others, he would never be able to gather the 3 fragments needed for bloodline exchange. Wang Deming's mission was a stroke of fortune, providing him with a chance for success. As far as I know, This era is so ancient that it is beyond verification. Even within the intelligence department, I have not received a single clue. However, judging by the rewards, the difficulty should not be too great, especially since you are a member of the Uchiha clan, making it the best choice. Upon hearing Wang Deming's analysis, Wang Jin did not hesitate to agree. I can do it, but I suggest postponing it for a while. Why? Wang Deming inquired, puzzled. The opponents for Genin-level missions should not exceed Chunin. With your strength, you would have no trouble in the world of the God Tree. Principal, you may not be aware, but my teacher, Uchiha, has told me that people from this era are exceptionally strong, living in a constant state of warfare. Even Genin should not be underestimated. Wang Jin didn't want to risk his life right after entering the warring states, so he insisted on being thoroughly prepared before embarking on such an opportunity. I need to gather some explosive tags, shurikens, and food pills, among other supplies. There is no rush for this mission. I must be fully prepared. Is it truly that difficult? Wang Deming, unfamiliar with the warring states, assumed that it was akin to the ninjas of the main world, believing Wang Jin to be overly cautious. Wang Jin replied, "It's not about the mission's difficulty, it's the dire environment. It's better to be overprepared than underprepared. You wouldn't want Wang Shanshan to accompany me and end up in danger, would you? Since you insist, then it is settled," Wang Deming agreed, continuing. "The earliest we can discuss this again will be in a month. How do you plan to spend this time?" "Still hunting magical beasts," Wang Jin responded. "I just came out 10 days ago and cannot re-enter. I will use this time to hone my combat instincts. From what I gather, you do not know the body flicker technique. Did you give the scroll to your sister? Do you have money to buy it?" Wang Deming remarked with a knowing smile. A ninja without the body flicker technique lacks the means for self-preservation. Wang Jin chuckled. "I may not know it, but you do, Principal. You are a jonin." "You little rascal," Wang Deming retorted, speechless. "I knew there was a reason you were doing all this in front of me. You really do want to benefit without cost. Well, who else would help you if I don't? Pull over." "Yes, sir." The driver immediately stopped the car by the roadside, and Wang Jin eagerly exited, with Wang Deming following closely behind. "Make sure you pay attention. I will only demonstrate once. If you don't grasp it, don't blame me. That's enough." "Thank you, Principal." Wang Jin promptly activated his Sharingan, and the duo began the transmission of the body flicker technique on the street. Much to the envy of the driver and passing ninjas who were aware of the Sharingan's abilities. Chapter 88. The Phoenix Shadow Bear Hunt. Wang Deming's body flicker technique was among the most basic forms, distinct from the water body flicker, mist body flicker, or sand body flicker. It merely involved gathering a substantial amount of chakra in the legs to enhance mobility. Wang Jin decided against pursuing the water body flicker route. While evading attacks by transforming into water was effective, he possessed a trump card that complemented the body flicker technique with lightning release chakra mode. This was a technique mandatory for every Raikage, capable of exponentially increasing both power and speed, and when used in conjunction with the body flicker technique, it became extraordinarily formidable. In the original text, the fourth Raikage was known to match the speed of the renowned Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, who wielded the Flying Thunder God technique, illustrating just how swift this technique could render him. However, achieving a seamless fusion of the two techniques would not be an overnight endeavor. It necessitated extensive training, which could not be rushed. After pledging to arrive at school on September 1st, Wang Jin made his way to the Mingzhou city government building to accept his mission at the task hall. As Mingzhou was a city larger than the Shigu district, it offered a wider variety of tasks. Before long, Wang Jin found a suitable mission and accepted it using the identity badge issued by the council. This was a C-rank bounty mission to capture a Phoenix Shadow Bear, with a reward of 500,000. The Phoenix Shadow Bear was a magical beast that had just reached C-rank. Its size was relatively small, akin to that of a large dog when fully grown, with chakra typically around 120. Due to its mild temperament and adorable appearance, wealthy individuals often bought them as pets. However, their speed and timid nature made them difficult to capture. The secret realm where the Phoenix Shadow Bear resided was conveniently located within the city of Mingzhou, more accessible than the Firewolf secret realm, requiring no exit from the city. This accessibility was a result of the sudden retreat of magical beasts in the past, leading humans to expedite recovery efforts by constructing cities atop existing structures. After a brief taxi ride, Wang Jin arrived at the Phoenix Shadow secret realm. Within a radius of 500 meters stood a small divine tree adorned with numerous vines, devoid of any buildings, creating an empty ambience. However, several ninja teams had set up stalls, their shouts reaching his ears. Exclusive sleeping potion for the Phoenix Shadow Bear. One pack ensures a good night's sleep. Forming a team to capture the Phoenix Shadow Bear, we need a controlling ninja. Interested parties, please sign up. Just captured a Phoenix Shadow Bear, selling it for 600,000. Anyone interested? 3,000 for a bodyguard to accompany me into the secret realm. Will be done by nightfall. Wang Jin navigated through various ninja teams until he reached a young man of around 20, standing at a stall. He picked up 2 packs of sleeping potion and inquired. How much? 1,000 per pack, but I'll give you a discount of 100 for 2. I'll take them. Wang Jin paid without hesitation, even purchasing an extra pack for safety. Despite their cuteness, the Phoenix Shadow Bear was still a magical beast. When cornered, it could be lethal, making the sleeping potion essential. After handing over 10,000 to the 2 Chunin guarding the entrance as an admission fee, Wang Jin walked confidently into the realm, having invested a total of 12,000. The Phoenix Shadow Realm was under the control of a powerful faction, and entry required payment, a common occurrence. Unlike the sparsely populated Firewolf Secret Realm, the Fengying Secret Realm, with its lesser dangers and greater rewards, is frequented by many individuals. At the entrance alone, there are no fewer than 100 people. Within a pristine forest, Wang Jin distanced himself from the crowd, casually choosing a direction where no one could be seen. He activated his Sharingan to scout the area, and with negligible energy consumption during non-combat, he felt no strain even after prolonged use. The Fengying Bear, which is elusive for others, was rendered visible under Wang Jin's Sharingan. Within an hour, he located his target and cautiously approached. When he was less than 30 meters away, he could see the bear's fur clearly. This Fengying Bear stood approximately 80 centimeters tall, with a brownish-red coat, and only its tail was adorned with golden feather-like plumes, reminiscent of the legendary phoenix, which inspired its name. After contemplating for a moment, Wang Jin decided to launch a surprise attack using an illusion technique. The Fengying Bear, being inherently timid, would undoubtedly flee if confronted directly. He stealthily approached the bear, and when within 10 meters, he suddenly leaped from behind a tree, shouting, "Look, you foolish bear!" Roar? Illusory realm. With a buzz, the Fengying Bear, startled by the sudden commotion, instinctively sought to discern the source, only to lock eyes with Wang Jin's Sharingan. Immediately, it fell prey to his illusion, rolling its eyes back and fainting. Wang Jin hurriedly approached and pried open the bear's mouth, pouring in a packet of sleeping medicine, feeling relieved. Although the Sharingan enhances visual illusions, magical beasts are naturally adept at breaking free from such traps, and he was uncertain how long it would take for the bear to awaken. Having captured the first one, Wang Jin set off again, not intending to stop at just one. The market for Fengying bears was vast, and as long as the price was right, selling them posed no issue. Even if he lacked time to set up a stall and negotiate for a lower price, he could simply hand them over to the task hall, patiently awaiting a buyer. However, since the Fengying Bear was a living creature and could not be stored in a spatial scroll, Wang Jin had to carry it on his back. He planned to catch another before exiting, as he could not carry more. Unexpectedly, after just half an hour of travel, the Fengying Bear awakened, biting down hard on the back of his head. Had it not been for Wang Jin's quick reflexes, the consequences could have been dire. Damn, I bought a counterfeit medicine. Wang Jin immediately subdued the bear, unleashing blue-white lightning from his body to amplify his strength, prying open its jaws to administer the last packet of sleeping medicine, rendering it unconscious once more. After these exertions, Wang Jin lost interest in capturing a second Fengying Bear and hastily exited the secret realm, seeking out the young man who sold him the counterfeit medicine. However, the seller had long since vanished. Wang Jin cursed under his breath and spent another 2,000 to purchase a legitimate packet of sleeping medicine. You see, my young friend, being thrifty can lead to losses. Where can one find quality goods at half the market price? Is this your first time here? The seller of the sleeping medicine, a middle-aged man, chuckled upon seeing Wang Jin's disheveled hair, resembling a dog's chew toy. It is my first time. Wang Jin replied darkly. Do you know that fellow? Do you know where he resides? Don't bother looking. Such individuals typically vanish after a single transaction. Just accept it. In the future, come to me for sleeping medicine. I can't claim to be the cheapest here, but I assure you, my products are the most effective. A bear like you can keep it asleep for 2 days without waking. Understood. This time, Wang Jin was wiser and refrained from overpurchasing. He found a secluded spot with the foaming bear to begin his training. Until nightfall, there were no signs of the bear awakening, and he finally felt assured about the efficacy of the sleeping medicine. After extracting 2 chakra cards, he proceeded to submit his task. For the next 4 days, Wang Jin frequented the foaming secret realm, capturing at least 6 prey daily, which garnered him considerable notoriety. Many seasoned ninjas who roamed this area became aware of a foaming bear hunter in their midst. Chapter 89. Enrollment on the morning of September 1st. When Wang Jin arrived at the gate of Mingzhou University with a foaming bear nearly as tall as himself, he became the focal point for all the girls present. The bear's fluffy appearance, coupled with its gentle and timid disposition, made it utterly endearing, captivating the hearts of many young women. Wow, it's a foaming bear. Does the school allow pets? Could we treat it as a summoning beast? The school doesn't seem to oppose it. Yes, but these creatures are quite expensive. I wish I could have one. Well, they cost around 5 to 600,000. Most people can't afford that. Several girls slowly approached, clearly eager to touch the bear. Wang Jin smiled, encouraging them. Feel free to pet it, it 1T bite. This particular foaming bear was the most sentient one he had captured recently, and selling it would be a pity. Wang Jin intended to gift it to Wang Yu as a pet or a summoning beast, ensuring her safety when he was away. Soon, the foaming bear attracted a crowd, mostly comprised of girls. However, where there are new female students, male students are sure to follow. Before long, Wang Jin found himself surrounded. Quick, take a look. There's a guy who knows how to charm the ladies, bringing a foaming bear on the first day of school. Wow, why didn't I think of that? Brilliant. 2 boys, chatting as they walked, caught the attention of a certain plump individual. Another expert? I must see who it is. Feeling competitive, the plump boy pushed through the crowd, parting 2 girls to reach the front, only to be taken aback. Wang Jin, why is it you, fatty? Wang Jin smiled slightly. The newcomer was none other than Feng Lei, whom he hadn't seen in days. As the 2 left the crowd for the lecture hall, the plump boy marveled at the foaming bear. I never expected your prowess to rival mine. You're quite the ladiesman. This is for my sister. I had no such intentions. Wang Jin replied with a smirk. When does the enrollment ceremony start? How long will it take? At 9, it will be quick. The plump boy replied while leading the way. Since you're here, let us share a dorm. I originally planned for a single room. Is it possible to have a single room? Wang Jin surveyed Mingzhou University, which was not particularly large but had a significant student population. It appeared that there were at least 2,000 to 3,000 students combined. Just pay for it. In this day and age, what can't be accomplished with money? Are you moving in? Regular dorms accommodate 4 people, you know. Of course, I prefer fewer people as well, and getting to know new roommates can be quite tedious. Then let us go. Our dorm is on the 1st floor. The plump boy led Wang Jin to the commercial street on campus, where the first building was located. Quite the strategist in finding a good spot. Absolutely, convenience is key. They entered a room in the dormitory building, which measured 40 square meters and contained only a bed, though it had a private bathroom. Wang Jin ventured not far to the commercial street, purchased a bed and bedding, and after half an hour of setup, he finally settled in. Noticing the time was approaching 8, Wang Jin decided to head to the school gate to greet his family. Unsurprisingly, the foaming bear again became the center of attention, and nearly every student entering or exiting cast a glance. Soon, an inner-city bus arrived at the school gate, and a family of 3 disembarked. Little brother, Wang Yu dashed over, her long-held dream finally coming to fruition, filling her with excitement. This is for you. See if you like it. Wang Jin pointed to the foaming bear, which was being petted by several girls, and seemed increasingly impatient. Wang Yu was instantly stunned. It's for me? Yes, come here. Wang Jin called, and the foaming bear hurried over, remembering the fear it felt under the influence of the illusion. Now holding Wang Jin in reverence. Roar. The foaming bear, aware of its future master, immediately hugged Wang Yu's leg with its furry paws, melting the girl's heart. I love it. Thank you, little brother. I'm glad you like it. It possesses 130 chakra cards and can assist you in times of danger, Wang Jin cheerfully introduced, causing other girls to envy Wang Yu, wishing for a charming and powerful pet of their own. Wang Jiaqiang and Cheng Fengxian were astonished by the sight of the foaming bear. After understanding the situation, they reproached Wang Jin for his perceived wastefulness and inquired about his recent circumstances. The family conversed as they made their way towards the teaching building, with Wang Jin deliberately maintaining a light-hearted demeanor to ease their concerns. As the clock struck 9 in the morning, In the auditorium of Mingzhou University, Wang Deming announced the commencement of the enrollment ceremony. In addition to the customary encouraging speeches, he introduced several talented freshmen, among them the stout fellow and Wang Shanshan, both of whom possessed an impressive 40 chakra. When Wang Yu was introduced, her chakra level, which barely reached double digits, provoked whispers among the students, who expressed their dissatisfaction. However, when Wang Jin took the stage and Wang Deming recounted his remarkable performance at Anqing University, the students below were left in stunned silence, refraining from uttering another word against Wang Yu. The faculty of Mingzhou University, on the other hand, was ecstatic, with dozens clamoring to have Wang Jin as their student. This scene moved Wang Jin. Although Mingzhou University was not even 1/10 the caliber of Anqing University, he appreciated the atmosphere, where no one would look down upon him. Eventually, Wang Deming intervened, assigning Wang Jin, Feng Lei, Wang Shanshan, and Wang Yu to the same instructor, thus ending the frenzy. After the enrollment ceremony concluded, Wang Jin visited Wang Deming's office. Upon seeing him, the latter's lips twitched, and he spoke with resignation. "Don't tell me you're here to request leave." "Ahem, you guessed it. Principal, I would like to take a half-month leave." Wang Jin rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. As it was only the first day of school, and he didn't even know which way the classroom door opened, yet here he was, requesting a leave of absence for half a month. Although Wang Deming felt helpless, he understood that forcing Wang Jin to stay would be a waste of his time. So he swiftly penned a leave note and handed it to him. "Give this to your teacher, and she will approve it. Just be careful in the secret realm." "Thank you, Principal." Wang Jin took the leave note and departed hastily, leaving Wang Deming shaking his head with a wry smile. He never imagined that after a lifetime of experience, he would be so easily outmaneuvered by this young man. After venting his frustrations, Wang Deming suppressed his smile and murmured to himself as he gazed at the door, "Well, the school might just improve its ranking this year. Consider it a fortuitous external assistance." Instead of meeting his teacher directly, Wang Jin entrusted the leave note to the stout fellow and ventured back to the Fengying secret realm alone. The stout fellow, holding the note, stared blankly at Wang Jin as he departed, and after a moment, couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, that's impressive. Taking half a month off on the very first day of school? This guy is something else." In the following 5 days, Wang Jin continuously hunted Fengying bears, utilizing his Sharingan to effortlessly detect and capture them, resulting in a sudden influx of these creatures in the market, driving their prices down. Damn it, that guy must have discovered the Fengying bear's lair. How else could he catch 3 or 4 daily? Probably, if he keeps this up, the value of the Fengying bears will plummet to 300,000. Ridiculous. At the entrance of the Fengying secret realm, 2 seasoned lower ninjas watched as Wang Jin departed with 2 Fengying bears on his back, unable to suppress their curses. They were merely ordinary ninjas without any special techniques, often taking several days to capture a single Fengying bear, earning them around 5 to 600,000. Although not wealthy, it was enough to sustain their training. However, since Wang Jin's arrival, the price of the Fengying bears had consistently decreased, now resting at 450,000, which fueled their animosity towards him for making the market so competitive. Casting a glance at the two, Wang Jin hummed a tune as he headed to the mission hall. There was no other choice. He didn't want to create such competition, but he was in dire need of money. The C-grade monster meat was far too inferior. He had to earn enough to transition to B-grade monsters. After selling the 2 Fengying bears for 900,000 at the mission hall, Wang Jin proceeded to the nearest Luo family equipment store. "Boss, how much is this sword worth?" "It's an ordinary D-grade weapon, but still in good condition. I can give you an 80 buyback." "That's outrageous. I've only used it for less than 2 months." Wang Jin was speechless. His fine sword was impeccably maintained, showing no signs of wear, nearly as good as new. The boss replied, "That's the nature of second-hand items. If you buy a new weapon, it will lose 10 of its value the moment you step out, you know? Fine, I'll sell it to you. Now, I need a C-grade weapon, and I want another fine sword." Wang Jin handed over his old weapon, and with money in hand, he was eager to upgrade his equipment. "All right, take your time. Just call me when you're ready." After the boss accepted Wang Jin's weapon, he headed directly to the second-hand goods exhibition hall, opting not to purchase new items. Soon, Wang Jin's attention was captured by a black fine sword originally priced at 20 million, now marked down to 13 million, which had been used for less than a year. The sword bore no visible signs of wear, and the Luo family provided an appraisal, declaring it to be in 95 condition. with a guarantee of return or exchange for quality issues within 6 months. I'll take it. How much extra do I owe you? 1,040,000. Since you're a long-time customer of the Luo family, I'll give you a 20,000 discount. Fair enough? Here you go. Wang Jin promptly transferred the money and sheathed the black fine sword on his back. All weapons from the Luo family of the same type shared the same specifications, allowing ninjas to adapt quickly. Selling the foaming bears had granted him 2,500,000, and after purchasing a C-grade tactical vest for 1,200,000, Wang Jin finally felt a sense of upgrading his arsenal. Next time he ventured out, he would hunt stronger C-grade monsters. With ambition in his heart, he returned to the vicinity of Mingzhou University and casually sought out a divine tree with available space to enter the world of Naruto. In Konoha village, at Maruxing Gujia's residence, Wang Jin greeted, "Teacher, I have come to see you. Have you been well during my absence?" Having been away for 10 days, Wang Jin felt uneasy about Gujia, especially since the latter was now utterly incapacitated and struggled with daily life. Upon seeing Wang Jin, Gujia's aged face broke into a warm smile. "What could an old man like me possibly have to worry about? I'm doing just fine. Little Jin, where have you been these past 10 days? You didn't even send a word before sneaking away." "Oh, just had a few matters to attend to. And I finally wrapped them up." Wang Jin casually deflected the question, and Gujia did not probe further. Such was the rule of the divine tree world, erasing the doubts of the natives regarding the reality of the outside world through inexplicable powers. Otherwise, with the intelligence of supporting characters like Orochimaru, Itachi Uchiha, and Danzo, they would have discovered the anomalies surrounding these individuals long ago. In simple terms, they were rendered less perceptive by the divine tree. "Teacher, what would you like for lunch? I can go fetch something for you. How about ramen? I haven't had a handmade bowl in ages. Please bring one back for me." "Sure." After bidding farewell to Gujia, Wang Jin headed to the commercial street. He organized his silver notes, totaling 11,000 taels from various tasks. "First, I need to stock up on supplies." Entering a ninja tool shop, Wang Jin purchased 10 ordinary kunai, 30 explosive tags, and 100 soldier pills, depleting his funds significantly. The explosive tags were particularly expensive, costing 3,000 taels each, while the other items were relatively inexpensive, especially the soldier pills, priced at only 20 taels each. With 30 explosive tags, he could potentially eliminate 30 upper ninjas with these supplies. Wang Jin felt more assured that he could protect himself even if he ventured into the Warring States period in the future. However, this conflicted with Tao Yu's mission, so he realized he needed to discuss a postponement with him. Tao Yu had long invited Wang Jin to join him on a mission, which was also a separate world task. He had previously set his sights on a 4-tailed chakra. However, now that he had obtained the 9-tailed chakra, the only allure remaining in Tao Yu's task was the chakra reward, which was not as significant as the fragments of the Senja bloodline, prompting him to defer the trip. After returning with 2 bowls of ramen and finishing his meal with Gujia, it was still midday. "Little Jin, how is your training in the ninjutsu I taught you going?" "I've mastered it all." The master and disciple sat in the room, chatting leisurely, with Gujia gazing at Wang Jin with a smile, feeling an inexplicable fondness for this obedient and well-behaved disciple upon their reunion. Wang Jin felt the teacher's kindness towards him increasing, and he secretly reveled in it. Indeed, the importance of goodwill cannot be overstated. If he were to propose supporting Danzo to the teacher now, he would likely agree. Research conducted over the years has shown that when goodwill exceeds 30, the probability of triggering tasks significantly increases. Surpassing 50 allows one to take on an apprenticeship. And at 70, one can marry. A perfect goodwill of 100 is even more formidable, for in a lifetime, one encounters very few individuals who can be trusted unconditionally. Considering his overwhelming goodwill, Wang Jin felt no need for subtlety and spoke directly. "Teacher, I unexpectedly awakened the 2-tomo Sharingan these past few days, enabling me to replicate ninjutsu. Do you have any other practical techniques that I could learn?" "Have you awakened the 2-tomo?" Gujia smiled and nodded, generously declaring, "I am unsure which techniques would be useful to you, so I might as well teach you all the ninjutsu I know." "Thank you, teacher." The master and disciple exited the room, with Gujia, whose arms were crippled, relying on his feet to slowly form hand seals and channel chakra. Wang Jin successfully replicated several water release techniques. At last, he acquired a defensive ninjutsu. He had just copied a technique known as the water barrier. This technique has 2 activation methods, One involves spewing forth a torrent of water from the mouth to counter enemy attacks, while the other creates a vertical wall of water from below to protect oneself. As long as the caster's chakra is not vastly inferior to that of their opponent, it can effectively defend against 99% of attacking ninjutsu, proving to be immensely practical and on par with the Earth Wall. Chapter 91. Shaping the future again. Wang Jin entered the Naruto world with the intent of enhancing his strength, focusing not solely on chakra but also on shuriken, throwing techniques, and taijutsu. Although the former is of little use in the real world, where individuals primarily pursue vast chakra, it holds significant value in the Naruto universe, at least in the early stages. For instance, Itachi, Shisui, and Sasuke, all members of the Uchiha clan, wield shurikens with remarkable skill, capable of defeating ordinary jonin solely through technique. Considering the seasoned experience of ninjas during the Warring States era, Wang Jin aspired to master every applicable technique. As for taijutsu, he had already replicated Shura's techniques and merely needed to practice diligently to ascend to greater heights. However, he struggled with shuriken throwing, which necessitated the guidance of a skilled mentor, a role Uchiha could not fulfill due to his disabilities. This predicament compelled Wang Jin to seek someone familiar with the craft and accessible within the narrative. Who could he approach in this timeline? Sitting in the courtyard, he pondered, realizing that there were few individuals adept in shuriken throwing who were also approachable. Uchiha Jin, the Hokage wishes to see you. Kakashi, it's you. A tall, silver-haired ANBU member with an animal mask perched on the wall of Uchiha's courtyard. This was Hatake Kakashi, whom Wang Jin had met a few days prior. Kakashi, possessing the Sharingan, was nearly unmatched in basic skills like shuriken throwing, second only to Itachi and Sasuke, having graduated early as a prodigious talent. Senior, we meet again. May I finally learn your name? Yinbyu operatives must remain anonymous. Do not pry. Uchiha Jin, Kakashi replied coldly, though his tone softened slightly. The Hokage has mentioned you to me. We may soon be teammates. I will seek you out during shifts. I am curious to see how much talent remains in the Uchiha clan. Then it's settled. I shall await your visit, senior. Let us go? Instead of heading to the Hokage building, Kakashi led Wang Jin to Ichiraku Ramen, much to the latter's surprise. Does the Hokage enjoy ramen as well? Moderately. But chiefly because of him, Kakashi pointed at a small boy with yellow hair. Wang Jin instantly understood. This was Naruto, who had stolen time from the third Hokage. Third Hokage. Oh, Jin, you've arrived. Sit down. Brother Jin, come eat ramen. Today, Grandpa Third Hokage is treating us. Naruto slurped a mouthful of noodles, his eyes crinkling in delight. Wang Jin gently patted his head, sitting beside him with a smile. I've already eaten. You should enjoy it. Already eaten? What a pity. Then I shall devour your bowl as well. Uncle, another bowl, please. Certainly. Naruto continued to devour his meal, while Kakashi stood guard at the entrance, engaging in casual conversation with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Wang Jin. Once Naruto had polished off 3 bowls and could eat no more, they prepared to leave. Kakashi, you may return. I will accompany Naruto and Uchiha Jin for a stroll. Understood. Kakashi vanished in a flash, prompting Wang Jin to chuckle. So it's Kakashi-senpai. It's no wonder he is so formidable at our age. Haha, Kakashi inherited Shuma's talent and joined ANBU at a young age to assist me. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed heartily, his expression filled with pride. Naruto, still unfamiliar with Kakashi, tugged at Wang Jin's sleeve, curious. Grandpa Third Hokage, where are we going? To the back mountain. Today, Grandpa will teach you 2 ninjutsu. Ninjutsu? Yay. Naruto bounced in excitement, eager to change the villagers' perception of him by becoming a ninja. Wang Jin felt a flicker of surprise. In the original storyline, Naruto had not learned ninjutsu before graduating from the Ninja Academy at the age of 12, only mastering the basic transformation technique. Had the third Hokage changed his mind? Was it due to his influence? The divergence in the future left him pondering, but he refrained from asking. Waiting for the third Hokage to elaborate, the trio made their way towards the back mountain, and villagers who saw Sarutobi Hiruzen accompanying them fell silent, refraining from speaking ill of Naruto. However, the resentment, hatred, and disdain in their eyes remained unmasked. Young Naruto kept his head down, clutching Wang Jin's sleeve. As they traversed past residential areas to the sparsely populated back mountain, the third Hokage, noticing Naruto's forlorn expression, couldn't help but sigh. Little Jin, please take the time to keep Naruto company. There are too many matters in the village for me to attend to. Yes, Hokage-sama, Wang Jin replied respectfully, concealing a smirk. Was Naruto's current plight not a result of your hypocritical kindness? Grandpa third Hokage, hurry and teach me ninjutsu, Naruto exclaimed eagerly. The third Hokage produced a palm-sized piece of paper, squatting down with a benevolent smile. Little Naruto, learning ninjutsu isn't as simple as it seems. First, you must understand your chakra nature transformation. Chakra nature transformation? Naruto struggled to remember such a lengthy term, asking curiously, how can I find out? This is it. The third Hokage handed him the paper, explaining, this is chakra test paper. It reacts differently when absorbing chakra of various natures. If your chakra nature is fire, the paper will ignite. If it's water, it will become damp. If it's earth, it will crumble. If it's wind, it will split in two. If it's lightning, it will wrinkle. Everyone possesses at least one nature transformation. Geniuses may have several. What about you, Grandpa third Hokage? What is yours? Me? Haha. I possess them all. The third Hokage laughed proudly, prompting Naruto to express his admiration with an embarrassing remark. Wow, Grandpa third Hokage, you truly are the strongest Hokage in the eyes of the villagers. You are incredible. The strongest Hokage? Wang Jin nearly burst into laughter, quickly suppressing his amusement to maintain a serene expression. The third Hokage cleared his throat, correcting Naruto. You are mistaken, little Naruto. I am not the strongest Hokage. The first and second Hokages are slightly more formidable than I. Slightly? Wang Jin, who had barely contained his laughter, could no longer hold it back, his lips twitching as he redirected the conversation. Third Hokage, let us test Naruto's attributes. I'm quite curious. Indeed, let us attend to business first. We can chat later. Come, Naruto, channel your chakra into this. Under the third Hokage's guidance, the chakra test paper predictably split down the middle, revealing a wind attribute. Wind, then I shall teach you this ninjutsu. The elder third Hokage casually unleashed a D-rank wind release technique, effortlessly severing a tree as thick as an adult's waist in the distance, leaving Naruto in awe and clamoring to learn. Wang Jin observed the two from the side, aware that the elder third had summoned him for a significant purpose rather than mere amusement. In Chapter 92, Wang Jin's grand undertaking unfolded. Naruto diligently studied under Sarutobi Hiruzen, displaying remarkable talent as he managed to barely release a jutsu in just 2 hours. While this should have been a cause for celebration, the expression on Hiruzen's face grew increasingly grave, culminating in a quiet murmur of confusion. The Ninetales has truly caused no disruption, so why is this the case? Lord Hokage, what do you mean? Wang Jin inquired, feigning ignorance while his mind was already clear on the matter. According to the original storyline, Naruto had been hindered by the Ninetales chakra since childhood, resulting in an absurdly slow mastery of ninjutsu, which led to him being the only one in his class unable to graduate, triggering a series of events including the theft of the sealing scroll. However, with Wang Jin's cunning, the Ninetales had been tricked into reconciling with Naruto, ceasing its disturbances, allowing Naruto to exhibit the inherited talent from his parents. After all, both parents were formidable among the elite, so it was only natural for their offspring to possess extraordinary abilities. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained unaware of this. Perhaps the very reason he had summoned Wang Jin today. Taking a deep puff from his large pipe, Hiruzen spoke gravely. Kakashi has informed you about the Jinchuriki. Has he not? Yes, Lord Hokage, I am well aware, Wang Jin affirmed. We may have a problem with the Ninetales, Hiruzen continued, instructing Naruto to play aside as his worries deepened. It has long been an enemy to Naruto, continuously interfering with his training using its chakra over the years. Yet, recently, for reasons unknown, it seems to have forgiven Naruto and no longer affects him, which is troubling. The Jinchuriki is of utmost importance. Any error is unacceptable. Could it be that the Ninetales has grown weary of its conflict with Naruto? Wang Jin suggested, to which the elder third shook his head resolutely. Impossible. The Ninetales would never forgive us humans. The only course of action now is to enter the sealing space. I must speak with the Ninetales personally. Can outsiders enter the sealing space? Wang Jin asked, astonished. Hiruzen nodded and led him to Naruto, gently striking the boy's neck with his hand, causing him to instantly lose consciousness. He then unzipped Naruto's jacket, placing one hand on the sealing technique on his abdomen while pulling Wang Jin along, commanding, open, buzzing. Wang Jin felt a sense of disorientation as he followed Hiruzen into the sealing space, surprised by the elder third's decision to bring him along. What could he possibly intend to do? With curiosity feigned as normal, he accompanied Hiruzen toward the fiery red Ninetales at the end of the space. How dare you come here, you wretched third Hokage and Uchiha? Humph, a prodigal dog dares to bark? Hiruzen scoffed disdainfully. Ninetales, these years must have been hard for you. How does Kushina's seal feel? Humph, when I escape, the first to perish will be you, Leaf Village. The Ninetales bared its teeth, displaying a fierce demeanor. Yet it did not acknowledge Wang Jin, indicating it understood the need for discretion. Wang Jin was pleased by this display, silently observing the exchange between man and beast. After mocking the Ninetales, Hiruzen scrutinized the sealing technique, finding it intact and secure, yet this only deepened his confusion as to why the Ninetales had suddenly changed its demeanor. He immediately inquired, "You wretched fox, you have been quite unusual lately, not tormenting Naruto at all. Why is this? Do you wish for me to bully a mere child every day?" "Not at all. I simply cannot fathom your motives," Hiruzen replied. "Humph. I have simply lost interest in squabbling with a mere brat. Is that not permissible? Very well. I am pleased by your newfound magnanimity." Hiruzen detected nothing amiss and departed the sealing space with Wang Jin. After instructing Wang Jin to carry Naruto home, he assigned him a critical task. "Uchiha Jin, by the name of the Hokage, I hereby appoint you as the protector of the Ninetales Jinchuriki. You must fulfill this duty diligently and ensure Naruto's safety." "Yes, I shall not disappoint you." Wang Jin immediately knelt, addressing Hiruzen with newfound respect. He realized that from this moment onward, he had officially become a trusted confidant of the Elder Third, and as long as he did not raise any suspicion, he could gradually ascend to the core of the Leaf Village. Hiruzen was pleased with Wang Jin's attitude, and after issuing the command, he affectionately helped him to his feet. Smiling warmly, "Jin, do you know why I brought you to meet the Ninetales?" "I do not know. I seek your wisdom, Lord Hokage." "That is because your Uchiha Sharingan naturally counters the Ninetales fox. Should the day come when it escapes, I will rely on your strength to maintain balance. Thus, it is beneficial for you to encounter the Ninetales early, preparing yourself mentally to avoid panic later." "Counter the Ninetales?" Wang Jin pondered. The Elder Third explained the Mangekyo Sharingan to him, encouraging him to continue striving, to which Wang Jin promptly expressed his loyalty. "I have assigned you the task. I shall return now. Safe travels, Lord Hokage." Wang Jin respectfully saw Hiruzen off before returning to Naruto's home. This time, he entered the Ninetale space without hesitation, finally able to engage with the Jinchuriki without pretense. "QB, your performance just now was commendable. Old man, I've lived for over 1,000 years. Such trifles of humanity cannot escape my notice." The Ninetales grinned slightly, its tail swaying gently, seemingly pleased by Wang Jin's praise. As he now represented the Sage of Six Paths, and referring to him as the Ninetales' father was not an exaggeration. Wang Jin nodded gently. "QB, it is time for us to proceed to the next step." "Oh, so soon? Your strength has not yet fully recovered." "Do not worry. It is not my action but yours." Wang Jin feigned mystery. "My strength may take a couple of years to regain its peak. So Naruto must grow swiftly to become a significant asset." "Naruto, what do you intend to do?" The Ninetales sat upright, its expression serious. "It is quite simple. Your relationship with Naruto is insufficient. He is still unaware of your existence. It is time for you to become true friends. Only when you both recognize each other in your hearts can Naruto fully harness your power, unleashing tremendous strength. Little do you know my other half. I am aware. It is sealed within the belly of the Shinigami by the fourth Hokage. I will help you extract it. You can break the Shinigami's sealing technique." The Ninetales was astonished, as it believed such a technique was unbreakable. Wang Jin smiled mysteriously. "Do not forget that all ninjutsu is of my creation. Even if later generations developed new techniques based on my foundations, they ultimately remain variations of yin-yang release. How difficult can it be to unravel a mere Shinigami's sealing technique?" For Wang Jin, who had watched the entirety of Naruto, he possessed a deeper understanding than the true Sage of Six Paths, who might not even be able to break the Shinigami's sealing technique. This technique was originally the ultimate sealing method of the Uzumaki clan, wherein the caster sacrifices their soul to the Shinigami, taking the enemy down with them, rendering them unable to enter the Pure Land after death, a terrifying maneuver. The original story did not specify how this technique fell into the hands of the fourth and third Hokage, but Wang Jin suspected they had learned it from Uzumaki Kushina. As she was a legitimate member of the Uzumaki clan, making her ability to wield such a technique quite reasonable. In Chapter 93, Naruto's dream came true as he finally met his parents. To unravel the Shinigami's sealing technique, one must first obtain the Shinigami's mask, which is housed in the Uzumaki clan's mask storage at the edge of the Leaf Village. Next, the task is to guide the Shinigami's spirit possessing the sealing technique to inhabit oneself. By cutting open one's abdomen, the Shinigami's belly will also rupture. At that moment, the sealed soul will be liberated, and the seal will be undone, but the caster will perish as the offering. However, in the original work, the Grim Reaper encountered the mad scientist Orochimaru, who, through his cunning exploits, manipulated the Grim Reaper without paying any price to unravel this technique. This spectacle astonished Wang Jin, who exclaimed in admiration at Orochimaru's ingenuity. Yet, these events were in the future. Presently, he sought to orchestrate a significant change, allowing Naruto to avoid several years of unnecessary detours and to harness this great support for his own benefit sooner. Wang Jin earnestly instructed the Nine Tails on how to gain Naruto's trust, emphasizing methods such as daily persuasion. While cautioning against revealing his identity as a sage of the Six Paths, the Nine Tails affirmed its capability to accomplish this task, pledging to ensure that Wang Jin became the most trusted individual in Naruto's life. Once their plan was set, man and beast swiftly proceeded into action. The Nine Tails drew Naruto's consciousness into the sealing space, where they met several years earlier than in the original narrative. Upon entering the sealing space, Naruto was taken aback by the imposing figure of the Nine Tails, exclaiming in astonishment, for he was merely 6 or 7 years old. The Nine Tails, scowling, retorted, "Are you a fool, child? I am a fox." "Oh, you're a fox? I thought you were a raccoon." Naruto scratched his head, looking quite bewildered. At that moment, Wang Jin placed a hand on his shoulder, startling Naruto once more, but upon recognizing him, the fear dissipated. "Brother Jin, where is this? This fox is enormous." "Naruto, have you ever wondered why the villagers have mistreated you? Today, I shall reveal everything." Wang Jin's demeanor shifted from his usual joviality to a grave seriousness, leaving Naruto momentarily speechless. Why? Because in the eyes of those ignorant individuals, you are that, the Nine-Tails fox. Wang Jin pointed towards the Nine-Tails. He wished to prevent Naruto from following the original path of kindness in the face of adversity, seeking instead to guide him down a darker road. Naruto, now in a state of shock, stared blankly at the Nine-Tails, murmuring, "No, I am not a fox. I am not a demon fox." "Indeed, you are not a demon fox, and the Nine-Tails is not a demon fox. Such a creature does not exist. It is merely a fabrication born from human ambition." Wang Jin continued, "Naruto, you are the son of the 4th Hokage. 7 years ago, on the day of your birth, your parents sacrificed themselves to protect you and the village, sealing the Nine Tails within you. They had hoped you would be revered as a hero. Yet the 3rd Hokage concealed this truth, spreading lies that you were the Nine Tails, a monstrous entity that devours humans. Naruto, the 3rd Hokage has been exploiting you all these years, seeking to wield the power of the Nine Tails through you to dominate the ninja world. He is a hypocrite, feigning kindness while having even devoured your parents' inheritance. The child of the illustrious 4th Hokage, once the fastest ninja in the world, was tragically denied the means of a proper life by his own parents. No, that cannot be true. The 3rd Hokage is not like that." The barrage of shocking revelations left Naruto reeling, shattering his worldview. Someone he had held dear had been manipulating him all along. He refused to accept this grim reality. Wang Jin scoffed, "You doubt me? Allow me to prove it. Nine Tails, release the chakra of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, so our pitiful little Naruto may see his parents." "My parents are still alive?" Naruto's heart raced at the thought, a dream he never dared to hope for. Wang Jin shook his head. "No, they have perished. However, before their demise, they sealed a portion of their residual chakra alongside the Nine Tails within you, all to protect you, for you were their dearest treasure." With a stirring tone, Wang Jin spoke, prompting tears to stream down Naruto's face. "So, I have been mistaken about Mom and Dad all along. I was not abandoned. Brother Jin, Nine Tails, please let me see Mom and Dad." "Humph, calling an old man brother is quite shameful," the Nine Tails scoffed, yet Naruto's earnestness touched its heart. With a flick of its mighty tail, 2 figures appeared, one a strikingly handsome man with golden hair, the other a beautiful woman with flowing red locks. "Nine Tails, right? I am dead. Is the seal breaking? How infuriating." The woman, upon arriving, immediately charged at the Nine Tails without comprehending the situation. Black chains emerged from her body, ensnaring the Nine Tails, rendering it powerless to resist. Only able to roar in fury. Damn you, Kushina. When will you ever learn to control your impulsive nature? Who told you to bully my Naruto? Uzumaki Kushina clapped her hands with satisfaction, clearly relishing her former habit of tormenting the Nine Tails. Kushina, how are you here? Has Naruto grown up? The golden-haired man was none other than Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage of Konoha, his attention solely fixated on his wife. Upon recognizing her, Kushina embraced him tightly. The long-separated couple finally reunited. Are you my mom and dad? Little Naruto bit his finger, tentatively approaching the two, fear etched on his face, as if anticipating denial. Upon hearing the title and witnessing Naruto's cherubic visage, the couple froze in disbelief. After a moment of shared astonishment, they exchanged glances, recognizing the incredulity reflected in each other's eyes. You are Naruto? Kushina seemed unable to believe it, while Minato scrutinized his son closely. Naruto nodded, tears flowing uncontrollably. And soon, the family embraced one another in a heartfelt reunion. I'm sorry, Naruto. These years without you have caused you so much pain. Don't worry, my love. With the third Hokage around, Naruto must have been very happy. Chapter 94. Kushina's Revenge. The Namikaze family wept for an extended period, with Kushina asking numerous questions until one inquiry prompted Wang Jin to interject. Naruto, have you been eating well these years? Eating? The fact that my son hasn't starved is a testament to the third Hokage's benevolence. Who are you? What do you mean? Kushina's gaze turned sharply towards Wang Jin. She and Minato had long noticed him, but had momentarily overlooked him in their yearning for Naruto. Wang Jin waved his hand, and the Nine Tails complied, unleashing a torrent of chakra that revealed the painful memories of Naruto's years of bullying, consuming expired food, and crying alone in a cold, empty house, filled with immense sorrow and despair. This revelation shocked both Kushina and Minato. They could not fathom the hardships their son had endured. Each tear shed by Naruto struck like a hammer upon the already burdened hearts of his parents, intensifying their simmering rage. Nine Tails, enough. Do not release him. Kushina's fury ignited, her fiery red hair standing on end as the chains binding the Nine Tails tightened, inflicting great pain upon it, leading to a torrent of curses. Kushina, have you lost your mind? This is all the third Hokage's doing. What do you think your bullying will achieve? If it weren't for my formidable recovery abilities and vitality, your son might not have survived to this day. If you aren't moved, then don't take your anger out on me. You are the one who has gone too far. Kushina, release the Nine Tails. Wang Jin interjected calmly, asserting that grievances should be addressed appropriately, as this matter was not the Nine Tails' fault. Damn the third Hokage. How could he treat Naruto in such a way? The exchange between man and beast caused Kushina to regain her composure, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. She released the Nine Tails, her gaze icy as she regarded Wang Jin. And who are you? Why are you in the ceiling space? Uchiha Jin. The last scion of the Uchiha clan, Wang Jin replied expressionlessly. Do not react impulsively. Do not suspect my motives for approaching Naruto simply because I possess the Sharingan. If I wished to manipulate the Nine Tails, you would be powerless to stop me. Do not forget that you and the fourth Hokage are already dead. Kushina Uzumaki felt that her thoughts had been accurately discerned. As a Jinchuriki, her greatest fear was being manipulated by the Uchiha clan, a concern that weighed heavily on her mind. Minato Namikaze did not cast blame upon the third Hokage, having once held the esteemed title himself. He understood the darkness that lurked within the village to some extent. Yet, despite his understanding, resentment brewed within him. His child, even if his identity remained concealed, could have been heralded as a hero by the higher-ups of Konoha for any trivial reason. Instead, they chose to wield Naruto as a mere weapon. This was in stark contrast to his original intention of sealing the Nine Tails within his son to harness its power against the enigmatic masked man and protect the village. The actions of Hiruzen Sarutobi left him disheartened. Third Hokage, you have greatly disappointed me, perhaps having faced death once. The fourth Hokage had now relinquished his ties to the village. Naruto was his sole focus. I am sorry, Kushina. My plans have failed, and my son has suffered. Do not blame yourself, Minato. Your intentions were for Naruto and the village. A fierce look crossed Kushina's face. She had never been the demure type, earning the nickname Blood Red Chili Pepper in her youth. Had it not been for Minato's gentleness and his aspirations to protect the village, She would have cared little for Konoha. Minato, once I chose to support your dream of safeguarding Konoha, but now, I no longer wish to do so. I seek vengeance against those who have exploited and bullied Naruto. They must pay the price. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, I owe Konoha nothing. Rather, Konoha owes us a tremendous debt. They have failed to repay it, and now they dare to torment my son? Such a village has no reason to exist. Minato, will you support me, or will you continue to love your village? In that moment, Kushina's hatred for Konoha reached a fever pitch. Minato's expression remained calm as he replied, I will neither support nor oppose. My chakra can no longer affect change. If you wish for vengeance upon the village, then go ahead. My responsibilities have been fulfilled in life. Very well, I understand your dilemma. I shall act on my own, Kushina declared, turning her gaze towards the Nine Tails and unexpectedly kneeling before it, leaving the beast at a loss. What do you intend to do? Kyubi, I know that during my time as your Jinchuriki, I often bullied you and caused you much suffering. But now, I require your assistance. I implore you, as a desperate mother, to help me just once. Are you dreaming? You shouldn't have asked the Nine Tails for help. The moment you opened your mouth, it was infuriated. Kushina, I once pleaded with you to refrain from binding me with the adamantine chains, yet you ignored my pleas. Moreover, you took it upon yourself to decorate the ceiling space like a little girl's room, disregarding my objections. How dare you now ask for my assistance? I will absolutely not help you. Kurama, enough? Wang Jin raised a hand to calm the enraged Nine Tails, urging it to listen. Kushina, seizing the opportunity, turned to Wang Jin and implored, Uchiha clan member, I hope you can help me acquire some of the Nine Tails chakra, so that the chakras of Minato and I may be preserved here for a long time. We once placed our trust in Hiruzen Sarutobi, entrusting Naruto to him, and forsook our responsibilities as parents for the sake of the village. I apologize to Naruto, but now we wish to make amends. We want to see him grow, teach him skills, and ensure he is not bullied. Can you assist us? Yes, Wang Jin nodded, but my agreement is not born from your pleas. It is for Naruto's sake. Kurama, I entrust the fourth Hokage and his wife to you. Regularly provide them with chakra to maintain their presence. Naruto, you will have parents from now on. Are you happy? Wang Jin remarked, gently ruffling Naruto's hair, who blinked in a daze and nodded. I have parents now? I'm so happy. Haha, you are no longer an orphan. Wang Jin thought it simpler for Kushina to persuade Naruto down a darker path than to do it himself. After all, Naruto was the reincarnation of Ashura, whose chakra would subtly guide him towards a path of love, making the descent into darkness quite challenging. Yet, Kushina's thirst for vengeance was palpable. While Minato may not actively assist her in annihilating Konoha, he was disillusioned, choosing to remain passive. This way, Naruto would not only gain two exceptional mentors, but also bolster his future plans significantly. Senior Kushina, you understand the ninja world better than I do. Now is not the time for you to reveal yourselves. We must prevent Naruto from drawing the suspicion of Konoha's higher-ups. Rest assured, I care for Naruto more than you do. In the ceiling space, Wang Jin imparted his final words before preparing to depart. Having laid the groundwork, he now possessed 4 aces up his sleeve and needed only to nurture them over time until they were ready to execute the plan. Naruto, from now on, your mother will not allow you to be bullied again. You must learn to be cold-hearted and ruthless. You can no longer afford to be kind, or you will not survive in this merciless world of ninjas. Kushina earnestly instructed. Naruto hesitated. Mom, I don't blame those people. Can you forgive them? What did you say? Kushina's anger flared at his words. They bullied you so mercilessly, and you don't wish to take revenge? You are far too naive. I will teach you skills. Once you grow up, the first to be eliminated must be Hiruzen Sarutobi, that vile man. You must avenge yourself and us, or I will never forgive you. I understand. Deep down, Naruto did not wish for revenge, but Kushina held greater importance in his heart. Suppressing the influence of Ashura's chakra, Wang Jin was quite pleased with Kushina's performance. With her presence, Naruto's descent into darkness would be considerably easier. However, just as he prepared to exit the ceiling space, Kushina, the Nine Tails, Naruto, and Minato suddenly froze, as if time had come to a standstill. Before Wang Jin could comprehend the situation, a voice resonated in his mind, the voice of the divine tree. Wang Jin, you have induced a significant change in the narrative. The world of the divine tree is about to undergo an update, and your actions will be reported across the continent. Do you wish to conceal your identity? Update report. Hide it. Do not expose me, divine tree. Understood, The changer has chosen to conceal their name. The announcement will commence now. Upon receiving Wang Jin's confirmation, the Divine Tree issued a message to all players in the Divine Tree world, leaving them utterly astonished. Due to altering the future, the Divine Tree world will update in 5 minutes. All players must exit. Update Content 1. The timeline will begin to advance. Upon completion of the update, the Divine Tree world will synchronize with the real world's time and will no longer remain stagnant. Update Content 2. The method of entry has changed. There will no longer be a 10-day cooldown. But players who exhaust their chakra while in the real world will still be expelled from the Divine Tree world and can re-enter once their chakra is restored. Update Content 3. Death penalties have been reduced. Infinite deaths with each death deducting 1/5 of one's chakra. Update Content 4. A new prestige system has been added. Players can gain prestige points by completing tasks, allowing for rapid elevation within their respective ninja villages. The announcement is complete. The expected update time is half an hour. All players must log off within 5 minutes. Otherwise, the consequences are on you. Divine Tree. I triggered a major event and received no rewards? None. Anyone can change the future. What a miser. Wang Jin muttered as he returned to the Divine Tree space and swiftly logged out. In the real world, chaos erupted across the continent as everyone discussed the Divine Tree world. In the southern continent, high-ranking council members gathered around a round table, engaged in a heated debate. For 2 decades, the world of the Divine Tree has remained stagnant, its timeline frozen in place. It is imperative that we uncover the identity of the individual who has altered the narrative. While the identity may not be of utmost importance, what truly matters is that we initiate change. I propose that we accelerate the development of the Divine Tree world, investing greater resources to seize the initiative. If necessary, sacrifices may be warranted to achieve results, especially now that the penalties for death have been mitigated. However, I stand with the Deputy Speaker. Our priority should be to identify the person who has manipulated the storyline and study them thoroughly to discern their actions and any other means that could trigger significant events. I concur. This individual is of paramount importance and must be apprehended for analysis. In the northern continent, within the Dark Bounty Hall, a similar assembly of elders deliberates over this pressing issue. Lord Second Hall Master. This person is likely affiliated with the council. There should be no one on our northern continent capable of instigating major events. Why is that? Our management differs from that of the council. Theirs is relatively lax, with many powerful figures beyond our surveillance. It must be one of those individuals who has altered the plot. Could it not be a weaker individual? My subordinates have speculated as much, but the likelihood seems slim. The Divine Tree world is ruthless. Without the strength of a Jonin, one is merely fodder. It appears we must activate our hidden agents. Inform her that we must uncover the truth at all costs and extract that individual. Yes, my lord. The entire Divine Tree continent is in turmoil as various factions seek to locate Wang Jin. Wang Jin, aware of the necessity of remaining concealed, does not fret about being discovered. As long as he remains silent, no one will uncover the truth. After ending the call with Swiss Xiaoyu, the girl is filled with excitement, incessantly chattering about the prospects of enhancing her abilities, no longer needing to abandon missions out of fear of death. Half an hour swiftly passes, and Wang Jin re-enters the world of Hokage, finding himself once more in the ceiling space where he previously exited. Kushina, 4th Hokage, I entrust Naruto to you. Upon leaving the ceiling space, he immediately encounters Kakashi, who, at this moment, does not conceal his identity and is perched on a rooftop with 2 teammates, observing the surroundings. Senior Kakashi, Wang Jin waves. After a brief exchange with his companions, Kakashi approaches Wang Jin. Wang Jin is unfazed by the arrangements of the 3rd Hokage. He suspects the true intent is to forge a bond between himself and Naruto. Currently, the Umbu are the ones responsible for Naruto's safety. Wang Jin's own strength is insufficient for such protection. Kakashi does not deny his identity this time, as Sarutobi Hiruzen had already revealed it before the two. Uchiha Jin, greetings. Hello, senior. Their hands clasp in a formal introduction. Kakashi nods. How is Naruto? He is well. After a day of training, he has grown weary and is now asleep. There is no need for concern. That's good to hear. Kakashi glances at the sky, noting the early hour, and continues, shall we meet for drinks at the steakhouse after I finish my shift tonight? I would be delighted. Wang Jin grins. I have heard much about your reputation, senior, and I admire you greatly. There is much I wish to learn from you. Let us exchange knowledge. I have questions regarding the Sharingan as well. It is settled then. I shall await your shift's end. After making arrangements with Kakashi, Wang Jin returns to the home of the Uchiha family to practice Shuriken techniques. Although the elder Uchiha is disabled, he is still capable of offering guidance, albeit with limited efficiency, which makes Wang Jin eagerly anticipate his meeting with Kakashi. As night falls, Wang Jin arrives at the sake house in Konoha's commercial district, where he finds Kakashi already present. You are quite punctual, senior. It is a habit instilled by my father over the years. Upon removing his umbu mask, Kakashi reveals his iconic black face mask. In the sake house, Wang Jin and Kakashi engage in casual conversation, gradually getting to know one another over the course of several minutes. Primarily, Wang Jin learns about Kakashi's past, while Kakashi becomes familiar with Wang Jin. Kakashi's father sacrificed his mission to save a comrade, only to succumb to the villagers' blame, and astonishingly, the rescued comrade also joined in the accusations, resulting in his suicide. This profound trauma transformed young Kakashi, stripping away his childhood innocence and leading him down an extreme path, where he prioritized missions over life itself, even at the cost of sacrificing comrades. However, tragedy struck again when his close friends Obito and Rin perished on a mission, further tormenting Kakashi's soul and altering his perspective once more to value comrades above all else. Wang Jin reflects on Kakashi's experiences, considering him a solitary scarecrow destined to wander the rice fields of life. Yet, this very experience allows Wang Jin to leave a favorable impression on Kakashi, making it easier to approach him. Kakashi lifts his cup and takes a deep drink, only to choke slightly. I apologize, I seldom drink. No need for such formality, senior. Your willingness to share a drink with me is already a great honor. Let us dispense with trivialities. Kakashi fixes his gaze on Wang Jin and speaks solemnly. I have a question regarding the Sharingan that I wish to discuss with you. Please, go ahead. Wang Jin responds graciously, and Kakashi nods before continuing. The Sharingan is pivotal to my abilities. A significant portion of my strength derives from it. However, it simultaneously limits me severely, as I am not of the Uchiha clan and thus cannot deactivate it, leading to a constant drain on my chakra, which is quite troubling. Jin, being of Uchiha lineage, do you have any advice or solutions? Wang Jin pretends to ponder, though he had anticipated Kakashi's inquiry, knowing that Sasuke is still a child and lacks understanding. He already possesses a solution but is uncertain if it will be effective. Nevertheless, he must attempt it. Fostering a good relationship with Kakashi is essential, as he is destined to become a formidable figure in the future, and Wang Jin greatly requires his guidance to enhance his own abilities. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Jin shakes his head. There is no straightforward solution, for your situation is quite rare in our clan's history. However, I do have an idea that my father mentioned casually during his lifetime. What idea? Kakashi inquires eagerly. The negative effects of the Sharingan having plagued him for far too long. Wang Jin suggests, since you cannot deactivate the Sharingan due to your lack of Uchiha blood, why not explore the possibility of sealing techniques? Sealing techniques can even subdue ninjas. Thus, it should be simpler to manage an unconscious Sharingan. What do you think? Kakashi appears taken aback by the suggestion, contemplating its feasibility. Moments later, his exposed right eye gleams with excitement. Of course. Why did I not consider sealing techniques before? Jin, your proposition is a tremendous help. However, senior, let us not get our hopes too high. If it fails, that would be quite embarrassing. Wang Jin laughs heartily. Kakashi shakes his head in response. No, I believe the chances of success are quite high. As you said, the effectiveness of sealing techniques is formidable. The Sharingan should not withstand them, especially since I am the one attempting to seal it. Then I shall wish you success in advance, senior. Wang Jin raises his cup, and Kakashi readily clinks his with Wang Jin's. Affection level with Kakashi, 20. Current affection level, 40-40, is it? Perhaps I should consider learning Chidori, Wang Jin muses, as his ulterior motive in approaching Kakashi is indeed to acquire this technique. As an A-rank lightning release jutsu, Chidori boasts numerous variations and is arguably more practical than the S-rank Raikiri. However, in reality, Wang Jin is unaware of who else may know it. Kakashi is the only one in the ninja world capable of wielding it, and if he wishes to learn, it must be through Kakashi. Kakashi is not one to disregard a favor. He readily states, Jin, you have been a tremendous help to me. If there is anything you require, do not hesitate to ask. I will not refuse. May I speak? Go ahead. Well then, I wish to learn your Chidori, senior. Wang Jin rubs his hands together, chuckling. Kakashi, initially taken aback, bursts into laughter. You sly one. Chidori is my most powerful technique. However, since it is Jin's request, I shall oblige. It is merely a technique I developed in my earlier years. Thank you, senior. Wang Jin felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. Yet he could not fully agree with Kakashi's assertion. The strongest technique is Chidori? Surely, it should be Kimyui. Wang Jin was well aware of Kakashi's every detail. At this moment, he had already activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, wielding the power of space-time ninjutsu, capable of executing a spatial strangulation that disregarded defenses. This technique, let alone being on the level of Hokage, would bring even a sage of 6 paths to their demise if struck at a vital point. Quite formidable indeed. After sharing a few more drinks, they exited the renowned sake house, and within the ancient abode, Kakashi commenced instructing Wang Jin in ninjutsu. Jin, pay close attention. Chidori, senior. There's no need to complicate things. I possess a 2-tomo Sharingan and lightning affinity. Wang Jin declared, revealing his Sharingan. Kakashi was taken aback at the sight. Already 2-tomo? Just a few days ago, you were. You've made quite the progress recently. Wang Jin deflected the compliment, urging, please, begin the ninjutsu, senior. I can hardly wait. Haha, I never expected someone to value my ninjutsu so highly. It is truly a compliment. Kakashi spoke casually, yet had it been anyone else, he would certainly not have imparted his knowledge. Chidori. Kakashi formed the necessary seals, gripping his wrist tightly with his left hand, unleashing a torrent of lightning that raced towards a stout ancient tree in the courtyard. Crackle. Boom. The tree was pierced through by Kakashi's hand. The point of impact charred black, a display of power that astonished even the elder Hokage. Kakashi, it's been years, and you've grown to such an extent. I dare say even Shoma in his youth could not rival you. You're overly kind, senior. My father has always been my goal to surpass. Kakashi shook his head slightly. While Hokage chuckled, you are being modest. Both you and your father have been under my watch since childhood. Shoma did not possess your innate talent. However, he later achieved enlightenment in swordsmanship, refining the family techniques of the Hokage clan that have been passed down since the Warring States period to great heights. Even a formidable warrior like Hizashi would not dare underestimate him. Speaking of Hokage sword techniques, Kakashi, how proficient are you? I am ashamed to say I have yet to practice them. Kakashi admitted, causing Hokage to express surprise and inquire about the reason. At this moment, Wang Jin was uninterested in their discussion, his face alight with excitement as he swiftly formed hand seals. Chidori. Crackle. Mimicking Kakashi, he pierced the ancient tree, instantly filled with satisfaction. Another lethal technique acquired. Delightful. Chapter 97. Kakashi's Guidance. Kakashi, a prodigious talent who graduated early at the age of 6, was not only gifted in ninjutsu, but also excelled in taijutsu and shurikenjutsu, particularly the latter. Wang Jin observed as Kakashi, with his right hand holding 5 shuriken, effortlessly flung them with his eyes closed, all striking the ancient tree with precision. Incredible. Truly worthy of being called a senior. It's rather average. Your clan's Itachi is the true master of shurikenjutsu. I cannot compare. Kakashi stated honestly, and Wang Jin recognized the truth in his words. Opting not to linger on the topic, he followed Kakashi's lead to practice shurikenjutsu, as it was one of the fastest ways to enhance his strength aside from increasing chakra. After all, in the ninja world, a single shuriken could easily slay a jonin. Mastery was essential. Once he entered a state of training, Wang Jin lost track of time, continuing until late at night when Kakashi could no longer endure and called it a day. Jin, I will come by every day during my shift to guide you until you master shurikenjutsu. That would be greatly appreciated, senior. No need for thanks. Your assistance is of greater value to me. Once you succeed, I shall be at a loss for how to repay you. Kakashi waved goodbye and departed, while Hokage remained seated at the threshold, observing Wang Jin's diligent training, pleased with his efforts. Moderation is key. You should rest, lest you exhaust yourself. Yes, teacher. Wang Jin assisted Hokage back to his room, ensuring he was settled before returning to his own quarters to sleep. For 3 consecutive days, he immersed himself in training until the Tree of God signaled his return to the real world. Wang Jin, greetings. Your chakra in the outer world has been fully depleted. Please log off within 5 minutes, or you will be expelled from the Tree of God world. Only 3 days? Wang Jin furrowed his brow. That time was indeed too short. If this was the case, Reaching Jonin would grant him the freedom to traverse the Tree of God world without concern for time constraints. Currently, with over 60 chakra, he could remain for 3 days. A Jonin with over 1,000 chakra could easily last a month, effectively rendering time limits non-existent. Upon returning to the real world, Wang Jin sat beneath the Tree of God to recover his chakra. After replenishing half of it, he visited Mingzhou University to check on Wang Yue and indulge in a hearty meal of beast meat. Although energy could be accumulated within the Tree of God world, it was undoubtedly slower than with external resources. After feasting, he returned to his dormitory, refining the energy accumulated in his cells into chakra. 68 chakra, within half a month. I shall break through to the middle Jonin. Wang Jin clenched his fists, reveling in the explosive growth of his strength during this period. He dialed Tao Yu's number, uncertain if he was in the real world, but the call connected within seconds. Wang Jin, what prompted you to reach out? Aren't you still on the mission in Awagakure? Weren't we supposed to go together? Oh, I thought you weren't going. After all, you didn't even bother to enter Anqing University. Tao Yu laughed heartily and continued, if you want to come, I certainly welcome you. Shall we go tomorrow? Tomorrow won't work. Besides, I suggest we wait until we are on the verge of breaking through to Middle Jonin before we go. Wang Jin preferred to first complete Wang Shanshan's mission, as it promised a reward of the Senju bloodline. He would be devastated if she completed it before him. Middle Jonin? That will take at least 10 days. I can hardly wait. That's 300,000 taels of silver notes, enough for me to buy 100 explosive tags, a significant boost. Tao Yu, trust me, it's only 10 days. Being stronger will give us greater assurance. Just think of it as helping me out. Once the mission is complete, I will give you my silver notes. How does that sound? Are you serious? You would part with that? It's quite rare in the Tree of God world. I would. It's just 300,000, nothing to me. Goodness, how bold. Then it's settled. I will wait for you for half a month. And the silver notes will be mine. Agreed. After finalizing their plans, Wang Jin hung up and went straight to find Wang Deming at school. The explosive tags and provisions are ready. We can now undertake the Warring States mission. Upon entering, Wang Jin got straight to the point. Wang Deming, having anticipated his purpose, smiled slightly. You remembered the mission? It's a bit late. Shanshan just entered yesterday afternoon. You may have to wait. Yesterday? That's quick. She will likely remain there for no more than a day. Wang Jin nodded, not overly anxious. With Shanshan's chakra at only 40, he could afford to wait. Please contact me when she emerges. I will be waiting for her. Understood. As Wang Deming saw him about to leave, he called out, hold on a moment. I have something else to discuss with you. Wang Deming approached Wang Jin, who nodded in acknowledgement. What is it, Principal? Well, here it is. Wang Deming produced a sheet of A4 paper with the heading, to all universities. This is an order from the council, requiring us, the universities with consistently poor rankings, to participate in a grand competition. Schools performing poorly will have their qualifications revoked. I wish for you to represent the school. At the very least, secure our spot. Or I won't approve your leave. Is that all? Wang Jin casually replied, leave it to me. Just remind me when the time comes. I'm off. I have much to attend to in the Tree of God world. Please grant me another month's leave. Without further ado, Wang Jin left, leaving Wang Deming stunned for a moment before breaking into a chuckle. Indeed, a true rascal. Those students were not mistaken in their judgments. Since the news of Wang Jin taking a half-month leave on the first day of school spread, the entire university, regardless of grade, was taken aback. They had never encountered such an audacious freshman. His nickname, the Delinquent, quickly followed suit, as nearly everyone felt he had become somewhat arrogant, resting on his temporary prowess and neglecting hard work. Returning to the nearby divine tree, Wang Jin once again entered the world of Naruto. Wang Shanshan would be out in a day at most, and he intended to seek out Kakashi to learn combat experience. While he wouldn't achieve immediate results with shuriken practice, Kakashi, a renowned genius in the history of the ninja world, undoubtedly possessed a wealth of combat experience. After all, he had participated in the Third Great Ninja War and had made significant contributions as a ninja, and Wang Jin anticipated substantial gains from this encounter. That evening, after changing classes, Kakashi arrived at the ancient family home as usual. Wang Jin had been waiting for quite some time, and upon seeing him, he spoke directly. Senior, today I don't want to practice shuriken. I wish to spar with you. Spar? Kakashi replied, puzzled. You are merely a genin and hardly my match. That's precisely why I hope you can engage me with a comparable level of strength to enhance my combat experience. I see. Very well. Kakashi did not refuse. Let us proceed. After all, it's all about improving our skills, so it doesn't matter what we practice first. Chapter 98. Sparring with the genius of the ninja world. Wang Jin, sparring with Kakashi, dared not be careless and immediately activated his Sharingan. Senior, I'm coming. Go ahead. I won't exceed your chakra levels. Kakashi, still sporting his one-eyed appearance, did not reveal the eye hidden beneath his forehead protector. With a swift motion, Wang Jin charged at Kakashi, launching a taijutsu attack. Kakashi responded calmly, effortlessly defending against Wang Jin's strikes. Your technique is acceptable, but your strength is lacking. Are you a woman? Kakashi taunted while countering, leaving Wang Jin speechless, mentally rolling his eyes. Even in the face of adversity, this guy remained unapologetically cunning and sardonic. The two engaged in a back and forth for about 3 minutes, trading blows. Kakashi, seemingly bored, seized an opening in Wang Jin's defense and sent him flying, swiftly forming hand seals with such speed that he appeared to leave after images. Lightning release, lightning wolf pounce. A lightning wolf materialized and lunged at Wang Jin. The speed of the hand seals was overwhelming. He could hardly keep up. Wang Jin shook his head internally and countered with a great fireball, dissipating the lightning wolf. However, at that moment, Kakashi emerged from below Wang Jin, taking advantage of his distraction during the ninjutsu exchange. He delivered a powerful punch to Wang Jin's chin. Crack! Wang Jin's jaw emitted a sharp cracking sound, distorting his mouth and rendering his speech unclear. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Doton, ripping tooth. Kakashi smiled. Refraining from further attack, Wang Jin gripped his jaw tightly, forcing it back into place, grimacing in pain. Such an unexpected technique is exceedingly difficult to defend against. You were too busy dealing with my lightning beast, Kakashi replied, shaking his head. Ripping tooth is a low-level jutsu effective against weaker opponents. It's a death sentence against a jonin. Ultimately, your combat experience is severely lacking. I was stronger than you at 10 years old. You ninjas who have never been on the battlefield grow far too slowly. You're right, senior. Let us continue. Wang Jin shook off the discomfort and launched another taijutsu assault. From a distance, the ancient family patriarch watched with great interest, mumbling to himself, Kakashi, while you may currently be stronger than Jin, he possesses a potential that you lack. In 2 or 3 years, you will find yourself left behind. The patriarch was extremely pleased with Wang Jin as a disciple. He was not only obedient and diligent, but also showed